This video is crafted to assist you in unwinding or drifting off to sleep. Before we commence, if you anticipate dozing off, please introduce yourself in the comments section. Additionally, consider liking the video and subscribing if you haven't already. As always, I am eager to hear from you about where you're tuning in from, so please share your location and the current time in the comments. Thank you once again for joining me. Make yourself comfortable, pour a glass of water, ensure your door is securely locked, and turn off the lights. Don't forget to say hello in the comments. It's time to close your eyes. Many years ago, I used to work the night shift at a hotel in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. During the peak season, it wasn't too challenging. Mostly families and tourists occupied the place. We had on-site security back then. However, the winter months or the off-season told a different story. The affordable weekly rates we offered attracted quite a few unsavory characters. The original plan was to generate income during the off-season by renting to snowbirds, older, retired individuals who would stay at the beach for a month or so throughout the winter. Unfortunately, things didn't always turn out as planned. The low rates often allowed a less desirable crowd to become long-term residents. Over time, I encountered more than my fair share of meth labs, broken up physical altercations, and other incidents during the winter months. Working the third shift, I met some fascinating individuals. The cold weather often led to homeless people seeking warmth and grabbing some free coffee. I wasn't supposed to allow them to have coffee, but I couldn't bring myself to be harsh. I would let them grab a cup and warm up for a moment as long as they didn't cause any trouble. As you can imagine, working the night shift during winter led to some bizarre and occasionally eerie tales. I have many stories, but this one stands out because it didn't end well for me. Up until this point, I was having a great evening. Before heading to work, I attended an indie wrestling show with my best friend. I had even agreed to start an hour early the next night to cover for the young woman who worked the second shift, in exchange for her staying an hour later for me. Ironically, I met Terry Funk that night, a wrestling legend famous for his extreme matches. Little did I realize that I was about to encounter a real-life version of such violence. I was supposed to arrive at midnight because she was covering an extra hour for me. Normally, I would come in at 11 p.m. I counted the cash register and she updated me on her shift as usual when he appeared. My friend Andrew showed up. He worked the second shift in maintenance at this hotel and 2 other hotels owned by our company. He would often drop by after his shift, get some food for us, and we'd play World of Warcraft on our laptops after eating, especially since business was slow. He was just picking up the money for the food and getting ready to leave. I was enthusiastic, sharing with him how much fun I had at the wrestling event and showing off my Terry Funk t-shirt, which I was immensely proud of. I was just walking into the BA, the back office where I was returning to hang up the shirt, when the chime of the doorbell signaled the arrival of a customer. It's true what they say, ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. I spun around when I heard someone shout, but I still couldn't discern their words. Just as I reached the doorway, I saw Andrew collapse right in front of me. Before I could process what was happening, a man rounded the corner and struck me in the head with a short steel pipe. The blow disoriented me, and I hit the floor. Before I could regain my senses, he struck me again. Suddenly, I noticed another man I hadn't seen before. He was frantic, convinced that one of us had gone to fetch a police officer. In a rush, they fled through the door. I managed to get back on my feet and attempted to call the police from the phone in the back office, but the line was malfunctioning. Overwhelmed with frustration, I was in pain and terrified, absolutely panicking. The fear that they might return drove me to bolt the door. My anxiety grew when I realized I had no idea where Andrew had gone. I dialed 911, becoming acutely aware of the blood streaming down my face. I explained to the operator that I had been assaulted and required both police and medical assistance. My next call was to Travis, the hotel manager, to inform him of the incident. Initially, he thought I was pulling a prank on him, as we often did when we were bored. It took some convincing to make him understand I was serious. Assured of the gravity of the situation, he promised to come over immediately. When the police and ambulance arrived, I unlocked the door to let them in. It was a chaotic scene, with my mind racing and worry for Andrew weighing heavily on me. This time, I discovered that after they blindsided Andrew and knocked him to the ground, he managed to astonishingly leap over the desk and make his escape. He dashed outside just as a police officer was driving by, and Andrew managed to flag him down for assistance. I ended up in the hospital's emergency room where I needed 10 staples in my scalp, and they administered morphine to alleviate the pain. I had no means of getting home after receiving treatment, but the doctor and nurses showed compassion and paid for a cab. My plan was to return to work because it was December, and Christmas was approaching. I had 3 kids and needed as many hours as possible. When I returned to the hotel, the IT guy, Ted, was there with his wife, Barbara, who also worked at the front desk. She was taken aback to see me, assuming I would still be in the hospital. I initially thought I had only been struck in the head once after being punched, but the video footage Ted was retrieving for the police revealed a different story. After I fell to the ground, the assailant hit me not just once but 10 times in total. I kept trying to seize the pipe and stand up. For some reason, I don't recall much of it, probably because I was hit quite hard. He continued to punch and strike me with the pipe until his friend informed him that Andrew had escaped and alerted the police. At that point, both of them fled. I was provided with a room at the other hotel, and Ted and Barbara gave me a lift there since I was in no condition to drive due to the morphine's effects. They also granted me a paid week off to recover. They transferred me to the other hotel on the night shift for a month, just as a precaution. They were pursuing me specifically, and we never discovered the reason they chose to target me. The police speculated it might have been an attempted robbery gone wrong, especially since Andrew managed to escape and I didn't just surrender. Not knowing why they attacked me left me shaken, even though I was at our other hotel. I returned to work the night shift, but I was still on edge. Every time the door chimed, I tensed up. Quitting wasn't an option, as I had 3 children to support. To my knowledge, they never apprehended the culprits. A detective visited about 2 months later while I was on the second shift. He showed me several mugshots, asking if any of them appeared familiar. However, everything had happened so quickly that I never got a clear look at them. I had watched the surveillance footage, which wasn't of the best quality, yet 2 of the faces seemed quite familiar. I pointed them out and he asked how confident I was. I replied honestly, saying about 85%. He then shouted, questioning if I wanted someone to be imprisoned for attempted murder based on 85% certainty. I was shocked into silence. I was the victim, attacked without reason, and here he was yelling at me as if I was to blame. During the attack, I was too preoccupied with defending myself to get a good look at them. I no longer work night shifts at a hotel, and I'm relieved because it's too perilous in this area. Night shifts at hotels can be hazardous, and after that terrifying ordeal, I decided it was time for a change. For a while, the memories of that night haunted me. The feeling of being so exposed, the pain from the assault, and the persistent question about the assailant. The motives behind the incident weighed heavily on my mind, but as time went on, I began to heal both physically and emotionally. I found a new job with improved working hours and conditions, offering me the chance to spend more time with my children. The sense of safety and security, which had been shattered on that dreadful night, gradually returned. Life moved forward and I left the hotel industry behind. I learned that sometimes it's essential to prioritize your well-being over financial concerns. My new job enabled me to support my family while maintaining a more stable work-life balance. I never discovered what drove the attackers that night. They remained at large, leaving a trail of questions and unresolved mysteries. However, I chose not to linger on the past but to focus on a brighter future. Though the scars on my scalp serve as a physical reminder of that harrowing night, they also represent my resilience and ability to overcome adversity. It was a chapter of my life that had concluded, and I was determined to write a new, safer, and happier story for myself and my family. I need to preface this by saying that I don't believe in ghosts or any other kind of paranormal activity. This is not an attempt to convince anyone of their existence. What I will say is that I have an open mind regarding things I can't explain through logic or reasoning. I know something happened to me, I just don't know what. Nothing I've heard so far has offered a satisfactory explanation. But then get a glimpse of their reflection in those metal plates. It was a clever solution to prevent unexpected run-ins, especially given the late hours and the eerie quietness of the building. That particular night, I was patrolling the floors as usual, trying to keep myself alert despite the monotony of the job. The silence was so deep it felt almost tangible, broken only by the occasional hum of the air conditioning. As I walked down one of the corridors, I caught sight of a movement in the metal plate reflection. At first, I thought it might be a colleague, maybe another guard doing rounds like me. But when I turned to acknowledge them, the corridor was empty. I shrugged it off, chalked it up to fatigue playing tricks on my eyes, and continued my patrol. However, the feeling of unease lingered. It was as though the shadows had grown heavier, pressing in around me. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself that there was a logical explanation for everything. Perhaps it was just the building settling, or maybe a draft causing the reflections to shift in ways I didn't understand. But doubt gnawed at me, persistent and unsettling. I couldn't help but replay the scene in my mind, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. The more I thought about it, the less it made sense. I knew I had to maintain my professionalism, but a part of me was on edge, waiting for something else to happen. As the night dragged on, I kept a wary eye on those metal plates, dreading and yet half expecting to see another shadowy figure that shouldn't be there. The hours stretched endlessly, and with each passing moment, I found it harder to dismiss my unease. That night, the usually mundane corridors of the office building became a labyrinth of shadows and reflections, each corner a potential source of mystery. Despite the uneventful nature of the job, that experience was enough to leave a lasting impression, one that refused to fade as easily as the other nights I had spent on duty. You might notice a slight movement in the shiny metal, which would prevent you from bumping into someone or getting startled. Clever, right? Well, listen to this. One night, while working the overnight shift with two other colleagues, it was my turn to conduct a physical sweep of the building. Although we had most areas covered by cameras, no competent security guard relies solely on electronics. Every 30 minutes, one of us would take a quick stroll through each floor to ensure everything was in order. Most of my coworkers preferred using the elevators to move up and down, but around that time, I decided to incorporate the stairs into my routine a few times each night for some exercise. I was carrying a bit more weight than I desired, and climbing even 5 or 6 flights was exhausting. So, I climbed as many flights as I could and then switched to the elevator for the remainder of the way. It was also a good way to pass the time during those grueling shifts. Anyway, on this particular occasion, I managed to make it all the way up to the 9th floor, which was a personal best for me. However, I was completely out of breath and had to lean against the wall to recover, making sure to stay in the stairwell's blind spots so my coworkers wouldn't see and tease me. Once I had regained my composure, I stepped out into the hallway and headed toward the first bend in the U-shaped layout I mentioned earlier. As I got within a few feet of the corner, I suddenly froze. For the first time since I started working there, I saw a reflection in that polished metal mirror. It wasn't entirely clear, but it was undeniably different from how it usually appeared. I had the usual reflective image etched into my memory because I had seen it hundreds of times each night. I could distinctly make out someone standing in the connecting hallway, wearing what seemed to be the same type of security uniform as mine. I called out, believing it was one of my colleagues. Then the white shirt silhouette suddenly vanished from view. Instantly, I thought it was a prank, certain they were trying to scare me. As I navigated around the corners, I kept calling out, "Hey, I know you're there. I saw you in the reflection." I reached each corner but found no one. I assumed the person had ducked into one of the conference rooms or offices as a backup. I checked all of them, only to find they were all empty. I radioed down to verify if someone was indeed up there with me, hiding in a closet or something, since they were a bunch of immature pranksters. The moment I heard both guys speaking over the same radio, I felt a slight chill creeping in. Either I was experiencing some kind of strange episode after power walking up those 9 flights, my eyes were deceiving me, or something very unsettling was occurring. Naturally, I began to feel a bit uneasy, not overwhelmingly so, just slightly. I decided to take the elevator for the rest of the way. Although still concerned about my health, as I headed back towards it, something happened that sends a shiver down my spine just thinking about it. To this day, It felt as if someone had approached me swiftly from behind. I distinctly heard footsteps that were definitely not mine, and I experienced that familiar sensation of impending danger when someone suddenly advances towards you. Instinctively, I turned, my hand reaching for my sidearm, prepared to defend myself. Yet there was nothing, just an empty corridor with me standing there. I struggled to articulate the kind of fear I felt at that moment. The closest description I can muster is that it was like a tangible force, compelling me toward the elevator in a hurried walk. I was utterly convinced that someone was up there with me. Yet, they would have needed to be either psychic or a ninja to sneak up on me like that, or at least make me feel so eerily pursued. None of it made sense, and increasingly, I began to suspect that maybe there was something off with me, rather than anything strange happening around me. Once I was securely inside the elevator, I contacted my coworkers and requested that they monitor all the cameras on the 10th floor for any sign of movement. They responded by asking if I was all right or if I needed assistance, likely because they could sense the state I was in. I brusquely told them to focus on the cameras and inform me if they noticed anything or anyone. I was bracing myself for a negative report, which would mean I had to face the possibility that I was experiencing some sort of medical crisis, perhaps even consider calling 911. I've heard about people suffering strokes or heart attacks and how such events can leave them feeling disoriented or alarmed, so all my hypochondriac mind could focus on was the thought of impending doom. However, as my radio crackled back to life, the next words I heard nearly made me feel nauseous. My coworker chimed in with, "Yeah, there's someone out there with you. We're heading to the elevator right now." I sent it down to the ground floor. Honestly, I felt a strange sense of relief. I wasn't on the verge of a stroke, nor was I losing my mind. There genuinely was someone lurking on the 10th floor, and they were about to be in serious trouble for scaring the living daylights out of me. We methodically searched every room, calling out to this potential intruder the entire time with phrases like, "Come on out, you're only trespassing," and even, "This is a heck of a way to get yourself shot." We were merely bluffing, and it wasn't a major issue that we didn't find the intruder. They could have easily used the stairwell to slip away to another floor. Instead of pursuing them, we simply returned to the security office, monitored the cameras, and waited for the real police to arrive. On the way back, I asked my coworker what exactly he had seen on those security feeds. It turned out he hadn't witnessed anything conclusive, just enough blurry movement at the edge of a monitor to confirm someone was indeed up there, seemingly aware of the camera's blind spots. This realization set off alarm bells for my coworkers, suggesting a level of familiarity with the building that was truly unsettling. Someone had scoped out the place, likely conducting reconnaissance during the day while possibly posing as a client or employee. They knew precisely where to go to obtain what they were after, as well as how to navigate without being immediately detected. Many people have inquired how this individual managed to enter the building initially and whether that concerned me. The question did trouble me, yet we aren't trained to dwell on such thoughts. Our training focuses on responding to intruders as they appear, concentrating either on restraining them for the police or escorting them out of the building without anyone getting harmed. The analysis of how it happened comes later. In the moment, the intruder is the priority. We monitored the cameras, contacted the police, and attempted to deduce where this intruder might have gone while avoiding detection by the security cameras. We scrutinized the footage for perhaps 15 to 20 minutes before the police arrived, and during that time we observed no movement. Once the police were on the scene, we assisted them in thoroughly searching all the floors and offices to ensure no one was hiding. They were meticulous, opening closets and inspecting beneath desks. Yet still, we found no trace of anyone. Even the officers remarked that it must have been quite eerie for anyone alone up there, which felt like a major understatement. However, amidst handling the situation, I was convinced it wasn't just my imagination running wild. The situation was resolving itself, so I regained a sense of calm. When the police departed, we reactivated the alarm systems for the floors. Between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m., if anyone had accessed those floors, we would have been promptly alerted, and a 911 call would have been automatically dispatched. No alarms went off that night, so we concluded the incident was essentially resolved. We would need to discuss it with the head of security, who would undoubtedly be keen to understand how such an oversight occurred, though no one anticipated any firings as a result. In the subsequent weeks, I came to realize the profound impact the experience had on me. The more I dwelt on it, the more unsettling it became. I believed I had moved on, but it was a grave misjudgment on my part, or perhaps I simply chose to disregard my emotions. I pondered what might have caused those sounds and reflections, what might have given me the sensation of someone hastily approaching from behind. After extensive contemplation, I decided I no longer wanted to work there. When I was informed that I couldn't select which guard shifts I preferred, I was left with no option but to seek employment elsewhere. I am not too proud to admit that I was frightened by whatever transpired up there. Instead of diving into an endless spiral trying to rationalize it, I figured it was wiser to walk away and start anew somewhere else. It has never happened again, nor anything similar, but rest assured, if it does, I will not stick around. A few years back, I was residing in Colombo, Sri Lanka, at a modest hostel located on the city's outskirts. The hostel catered to long-term goo. During my stay, I gradually became acquainted with everyone and settled in comfortably. Among the residents was a man named Raj, who acted as a kind of intermediary in the local gambling establishments. These casinos were notoriously dubious, teeming with Russian mobsters and other petty criminals from China and India. Although technically unlawful, these gambling dens managed to continue their operations through bribery and government collusion. I visited one of them once, and it was an utterly surreal experience. My friend Raj's role was to take bets from Indian clients online and then place those wagers in person at the casino. Essentially, he handled their funds, serving as the middleman and enabling people to gamble remotely. Raj was involved in some high-stakes games, managing large sums of money for influential individuals. It was a disaster waiting to unfold. One evening, Raj made a colossal mistake. One of his clients breached his online system and absconded with all the funds that other clients had deposited for gambling. The sum taken was substantial, with some individuals losing well over $50,000, a small fortune in this region. We only became aware of the theft after Raj's abrupt disappearance, accompanied by a cryptic note left on his bed that read, "It's sad. Don't look for me. I'm leaving." Among other things, the man had vanished overnight. We reported the incident to the police and waited for any news. After a few days, the authorities returned to the hostel, inquiring if someone could join them in Mage. The locals in the hostel, they were hesitant to approach the police, so I offered to go on their behalf. The officers escorted me to their headquarters, guiding me to a rear area where they presented photos of a body that had been gruesomely dismembered. It was Raj, his remains brutally hacked apart and discarded in the nearby sewer canal by an unknown assailant. They had brought me there to confirm the identity of the body, yet the perpetrator of this horrific crime was never discovered. The haunting images from those photographs continue to linger in my mind, unforgettable. I departed from the hostel shortly afterward. Although Raj might have been involved in questionable activities, he certainly did not deserve such a horrific fate. I work as a baker for a modest bakery in a tourist town and am typically at work around midnight. Being in close proximity to the local strip of bars and clubs, I frequently hear the sounds of late-night revelers, sirens blaring a few times each night, and people shouting, those kinds of things. The strangest incident, which began on a creepy note but didn't conclude as one might expect, occurred when I responded to a knock at the door around 4 a.m. The sole reason I opened the door was because my boss had just texted me, indicating we might be receiving an early delivery, so I assumed it was that. I opened the door only to find no one there. I glanced around, thinking perhaps they had knocked and then retreated to their truck to start unloading. Then, out of nowhere, someone emerged from the shadows, resembling Slender Man. I panicked internally but managed to maintain my composure quite well. Once this figure stepped into the light, it became apparent it wasn't a monster. It was merely a tall, slender girl with no pants, no shoes, and a shirt that. It was evident that the item didn't belong to her. This unfortunate young woman then asked if she could borrow a phone. It dawned on me what might have transpired, so I invited her inside and allowed her to use my device. She attempted to reach her boyfriend, explaining that she had just regained consciousness after fainting. She was disoriented and mentioned that mine was the only illuminated house on the block. I refrained from probing into what had happened, but she muttered something about brandishing a firearm earlier and was panicking at the thought of the police being notified. Consequently, I chose not to involve them. Her boyfriend never picked up, but I managed to help her determine the location of her hotel. Fortunately, it was situated on the same block we were on. I couldn't accompany her or drive her there because I had numerous things cooking in the oven. So, I handed her my phone, which was already set with Google Maps and the flashlight turned on. She made her way there, returned safely, took a shower, caught some sleep, and brought my phone back to me later that morning. She embraced me twice, expressing her gratitude repeatedly, and I sat there thinking, wow, I didn't expect to see my phone again. I'm relieved everything turned out fine. I wasn't sure if she'd been assaulted or if she simply tended to undress when intoxicated, but she appeared to be fine after returning to her hotel room. Things could have turned out much worse for her, so I'm thankful it was my door she knocked on. She certainly gave me a fright initially. A few years ago, when I was willing to take on any job I could find, I ended up working at a 24/7 Walmart. It was somewhat more worn out than your typical store. In the dimly lit aisles of Walmart, with flickering fluorescent lights casting an eerie glow, there exists a particular kind of unease that only an empty Walmart at 3 in the morning can provide. Picture this. I'm stacking shelves in the cereal aisle, trying to keep myself awake through the monotonous routine. Suddenly, out of nowhere, this guy strides in. He's exceptionally tall, basketball player tall, with long, deliberate strides that give the impression he's on a mission. The store is nearly deserted, and this man is pacing down the aisles as if he owns the place. It's unusual, but not entirely out of the ordinary for a late-night shopper with a peculiar vibe. As I'm busy stacking cereal boxes, I catch sight of him again. He's standing at the end of the aisle, staring at me with a grin that could send chills down your spine. The lighting is strange, casting creepy shadows that don't help my frazzled nerves. Before I can even process what's happening, he's suddenly right there in front of me, close enough that I can smell the alcohol on his breath. He gives me this look like he's harboring the juiciest secret in the world, and then he says, "I've done something very naughty. What on earth?" I try to brush it off with a nervous laugh, hoping to dismiss the comment, but he's not letting it go. He continues to stare, that unsettling grin still plastered on his face. It's late, it's quiet, and the atmosphere is already unsettling. But this guy has cranked it up to 10. He starts following me, aisle after aisle. Every time I turn around, there he is, watching and grinning, as if playing a twisted game of hide and seek. Despite my reluctance, I find myself caught in this unsettling game of hide and seek, though I'm not even a willing participant. As I try to focus on my tasks, I can sense his gaze piercing through me, as if it's burning holes into my back. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he begins to hum a tune. It's quiet, almost inaudible, but profoundly unsettling. I can't quite pinpoint where I've heard it before, but it's that famously eerie whistling song. Deciding I need a break, I head to the break room, hoping to shake him off and steal a few moments of normalcy. There, I find my coworker, and we engage in light conversation about assignments and exams, trying to keep the mood upbeat. Yet throughout, I can't shake the sensation of being watched. And as it turns out, I was right. I notice him at the entrance to the break room, just standing there, staring directly at me. I freeze, and it feels as if the room's temperature drops instantly. I point him out to my coworker, but when he turns to look, the figure has vanished. I glance at my coworker, trying to gauge his reaction, but his expression is unreadable. "Did you see that?" asked. Confusion flickers in his eyes. "See what?" Clearly, he saw nothing. It dawns on me that he missed the entire incident. I was the only one to witness it. Running my fingers through my hair, I feel a mix of paranoia and frustration. "Never mind," I mutter, dropping the subject. Maybe my imagination is running wild. It was late, and I hadn't slept well in days. My coworker, seemingly unaffected, is more interested in his work than in exploring the strange occurrence. Despite whatever nonsense I was rambling about, we returned to our positions, yet I remained unsettled. I couldn't shake the haunting image of that man's grin from my mind. Hours slipped by as I endeavored to focus on my duties, but a persistent unease lingered at the back of my thoughts. I kept casting nervous glances around, half expecting him to reappear with that eerie grin plastered on his face. Then, out of nowhere, he was back. My heart skipped a beat, and my hands began to tremble. It was like a nightmare materializing before my eyes. He stood there with the same sinister smile, and my breath caught in my throat. Before I could even react, he dashed towards me, his steps quick and deliberate. Panic surged through me, and I froze, my mind racing with questions about his intentions. Yet my body remained immobilized. He reached me, effortlessly lifting me off the ground, shaking me and shouting in my face. Then, as if from a distance, I heard a shout. My coworker's voice pierced through the fear. "Hey, what's going on?" he yelled, sprinting towards us, his footsteps echoing through the aisle. The man released his grip, his attention diverted to my colleague, and in that fleeting moment, I found my voice. I screamed as loudly as I could and began to strike at him. My coworker arrived, his presence enough to make the man hesitate. He turned and fled, vanishing down the aisle. I was left trembling, my heart pounding relentlessly. My coworker rushed to my side, his expression filled with genuine concern. "Are you okay?" he asked, and I nodded, completely out of breath from the ordeal. We were both shaken, struggling to comprehend the chaos that had just unfolded. We called the police, and as I wait for them to arrive, I can't help but replay the encounter in my mind. What was that guy's issue? Why did he assault me? When the police finally arrive, we recount the bizarre events. They search the area, but the guy is nowhere to be found. I explain what happened and attempt to convey just how unsettling and odd he was. I also mention that he claimed to have done something naughty that night. Suddenly, about 4 more police cars show up, and they are taking this situation very seriously. My manager sends me home for the night and tells me I don't need to come in tomorrow. The next day, I check the news and see that there had been a hit and run nearby. A suspected drunk driver had killed a family of 3. The description of the suspect was almost identical to the guy who attacked me. What on earth was this guy's problem? As far as I know, they never caught him. I check the news occasionally just to see if there are any updates, but I haven't seen anything since. High school was usually uneventful until the day Alex appeared. He was a quiet, peculiar guy, always seen alone in the hallways. Initially, there was nothing noteworthy about him, but after a few weeks, things began to shift. One day, I noticed him doodling in his notebook during class. It started innocently enough, just random sketches, but over time, his drawings grew disturbing. I began to notice unusually dark themes in his doodles. Twisted faces, distorted creatures, and strange symbols filled the pages. There was one lesson with Alex that changed everything. Tyrone, the quintessential bully and troublemaker, seemed to make it his mission to torment almost everyone equally. Today, his chosen victim was Alex. Tyrone snatched Alex's notebook and began rifling through his drawings, taunting him with derision. I'm not sure what possessed me, but I half-jokingly called Tyrone's name and told him to leave Alex alone. I laughed awkwardly, trying to ensure I didn't become Tyrone's next target. Just then, someone at the front of the class stumbled over a box, completely diverting Tyrone's attention from us. You should have seen the expression on Alex's face. I've never seen him smile until that moment. He sat there clutching his notebook, staring at me with an unsettling grin. He thanked me and muttered something to himself about not needing to kill anyone today, which reminded me of Gollum from The Lord of the Rings. From that day on, Alex became almost like my shadow. He followed me everywhere, always keeping a few steps behind. He rarely had much to say, but sometimes he'd make comments about people like Tyrone, and we'd all laugh at his dark humor. Over time, he began sharing his artwork with me, and they were quite disturbing. Some of his drawings depicted Tyrone being tortured or stabbed in detail. On the rare occasions he did speak, his words were unsettling, muttering about hidden dangers and impending consequences. Looking back, it should have been obvious what he was planning, but I convinced myself he merely had a dark sense of humor and was using his drawings as an outlet. There were a few significant moments with him that stood out. Over the ensuing months, he began to fiercely defend me in the hallways. Whenever someone collided with me, he'd shove them aside, casting intense, unsettling glares at anyone who dared to disturb me. His attachment and protectiveness grew more apparent as the days passed. It seemed as though his anger towards the world intensified with time. Mingled with this anger were his musings about what he wished to do to people, often assuring me that I was one of the good ones and promising he'd never allow anyone to harm me. As winter drew to a close, Alex took a week off from school, and I started to worry about his well-being. Around this time, I also noticed that his locker began emitting a terrible odor. I knew his combination because I had observed him entering it numerous times, and he never seemed to mind my watching. Curiosity eventually got the best of me, so I entered the code and opened his locker. The stench was indescribably powerful. It didn't just make me step back, it sent me into a coughing fit. The reason for the smell was immediately obvious. Although I probably don't need to spell it out, I discovered a collection of small animals inside. I distinctly remember seeing a cat, a rabbit, and several mice. In shock, I quickly shut the door and began to panic, realizing I couldn't simply ignore this. I immediately reported what I had seen to my teacher, fully aware that I could get into trouble for accessing someone else's locker. The situation escalated, leading to the closure of the entire corridor and police involvement. They discovered multiple hunting knives and a trove of his disturbing drawings. We never did find out what happened after that. The only thing I knew about him was that he had been expelled from school, prompting the implementation of additional security measures to prevent weapons from being brought onto the premises. I was uncertain about his intentions or whether his interest was solely in harming animals, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I hadn't inspected his locker, he might have returned to do something truly terrible. I recall the first day we had the substitute teacher, Mr. Roberts. He had a reputation that spread through the student body like wildfire. Everyone claimed he was peculiar and had a knack for unsettling people. That day, I was about to experience it firsthand. As Mr. Roberts entered our classroom, something immediately felt amiss. He had an unsettling way of observing each of us, as if he were evaluating us. His gaze was piercing, almost as though he was trying to peer into our souls. Once the lesson commenced, he spoke in a monotonous voice that made it difficult to remain attentive. He covered a topic that should have been intriguing but somehow managed to render it completely dull. When I glanced around, my classmates wore expressions of complete boredom or mild unease. What truly unnerved me, however, were his mannerisms. He seldom smiled, and when he did, it resembled more of a grimace than any semblance of joy. His movements were abrupt and erratic, as if he lacked control over his own body. As the lesson drew to a close, some of my classmates decided to push the boundaries. They began asking him personal questions in an attempt to get to know him better, but his responses were peculiar. He would laugh at our random moments and peculiar remarks that left us perplexed. Then came the episode that truly put me on alert. One of my classmates, Alex, inquired about Mr. Roberts's previous teaching experiences. He paused momentarily, his eyes flickering around the room, and then, in a low, almost hushed tone, he replied, "I've taught in many places, but they were all temporary." It was as if he was hinting at something more sinister, something he didn't want us to discover. The room descended into silence, and everyone sensed the awkwardness. We had him for 2 sessions on the same day, and the afternoon lesson was even stranger than the morning one. Mr. Roberts's behavior only became more disconcerting. He would abruptly stop speaking mid-sentence and gaze vacantly at the back of the classroom, clearly lost in his thoughts. Then, without any warning, he would snap back to reality and continue as though nothing had occurred. When the final bell rang, the entire class exhaled a collective sigh of relief. We couldn't leave that classroom quickly enough. As I exited, I couldn't shake the feeling that Mr. Roberts was concealing something that made him more than just a creepy substitute teacher. I hoped I wouldn't have to encounter him again anytime soon. Our history teacher vanished midway through the year, and Mr. Roberts assumed the role, teaching our class twice a week. Whenever I attended his sessions, I endeavored to concentrate solely on my studies. The remainder of the school year passed without any major incidents, just the usual vacant stares and mounting rumors about. Towards the end of the year, just as we had all grown accustomed to Mr. Roberts' peculiar behavior, he crossed an unacceptable boundary during a history lesson. He made a strange and inappropriate remark about one of the female students, which was so unsettling that the student immediately reported it to the school authorities. The school administration responded promptly, initiating an investigation into Mr. Roberts' background. It didn't take long for them to unearth a disturbing criminal history. He had been involved in a series of troubling incidents at his previous schools, including allegations of inappropriate behavior and comments. The revelation sent shockwaves through our school community, and parents demanded explanations. How had the school hired someone with such a dark past? The school board faced intense scrutiny, with many calling for a complete overhaul of the hiring process. Mr. Roberts was immediately suspended pending the outcome of the investigation. As more details about his past came to light, it became evident that he should never have been allowed near children. The school acknowledged its failure to thoroughly vet him and pledged to implement stricter hiring practices in the future. Although Mr. Roberts was never seen at the school again, the unsettling atmosphere that had permeated our classroom lingered. This incident served as a chilling reminder of the importance of staying vigilant and speaking up when something seemed amiss. It was strange because people who had attended his lessons, their grades, though he wasn't a poor educator, just an unpleasant individual. After he vanished, various rumors circulated, suggesting he might be teaching at another school not far away. I often wondered about his fate. I was a high school junior when it all began. Mr. Sens, our English teacher, had always been somewhat quirky, but this year something shifted. His attention zeroed in on me, and it soon became intensely discomforting. Initially, it seemed benign. He would praise my essays or ask me to stay after class to discuss my studies. I didn't dwell on it, assuming he merely aimed to be a supportive teacher. However, the situation quickly escalated. He started appearing at places he couldn't have known about, like my part-time job at the local bookstore or the coffee shop I frequented. Each time, he would engage me in conversation, making it evident he was monitoring my activities. It was unsettling, yet I hesitated to say anything, fearing it might be a mere misunderstanding. Then came the gifts, flowers left on my doorstep, anonymous notes in my locker, and even a mixtape of romantic songs. It became undeniably clear that something was seriously amiss. The final breaking point arrived when he cornered me after school, confessing his love and suggesting we run away together. I realized I couldn't handle this alone. I confided in my closest friends, who promptly took action. They urged me to report Mr. Simmons to the principal. We gathered evidence, texts, notes, and witness testimonies of his bizarre conduct. When we presented our case to the principal, she was taken aback, BU. Supportive as always, she assured us she would delve into the matter comprehensively. What we hadn't anticipated was the revelation about Mr. Simmons having a history of similar fixations on students at his previous educational institutions. The investigation revealed a troubling pattern of predatory conduct. Parents were outraged, and soon the local media picked up on the scandal. Eventually, law enforcement became involved, leading to Mr. Simmons' arrest. Many were incensed by the fact that he had been caught before. Why was he permitted to teach again? Did the school know about his past, or did they fail to even verify his background? You would think we'd have more effective systems in place to safeguard children from predators like him. A few years ago, I worked part-time as a karaoke host at a local bar. I've encountered my share of inebriated fools, but this incident was by far the most frightening. I had only been working there for about 3 weeks at that point. Before me, 3 different women had taken on the hosting duties, making me the first male host. During training, they advised me to call for security if I ever felt uneasy. I initially assumed this advice was about patrons getting overly familiar with the hosts, so I thought I wouldn't face any problems since I was the first male in the role. I quickly realized the difference for me was that people tended to be more aggressive with a man than with a woman. It was a Saturday night and I was hosting. Around 1 a.m., Nearly everyone in the bar was intoxicated, but the karaoke had been proceeding without a hitch. I called someone up to the stage, and he announced that he wanted to sing. The issue with Zombie by the Cranberries was that someone had performed it about 40 minutes earlier, which violated one of our few rules: no repeating songs. When I informed him of this, he immediately disregarded me, insisting he wanted to sing that particular song. Eventually, I managed to capture his attention and explained that singing it was not an option. He promptly moved to within 6 inches of me and declared, "You're going to let me sing that effing song." He then turned away and started speaking into the microphone. I told him once again that he had to choose a different song or not perform at all. In response, he told me to kill myself and began ranting about it into the mic. He was an odd character, appearing as though he'd been crying and quite inebriated. At this point, I was genuinely angry. I turned his microphone volume all the way down, increased the overall volume, and called for security. One of the bartenders immediately headed towards the stage. The guy turned to confront me again, and that's when things took a somewhat ridiculous turn. I'm about 5 feet 11 inches and weigh 160 pounds. Not an imposing figure by any means. The guy was a good 3 inches taller than me with a similar build. The bartender, however, stood about 6 feet 2 inches, weighed 230 pounds, sported a massive beard, and practiced kickboxing for fun. He was muscular and intimidating. He got in the guy's face, and the guy immediately backed down, starting to mumble about how self-conscious he was about his singing and that it was the only song he loved. But he understood the rules and had simply misunderstood me. It was amusing how quickly he retreated. He asked me once more if he could perform that song, mentioning it was his girlfriend's favorite. I explained that it wasn't possible, but offered to let him select a different tune. After some deliberation, he finally opted for a Rage Against the Machine piece, the one that clearly declares, "I won't do what you tell me." As the bartender started to walk away, the intoxicated man leaned into the microphone and proclaimed that the song was about resisting tyrants. My coworker immediately spun around, stopping about 5 feet from him, and warned, "If the next words from your mouth are from that song, I'll have to throw you out." At that moment, something inside him broke. He picked up the microphone, locked eyes with me, and declared, "I'm going to sing that song tonight." Without hesitation, the bartender seized him and escorted him out of the club. He returned to apologize to me, but I wasn't upset in the slightest. Frankly, I thought he might simply sing along to his second song choice, which explicitly states, "F you, I won't do what you tell me." It would have been more amusing. We rarely encountered many issues at this club, so security wasn't particularly stringent. The evening continued, with several more groups taking the stage to perform various songs. I had completely forgotten about the emotional drunk until about an hour later when I noticed a bit of a stir at the entrance. The bartender was blocking someone's way, emphatically gesturing for them to leave. Though I couldn't hear the exchange, it was clear he was getting physical with someone. When events took an unexpected turn, the sound was unmistakable. I witnessed the bartender collapse onto the floor almost instantly, and those nearby began to panic as he fell. The man he had been arguing with was the same emotional drunk from earlier. I found myself tucked away in a cramped booth with a DJ deck, and the only exit was a doorway directly facing him. So I crouched down and tried to peek through a small gap. I watched in horror as he marched straight towards me, pointing the gun directly at my face. With tears streaming down his cheeks, he demanded that I play Zombie by the Cranberries. I was about to plead for my life when he interrupted me, insisting he didn't care about the ridiculous rule, as if he assumed I would bring up the repeated song rule with a gun aimed at me. "Please just do it. I have nothing against you," he implored. I agreed to his demand and assured him I was locating the track. He seized the microphone and positioned himself in the center of the dance floor. I pressed play, and he immediately closed his eyes, looking upwards, patiently awaiting the end of the song's intro. As he began to sing, I have to admit he was surprisingly talented. He poured raw emotion into his performance, gesturing wildly with his arms, causing the gun to point erratically, which made me flinch repeatedly. By then, nearly everyone had fled the club, and I remained trapped in my ridiculous DJ booth. I was paralyzed by fear, but also completely captivated by the surreal situation as the lyrics continued. As the final notes of the song faded away, he began to scan the room. A wave of heat surged through my entire body as I grasped what was about to unfold. He glanced at the gun, then at the bartender lying on the floor, and finally, his eyes met mine. "I'm so sorry," he said. His initial shot missed me as far as I could discern, and I instantly bolted out of my hut. A myriad of thoughts raced through my mind as I braced for another shot to hit me from behind. I had heard tales of people not realizing they had been shot due to the surge of adrenaline. Convinced I was bleeding out and on the verge of collapsing, I ran at full speed, bewildered as to why I wasn't yet dead. I leaped over the bartender's lifeless body and burst through the front door. The crowd erupted in screams as I emerged. Police officers aimed their guns at me, commanding me to get down. I was alive, but why? Once the officers verified my identity, they moved in to clear the club. Turned out he hadn't fired at me. He had shot himself straight in the head. In hindsight, I believe I now comprehend his apology. He never intended to kill the bartender. He merely wanted to sing that song one final time, and the bartender was the sole person standing in his path. Over the following weeks, we uncovered more about this man. His girlfriend had recently passed away, and it shattered him. They had apparently been regular patrons at the club, and that song was their favorite. I'm uncertain if he had planned to end his life that night or if the confrontation prompted him to think it was a viable option, but the entire situation was incredibly tragic. The club closed down after that incident. Nobody wanted to visit that place anymore, and whispers began circulating that it was haunted. I moved on to other pursuits, trying not to dwell on it excessively. It gave me a newfound appreciation for life, even if that song still triggers panic attacks in me. I should begin by mentioning that I'm a 21-year-old female university student residing in a small town in Greece. It's a secure town filled with young adults, and I live in a particularly safe neighborhood. Until that Saturday 2 weeks ago, I had never felt threatened. I was attending a birthday gathering at a restaurant with numerous friends and university classmates. Most of us were sipping wine, and it was enough to make me tipsy, given that I hadn't eaten before heading out. After we finished dinner and drinks, people began to leave, and a smaller group of us decided to continue the birthday celebration by going bar hopping. Our group included a guy who served as the designated driver, a 21-year-old male, and 3 more girls aged 20 to 21. We visited several bars to dance and eventually ended up at a typical nightclub, with all of us quite tipsy by then, including the designated driver. However, I was in the worst condition, feeling extremely dizzy after consuming more potent drinks. After a few hours of dancing, the drunken sensation only intensified, so I decided it was time to head home. I informed the group of my departure, and they offered to walk with me, but my house was a half-hour away from the club, and I didn't want to inconvenience anyone with such a long walk. Additionally, the designated driver didn't appear fit enough to drive safely. I sensed that my steps weren't exactly steady, but I was aware of my surroundings and knew this road like the back of my hand. It was around 3 a.m., and there were still a few people outside, making their way home from the bars. I was approximately 15 minutes from my house, strolling past the 24/7 takeaway place. I heard a man shout, "Hey, sweetheart, don't go. I just want to talk." Since I was the only woman on the road at this hour, it was clear his words were directed at me. I glanced quickly over my shoulder and spotted a tall man in an Adidas tracksuit with a hood covering his head, moving swiftly in my direction. A surge of adrenaline coursed through me, and I quickened my pace, striving to shake off my inebriated state and think clearly. My home was in a dimly lit area, requiring me to navigate a shadowy corner behind a grocery store to reach it. As a fan of true crime and horror films, this situation felt like a terrifying story coming to life. He called out to me once more, insisting he merely wanted to converse, but I had no intention of pausing. I pulled my cell phone from my jacket and pretended to be on a call, hoping this would deter him. After 5 to 10 minutes, I no longer heard footsteps, so I tucked my phone back into my pocket and relaxed my guard, assuming he had lost interest and departed. But as I continued walking, his voice reached me again, now much closer. He was right beside me, and a cold sweat spread across my body. "Why are you running away?" he asked. "Ed, you're incredibly beautiful," he said, his voice carrying a thick African accent. "I just wanted to talk to you." The university had warned us about individuals who had recently crossed the border illegally. I remained silent and increased my pace. He appeared to be around my age with a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Do you have a boyfriend?" he inquired. "Yes, sorry," I responded, hoping that by pretending I was in a relationship, he would stop bothering me and leave. "That's unfortunate," he remarked. "He must be a fortunate guy. Can I have your number? I'd love to spend time with you." "No thanks," I replied, feeling increasingly uneasy. "Honestly, this is unsettling." He began to laugh. "I won't hurt you. I'm very friendly," he assured me, extending his hand for a handshake. Hesitantly, I shook it, instantly realizing my mistake. He pulled me in and started to embrace me, commenting on how good I smelled and how beautiful I was. I attempted to break free, but he was incredibly strong, and I was still quite intoxicated. He declared that he would make an excellent boyfriend and insisted on coming home with me. I was in a state of complete panic, aware that I had to say something to make him release me. He held me tightly for several minutes, his hands roaming my body, and I regretted every choice that had led me to this point. I told him I was cold and suggested we go to my house. He released me and eagerly agreed. I was only 5 minutes away from where my roommate was sleeping. By then, I had sobered up entirely, carefully considering every possible course of action. I made the decision to run. Fortunately, I was wearing my flat shoes, and not my usual heels, which I typically wore every evening. I sprinted so swiftly, without even glancing back. I heard him yelling, but his words were unintelligible. As I turned a corner, he lost sight of me. I continued running for the entire 5-minute journey back. I wasn't willing to take any chances. Once home, I immediately locked the door behind me and collapsed, utterly exhausted. I started to cry, weeping against the front door for several minutes. My friend came downstairs, found me there, and I explained what had happened. In the end, nothing came of it, and foolishly, I didn't call the police. However, we did ensure that our designated driver in the future wouldn't be permitted to drink. This incident occurred just last year. I had recently turned 18 and was finally able to legally visit a club. I had used fake IDs at bars before, but I had never actually been to a club. I'm in the UK, where the legal drinking age is 18. It was me and 5 friends, and we had one older guy with us who was 20, so we trusted him to guide us and show us the ropes. We hopped from bar to bar, drinking as much as we could, and eventually ended up in a proper nightclub. I've always been quite a sociable guy, and after a few drinks, I become really chatty and friendly. A group of lads was dancing next to us, and one of them kept bumping into me. I didn't think he was doing it deliberately, so I tapped him on the shoulder and tried to strike up a conversation. I politely told him he was bumping into me quite hard and joked that he nearly spilled my drink. I thought I was making a friendly connection. I tried to keep it lighthearted, but evidently, he interpreted our exchange differently. He struck me on the nose, causing me to momentarily lose consciousness as I stumbled backward. Before I knew it, a full-blown brawl had erupted. I refrained from throwing any punches, focusing instead on assisting my friends and attempting to separate everyone. Suddenly, I was seized from behind by a colossal bouncer, or whatever they're called in America, maybe a doorman. He grabbed me by the collar, hurled me outside, and instructed me to go home. Within moments, more bouncers ejected a few more guys, and I realized I was in serious trouble. None of them were my friends. It was merely the group of guys that had attacked us. I tried to explain to the bouncers that I wasn't affiliated with them and that they were going to harm me, but they simply shoved me aside and cursed at me. I turned to observe them as they made it a few meters down the street. I thought I was safe, but then one of them turned around and spotted me. Unwilling to take any risks, I bolted, running as if my life depended on it. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my pulse was reverberating in my head. They were pursuing me, yelling, but fortunately, I've always been quite athletic, so I managed to outrun them without difficulty. My nose had been bleeding the entire time, and my new shirt was soaked in blood. I found refuge in another club and sent messages to my friends about what had transpired. They didn't respond for about 40 minutes and then told me they hadn't even realized I'd been expelled. I didn't spend much time with them after that. I was around 11 years old, and my sister was 13. We sued. In the cozy living room of a small caravan where we spent our summer days, there wasn't much to occupy our time. The campsite was devoid of any amenities, so I often amused myself by playing with my sister, strolling in the surroundings, or indulging in Nintendo games. This was back in 1998, a time when games like Castlevania and Donkey Kong Country weren't yet considered nostalgic. They seemed rather unimpressive. I eagerly awaited our return home so I could dive back into my PC and immerse myself in Theme Hospital. However, my primary pastime was reading. I had amassed a collection of books about ghosts, UFOs, cryptids, and similar topics, which I had acquired from library sales or charity shops. My favorites were those featuring unexplained true stories, such as the tale of the Dover Demon or the Gulf Breeze incident. There was a quarry on the far side of the campsite, and sometimes at night, I would imagine two red lights as the eyes of a mythical creature, perhaps a Mothman, poised to swoop down and terrorize my family. What I'm trying to convey is that I was a child with a vivid imagination. Still, I never truly believed anything supernatural would occur to me. If something unusual happened, it was just a trick of the mind, right? One morning, I awoke around 6:20 a.m. It was gray outside. The sun had just risen, but the fog and overcast skies ensured it wasn't too bright. I felt a sense of unease since I usually slept until at least 9 a.m. The silence was palpable. Even my sister wasn't snoring as she usually did. Then I heard it. A sound resembling a horse galloping right outside the window. It was, to put it mildly, unsettling. Could a horse have escaped from a nearby field? Surely not, as I had never seen any horses around the area. Moreover, the sound was substantial, whatever it was, as it circled the caravan. I listened as it faded slightly when it looped around the end where my parents slept, only to grow louder near my head. It had the irregular rhythm of a gallop, yet I never detected four legs. It was almost as if someone were skipping very quickly, but no person could be heavy enough to produce such a noise on soft ground. The sound began to fade into the distance, as if whatever it was had run off, and I breathed a bit easier. What a bizarre situation. Perhaps I hadn't fully woken up and was experiencing a dream hangover. But then it returned, growing louder and more persistent. I decided to take my chances. "Rosie, are you awake?" I asked. "Yeah," she replied, her voice quivering. "You can hear that, right?" "Yeah, what is it?" she questioned. "I don't know," I answered honestly, "but I'm afraid to look outside." "Why?" she asked. "I'm scared it might be the devil," I confessed, causing her to moan in fear. Suddenly, there was a thump from the other end of the caravan, as if whatever was outside had grazed it. I pulled my blanket tighter around myself. After about a minute, the sound faded again. I told myself that if it returned, I would look outside. Devil be damned. It didn't come back. My parents woke up around 8 and made us breakfast as the fog cleared. We asked if they had heard anything unusual earlier, but they hadn't. There were no marks on the caravan that would suggest something heavy had bumped against it. Aside from my sister's account, there was no evidence that anything had ever happened, except for one rough footprint outside the front door. To this day, I regret not peering outside to see what caused the hoof-shaped mark on the door. Yet, when I wake in the middle of the night, surrounded by an eerie unfamiliarity, I understand my enduring love for camping. It's a passion I've pursued throughout my life, never encountering fear until this past summer. My boyfriend and I decided to head to the gorge for some intimate camping time. We'd always gone with a larger group, but this was our first solo adventure. As we stepped out of the car to ready our equipment for the hike to our campsite, two suspicious-looking men emerged from the trailhead. They eyed us from head to toe before climbing into their vintage VW camper van. Although a sense of unease washed over me, I dismissed it and continued to our campsite. I had camped in this area several times before and was familiar with the terrain. Once we arrived, I knew of a few distinct spots and began to evaluate each one to find the perfect location. I noticed what seemed like another camper further up the hill, so I chose a spot slightly lower, where we would be mostly hidden but still within earshot. I could hear shouting along the trail, and it was getting dark by the time we finished setting up. I decided to start gathering firewood when suddenly a man appeared out of nowhere. He offered to assist us, suggesting he could sell us a bundle of firewood for $10. I chuckled at the irony, considering we were in the woods, surrounded by plenty of wood available for gathering right off the ground. He offered the wood for free, mentioning that I wouldn't find much because it had already been cleared out over the past few weeks. I inquired about how long he'd been camping there, and he mentioned it had been nearly a month, which is longer than the 2-week limit set by the National Forest regulations. I already felt uneasy about him, especially since he insisted he was alone. I asked why I'd heard him yelling with someone and why he had mentioned others when discussing the wood. He hesitated before admitting, "Well, yeah, there are some guys I know camping over on the other side of the river." He then shared how lonely he'd been since arriving. Originally from Pennsylvania, he had taken a bus to Lexington, Kentucky, and had been living in the woods behind my workplace ever since. I knew exactly where he meant, as I regularly saw homeless immigrants and drug addicts coming and going from those woods. Essentially, he was a homeless man who had somehow gotten a ride out to the gorge and decided to settle there. He had been surviving on snakes, insects, and selling firewood to buy food and beer. Despite claiming we were the first people he'd seen in weeks, his stories were inconsistent, and I could tell he wasn't being truthful about much of what he told us. He wasn't alone, despite his claims to the contrary. He even showed us his camp, which had enough belongings for several people, not just one. He said he preferred camping on higher ground where he could observe everything and everyone. By now it was dark, and he began to assist us. I was helping us get a fire going, trying to gently encourage him to head back up the hill so I could have a moment to process everything. Once he departed, I began whispering to my boyfriend, expressing that there was absolutely no way I could sleep with that deceitful and suspicious homeless man lurking just up the hill. We were completely unarmed, with no gun, knife, or even a dog to defend ourselves if necessary. I suggested we quietly gather our belongings and leave this place as quickly as possible. We executed the plan, but we left our tarps set up because dismantling them would have created too much noise, alerting him to our departure. Just as I stood with my backpack, ready to make a swift exit, he shouted, "How's it going?" We proceeded to slip away as swiftly and silently as we could. In my mind, we were facing a potential robbery, kidnapping, or worse, because he wasn't alone, and his convoluted stories didn't add up. His vague background suggested to me that he was fleeing from something and attempting to hide by living off the grid. I reported him to the rangers the following morning. Fortunately, all he managed to take from us was a set of new tarps. Weeks later, we saw a news report about multiple people who had disappeared in the area, and there was a manhunt for the individual who wouldn't leave us alone. I often reflect on how we narrowly escaped danger when I insisted we leave. The following year, we discovered a new camping spot. I remember that summer vividly. I was about 15, and my family decided to spend a few weeks camping by the lake. It was the perfect retreat from the oppressive heat of... In the city where we set up our campsite, we had a snug tent and a small bonfire pit. Our days were packed with swimming, hiking, and enjoying the company of my parents and younger brother. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, it cast a warm, orange glow over the tranquil waters. The crackling of the campfire filled the air, and we all huddled together, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows. My little brother was mesmerized by the stars scattered across the night sky, while my parents laughed and reminisced about their own childhood camping adventures. As the fire dwindled and everyone retreated to their tents, I lay in my sleeping bag, feeling the cool breeze against my skin. I could hear the distant hum of insects and the gentle lapping of water against the shore. It was peaceful, serene, until a rustling sound interrupted the quiet. I lay still, my heart racing as I strained my ears to listen. The rustling grew louder, closer. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the sound was coming from just outside my tent. It was too rhythmic to be the wind. It seemed intentional, Fear gripped my chest, and I held my breath, hoping that whatever was out there would simply move on. But then I heard a low, guttural growl. My pulse quickened, and a surge of adrenaline coursed through me. I knew I needed to see what was causing the noise, even though every instinct screamed for me to remain hidden. With trembling hands, I unzipped the tent just enough to peer outside. Moonlight filtered through the trees, casting eerie shadows that danced across the forest floor. On the ground, just a few feet away, I spotted it, a towering figure partially concealed by the darkness. My breath hitched as my gaze locked onto it. Two glowing orbs that seemed to pierce through the night. The growl grew louder, more menacing, and the figure took a step closer. Fear gripped me, my mind racing to comprehend what I was witnessing. Instinct urged me to remain hidden, to stay silent, but both curiosity and apprehension compelled me to inch the tent flap open a little more. That's when I discerned its shape. A massive, shadowy creature with elongated limbs and sharp, glistening teeth. Its eyes never wavered from mine, as if it were analyzing me, gauging my fear. As the seconds stretched on, a profound sense of dread washed over me. I couldn't tear my eyes away from those luminous orbs, nor could I shake the feeling that this was a predator, a force far more powerful than I. My heart thundered in my chest, drowning out the sounds of the night, as I realized that whatever this creature was, it was not to be trifled with. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature turned and dissolved into the shadows, vanishing into the night. Silence reclaimed the woods. I zipped the tent shut, my mind ablaze with questions and possibilities. Morning arrived, and I emerged from my tent, shaken yet determined to find some logical explanation for the night's terror. I searched the area around the campsite, half hoping to uncover evidence of a prank or a wandering animal, but there was nothing, no sign. Despite my attempts to dismiss the unsettling feeling, attributing it to an overactive imagination and the tricks played on my mind by the darkness of the night, the sense of unease lingered. Hesitantly, I recounted my experience to my parents during breakfast, anticipating that they would brush it off as a figment of my youthful imagination. My father laughed, suggesting the noise was made by a nocturnal creature, likely a bear rummaging around the campsite. My mother nodded in agreement, mentioning that bears occasionally wandered through these parts. Although I wanted to accept their explanation, a persistent feeling deep inside me refused to let go. I was certain of what I had seen and heard. It was no bear. It was something larger, something far more terrifying. Even now, years later, whenever I find myself enveloped by the serene wilderness, I can't help but recall that night. I've heard all the usual explanations and logical reasoning, yet deep down, I'm convinced that what I encountered was something else entirely, something straight out of an urban legend. I often think about returning to that place with friends to search for the creature, but I know that's probably not a wise decision, is it? About 13 years ago, when I was 18 and had just acquired my first computer, I spent a significant amount of time exploring some rather unsettling websites. It was a different era back then, with few barriers preventing you from stumbling upon gruesome sites. It was quite common to be browsing forums and suddenly come across a video of someone being beheaded or inadvertently watching an execution. Driven by a morbid curiosity, I occasionally found myself going out of my way to explore this sort of content. One particular night, as I delved into the depths of the dark web, I stumbled upon a site that advertised itself as an interactive adventure. Being a fan of interactive adventure storybooks, I was intrigued by the idea of a digital version and thought it might offer even greater thrills. Upon entering the site, I was immediately captivated by its unconventional format. Instead of typical storytelling options, it presented a sequence of hyper-realistic photographs illustrating various scenarios. The story began outside what appeared to be an abandoned factory. At each juncture, you were faced with two options. The first choice was straightforward: decide which door to enter. One door was marked with a no entry sign, while the other displayed a large stop sign. I opted for the latter, assuming it would lead to a more intriguing narrative. Every decision guided you to a series of images that depicted the outcomes of your choices. For the initial few clicks, It was merely a matter of navigating through the factory. The place was littered with an array of tools and eerie props, resembling a slaughterhouse, with what looked like pig body parts or perhaps those of some other animal suspended from hooks. The level of detail was astonishing, especially considering the era, when neither the general public nor a modest website would likely have the resources to create such lifelike scenes. The following image was particularly shocking. It featured a woman with her hands clearly severed, leaving only bleeding stumps at the ends of her arms. I couldn't fathom that this game was free, given how convincingly real it appeared. Now, I was faced with two choices. I was faced with a decision, to save or to end. I wasn't ready to conclude my little adventure just yet, so I clicked save once more. The website took a few moments to load, and I sat there patiently, anticipating the continuation of the narrative. Having spent ample time online, I had grown desensitized to gore and such elements, so the gruesome details didn't particularly shock me. Instead, I was captivated by the game's creativity. The page eventually refreshed, revealing an image of the woman again. This time, her hands were wrapped in bandages, and she was staring directly at the camera, sheer terror in her eyes. It struck me as odd that I wasn't given a choice this time, but I assumed that saving the game initiated a sort of soft reset, ensuring that players who made different decisions would still arrive at this point. Having played similar games before, I understood that often, regardless of the choices made, the game would steer you down its predetermined path. Another decision appeared, man or child. Although I was a somewhat morbid teenager, I couldn't bring myself to witness a child being tortured, even in a virtual setting, so I selected the man. After a few more minutes, a man materialized in the chair, and I was presented with a choice between a rope and a baseball bat. I opted for the rope, curious about how inventive they could be with such a basic object. Once more, there was a slight delay as the next image loaded, and I began to feel a bit restless, but I remained patient. When the next page finally appeared, the man had the rope securely fastened around his neck. He remained seated, and the rope was tied to a metal beam above him. It was astonishing how intense this website was, yet a part of me relished its fervor. I had reached another checkpoint, prompting me to either save or terminate. Just then, my mom knocked on my bedroom door, and I panicked, swiftly pressing the end button. The page went blank just as she entered. That's when things took a truly eerie turn. My stomach churned, and my heart plummeted. A picture loaded, revealing the man who had been holding the camera all along. He was now staring into a mirror, dressed in butcher overalls smeared with blood. Leaning against the mirror was a man with a broken neck. His face had disturbingly realistic details, like bulging eyes and a severely discolored complexion. Two female hands were positioned upright on their stubs beside the mirror, both with their thumbs up. It was gruesome, yet that wasn't the most horrifying part. The most terrifying aspect was what was written on the mirror. My name, my address. My mind was in a frenzy, and I was utterly panicked. I even turned off my screen, as if that would help. Was this real? Had I just decided the fate of these people? What on earth was happening? How did they obtain my details? I felt nauseous. I turned the screen back on and saw two choices. Continue with yes or no. Without hesitation, I clicked no. I was genuinely terrified. The page began loading again, this time much faster than usual. The new page was simply a zoomed-in image of my name and address, with the option to continue repeating back at me. Time with options to save or end. Was save meant to rescue the woman? And did end imply I had chosen to terminate the man? I was drenched in sweat by this point, truly panicking. Was this some kind of threat? Did I have to continue, or would they come after me? Was I deciding to preserve myself or bring about my own demise? I despised every second of this moment. I clicked end and immediately shut down the computer. As you can infer from the fact that I'm recounting this tale, they never came for me. We did relocate to a new house a few weeks later for unrelated reasons, so perhaps that's why. However, I lived in constant fear for at least 3 years afterward. Did I truly do those things? Or was it just a creative game with some clever tricks? That might explain the extended loading screens. I prefer not to dwell on it. At least I didn't choose the child. Have you ever Googled yourself? A few months ago, driven by curiosity and sheer boredom, I decided to look myself up. With a rather uncommon name, I wasn't expecting to find much in the search results. Yet, to my astonishment, I stumbled upon a website with my full name as its domain. Upon clicking the link, I found myself on a message board. The profile of the site owner seemed oddly familiar, sharing my age and similar hobbies. Although the message board contained no posts, I bookmarked it due to the intriguing entry. A month later, I revisited the site, which had since accumulated more content. It featured diary entries that appeared mundane at first glance, with notes like, "The weather was nice today," or "I'm so bored at work." However, as time went on, I began to notice a series of coincidences. The owner lived in my city, which struck me as quite remarkable due to the rarity of our shared name. As I delved deeper, I discovered that the diary's content eerily mirrored my life experiences. One entry even mentioned attending the same baseball game I had gone to. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere chance occurrence, considering the popularity of the local team. However, the coincidences persisted and grew disturbingly accurate. Their pet dog's name matched mine from childhood, and their favorite restaurant was the same one I frequented during my previous job. On one particular day, the message board was filled with birthday wishes for the owner, and, strangely enough, it was my birthday as well. Intrigued, I decided to leave a message for the owner, mentioning our shared name and extending birthday greetings. To my surprise, however, there was no option to type a message. It turned out the message board was merely a static page. Confused, I reached out to the owner via email with a simple introduction. "Hi there. Believe it or not, we share the same name, birthday, and we live in the same city. Nice to meet you. Just a friendly introduction." A few days later, curiosity got the better of me, and I tried to show the website to some friends, thinking we could all have a laugh about it. But guess what? The website was gone, completely vanished without a trace. It wasn't even in my browsing history. That didn't sit well with me. Something felt amiss. It was as if the whole thing had existed one day and then, just like that, it disappeared into thin air. Thin air, followed by an unexpected email from my own address, simply read, "Found you," with an attachment of a photo that made my heart nearly stop. It was of me, seated at my computer in my room. The most chilling part was the perspective. It was taken from the corner of my room where the window is located. To reach this window, someone would have needed to climb the side of my house. I enlarged the photo, scrutinizing every detail. My neck hairs stood on end as I realized the angle didn't align with the window. The photo was unmistakably taken from the very corner where I usually keep a pile of clothes on an old chair. Someone had been inside. My mind raced, trying to figure out who could have taken it and how they managed to get in. Could it be a prank? But the more I dwelled on it, the more that email and the photo made me feel as if I were being watched. I can admit, I was thoroughly creeped out. The situation rapidly transitioned from intriguing to deeply disturbing. I can't shake the feeling of being observed, monitored. The thought of someone skulking around in my private space, capturing a photo while I was oblivious, is unsettling, to put it mildly. I've now permanently secured all my windows and developed an anxious paranoia about my room. Am I losing my mind? Or was someone truly in here? One evening, as I was mindlessly scrolling through social media, clicking on random links about the dark web and supposedly true stories of bizarre encounters, I realized how boredom can lead anyone to the strangest corners of the web. And that's how I unexpectedly came across this strange post that captured my interest. It featured a picture of my front door, with the phrase "back right belong" inscribed beneath it. Not being one to indulge in superstitions, I rolled my eyes and chalked it up to a creative attempt at unsettling someone. The following day, I couldn't resist bringing it up with my friends. Their reactions were a blend of amusement and speculative theories about hidden cameras and eerie stalkers. They laughed it off, and I joined in the laughter. After all, we live in a technological era where a few clicks can reveal someone's life story, right down to the color of their socks on a given day. Probably just some algorithm, I said, dismissing the oddity. They likely got it from my IP address and Google Maps, I added, as they teased me about my skepticism regarding the supernatural. I shrugged it off, thinking there wasn't anyone out there who would want to harm me. However, as the night wore on, the feeling of being observed began to gnaw at me. The shadows cast by the windows seemed to stretch a bit too far, and every creaky floorboard sounded like a whisper. Ridiculous, right? A few days went by, and I thought I had finally shaken off the unease, until an email from an unfamiliar sender appeared in my inbox. The subject line was blank, and the email contained only a single link. No text, just an ominous hyperlink. Driven by curiosity and a touch of defiance, I clicked the link. It led to a web page I had never seen before, with a bizarre mix of numbers and letters as its title. The screen displayed a live feed from my living room, where I sat with my laptop. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, completely astounded as I saw myself from behind. Clearly, there was a camera in my room, but where could it be? Okay, now that's just messed up, I muttered, assuming it was a prank or someone was playing with advanced technology. However, as the camera panned around the room, my stomach twisted tighter. My eyes darted across the familiar surroundings, trying to determine the camera's location. That's when I noticed it. The angle was directly in line with the mirror mounted on the wall. My heart raced. I approached the mirror and attempted to see if my face appeared on the live stream via the laptop, but the website had turned into an error page. I spent some time refreshing the site and following the link from the email, but it was as if it never existed. I examined the mirror again, but there were no obvious signs of a camera. Exhausted after a long day and having had a few drinks with my friends, I convinced myself it was just paranoia and went to bed. Days passed as I tried to forget the whole incident, until one night, when I got up to grab some water during my sleep, I glanced at the mirror again. My reflection appeared normal, but something in the background was off. A shadowy figure's edge peeked out from the corner of the mirror, hinting at a presence that shouldn't be there. My heart raced as I quickly turned around, but there was nothing. The feeling of unease tightened its grip on me. Once more, I reminded myself to relax, muttering under my breath. It was all in my imagination, I insisted, attributing it to stress, sleep deprivation, and the power of suggestion. However, when I discovered my beloved mug shattered into pieces on the kitchen floor the following morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been inside my home. As a firm believer in facts and logic, when I heard the kitchen door creak open the next night, I refrained from jumping to supernatural conclusions, assuming instead it was a burglar. I reached for the light switch, but it failed to function, leaving me in near-total darkness. Armed with a baseball bat and my phone, I used its flashlight to investigate. I cautiously advanced toward the living room, scanning the area with the flashlight, when I suddenly noticed something peculiar. The mirror was propped against the wall, with evident wires protruding from it. A bizarre mix of anger and fear gripped me. Someone was indeed toying with me, and they were present at that very moment. I shouted, "Who on earth is in my house?" and turned toward the kitchen. Just then, the lights unexpectedly flickered on, temporarily blinding me. The world seemed to blur around me, my vision distorted, and then I found myself awakening abruptly. I was back in my bed, heart racing. My bedroom appeared unchanged, as if everything had been just a peculiar, vivid dream. Reaching for my phone to check the time, I noticed a notification. An email had arrived from an unknown sender. With trembling fingers, I opened it. It was a photograph, eerily similar to the one that had initiated this entire ordeal. It was my front door, but this time the photograph was taken at night. The caption beneath the image sent chills down my spine. "Sleep well, goodbye for now." My eyes darted around the room, as if anticipating someone to leap out at me, but I was alone. My logical mind attempted to concoct a rational explanation. Perhaps it was a prank, a complex scheme devised by someone with too much time on their hands. In haste, I dashed to my laptop and scrutinized the sender's email address, only to find it was a jumble of letters and numbers, impossible to trace. Panic set in as I comprehended that this wasn't a joke. Someone was observing me, violating my privacy, and I had no clue who it was or why. I hurried back into the living room to inspect the mirror. It was back on the wall in its customary spot. In a frenzy, I clawed at it and ended up smashing it on the floor, desperately trying to convince myself that I wasn't losing my mind. Standing barefoot on the shattered glass, I sifted through the fragments with my bare hands. The camera was gone, or perhaps it had never been there. What was I doing? I secured the front door, drew the curtains, and sat in the dimly lit room, my heart pounding. I contemplated going to the police, but what could I tell them? That I was receiving peculiar emails and photographs that defied explanation? The hours dragged on, and as the night deepened, I felt my paranoia settling in. I was reluctant to admit it, but the rational explanations were wearing thin. Was it truly possible that someone was going to such great lengths to terrorize me? As I gazed around the room, the unease only grew stronger. I sat in front of my laptop, its webcam seemingly staring back at me. I couldn't shake the unsettling sensation that someone, or something, was observing me. After a moment, I shut the laptop and headed back to bed. If someone intended to harm me, they would have done so by now, and I was utterly drained from the entire ordeal. Resigned to my fate, I closed my eyes. I was only 14 years old, and it seemed like an ordinary night. It was approximately 9 p.m. I found myself at my younger cousin's house, babysitting for the evening. Both sets of our parents had gone out for drinks and wouldn't return until much later. We were lounging in the living room, watching random television shows. As we sat there, I felt a growing unease. Something was amiss, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. I attempted to dismiss the feeling and continued watching TV with my cousin, who was blissfully enjoying my company. Despite my efforts, the unease lingered. Eventually, I rose and walked to the back door to ensure it was locked. Upon returning through the kitchen, I discovered the source of my discomfort. Outside the window stood a decrepit-looking homeless man, staring intently at us. Instinctively, my protective instincts kicked in. I acted as though I hadn't noticed the man and told my little cousin that it was time to head upstairs, explaining that our parents would be home soon and wouldn't want him staying up late. I led him upstairs and tucked him into bed, all the while aware of the man outside who seemed intent on getting in. At that time, I was about 125 pounds, stood 5 feet 8 inches, and played football. Recalling the events vividly, I descended the stairs and headed directly to the kitchen, where I seized one of those hammers used for tenderizing meat. I turned back to the window where I had previously seen him, but he was no longer there. In a panic, I rushed to the front door to ensure both the deadbolt and the knob were securely locked. Satisfied, I sprinted back upstairs, clutching the meat tenderizer, and entered my cousin's room, positioning myself in front of the door. He inquired about my actions, and I reassured him, saying there was no need for concern and advised him to keep his head down. I quickly called the police, followed by my father and uncle. The police informed me they would arrive in half an hour, while my dad and uncle were 45 minutes away. Suddenly, I heard the unmistakable sound of breaking glass and the heavy thudding of boots on the tile floor. I urged my cousin to remain calm and to conceal himself under the covers, whispering to him the importance of staying silent. The intruder's footsteps were audible from downstairs, and it was utterly terrifying. Clutching the meat tenderizer tightly, I waited, my heart pounding, as about 5 minutes elapsed. Then I heard the boots ascending the stairs. At this moment, I felt as if I were on the verge of a heart attack. My cousin's door was a mere 10 feet from the staircase. I listened as the intruder opened the doors to my uncle's room and then the bathroom. My cousin's room was next in line along the corridor, and I was trembling with adrenaline. Abruptly, the intruder changed course, heading back downstairs, and I heard him open the basement door. 15 minutes later, the police arrived, storming into the house. They made their way to our room, and I began to recount to them what I had heard. Upon hearing him enter the basement, they hurried down and apprehended the man with little difficulty. It turned out he had escaped from a psychiatric hospital located about 20 miles away. With the mental capacity of a child, he had already broken into several other homes in the neighborhood. I was plagued by nightmares for months following the incident. About a decade ago, I was living by myself, often without much company. At the time, I was quite despondent, having lost my girlfriend in a tragic accident caused by a drunk driver. One evening, as I sat on the back porch, sipping a beer and watching the sun set, I noticed a large, unkempt man emerging from the line of trees. My heart skipped a beat as he staggered menacingly toward my house. Living alone, I frequently used my backyard for target practice, and at that moment I felt immensely grateful for it. Instinctively, I rushed to secure all the doors while frantically dialing the police. What I didn't realize was that this intruder had already broken in the previous day through a basement window and had spent the night hiding there. He had left the basement door unlocked and was now making his way up the stairs toward me. Gripping my rifle tightly, I aimed at the man as he approached down the hallway. I shouted at him, commanding him to stop and get on the ground, but he continued advancing toward me. I fired the first shot, loaded with rock salt, but he seemed unfazed. Undeterred, I quickly followed up with a rubber bullet to his chest. The drugged-up intruder, clearly out of his mind, persisted in his approach. This man, his eyes were enormous, at least double the size of mine, and it dawned on me that whatever substances coursed through his veins would numb him to any agony a rubber bullet might cause. He was herding me into a corner. I frantically implored him to stop, warning him of the consequences, but he advanced towards me with a zombie-like determination. I took my third shot. Whether it was buckshot or a slug, I can't quite remember, but it left a gaping hole in his chest. It hardly slowed him down, and in a frantic struggle, he wrestled me to the ground. He was groaning and coughing up blood. Suddenly, he seized my face with both of his enormous hands, squeezing my head with terrifying force. It felt as if he was trying to burst my skull like a balloon. I have no idea how long it truly lasted, but it seemed like an eternity. Eventually, his injury caught up with him and he died on top of me. I lay there, his weight pressing down on me for several minutes, utterly exhausted and barely able to breathe. His body was forcing my rifle into my chest, causing me significant pain. As I tilted his body to the side, I found myself utterly soaked in his blood, and the overpowering smell remains vivid in my memory. I had completely forgotten that I was still connected to the operator, who had overheard the entire ordeal, which essentially boiled down to me pleading, "Stop or I'll shoot," while the man menacingly taunted. The police arrived shortly thereafter, and the incident made it to the local news. In the documentation, there was mention of a criminal investigation, but eventually, I was exonerated of any misconduct. It was revealed that the intruder was sought for the murder of an elderly couple in Baltimore and had somehow traveled 50 miles up the road into a rural area. At the time, I was 18 and relaxing alone in my friend's apartment. We lived in a duplex. He resided on the upper floor while I occupied the lower one. Ironically, I was engrossed in a horror film when I heard a loud noise as something massive entered through the front door and into the kitchen. I got up to investigate who it might be. We frequently hosted large gatherings, so it wasn't particularly unusual for a stranger to appear. However, I then saw this man, an imposing country fellow clad in overalls and wielding a large butcher's knife, simply staring at me from the kitchen. I might have uttered something. I can't quite recall, but I quickly dashed out through the side door, sprinted to my apartment, and secured all the doors. I don't remember whom I contacted or the exact sequence of events, but I know I waited until I couldn't detect any movement upstairs before cautiously returning. The large man was asleep on the couch. It turned out he was on parole for domestic abuse charges, had gotten extremely intoxicated downtown, and mistakenly returned to the apartment where he previously resided. He was taken into custody, and we never encountered him again. I presume his parole didn't end well. I also have another anecdote from that apartment possibly connected. Once more, I was home alone, awaiting my friend's return so we could play some Xbox. It was around 1 a.m. when suddenly the aggressive pounding on the door, as I mentioned, wasn't out of the ordinary to have unexpected visitors, but knocking like this was certainly not typical. I approached the door, and the man outside was shouting about money, repeatedly mentioning someone he called Big Man. "Open the door! Big Man! Big Man!" he yelled. claiming that this big man owed him $10,000 and he was there to collect the debt. He was holding something metallic. I guessed it was either a gun or a metal baseball bat, because I could hear the clanging sound when he struck the door. At the time, I was quite high and unsure how to react, so I simply stood on the other side of the door for about 20 minutes while he hurled insults and attempted to kick the door down. It was pretty foolish, but I was young and reckless. Eventually, he did leave, and I don't know if he returned during a party or some other time, but I never heard about him again. There was one more incident that occurred in that apartment. It was the day after a party. My roommate was out once more, and I was alone at home. There was a knock at the door, and when I peeked through the peephole, I saw a delivery guy. I opened the door, and he informed me he had a delivery for me, already paid for. However, the delivery bag he carried seemed suspiciously light. He inquired about Jason's whereabouts, and I asked who that was. He replied that Jason had ordered it and insisted he could only deliver it to Jason since it was prepaid. I didn't know anyone by that name, and the man didn't resemble a typical delivery person. I told him he must have the wrong address, but then he shoved his hand in the door and pushed it open as I tried to close it. We had a struggle on our hands. In the midst of this intense confrontation, I attempted to explain to the man that Jason didn't reside here. However, he persistently insisted on being allowed inside to verify for himself. He gave me a hard, unwavering gaze, insisting that it was solely Jason he needed to see. At that moment, he abandoned his delivery man pretense, making it evident that there was unfinished business between him and Jason. I was on the verge of letting him in to prove Jason's absence when my roommate arrived home, thrilled about the pizza I had supposedly ordered. The man dropped his facade, left his bag, and departed hurriedly. Took me a while to piece together these bizarre occurrences. The man on parole who had initially broken in was likely the individual indebted to others, prompting people to turn up, demanding repayment. In light of all this turmoil, we both decided to move out a few weeks later. The place was causing too much chaos. I had effectively buried this memory until my girlfriend brought it up a few days ago. I started dating her towards the end of my senior year, having previously used several dating apps. Notably, I had included my Snapchat in many of these app profiles, which is a crucial detail. Despite engaging in conversations through these platforms, nothing substantial ever developed, and most interactions eventually fizzled out. Once I began dating my girlfriend, I deleted the apps, but my accounts remained active, allowing others to still view my profiles and my Snapchat. This became apparent when a few people continued to add me on Snapchat. It didn't bother me much, as I would simply inform them I was in a relationship, which usually ended the conversation. However, there was one individual who, a new contact was added to my list. Let's refer to him as Adam. He inquired if I was available, and being straightforward, I was accustomed to guys reaching out, so I provided him with my usual reply. Sorry, I'm straight and already have a girlfriend. I anticipated that he would leave me alone, but he didn't. Initially, his messages were quite ordinary. How was your day? What did you do today? Simple, everyday questions. Being the nice person I am, I responded thinking he just wanted to be friends, and I was perfectly fine with having a gay friend. However, as time went on, the messages became increasingly unsettling. He began to inquire about my girlfriend, and not just the typical questions. Over time, I started to notice that Tyler's way of speaking was eerily similar to Adam's, but I wasn't entirely certain, so I refrained from jumping to conclusions. I shared Tyler's Snapchat information with my girlfriend, who added him to investigate further. The moment she added Tyler, he reacted intensely, confirming that he was indeed Adam. Realizing this, I blocked him once more. After that, there was a month of silence from Adam. I lived in the suburbs of Chicago, and my girlfriend and I resided just a few houses apart. We frequently saw each other, and our families were on friendly terms. A month passed until I received an envelope with no return address or name, just my name scrawled across the front. I opened it, and to my utter shock and horror, it was essentially a love letter from Adam. The letter declared his feelings for me and his wish for us to elope together. Midway through, the letter took a decidedly explicit turn, filled with graphic descriptions. Descriptions of what he intended to do to me brought two terrifying realizations to mind. The first was that he knew my home address, and the second was that he had personally delivered the letter, indicating he was in my vicinity. I immediately contacted my girlfriend, who was just as stunned as I was. After discussing the situation with my parents, we reached out to the police. Regrettably, since I had blocked and deleted Adam's social media accounts and the letter lacked a return address, there was nothing they could do. Day after day, letters continued to appear in my mailbox until they also began arriving at my girlfriend's home. Her letters were far more disturbing than mine. Adam wrote about his intense loathing for her and his desire to harm her, detailing the ways he planned to inflict pain until she ended our relationship. Like me, she reported this to the authorities, but they were unable to take action. My girlfriend's family had plans for a vacation in Hawaii, and I was tasked with house-sitting for them. The first few days went smoothly, but one of the final nights of the week took an unexpected turn. As usual, I was at their house, relaxing on the couch and watching TV, when the electricity abruptly went out. It was around 1 a.m., and the house was enveloped in complete darkness. The initial moments were eerily silent until I heard the sound of a window shattering in the office. To help you visualize the layout of the house upon entering the front door, the living room was to your left, straight ahead were the kitchen and stairs, and to the right were the office and dining room. Upstairs, as soon as you reached the top of the stairs, there was a bathroom. The room directly ahead was mine, while my girlfriend's was to the right and the other bedrooms lay to the left. Without hesitation, I seized a kitchen knife and dashed upstairs to find a hiding spot. Once inside my girlfriend's room, I slipped into the closet and managed to call the police. As soon as I connected with the operator, I could hear the intruder thundering up the stairs. Fortunately, I relayed all the necessary information to the operator in time, and she remained on the line as we kept silent. The intruder turned left upon reaching the top of the stairs, which bought me more time for the police to arrive and allowed me to prepare to defend myself if necessary. Several tense moments passed before I heard the intruder approaching my girlfriend's room. In those critical seconds, I emerged from the closet and positioned myself beside the door. As soon as he opened it and began to enter, I drove the kitchen knife into his shoulder. A young man's cry of pain echoed through the room as a heavy metallic object crashed to the floor with a loud thud. I fled the house, where I was immediately confronted by 4 squad cars and officers with their guns drawn. I raised my hands, shouting that the intruder was upstairs in the right room. Minutes later, the intruder was hauled out, still wailing in agony, with the flashing sirens illuminating the street. I caught a glimpse of his face. It was Adam. An officer later explained to me that the metallic thud was the sound of his handgun hitting the ground. Adam was from Texas and had traveled here, climbing up to my place to be near me. Adam had rented a room at a nearby motel and would leave letters in both my girlfriend's and my mailboxes every day. He did this under the cover of night, which was verified by the motel's security footage. On the night of the break-in, Adam intended to harm my girlfriend and her family, believing that their absence would lead me to choose him. He managed to tamper with the power box, cutting off electricity to her house and the neighboring ones, and broke in with the expectation of finding her there. Fortunately for us, she was away on a tropical vacation. Honestly, I can't fathom how things might have turned out differently if they hadn't been on holiday, and I am immensely thankful that both my girlfriend and her family remain safe. To any potential stalkers reading this, I urge you to steer clear of my girlfriend. This incident occurred over 10 years ago, yet I can never forget the intense emotions I felt both that night and the following morning when the full scope of the situation was revealed. It was late December in a small Texas town, and we had received 5 inches of snow earlier that morning. I don't recall the exact time, only that it was still dark outside while I played in my room. It's essential to mention that my room consisted of 2 sections. A mudroom with a door leading to the front and my actual bedroom. The door was an older model, featuring antiquated hardware and a window in the upper half. It had a window shade, but that wouldn't prevent anyone from peering in. Peering inside, if they were curious, they'd find my room at the very front, with my parents' bedroom situated toward the back of the house. Without warning, the doorknob was no longer being cautiously twisted. Someone was gripping it with force. This particular door required locking from the inside for the knob to turn and open without restriction. Fortunately, it was secured by 2 deadbolts. Whoever stood on the opposite side had just discovered that the knob could turn freely. As soon as I heard it complete its rotation, I leapt against the wall, approximately 5 feet from the door, my back pressed tightly against it. The door grew silent, and I found myself frozen in place, unable to move. Then the doorknob slowly began to turn again. I recall watching it intently, waiting for it to rotate completely. When it did, the person on the other side attempted to force open the door and pry it ajar. Initially, their efforts seemed mild, but soon they began kicking the door with force. They managed only 2 kicks before I snapped out of my paralysis and let out a scream for dear life. I dashed to the back of the house to alert my parents. When they asked what was wrong, I told them someone had tried to break in. They hurried over to check, dismissing my pleas to look outside. They insisted it was just my imagination, claiming it was either an animal or the house's age causing the noise. After one last glance around my mudroom, without further investigation, they instructed me to go to bed. It took me hours to fall asleep. I don't even remember drifting off. What I do remember is staring at the door from my bed, never averting my gaze from the doorknob. Suddenly, I was jolted awake by my parents, who appeared visibly alarmed and seemed, when I felt scared, my mother grasped my shoulders firmly and positioned herself directly in front of me. She asked in a serious tone why I believed someone had attempted to break in. For the first time, they appeared to truly listen. I was concerned about the gravity of the situation as they inquired about every detail. Once I had finished explaining, they told me they needed to show me something. We went to the front door and stepped into the yard, where they pointed towards the driveway. It was easy to spot the boot prints in the snow, leading from the street, cutting across our yard, and heading straight to my window and then to the mudroom door, where I had been playing the previous night. The police arrived and filed a report, but nothing ever came of it. I could never sleep soundly in that house again. The experience left a lasting impression on me as a child, feeling unheard by my parents. I'm relieved I wasn't alone at the time and grateful for the sturdy door. Hello, I am a 20-year-old French girl. To provide some context, I reside in a suburb within a small complex of 6 homes. The gate is frequently malfunctioning, and most of the time, it remains wide open, allowing easy access to our modest courtyard. My house is a single-story dwelling with 4 bedrooms, including mine. Downstairs, there is a guest bedroom that we utilize as a treatment room because of my health challenges. It's where we store all the equipment and medications. I also have a dog who is incredibly precious to me. He is attuned to everything, even sensing my epileptic seizures before they occur. He can even recognize the nurses arriving by the sound of their tires on our driveway. I'd heard that my dog never barked unless there was something amiss. A nurse visits me 4 to 5 times daily for various treatments, including infusions. This element is crucial to my narrative. One morning, as usual, my nurse, Sandra, arrived promptly at 8 a.m. She administered my treatment, and we engaged in our usual conversation. After about 40 minutes, she departed, mentioning she might be slightly delayed next time but assured me not to worry. That day, my parents were at work, and I had a medical appointment scheduled for the morning. I was alone at home, except for the nurse's visits every 4 hours. By the time I returned from my appointment, I settled on the sofa with my dog, awaiting the next nurse. Hearing the sound of tires, I assumed it was Sandra arriving earlier than expected. My dog began growling, which was out of character for him. Glancing at the clock, it read 11:50 a.m. I presumed Sandra might have swapped her schedule with another patient, as she occasionally did. There was a knock at the door, and upon opening it, I was greeted by a young woman I hadn't seen before. She introduced herself as Camille, a third-year nursing student, explaining that Sandra had sent her to prepare my treatment. I wasn't alarmed, as I was accustomed to students visiting, though I was a little taken aback since Sandra typically informed me in advance or sent a message. Moreover, she never left a student alone on their initial visit. I guided Camille to the treatment room and showed her around while she washed her hands. My dog's behavior turned peculiar. He growled as she neared me and circled protectively. Consequently, I decided to leave him in the living room and closed the door to keep him there. In an effort to keep him calm, I didn't pay much attention to what Camille was up to. I was engrossed in my phone at that moment. Suddenly, I noticed she was preparing a syringe instead of using the usual pre-filled saline one. I glanced up and saw that my treatment ampoules were untouched, but I had distinctly heard the sound of ampoules being broken. Something felt wrong. As she approached me with the syringe, I received a message from Sandra saying she'd arrive in 5 minutes and asked me to start setting up the equipment. I concocted an excuse, telling Camille that I needed to use the restroom, and I left her in the treatment room. My dog kept barking and growling. When I reached the toilet downstairs, I sent Sandra a message informing her about the woman, but she had no idea what I was referring to. I was terrified and began crying in the bathroom. Camille came to check on me and asked if everything was all right. I assured her it was, and that's when I heard the front door slam shut. 2 minutes later, it reopened, and I heard Sandra's voice. I left the bathroom, still in tears, and Sandra asked me what had happened. I explained the situation and showed her the treatment room. We called the police, who arrived and examined the evidence, taking samples from the syringe and other items prepared by Camille. The test results were shocking. The syringe contained a paralyzing agent, enough to incapacitate a 12-kilogram man, and the 4 contained a highly concentrated medication that could have stopped anyone's heart. To this day, we don't know who Camille really was. Thank you. I never heard from her again after that incident. She had taken all my opioids, yet curiously, my tablet and computer remained untouched. In hindsight, I realized that my dog had sensed Camille's malevolent intentions. I should have been more watchful, especially considering she was a stranger and alone. My treatments are far from straightforward, and I often ponder what might have occurred if I hadn't checked my phone that day. Before delving into the main story, there are a few aspects about my country, South Africa, that I need to clarify for you to fully grasp the context. In South Africa, it's common to have high brick walls with electric gates, electrified fences, and alarm systems. Crime here is intense. It's also quite typical for homes to have expansive gardens. My family and I are passionate animal lovers, so at that time, we had 6 dogs, 2 Shar-Peis, 2 German short-haired pointers, and 2 Dachshunds. With that in mind, our dogs roamed freely around the garden since it was obviously enclosed. During the day, we usually left the veranda door open for them to wander as they pleased. Another aspect of life in South Africa is that it's typical to have a live-in maid and a gardener. The average family generally employs them. It's not a privilege reserved for the wealthy, as it might be in other countries. For the purposes of this story, our maid was Ellie, and our gardener was Vince. This event took place in 2007 when I was 9 years old. My older brother was 10, and we had just received our first cell phones. That day, our dad surprised us with them after work. You might think we were quite young to have phones, but they were intended for emergencies or to keep in touch with our parents. Our parents considered it an important detail for the narrative that we usually kept our veranda door closed at night for security reasons. However, I recall that particular evening being an exceptionally warm summer night, so naturally, the veranda door was left wide open, and the dogs were busy with their usual antics in the garden. My brother and I were in our parents' room, eagerly setting up our new cell phones. Ellie's daughter, who was 18 and felt like an older sister to us, was assisting my brother and me. My father was somewhere else in the house, while my mother was taking a bath. I vividly remember the maid's daughter remarking on how the dogs simply wouldn't quiet down, finding it quite bothersome. I noticed it too. Typically, Dune, the smaller dog, would yap while the bigger dogs relaxed, and it would only last a few minutes before they settled down. However, something felt different that night, as even the larger dogs were barking persistently. My dad entered our room and mentioned that he had also noticed the dog's relentless barking, and he intended to check if everything was all right. No alarm bells went off in my mind, nor do I think my dad suspected anything unusual, since my brother asked if he could go investigate with him, and my dad agreed. I was obviously too absorbed in my new Sony Ericsson. My dad later mentioned he had a terrible feeling because of the unusual behavior of the dogs. He called out to them, and while they usually came running, tonight they all seemed to simply look at him. As they turned back around, the dogs continued barking wildly at the dark corner near the steps. My father instructed my brother to return to the house and fetch a flashlight, using it as a pretext to keep him from joining him due to a sense of unease. Once my brother was inside, my father cautiously approached the stairs. He observed the dogs snapping at something concealed just beyond sight in the shadows. As he reached the steps, he noticed the lamp had been shattered. Baffled, he crept closer, and just as he started to comprehend the situation, it was already too late. Being a former and passionate hunter, my father felt something cold press against his temple and immediately understood it was a firearm. 4 men clad in balaclavas emerged from the darkness, each carrying a weapon. Stunned, my father stood frozen on the steps. The man pressing the gun to his head was instantly hostile and demanded to know where my brother was. He mentioned seeing my father come out with my brother, but then my brother returned inside. My father felt something take over him, and before he realized it, he responded by saying that my brother had gone inside to activate the panic alarm. As he spoke, he noticed the men begin to panic. They started conversing in Zulu, an African language, assuming my father wouldn't understand since it was uncommon for white people to speak it. However, my father had actually grown up on a farm where he learned the language fluently from the farm workers. The aggressive man holding the weapon said in Zulu that the police would arrive any minute. The group seemed hesitant as the suggestion to eliminate the man, seize what they could, and make a quick escape was put forth. One of the smaller individuals appeared particularly agitated, repeatedly expressing his unwillingness to return to jail and emphasizing the urgency of leaving before the police arrived, which he feared could happen at any moment. His panic was palpable. Sensing an opportunity, my father cleverly exploited the man's anxiety. Pretending not to understand their language, he interrupted in English, claiming that our area was regularly patrolled by armed response units. He added that since my brother had pressed the panic button quite a while ago, those units would likely arrive any second. This tactic effectively disrupted their scheme. My father observed as their plan began to unravel. The anxious, smaller individual began to panic even more, urging the others to flee immediately to avoid getting caught. His anxiety seemed contagious, causing the rest of the group to lose their composure and start arguing with each other. Their carefully laid plan was unraveling, as one of the members described it. The aggressive man, who had been threatening my father with a gun to his head, gradually lowered the weapon as the argument among them intensified. Distracted by the internal conflict, they shifted their focus away from my father and towards their own escalating disagreement. Seizing the moment, my father cautiously retreated up the steps before suddenly dashing towards the house. Fortune favored him as he reached the veranda door just as my unsuspecting brother was about to step outside with a flashlight. My father swiftly scooped him up and sprinted inside, leaving the door ajar in his haste. It may have seemed reckless, but his priority was clearly to get my brother to safety as quickly as possible. Without really considering it, the maid's daughter and I were clearly unaware of everything when my father burst through the bedroom door, slamming it shut behind him. He urgently instructed us to hurry upstairs to the attic, explaining that there were 5 men outside wielding guns with the intent to harm us. Without hesitation, my heart dropped as my body instinctively responded, and I dashed toward the stairs. My mother emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, not far behind me. We sat there enveloped in darkness and silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. I believe we were all anxiously waiting for any sound from the rooms below us. My mom muttered a curse, lamenting that neither she nor my father had a phone. Fortunately, I clutched my brand new Sony Ericsson, and there was no better emergency in which to use it than this one, right? My mom dialed the police, and to our disbelief, when they inquired about our location, they informed us it was outside their jurisdiction. Sorry, they said, before the line abruptly went dead. Bewildered, my mom resumed cursing like a sailor. That's when my dad realized, with a sinking feeling, that he hadn't closed the veranda door. And what about Ellie and Vin, who were in their rooms, blissfully ignorant of the peril they faced? He retrieved his firearm from the safe in the attic, instructing us to remain hidden, no matter what we heard, and not to come downstairs. Now sobbing, I pleaded with my dad not to leave us, but he insisted he had to go protect the others before anything terrible happened to them. More tears flowed as the reality set in that there were two other people remain in peril, and the maid's daughter is understandably in a state of hysteria, as she's also worried about her mother downstairs. My father has vanished, and the atmosphere is laden with tension. We can still hear the dogs going berserk, signaling that those men are still on our property. My mother then dials another number, the armed security that patrols the area, and they inform her that they'll arrive in approximately 10 to 15 minutes. They advise us to remain hidden until they sound the bell at our gate. We all sit in silence, fearing we might hear a gunshot or any noise indicating these men have invaded our home, but there is only silence. The only sound is the dogs barking outside. After what feels like an eternity, though it was likely just a few minutes, we hear footsteps ascending the stairs, and my heart races. I recall closing my eyes and praying it was my father with Ellie and Vince. Fortunately, it was them. We all embraced for a while, no one daring to speak. The dogs seemed to have settled down significantly, though they still barked occasionally. The gate intercom buzzed, and my father instructed us to wait while he verified if it was the security company. And indeed, it was them. He opened the gate, and the nightmare ended. I remember standing up, my knees giving way from the adrenaline my body had endured. The armed security somehow alerted the appropriate police jurisdiction, and they investigated the garden. They discovered there were actually 7 sets of footprints, and these intruders had bent the spikes on our wall and simply climbed over. They installed an electric fence shortly afterward, suggesting there must have been 2 other men lurking in the shadows that my father hadn't noticed, which is unsettling in itself. The violent crime rate in South Africa is alarmingly high, and it's distressingly common for torture and other horrific acts to occur during home invasions. At that young age, I was oblivious to the world's horrors and was simply frightened for my family's safety. Now that I'm older, just imagining the scenario of 4 women inside the house and my mother clad only in a bath towel still sends shivers down my spine. The police remarked that the presence of so many men, rather than just 1 to 3, might indicate they harbored malicious intentions. I am immensely grateful that nothing happened to my family and eternally thankful for my father's quick response with the panic button. Additionally, I am relieved that my father understands Zulu, which allowed him to turn the situation to our advantage. Lastly, my family will forever owe a debt of gratitude to our loyal dogs that alerted us that night. A terrifying and life-altering event would have undoubtedly occurred if not for our incredible dogs. From that day on, my father always treated them to leftover rice or meat with their dinner. Surely, there's a special place in heaven for these angels. This incident took place just recently during the summer of this year. I had been residing with my parents until I secured a stable job that allowed me to move out. About 9 months ago, I was finally prepared to leave the nest. The place I found, however, wasn't the most appealing. The neighborhood wasn't too bad. In fact, some of my neighbors actually came over to welcome me with food. However, there was one neighbor, the man who lived to my right, who wasn't exactly welcoming but seemed immediately at ease with me, almost as if we were old friends. Each morning, as I left for work, he would dash out of his house to share random stories, like how the previous neighbor always turned the bathroom light on at 3 a.m. and left it on all night, or how they would sunbathe in the garden for 5 hours. His anecdotes were filled with mundane, trivial details, and before I could even respond, he would start asking intrusive questions, such as why I left the house for 83 minutes the previous night. It's worth mentioning that his voice had a peculiar quality. He spoke with a distinctive inflection, like a passionate nerd, if that makes sense. This often made his statements sound like accusations, and at other times like questions. My responses to his remarks were never really intended to spark a conversation. I would simply chuckle and give brief answers, like explaining that I had to pick up groceries for the next day. Yet, he was quick to interrupt, reminding me that the previous neighbor never took 83 minutes to get groceries, delivering this observation with an almost accusatory tone, as if my explanation was absurd. I assumed he was just a bit eccentric and didn't confront him much about his intrusive inquiries. This pattern continued for some time. For weeks, He would either rush over to question me about my daily activities or knock at odd hours to share facts about my life. He'd point out that I left at 8:33 this morning instead of my usual 8:26. My responses varied. Sometimes I thanked him for the information, other times I was quite dismissive, yet always maintained a friendly demeanor. He never showed interest in any other kind of conversation. He would simply share his observations and depart. As the months went by, his behavior persisted. Nearly every day, he would stop me in the morning or come knocking to disclose something he had noticed. He appeared harmless, so I allowed him to continue without interference. One evening, as I was heading for drinks just across the street, I asked my neighbor if she had ever had any issues with him. She paused almost instantly, giving me a serious look. "What happened?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. I explained that he frequently approached me to remark on things like seeing me turn on specific lights at night or noticing alterations in my usual routine. It wasn't terrifying, but it was unsettling. At that point, she turned off the music and set her glass down. "You need to be cautious around him," she advised, looking disturbed as if I had triggered a repressed memory. "The people who lived in that house before you, they were so kind. I can't prove it, but I believe they're gone because of him." Gone? What did she mean by gone? I pressed her to explain further, but she simply apologized and turned away. Ned turned the music back on and steered the conversation away from the topic at hand, effectively ending it. Before we parted, she paused to remind me to double-check that my doors were locked and advised against letting him in at any hour that night. As I made my way home, I scrutinized his house as I crossed the street. It was conspicuously dark, and I realized that I had never given it much thought before. I couldn't recall ever seeing his lights on after sundown, unlike every other house on the block, which had at least a few lights glowing in various rooms. Upon reaching my front door, I hesitated and glanced back at his house once more. To my dismay, I noticed exactly what I hoped I wouldn't: a sliver of light. He was watching me. How long had he been observing the neighbor's house to know I was there? Was this all he did, watch me? I stepped inside and recalled what my neighbor had mentioned. How often did I neglect to lock the door? Honestly, most nights I wouldn't even think to check. I turned the lock with a click and moved toward the back door. I retrieved the key from its spot, ensured it was secure, and returned the key to its usual place before heading upstairs. Once in my room, I changed into my underwear and crawled beneath the covers. I reached over to switch off the lamp. It had been an exhausting night, and I started to drift off rather quickly. Did I just hear something? Was that knocking? I sat up on the edge of my bed, waiting, expecting more knocks. About a minute went by, and when no more sounds came, I concluded I must have imagined it in my half-asleep state. I lay back down and closed my eyes once more. No, I definitely heard something. In a peculiar state, caught between the haze of half-sleep and mild inebriation, I switched on the light and headed towards the window. Peering outside, I saw neither movement nor figure. The noise from opening my window was loud enough to alert any potential visitor. Yet when I called into the night, asking if anyone was there, no response came. Under normal circumstances, a person would reveal themselves, but there was nothing, just silence. I was certain someone had been knocking. Slipping into my dressing gown, I descended the stairs and approached the front door, which had frosted glass allowing me a partial view. A silhouette was unmistakably present on the other side. Fear gripped me, but so did anger. Ignoring any potential danger, I fumbled with the lock and flung the door open. "You left your house for 157 minutes. What the hell?" I snapped. This was the latest he'd ever shown up. His behavior was infuriating. It irked me that I'd called out the window and received no answer, only to find him standing with his face almost pressed against my door. "Why do you feel the need to tell me this at such an hour? I was just about to fall asleep." "You've been out very late," he remarked. "I'm aware. I'm an adult. I'm allowed to stay out late," I retorted, realizing his accusatory tone was eliciting my defensive reaction. "Is that all you wanted to inform me? About my curfew?" As if dismissing the conversation, he turned and started walking back to his house. I shouted after him, warning not to knock on my door again, but he didn't acknowledge me. He just continued on his way, disappearing inside his home. I had tolerated his eccentricities for far too long. I convinced myself that I would no longer allow him to dictate my life schedule. The next time he spoke to me, I resolved to tell him I didn't care and simply walk away. After closing the door, I headed straight back to bed, still frustrated by how intrusive and odd he was. I shut my eyes and imagined what I would say to him the next time our paths crossed. I felt utterly exhausted and had no trouble drifting back to sleep. As expected, I experienced the most bizarre dream. Whenever I'd had a few drinks, my dreams were always so vivid. I could hear that infernal, gentle knocking, and it jolted me awake. This time, I almost managed to persuade my subconscious dream state to ignore the imaginary knocking, but I was acutely aware of every unsettling detail that was occurring. I began to wonder if I had locked the door. I knew I had secured it earlier, but I hadn't locked it after opening it again to confront him. Couldn't remember. I despised how lifelike my dreams were. Of all the scenarios I could imagine, did I really have to envision him breaking into my house and climbing up my stairs? It felt as though I had never been so consciously aware during any of my dreams. In my dream, I was immobilized, lying on my side with my back to the door. His breathing sounded incredibly real. Were it not for the alcohol in my system, I would have certainly woken up. This was by far the most disturbing dream I had ever experienced. I dreamt that he was slipping into bed with me, wrapping his arm around my waist and playing with my hair. I felt absolutely, utterly repulsed, yet the gentle caresses somehow soothed me, lulling me further into the dream from which I was desperately trying to rouse myself. My mind was racing with the realization that I might not have locked the door. I needed to get up, but his breathing was so intense, so tangible, that it seemed entirely real. His touch felt as authentic as anything I had ever experienced, unlike any dream I'd known. I was urging myself to awaken, feeling trapped in paralysis. Wake up! Wake the hell up! My eyes finally snapped open, yet I could still sense his touch. Why hadn't you locked the door? I leapt up, startled into full consciousness by his voice. He was in my bed. I screamed and bolted straight down the stairs and out into the night. My screams echoed as I dashed across the street and pounded on my neighbor's door. The cold bit at my skin, clad only in my underwear and completely barefoot. I hammered insistently on her door, calling her name until she appeared. She opened the door, still groggy, and I hurried inside. Frantically, I relayed what had occurred, pleading for her to lock the door and contact the police. We watched through the window. My front door was wide open, just as I'd left it. The police were on their way, and my friend comforted me as I changed into some of her clothes and recounted every detail. Minutes passed as we peered through that window. My friend questioned whether I was certain he was there and if it wasn't just a nightmare. Doubt began to creep in as we saw no sign of him leaving. I wasn't the type to fabricate such a scenario out of fear. I had a vivid recollection of him, lying beside me, touching and speaking to me. It felt undeniably real. I was certain of it. About 15 minutes later, the police arrived, weapons drawn, and began to enter the house. We watched closely, anticipating the moment they'd escort him out in handcuffs. They remained inside for quite some time, and I started to suspect he might have barricaded himself in my room or something similar. After what seemed like an eternity, the officers exited my house, but he wasn't with them. I couldn't comprehend it. I wasn't losing my mind. He had been in my home, I was sure of it. I hurried outside to speak with the officers, demanding to know his whereabouts. They assured me they had found nothing after thoroughly searching the entire premises. Desperately, I insisted I couldn't re-enter the house with him still lurking inside. Then, the worst possible scenario unfolded. He emerged from his own house, standing there silently observing. I panicked, imploring them to arrest him and affirming he had been inside my residence. His expression remained unchanged, unruffled, as he merely turned around and retreated indoors. Yes, I was intoxicated and highly emotional by then, but it astounded me that they disregarded my pleas. They informed me they had searched every nook and cranny, finding no intruder. They insisted that the individual I accused of intrusion was clearly in their own home and advised me to simply return inside and get some rest. There were no signs of forced entry, no damage, nor any evidence of an intruder, leaving them with no course of action. Despite my desperate pleas, practically begging them to at least go and question him. One officer did approach him, but their exchange appeared to be exceedingly brief. He admitted that he initially came by to check on me because I seemed intoxicated, but then he headed straight home. I was livid yet also petrified. Eventually, I went back inside and meticulously searched the house for any signs of his presence. I was nearly starting to doubt my own memory until I examined the back door. It was unlatched, and the key remained in the lock. I never leave the key in the door, ever. He had exited through the back while I was hiding across the street. He had been in my home, and there was nothing I could do about it. After securely locking every door, I headed upstairs. The deranged intruder had made my bed. It was impeccably neat, with the sheets and pillows arranged perfectly. He hadn't even hurried out after I awoke. He simply tidied my bed and then departed through the back door. I climbed in and attempted to sleep, but an overpowering, musky odor clung to the room. His unwashed body had sullied my bedclothes, and his scent lingered throughout the space. It took me hours to replace all of my bedding and finally drift off to sleep. The following morning, I couldn't shake the feeling of being violated, but I also began to doubt the events of the night. The police had been inside my house, a group of men in heavy gear that could account for the smell. The key being in the back door, perhaps they were verifying that it was the correct key for that lock, ensuring no one had stolen it. Even the neatly arranged pillows had an explanation. I told TH. He was in my bed, so it stands to reason that they would have tossed my bedding onto the floor while searching for him. Perhaps one of them had simply put it back and tidied it up for me afterward. I went through my usual morning routine, and at 8:30, as I neared my front door, I took a deep breath, bracing myself for his presence. I left my house and moved towards the street, glancing in his direction the moment I stepped outside. There he was, emerging from his house, ready to greet me with his usual punctuality. I froze, my body tensing up, prepared to scream or swing at him if he got too close. "You're running 3 minutes later than usual," he noted. "Did you remember to lock your door?" This situation reminded me of when I was 12. We had a neighbor back then, an elderly woman who was surprisingly spry. We would often see her around, hauling a week's worth of groceries up the hill as if it were no big deal. She was outside tending to her garden nearly every day, a tough and resilient old lady. The unfortunate part was that she was anything but friendly. If you greeted her, she'd tell you to run into the street. She detested people and was an awful neighbor, constantly complaining about every trivial matter. She would even show up late at night to tell you that you were being too loud, threatening to call the police. Our family got into numerous disputes with her. Whenever she came over to complain, she would hurl insults at all of us with aggression. My parents grew weary of this and began to insult her in return, telling her she was old and miserable and would die alone. I didn't like it, but I understood their frustration. It was just adults blowing off steam, I'm sure. I even noticed her smiling on her way home after her argument with my parents. She had quite a reputation in town for being a witch, with all sorts of rumors swirling about her being hundreds of years old and possessing the stamina and strength of a 20-year-old man. In that regard, people weren't entirely mistaken. It was said that she performed rituals visible through her window and even kidnapped children to eat them. While it was all ridiculous, at the time I found it entertaining to believe. The truly frightening incident occurred when I was home alone, absorbed in my Nintendo game. I heard an unusual noise outside my window, like an animal scratching at a door. Pausing my game, I went to investigate and was stunned by what I saw. She was in our backyard, clawing at a window with a screwdriver, trying to break into the house. I opened the window and warned her that I would call the police. Without hesitation, she sprinted back to her own home. It was surreal to witness this elderly woman running so swiftly. I actually did call the police and reported the incident. They assured me they were on their way and advised me to go upstairs and lock myself in the bathroom. Within minutes, I noticed a scent that sent me into a panic. It was smoke. Immediately, I feared she had set our house on fire. I rushed to open the bathroom window, and that's when I realized the truth. The smoke wasn't coming from my house. It was emanating from next door. For some reason, her house was the source of the smoke. The house had been engulfed in flames while she was still inside, and by the time the fire department arrived, the entire building was ablaze. They declared that she perished in the fire, and we even attended her funeral. There weren't many people present. The eeriest part of all this was how it only fueled the rumors about her being a witch. After I caught her attempting to abduct me, it seemed she felt compelled to destroy everything and relocate to keep her identity hidden. I'm uncertain about what to believe, but I do enjoy recounting this tale every Halloween. My neighbor is quite peculiar. He never waves and perpetually has a strange look on his face. When we moved in, we were informed that he was on a particular bad list and that we should contact the authorities if we ever saw him around children. One day, he unexpectedly knocked on our door. I had never spoken to him before, and without properly introducing himself, he launched into an explanation of why he's on the registry. He claimed he accidentally injured a child in a locker room while they were both unclothed. He insisted it was a straightforward assault where they just happened to be in that situation. He repeated several times that he is definitely not interested in children, then left abruptly without allowing me to respond. That was literally my first encounter with him, aside from the warning we received when we first moved in, and that wasn't even the most unsettling thing about him. At some point, he began constructing a sign in front of his house. Not like a small poster, professionally printed on metal, is mounted atop two massive posts, resembling those commonly seen outside a store or along a highway. The sign features a picture of a puppy, accompanied by a lengthy, meandering tale about how someone ran over his dog on this road a decade ago. It's written in a manner that seems to blame the neighborhood for the dog's death. Beside this sign, covering his entire fence, is a gigantic banner proclaiming, "We miss you." It's puzzling why it says that, considering he lives alone. Lastly, an even larger picture of the puppy is displayed, which seems unnecessary since the actual stuffed dog is sitting right in front of the banner on a folding card table. He must have had the dog preserved after it was run over. From my window, I could observe him hiding behind his fence for hours, literally peeking at the dog on the table as if anticipating someone would tamper with it. He continued this routine for days until he eventually brought the stuffed animal inside. The puppy and the banner vanished, yet the metal sign remained a fixture for years until a storm tore it down. I often wondered what he did with the dog afterward. Did it remain stored in a closet, or did he display it somewhere in his house? One day I got my answer. A friend of mine, who works in construction, was coincidentally hired by the eerie neighbor to build a shed. Without any prompting, my friend informed me that the man keeps the unattractive stuffed puppy in his living room, treating it like a piece of furniture, and converses with it continuously. There were numerous other unsettling things, but the enormous puppy shrine was the most remarkable sight. I never actually saw him with children, but I am always vigilant. A few years ago, I had just acquired my first motorcycle. As a young female rider, I frequently drew unwanted attention. People couldn't help but notice me as I glided through the streets. It was exhilarating, and I cherished the sensation of the wind and the freedom of the open road. Most bikers I encountered were incredibly kind and welcoming, and there was a strong sense of community. However, there were occasions when the attention became inappropriate. One evening, I was riding home after a long day. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow across the sky. The road was quiet, just the way I preferred it. My bike rumbled beneath me, and for a moment, everything felt perfect. But then, as I pulled into a gas station to refill my tank, I noticed him. A young man on another bike, possibly in his 20s. He parked beside me and our eyes met. I offered a polite nod, assuming he would move on. Instead, he removed his helmet and began chatting. He had a friendly smile and a relaxed demeanor, and while his confidence was commendable, Something about his insistence made me uneasy. We talked briefly about our bikes and the excitement of riding. He seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was being excessively forward. I nodded and kept my responses brief, hoping he would eventually lose interest and ride off into the sunset. However, that wasn't his intention. After refueling our tanks, he got back on his bike and the roar of his engine signaled his intention to follow me, and a wave of anxiety began to wash over me as it became clear that this stranger wanted to ride alongside me. Although this wasn't entirely unheard of, I had ridden side by side with other bikers on occasion until our paths diverged. I was heading home and had no desire to be shadowed. As the miles passed, he continued to ride next to me, occasionally trying to impress with a wheelie or a burst of speed. It wasn't overtly unsettling, just insistently persistent. I decided it was time to shake him off. Knowing my bike and its capabilities inside out, I twisted the throttle and sped away from him. The wind whipped past me as I pushed my bike to its limits. A backward glance revealed him in the distance, striving desperately to catch up. Adrenaline coursed through my veins as I navigated the winding roads, yet the persistent rider refused to relent. He was closing in quickly, and the thunderous roar of his engine grew louder, indicating that I needed to make a decision. When he caught up once more, I realized I wasn't going to lose him. So, I decided to pull over, and he parked next to me, looking immensely proud. He removed his helmet, revealing a broad grin, as if we had been engaged in a playful race. I informed him that I was heading home and would see him around. He continued to smile and assured me he would ensure I got back safely. Not in the mood for this, I somewhat snapped and told him directly that I was fine and didn't need an escort. As I prepared to leave, I gave him a final wave, one last attempt to part ways. To make it clear that I was saying goodbye, I urged him to leave me alone. He placed his helmet down, taking some time to prepare, which allowed me to gain some substantial distance. As I glanced back, I noticed him in the distance, frantically trying to catch up. Adrenaline surged through my veins as I navigated the winding roads, but the relentless rider refused to give up. He was closing in rapidly, and the roar of his engine grew louder, signaling that I needed to make a decision. Up ahead, the road made a sharp turn, and I had to slow down to negotiate it safely. That's when he seized his opportunity to overtake me. He revved his engine, accelerating forward, but he miscalculated the turn. Before I realized it, he crashed into the wall with a deafening sound. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared in shock. He flew over the barrier, vanishing into the darkness. Without hesitation, I screeched to a stop and hurried to the edge. I pulled out my flashlight, shining it into the water, desperately trying to locate him. It was nearly pitch black, and I could barely gauge how far he had gone. All I knew was that I saw him fly straight ahead, clearly landing in the river. The river was wide, and visibility was minimal. I shouted for him while fumbling for my phone to call for help. The river moved swiftly, and he could have drifted miles downstream by the time help arrived. I remained there for hours that night, searching for the stranger and desperately hoping we would find him. I was overwhelmed by a dreadful sense of guilt. One moment I was racing away from him, and the next, at that moment, all I desired was to see him alive and healthy. I still grapple with the notion that it was my fault. I didn't even allow him the opportunity to explain why he was heading in the same direction as I was. His body was never recovered. That river has claimed numerous lives over the years, and it feels as though I played a part in that. I had been conversing with this girl online for weeks, and she seemed like an ideal match for me. So when she proposed that we meet at her place, which was situated in the middle of nowhere, I couldn't resist the allure of adventure. My GPS navigated me through a maze of back roads with the assurance that I was nearing her location. However, as I rounded yet another bend, I found myself in the center of what appeared to be an abandoned junkyard. Rusty old cars and dilapidated buildings loomed in the darkness. The only illumination came from my car's headlights and the moonlight. Confusion swiftly morphed into fear when I realized I was in the wrong location. Panic ensued when the harsh glare of headlights emerged suddenly behind me. A group of burly men, their faces obscured by shadows, blocked my path and surrounded my truck. One of them, evidently the leader, approached my window, suspicion evident in his eyes. "What the hell are you doing here, boy? This is private property." My words spilled out in a hurried explanation of my situation, that I was supposed to meet someone nearby, but my GPS had misled me. They exchanged looks, their suspicion transforming into a sinister grin. Sure, the leader said. "But you see, we've been having some trouble with trespassers. Lately, one can't be too cautious, you know?" His companions laughed ominously. Without uttering another word, I hastily threw my car into reverse and backed away as swiftly as I could, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned the vehicle around faster than I thought possible, fumbling with the GPS as I attempted to set it to guide me home. The men continued to shout at me as I sped away, but my troubles were far from over. My GPS, unable to keep pace with my frantic escape, soon led me onto an even narrower road. Darkness enveloped me as I ventured deeper into the woods. My anxiety caused my legs to tremble violently, and my hands struggled to follow even the simplest instructions. With no cell service and no signs of civilization, I was utterly and completely lost. Suddenly, as if mocking my desperation, a deer leaped out from the shadows onto the road. Panic surged through me as I slammed on the brakes, screeching almost to a complete stop. The deer barely reacted and continued to slowly prance down the road. Out of nowhere, I noticed the rednecks from the junkyard had caught up, their truck now dangerously close behind me. They leaned on the horn, shouting obscenities, and I truly began to fear I might not get out of this alive. Desperation pushed me to follow the deer. I drove at a crawl, praying the animal would move aside, but it stubbornly blocked the road in front of me for what felt like an eternity. It continued to run ahead of me, and the longer it remained, the more it began to resemble some kind of demon. It looked like the creature standing before me resembled something straight out of Norse mythology, its antlers arching like human arms reaching skyward. My heart pounded as I observed its every movement. Meanwhile, the rednecks were relentless, inching ever closer, their voices escalating in volume and anger. The suspense was unbearable. I found myself trapped behind the deer with no escape route, while a group of hostile men closed in from behind. The narrow road seemed to stretch endlessly, and with each passing moment, I couldn't help but envision all the possible ways I might meet my end. The men in the truck behind me were beginning to nudge the back of my car, their engine revving with a menacing eagerness to shove me off the road. Panic began to set in, and I started honking at the deer in desperation. I even considered abandoning my vehicle and fleeing into the darkness, but I knew it would be futile. They would catch me within moments. As we continued our dreadful journey down that cursed road, the deer suddenly leaped aside, vanishing into the thick underbrush. Seizing the opportunity, I accelerated. When I glanced in my rearview mirror, I saw the deer reemerge, leaping directly in front of their truck. They slammed on the brakes, frantically shouting at it to move. While I was sure they wouldn't hesitate to harm a deer, ramming it at such a slow speed would likely only infuriate it and wouldn't justify the damage to their vehicle. I didn't hesitate for a moment, flooring the gas pedal and speeding down the remainder of the road, hitting every bump without a care for the car's condition. After what felt like an eternity behind the wheel, my heart still racing, I finally stumbled upon a quaint little town. There, I managed to regain my bearings and eventually found my way to the closest motel. Only after I locked the door behind me did I feel secure enough to breathe freely. As I lay in bed, attempting to make sense of the night's events, I couldn't help but ponder about that deer. Was it just a mere coincidence, a bizarre twist of fate, or did it somehow perceive my fear, choosing to guide me away from danger and preventing them from pursuing me? I had nearly forgotten about my date entirely. When I checked the app to explain what had occurred, I discovered she had unmatched me. I was filled with mixed emotions about the whole situation. Was she a catfish all along, drawing me into danger? Or did she think I had ghosted her and unmatched out of embarrassment? Part of me suspected that she had set me up, either as a prank or as part of a scheme with the junkyard group. What their exact plan was, I couldn't say, but I've decided to abandon dating apps altogether. On a bitterly cold winter night, I found myself in a situation that would send shivers down any parent's spine. My 2 young children sat trembling in the back seat of our car as I struggled to maintain my composure. We were stranded on a snow-laden road, isolated in the middle of nowhere, far from the nearest town. The car's engine had sputtered its last breath some time ago, and my phone had no signal. Desperation hung in the frigid air as I tried to reassure my children that help was indeed on the way. I had called a tow truck, but it seemed hours had slipped by since then, and the relentless icy darkness showed no sign of abating. Just as I was on the brink of losing all hope of being rescued, a set of headlights emerged in the distance, steadily growing brighter. A wave of relief washed over me as a man pulled up in a pickup truck, his frosty breath clouding the cold night air. "Looks like you folks could use some help," he called out. His voice was friendly, yet something about the situation kept me on edge. I hesitated, but the thought of my children suffering in the biting cold compelled me to accept his offer. "Yes, thank you," I replied, attempting to conceal my unease. "We've already called a tow truck, but it's taking a while." Without wasting any time, the man opened the hood of my car and began to fiddle with the engine. His hands moved deftly, almost too swiftly, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As the minutes stretched into what seemed like an eternity, the man turned his focus to my children. "You know, it's pretty darn cold out here," he remarked, casting a warm smile in their direction. "Why don't you let them sit in my truck? It's nice and toasty in there." I hesitated, glancing at my kids. They were nearly blue from the cold, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. "No, thank you, we're okay," I stammered, trying to muster some courage. Yet the man persisted, insisting it was the best thing for them. "It won't be long, just until I get this fixed up," he reassured me, his smile unwavering. "I've got hot chocolate in the truck. They'll love it." The children began to whine. Their small voices, laden with sorrow, stirred a lump in my throat. "All right, just for a short while," I conceded, my heart pounding as my son and daughter clambered into the stranger's truck. I watched with growing anxiety from a distance, as minutes stretched into what felt like eternity, while the man continued tinkering with my car. An unsettling sensation gnawed at me, and my mind spun with ominous scenarios. My children, wrapped in the stranger's blankets, appeared blissfully unaware of the tense atmosphere that cloaked us. They giggled and chatted about how snug and warm the truck was. My daughter even mused about how nice it would be to spend a night in a cozy bed instead of the chilly car. The stranger, who had been poking around under the hood, suddenly looked up and remarked, "You know, the nearest town is just about a half-hour drive from here. I'd gladly take your kids there, give them a hot meal and a place to stay for the night. It's not safe for them to remain out here." My heart raced as my children's faces lit up with eagerness, and they began pleading with me, their voices brimming with innocence and trust. "Mom, please, it'll be fun," my son exclaimed. Despite the biting cold that still enveloped me, a different kind of chill crept down my spine. I utterly despised everything about this situation. I was compelled to safeguard my children, but allowing them to leave with a stranger was obviously not a viable option, nor was risking freezing to death. They were unwittingly complicating the situation. I detested how naive they were and how they would overlook my attempts to give them a serious look while I was trying to convey that we were in a precarious situation. The stranger's persistence, combined with my children's increasing enthusiasm, created an excruciating dilemma. I gathered all the politeness I could muster and replied, "Thank you very much for your offer, but the tow truck should arrive soon, and we'll be on our way. We wouldn't want to inconvenience you any further." The man's expression shifted. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at me with a hint of frustration. "Ma'am, I'm just trying to help. It's not safe for your kids out here in the cold. I assure you, I'm a good guy." The standoff continued, my heart pounding in my chest as the tension grew. The stranger's persistence clashed with my maternal instincts, and I felt an increasing urgency to shield my children from whatever threat might be hiding behind this seemingly kind offer. As the minutes ticked by, The kids continued to shiver despite the warmth of the stranger's truck, and I could no longer ignore their discomfort. Striving to maintain composure, I said to them, "It's time to get back into our car. The tow truck should be here soon." The children reluctantly agreed, and we climbed out of the stranger's truck, thanking him for his assistance as we made our way back to our vehicle. The man's eyes followed us. He seemed disappointed but did not press the matter further. I hastily bundled the kids back into the car and locked the doors just as we settled in. The distant rumble of a tow truck's engine reached our ears. Its arrival was marked by headlights piercing the darkness, like a beacon of hope. The driver, a burly man with a kind face, jumped out and began working on my car. As he diligently attended to it, he glanced at me and the stranger, remarking with a serious tone, "You're fortunate I got here as quickly as I did. This road isn't safe at night. It's best to remain in your vehicle." The stranger's demeanor changed abruptly. His friendly smile vanished, replaced by a look of steely determination. Without uttering a word, he climbed into his truck and sped away into the foul-smelling night, leaving me with a chilling sense of unease. With my children safely beside me in our car, now on the path to recovery, the dread that had enveloped me earlier began to dissipate. The late-night drive home, though still cold, felt considerably less ominous than the unsettling encounter we had just endured. I was 13 when this occurred. I spent nearly every weekend at my friend's house. She had a spacious bedroom, while I lived with my mom in a small apartment, so staying there felt like experiencing a real family home. This would have been entirely true if it weren't for the constant arguing I heard from her parents. Her dad was always incredibly nice to me, treating me almost like his own daughter. He would buy us food and DVDs, ensuring we had the best sleepovers every week. Her mom, on the other hand, was quite aloof with me and seldom spoke to me. The arguments that reached my ears were filled with shouting, and as I look back now, I realize she was emotionally manipulating him. She accused him of not loving her and labeled him sleazy. At the time, though, I just assumed this was typical behavior for parents. Every night, we would usually just turn up the volume on the TV to drown out the noise and distract ourselves, often managing to have a pretty good evening despite everything. However, this particular night was different. Her dad hurriedly ushered us up to her room, and it was evident he was under a lot of stress. When I tried to ask my friend about her parents, she deflected and said she didn't want to discuss it. We spent the night doing her makeup, styling her hair, and trying on different outfits. Within a few hours, we were nearly drifting off to sleep while watching the first Twilight movie. Suddenly, we could hear her parents arguing intensely. There were loud bangs and the sound of things breaking, which was unusual. Her mother seemed to be screaming at her father, throwing out the usual accusations, and it appeared she was hitting him. I could tell because he was telling her to stop. At some point, he began making his way upstairs, and I heard him slam the door to their bedroom, which was right next to the room we were in. It wasn't long before her mother also came upstairs and burst into their room. I heard him shout, "What the hell?" followed by a lot of screaming and yelling. The entire house seemed to shake as they threw each other around the room, knocking into the walls. I felt incredibly uncomfortable at this point and asked if we could leave. "Lock the door," my friend urged, reminding me to remain silent. As I clicked the lock into place, the screams and shouting abruptly ceased. My friend and I exchanged anxious glances, waiting for any sound indicating someone was descending the stairs or making any kind of noise. But there was nothing. We stood there for several minutes, ears pressed against the door, speculating about what might be happening. Had they simply gone to sleep after all that commotion? It seemed unlikely. Suddenly, I heard footsteps and hurriedly returned to bed. A soft knock echoed through the room. "Honey, are you awake?" It was her mom coming to check on us, something she had never done before. Before my friend could answer, her mom tried the door handle. Realizing it was locked, she immediately began shouting loudly, "Open the door now!" I looked at my friend, my eyes pleading, and whispered for her not to unlock it. Her mom started begging us through the door, kicking it with such force that the whole room shook. She then directed her attention to me, demanding that I open the door, her tone growing increasingly harsh. She accused me of being a leech, predicting I would end up like my mother, alone and miserable. Tears welled up in my eyes, and my friend also began to cry. In desperation, I called my mom and explained the situation. She could hear the pounding on the door and the hurtful words. She instructed us to barricade the door with something sturdy, then told me she needed to hang up briefly to call the police. We were left there, waiting for this terrifying ordeal to end. The banging eventually ceased, and I heard her mom's footsteps retreating down the stairs. The footsteps in the hallway returned towards us, and then the situation took a terrifying turn. A knife suddenly pierced through the door. It was gleaming and lengthy, and she relentlessly stabbed at the door, gradually splintering the flimsy wood. We were, understandably, screaming uncontrollably by now, and I distinctly remember the exact moment I noticed something dreadful. As the knife penetrated the door, I observed the white paint surrounding the hole beginning to stain red. It appeared as though the door itself was bleeding. My initial thought was that she might have injured herself during her rampage, but my friend's scream abruptly made me realize the grim reality. She began crying out for her father. It hadn't even occurred to me before. She only took a few steps to grab the knife, but why would she have a knife in her bedroom, and why was it covered in blood? Until that moment, I had assumed we would merely get into trouble with her deranged mother. Perhaps she would confiscate our snacks, make us go to bed, or send me home. I was quite naive, but it never crossed my mind that she intended to kill us. The door was gradually falling apart, and she was grunting loudly with each stab, evidently growing tired but refusing to relent. My friend continued to scream for her father, and I was a wreck, crying and begging her mother to stop. She attempted to reach her hand through one of the cracks she had created, but she couldn't quite reach the lock. At that point, as she reached for the lock, through the shattered door, she was frantically tearing at the skin on her forearm, desperately attempting to break in. Her arm flailed wildly through the hallway as we huddled together in the corner of the room, worn out from all the tears. She was determined to break through, and there was nothing we, as small girls, could do to prevent it. Suddenly, we both heard a sound that made us stop sobbing and look directly into each other's eyes. Police sirens. The cops had arrived, and we were on the brink of being rescued. Her mother clearly heard them too, as she went into a frenzy at the door, screaming and pounding it with both hands, occasionally jabbing loudly at the hole she had made. We quickly shoved a small bedside table and a chair next to the door, aligning them perfectly with the wardrobe, creating a barricade that blocked the door from opening even if it was unlocked. The police began pounding on the front door, and she decided to violently thrust her arm through the hole, further tearing her skin. I watched as she pushed through the agony, finally reaching the door lock. She had almost succeeded. She managed to open the door a few inches before our barricade halted her progress. Her hand reached through once more, clawing at the bedside table we'd placed there. She was slowly but surely moving it, and her progress was evident. She pushed with such force that her shoulder was now inside the room, and her arm was gradually shifting the table to the side. All the while, the police were... There was a shattering sound at the front door, responding to our panicked cries, as we heard the door downstairs give way. The police were yelling for us, their footsteps echoing as they charged up the stairs. Her mother must have summoned all her strength to force the door open and lunged directly toward us. We were huddled in the corner, unable to react swiftly. She pounced on my friend, seizing her neck with intense fury. I vividly recall how quickly her face turned purple. She clung to my hand, thrashing desperately to break free while her own mother was strangling the life out of her. The officers stormed into the room, tackling her to the ground immediately. The room was filled with chaos, screaming, shouting, flashlights everywhere, and I think they even used a taser. It was overwhelming. My friend lay beside me, barely breathing and convulsing. They rushed to her aid, while a female officer repeatedly checked on me, asking if I was all right, scanning me for injuries, and trying to get a response. I believe I was in shock at that point because I don't recall much of what happened afterward. I know we were taken to the hospital for some time, and I remember them wrapping me in a metallic blanket, which seemed inexplicable to me at the time. Later that night, We learned that her father had been fatally stabbed, sustaining over 80 wounds across his body. Her mother was committed to a psychiatric facility and remains there to this day, more than a decade later. I never saw my friend again after that night. She was sent to live with her grandparents. The experience profoundly affected me for years, leaving me a troubled and tormented teenager. Even now, I experience intense anxiety about staying at other people's homes. I used to dream of having both parents living together under the same roof, but I've come to realize that my home life was far better than what my friend endured. Although this occurred 12 years ago, the memories remain incredibly vivid. When I was 14, I visited a friend I hadn't seen in several years. We were both eager to hang out again. His parents always treated me as if I were their own son, so I was thrilled. He lived on a sprawling 20-acre ranch with 2 dogs and a cat. We spent the evening watching horror movies with all the lights off in his family's camper, parked in the driveway, while the rest of the family was inside the house. We ventured indoors to grab pizza, popcorn, and assorted junk food. Around midnight, my friend fell asleep rather early, retiring to bed by 2 a.m. Meanwhile, I was engrossed in playing GTA when I suddenly heard the dogs barking furiously. I dismissed it, assuming one of the ducks or chickens was bothering the dogs, or perhaps it was a deer or coyote. Fast forward about 20 to 30 minutes, and I felt the need to relieve myself. Stepping outside, I will never forget the face that stared back at me. The figure quickly fled into the darkness toward the ranch's entrance. Though I was startled, nature's call persisted. I completed my task and returned inside, ensuring to lock the camper door before resuming my activities. Roughly another 20 to 30 minutes later, the dogs began barking once more. This time, I woke my friend and recounted everything to him. Initially skeptical, he then looked. I glanced through the blinds of the camper, and I will never forget the expression on his face when he turned back to look at me. We contacted his parents, and his father answered. We explained everything, but he initially thought we were attempting a joke. He chuckled, saying, "You boys aren't going to fool me, but nice try." I insisted that we were telling the truth, and when he detected the panic in my voice, he understood we were serious. He quickly grabbed his gun and threatened to shoot anyone trespassing on their property. We could hear everything from inside the camper, and we were absolutely petrified. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, followed by 3 gunshots. We rushed outside and saw a man lying on the ground. My friend's mother called the police as all this was unfolding. They lived in a rural area, so it took about 25 to 30 minutes for the officers to arrive. By then, the entire family was outside, shaken. The youngest of them, whom we called Jason, was crying, not only because of the dead man about 20 feet in front of her, but also because the man had killed one of their dogs, possibly due to its loud barking. When the police finally arrived, it was revealed that the man was a prison escapee from just 15 miles away from my friend's home. We never learned why he was there, but he had been incarcerated for murdering 2 people. To this day, we still don't know if his intention was to harm us. My best friend was staying over when we were about 11 or 12, and we were hanging out in my room. I was on my bed, and she was on a mattress situated between my bed and the window, completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Out of nowhere, a sudden bang resonated, and my floor-to-ceiling window completely shattered. Glass fragments flew everywhere, and both of us were severely cut. We immediately began to panic, and in our frantic escape from the room, we ended up with bloody feet from running over the scattered shards. My dad swiftly went into protective mode, locking us in the pantry before grabbing a kitchen knife and heading to the backyard to check for any potential culprits behind the window smashing incident. Finding no one, he called the police and attended to our injuries. When the authorities arrived, they examined my room to determine the cause and discovered a hefty solid ball bearing, likely from a truck. It had landed just under 20 centimeters from where my friend's foot had been moments earlier. Had it struck one of us, it could have been fatal. The baffling part was that there were no roads or pathways nearby, and my room faced the back fence. To this day, we remain clueless about its origin or how it managed to travel with such velocity, clearing multiple fences and effortlessly shattering a window. It must have traveled at least half a mile to the nearest road, assuming that was its source. While all of this chaos unfolded, my mom was out picking up McDonald's. She was more than a little shocked upon returning home to the aftermath. The entire incident still baffles me, how something could be launched so far at such an angle to strike my window. My dad speculates it might have fallen from a plane, but what are the chances of it landing on us? Alright, so I wasn't traditionally or classically attractive. I was often considered the duff in any group of friends I found myself in. I never concerned about being approached inappropriately, disrespected, or even abducted. I never really worried about safety when going out. I was never the person anyone was eager to meet or spend time with. I was simply too ordinary. It was always up to me to keep an eye on my friends, both male and female. I frequented a local bar almost daily, not for alcohol, but to sip a regular Coke while waiting for my ride home. It was my usual spot to unwind after work, where I would relax and mind my own business. A few weeks back, after finishing my shift, I found myself in my usual seat, sipping my drink and engrossed in crafting a new pendant. I had taken up wire-wrapping crystals into jewelry. I certainly didn't expect anyone to initiate a conversation with me, as I generally faded into the background. Despite the staff recognizing me and offering polite attention, I remained unnoticed. Yet, a peculiar man I had never seen before approached and sat across from me. I was taken aback and engaged in a brief conversation, the initiation of which I can't even recall. He began asking me some personal questions that seemed harmless and naturally connected, so I didn't dwell on them. Given my ordinary demeanor, I didn't anticipate anyone showing interest in me. By that time, I had consumed 3 glasses of soda and felt the need to visit the restroom. I gathered my phone and purse and headed there. Upon returning a few minutes later, I resumed my work, reassured that none of my belongings had been disturbed. I called the waitress over and requested a fresh drink, to which she nodded in acknowledgement. It had always been instilled in me that you should never leave your drink unattended. If you do, either have a new one prepared or leave it with the bartender. As the waitress reached for my previous drink, which I had only taken a few sips from, a man nearby got a bit agitated, claiming I was being wasteful for ordering another drink. I looked at him, eyebrows raised in confusion, and asked why he was so concerned. It was my money, after all, and refills were complimentary. He then accused me of creating unnecessary work for the waitress. Annoyed, I firmly told him that it was my business, and if he didn't approve, he could simply leave. He tried to stop the waitress from changing my drink, but I had enough of his nonsense and flatly told him to drink it himself if he thought it was such a waste. My words seemed to catch him off guard. He appeared shocked, then slightly angry before storming off. I then handed the drink to the waitress, expressing my unease about the man I had been speaking with, and asked her to inform the bartender to keep an eye on him. I requested that my drink be discarded and asked for only water from then on. I left for home shortly after being picked up. The next day, after work, I discovered that he had been arrested for assault. I only learned today what had exactly transpired. Apparently, he had gotten into an altercation with a bartender who was working that night. The bartender had caught him tampering with a girl's drink while she wasn't looking and prevented her from consuming it. The man became angry, which led to a physical confrontation. The police were called, and now he is awaiting further consequences. It turned out that he was attempting to exploit someone like me, someone who frequently let her guard down due to a lack of self-assurance. He presumed I would be an easy target with just a bit of attention. When I didn't consume my drink upon returning, he shifted his focus to another girl. If he was genuinely targeting me, I had to question both his sanity and his sobriety. I used to be employed at a residential care facility, where I worked for several years with a woman named Kajiri. She was generally agreeable to work alongside, but she could be quite intense. The kind of playful banter that often permeates high-pressure environments was common among the entire team. However, when she directed such behavior at me, it didn't seem so lighthearted. It took me ages to recognize her intentions because I typically didn't notice when someone was flirting with me until someone else pointed it out, often months later. When she began offering me jewelry and chocolate bouquets, I started to pick up on it. Between moments of normalcy and those that were increasingly unusual, there was a gradual escalation of text messages, comments that made me uneasy, invasions of personal space, uninvited visits to my home, lingering around during my shifts long after hers had ended, and unwanted physical contact, among other things. As I mentioned, I can be slow to catch on. Once I realized what was happening, I tried to distance myself as much as possible. I stopped responding to calls and texts, locked down my social media, spoke to other colleagues, and had them run interference, a lot of interference, in fact. Initially, it almost turned into a running joke, but in hindsight, the whole situation was quite unsettling. She even parked her car outside my house occasionally, and I'd sit in the back room with the lights off, hoping she'd assume I wasn't home. After a couple of months of my disappearing act, she seemed to completely back off, which was a relief. We all resumed our lives, thinking we could live happily ever after. However, that wasn't entirely the case. A few months after things had calmed down, I heard through the grapevine that Kajiri had shifted her focus to another coworker, Linda. While Linda and I shared a close mutual friend, we didn't know each other well. My only thought was, good luck, you poor soul. A few months went by, and out of the blue, I received a call from our mutual friend. Without any preamble, he asked, "Were you dating Kajiri?" I was taken aback, responding, "No, I'm not interested in that way." He was well aware of all the awkward details of my ordeal with Kajiri and had even helped me navigate through it. He explained that he had been talking to Linda, who had inquired about my relationship with Kajiri. The narrative that unfolded sounded too fantastical to believe, especially in a supposedly mature and professional workplace. Kajiri had been catfishing her own best friend, Amanda, by pretending to be Linda in a series of emails. The fictitious Linda and Amanda had discussed Kajiri's supposed real problem, her abusive and dangerous ex, who was allegedly me. The fabricated story included fake Linda coming out to her family after her brother supposedly caught her in bed with Kajiri. The charade came crashing down when Linda stumbled upon a sec. Linda unexpectedly discovered a second job opportunity alongside Amanda's husband, who casually remarked on how wonderful it was to finally meet Kiri's girlfriend. This revelation left Linda astounded, as it implied she was no longer heterosexual and now had a girlfriend. Essentially, Kajiri had moved on from Linda, found a new target, and started impersonating Amanda through a fake email account, pretending to be Linda. In this guise, Kajiri fabricated stories about being with Linda, portraying Linda as an abusive ex. The tales included Linda being discovered by her family in a relationship with a woman and the subsequent drama it stirred. Kajiri concocted a series of outrageous stories to rationalize her unsettling and obsessive fantasies, sharing them with Amanda and others via a fake email to make it seem as though the tales were coming from the fictitious girlfriend, thereby absolving Kajiri from accusations of fabrication. Here are some of the highlights from the stories Kajiri spread to Linda's friends, acquaintances, and other colleagues she wasn't particularly close to. Kajiri carefully selected her audience, claiming that Linda and she had engaged in physical altercations at work, fighting over Kajiri. Another tale involved an alleged orgy in the staff office during a night shift with Kajiri and two male colleagues. Kajiri also spread rumors that she and Linda had broken up because Linda cheated on her with another male coworker, not one involved in the orgy, suggesting Linda was rather promiscuous. Additional absurd claims included Linda allegedly drugging Kajiri against her will and their supposed plans to have children using a sperm donor, but with Linda unable to decide who would carry the baby. This woman seemed to be living out an elaborate soap opera, casting her co-workers and friends as characters in her fabricated drama. I reported her to management, and she was immediately suspended while they conducted an investigation. She resigned 2 days later, but unfortunately, Human Resources decided to persist with their inquiry into the allegation that I had engaged in an inappropriate affair at work. This accusation was utterly absurd and clearly fabricated by a delusional individual. They subjected me to an exhaustive investigation about an imaginary incident involving myself, 2 men, and another woman, despite the fact that the only men in our department were twice my age and happily married. This experience shattered my trust in HR, and I resigned from that position a month later. During my interview for my current job, she had interviewed just 30 minutes before me, as they were looking to hire 2 people. She didn't get the job, but there have been 2 additional openings since, and she applied for both. I'm terrified of encountering her again. It turns out she has a history of inpatient psychiatric treatment for delusional behavior and was known to become obsessed with people she took an interest in. According to Facebook, her current girlfriend has a name similar to mine and shares several physical traits with me. She still knows where I live, so I'm quite certain that she continues to tell people I'm her girlfriend while frantically applying for any position she can secure at my new workplace. I once worked at a rundown gas station in the rural parts of North Carolina. I was newly 18, had acquired a car, a dilapidated Chevy, but it was reliable enough to get me from one place to another, and it was newly mine. Having been promoted to assistant manager, I often found myself working late nights alone. To be honest, I relished the solitude. My boss was incredibly relaxed, believing that as long as the tasks were completed, I could do as I wished. We even kept a shotgun behind the counter, and he had taught me how to use it on my very first day. So even when I stayed late, I always felt secure. On this particular evening, the place was exceptionally quiet, so with my boss's consent, I closed the store ahead of schedule and jumped into my car. It was probably around 11:30 to midnight by then. Aside from leaving work early, this was pretty much my regular routine, and nothing seemed unusual. I texted my roommate to let her know I'd be home sooner than expected. We always made sure to look out for one another. I lit a cigarette and began my drive home. For those unfamiliar with North Carolina, let me provide some details about the landscape. From the gas station where I worked to my house, I had to take back roads surrounded by dense woods on both sides. At times, the trees were so thick that it was difficult to discern your location, especially at night. This could be daunting for anyone not familiar with the area, but honestly, I was more concerned about a deer suddenly leaping in front of my car, which was a frequent occurrence here. As I drove down the road, I blasted Nirvana, my favorite band at the time, fully embracing the typical lifestyle of an 18-year-old grunge enthusiast who had just discovered the freedom of independence. The freedom of adulthood includes finishing a day at work, and as I drove home, a sudden sight seized my attention about 75 to 100 feet ahead. Initially, I assumed it was a deer, but it appeared too small, prompting me to gradually decelerate until I finally came to a complete halt. I typically wear glasses while driving, especially at night, although my vision isn't poor enough to make it a routine. I retrieved my glasses and put them on, allowing me to see much more distinctly. What I saw nearly made me jump out of my skin. It was an elderly woman, clad in what seemed like a nightgown, her hair disheveled and her hands positioned behind her back. She stood motionless in the center of the road, staring directly at me in my car. Allow me to remind you, we were essentially in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by trees stretching as far as my headlights could illuminate, and it was midnight. Naturally, my paranoia kicked in, flooding my mind with questions. Who is this woman? Where did she come from? It's midnight. Are my car doors locked? Why is she out here at this hour? Should I honk the horn at her? Should I contact the police? What if she's suffering from Alzheimer's and is lost? Or could she be an escaped patient? Even though the nearest psychiatric facility is 3 to 4 cities away, I couldn't rule out any possibility. I considered calling the police, but when I reached for my phone, I discovered, of course, there was no cell service. This unsettling encounter persisted for some time as I sat in the middle of the road, mentally grappling with the bizarre situation. It was now past midnight. She remained there, simply gazing at me with a vacant expression, her hands clasped behind her back as if she were scrutinizing me. Fatigue began to settle in, considering I needed to wake up early for work the next morning. I honked my horn at her, not anticipating what unfolded next. Her face transformed from a dazed stare to sheer fury as she raised her arms, appearing to clutch something in her hand. She emitted a dreadful, animalistic scream and charged toward my car. As she drew nearer, I realized she was wielding something sharp, possibly a kitchen knife or a jagged piece of glass. In this moment of terror, a brief flashback of my stepdad's advice when I first got my driver's license came to mind. If an animal ever dashes in front of you, turn it into a speed bump. Despite my love for animals making that advice unbearable, This time I decided to heed his words. I was prepared to turn this madwoman into a speed bump. Serve the Servants by Nirvana started playing on the radio, and I mention this because the song's intensity seemed to align perfectly with the moment, as if it was in harmony with the events unfolding. The power of the song enabled me to unleash the most intimidating primal scream I could muster, loud enough for her to hear. The window was open because I had been smoking, and I slammed on the gas. She raced toward my car as if intending to leap onto the hood, but realizing my determination to hit her, she veered away from my vehicle in a zigzag pattern. Racing into the woods still in a heightened state of alert, I didn't stop to question where the woman had vanished. I was simply relieved she was no longer there. Without hesitation, I pressed down on the accelerator and sped all the way home. It was nearly 1:30 a.m. when I finally arrived. My roommate waited up for me, clearly anxious, as it was far later than I had promised to return. She had been trying to reach me, sending texts and making calls, and when I pulled into the driveway, my phone buzzed with all her messages and missed calls. As I began recounting the night's events, my body shifted from a state of defense to sheer panic. My roommate's mother, who worked as a 911 operator, happened to be on duty that night. Concerned, my roommate texted her mom to inquire if there were any silver alerts in the vicinity. Her mom quickly replied, confirming there were none. That revelation sent shivers down my spine, leaving me with an unsettling feeling, as there was no logical explanation for the woman's presence. For some context, I once lived in a quaint town that was generally considered safe for children, though it had minor issues with drugs. My home was situated in an upscale neighborhood, mostly inhabited by families. A small pond, surrounded by lush greenery, was about a 5-minute walk from my house. To reach it, one had to descend a grassy hill. Neighborhood kids, myself included, would often spend hours at the pond, catching frogs, skipping stones, and soaking in the beauty of nature. Now back to the story. On this particular day, the weather was rainy and quite chilly, there were no other children at the pond that day. My best friend, her brother, who was a year older than us, and I decided to visit the pond for a while. After about 30 minutes, we noticed a minivan arriving at the top of the hill. At first, we thought nothing of it, assuming it was likely someone stopping by the neighborhood mailbox. A man, probably in his 60s, stepped out. In our small town, everyone knew each other or at least recognized familiar faces. I found it peculiar that I had never seen this man before, neither in town nor around our neighborhood. He stood there, staring at us for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, he shouted, "It's not safe down there. You kids better come up here." My best friend and her brother appeared frightened, and I sensed that something was amiss. We didn't answer, but he persisted in repeating, "It's not safe down there. You kids better come up here." Our fight-or-flight response kicked in, and we dashed up the opposite side of the hill, just a few meters away from him and his minivan. As soon as he saw us running, he got back into his vehicle and began driving slowly behind us, literally trailing us until we reached my house. Fortunately, my garage door was open, and my parents' cars were parked inside. We hid behind one of the cars and watched as the man pulled to the side of my house and parked. My parents were inside, unaware of what was unfolding. He remained parked in front of my house for a few minutes until my dad came outside, deciding to take out the trash, and saw the three of us. I suppose we were hiding. I guess the man noticed my dad and promptly drove away. But as soon as he departed, we recounted everything to my parents. Even now, 12 years later, they still believe we were being overly dramatic and that the man was genuinely concerned for our safety due to the inclement weather. Nevertheless, we were no longer permitted to return to the pond. I understand their perspective. The three of us had a tendency to exaggerate situations and display dramatic behavior. However, I knew from the unsettling feeling I experienced upon first seeing him at the crest of the hill that something was amiss. To this day, I remain convinced he had ulterior motives, although perhaps it was merely my youthful imagination running wild. This event occurred approximately 20 years ago, and I doubt I will ever forget it. Back in those days, I was an apprentice hairdresser working under one of the top 5 stylists in Japan. Training at that elite level was extremely rigorous, and beauty standards were somewhat different. You likely don't need me to tell you that, but it's probably worth keeping in mind. The training was lengthy, and breaks between sessions were essentially non-existent. We were expected to continue our training even during national holidays. I'm not certain if that was entirely by the book, but as impressionable young stylists, we couldn't afford to be seen refusing training opportunities. I believe I had about 3 or 4 days off for summer. I took them all at once, and many of my friends and colleagues seized the opportunity to return to their hometowns and visit family. Since I lived very close to where I was studying, I didn't feel the need to leave. I didn't want to spend my days off merely lounging around at home, as that's something I could do anytime. So, when one of my senior colleagues invited me to visit his hometown, I accepted. By the time I wrapped up my work, it was quite late, and we didn't reach my colleague's hometown until around 2 a.m. The navigation system indicated we were about 15 minutes from our destination. The roads were desolate and shrouded in darkness, with us being the only travelers at such an hour. Since he resided in the middle of nowhere, that probably explained it. I recall seeing barren fields flanking both sides of the road. I was already beginning to regret the decision to come. I mean, what on earth were we going to do here? He should have probably mentioned that he lived in a rural countryside area. I focused on the road, trying to stay alert. I should mention that I was behind the wheel, as I felt like driving since I rarely got the chance. Had I known it was such a long journey to his family home, I might have reconsidered. Then, out of nowhere, something emerged from the darkness ahead. A naked woman was sprinting down the opposite lane toward us. I slammed on the brakes, thinking I had just witnessed something supernatural. She raced past us, and I glanced in the rearview mirror to see a woman who appeared to be between 18 and 20 years old continuing her run. She then turned around and ran toward our car. I looked at my friend, whose face mirrored disbelief, and I suspected my expression wasn't much different. The reality of the situation was both of us were at a loss for what to do next. I turned to him and asked, "Is that a ghost?" He responded with uncertainty, "I don't know. Should we just keep moving?" Slowly, we began to drive away, though I was filled with doubt because she appeared so lifelike. I made sure to maintain a slow speed, frequently glancing at the mirrors. As the woman drew nearer, I halted the car and said to him, "That's not a ghost. We must stop and check if she's all right." He concurred and mentioned that he would try calling out to her. It was unsettling to see someone wandering in such isolation, especially if you've never been to that place before. She continued to run past our vehicle, and I attempted to match her pace as my friend rolled down the window, trying to communicate with her. "Hey, you shouldn't be running around on the roads like this at such a late hour. Perhaps you should head home," he said, though not very articulately or sympathetically, as I recall. She didn't even turn to face the car. She simply replied, "Hey, don't worry. I'm fine. Feels so good." Now, with a closer view, I estimated her to be about 18 or 19 years old. "Why are you doing this? Have you been kidnapped? Has someone harmed you? It's incredibly dangerous to be out here without clothes and all alone. We need to get you home," I urged her. She ceased running, her gaze falling to the ground in contemplation before answering, "I ran away from home. I don't even know where home is." It was then that I noticed she was actually wearing socks and shoes, so at least her feet weren't in too bad a condition. She stood there, looking lost. Standing there with her hands clasped behind her back, she appeared utterly bewildered and disoriented. It was a peculiar sight, and I couldn't just leave her there. In a hushed tone, I told my friend that we needed to assist her. He let out a sigh but ultimately nodded in agreement. We decided to bring her to the nearest police station. Fortunately, I had a dress in the trunk of my car that belonged to one of my female colleagues from work. In short, I suggested she put it on, and she hesitantly complied. Once she was dressed and settled into the back seat, I turned to her and said, "All right, if you can't recall where you live, I can take you to the police, and we can sort things out from there. Okay?" To this, she responded with something unexpected. "I hate the police. They always take my dad's side. Could you please take me to a hotel instead? Hotels are definitely safer than the police. You can stay with me, hold me tonight. I'm a virgin. Although we were young and often acted impulsively, we understood the importance of ensuring her safety. It's a dangerous world out there, and if she had made that suggestion to another pair of guys in the next car that came by, I shudder to think what could have happened. We told her that wasn't an option. She remained silent for a while before handing me a piece of paper. I'm not sure where she got it, but it contained a name, a phone number, and the address of a hospital. My friend glanced at the address and remarked, "Oh, I know that place." It turned out to be a psychiatric hospital. We dialed the number, and a voice identifying itself as the security department answered. I explained the situation. We explained to the security guard what had transpired, and after we ended the call, we received a phone call from the young woman's mother. We discovered where her mother resided and decided to take her there. My friend mentioned that he was familiar with that part of town, though he had never visited before. Over the phone, the woman's mother was extremely apologetic. My friend spoke with her and sensed that her remorse was sincere and heartfelt, and she truly regretted the trouble caused. I felt sympathy for her, realizing it wasn't her fault. Upon arriving at the house, we learned more about the situation from the mother. The young woman we had found stranded had only recently turned 18. When she was 16, she had been assaulted by her biological father. A few days following the horrific incident, she retaliated by stabbing him in the neck with a box cutter. As a result of this attack, she was committed to a mental institution. No one seemed to understand how she consistently managed to escape, but her mother informed us that this was the third time she had successfully fled. What an extraordinary story, I recall thinking. At the mother's request, we drove them to the hospital. I could see how profoundly exhausted she was from everything that had happened. Despite this, she remained remarkably polite and grateful, which truly impressed me. Given all she had endured, she seemed to possess an incredible command over her emotions. The girl, on the other hand, didn't speak much but appeared to appreciate the dress we provided her. The mother apologized for not laundering it before returning it, but we both assured her that no apology was necessary. Naturally, she changed into her own clothes. After disappearing upstairs to change, she returned, and we set off. She was surprisingly calm about being taken back to the asylum, much more so than I had anticipated. I had imagined she might resist, perhaps even kicking and screaming, but her demeanor was unexpectedly composed. Her mother chatted with her in the back seat during our drive. "You didn't get hurt or anything while you were out, did you?" she inquired. "No, I'm fine," the daughter assured her. "Oh, that's a relief," the mother replied. We left them at the hospital, explaining that we couldn't stay because we were already running late to my friend's parents' house. By the time we finally arrived, his parents were quite worried. We both felt an urge to explain everything that had happened, but exhaustion made recounting it all seem daunting. At that moment, all I wanted was to sleep. I stayed with him and his family for 3 days, which turned out to be incredibly enjoyable and just what I needed. A respite from studies and city life. It was shaping up to be an unforgettable trip. As we parted ways with the family, his little sister requested a lift to the station. I assured her it was no trouble. Just before we dropped her off, she said something that sent chills down my spine. "Hey, big bro, why does your friend have a box cutter stabbed into the back seat?" My wife, dog, and I were on the second day of an 80-kilometer hike through Ontario's Tarney Provincial Park. We had set up camp on a point about 750 meters into the lake one way on. At precisely 9 p.m., we began hearing the distant howls of wolves. By the time we settled into our sleeping bags around 10 p.m., the eerie cries seemed to be inching ever closer. Suddenly, a particularly loud howl erupted from behind us along the trail leading to the point. I quickly emerged from the tent, creating a commotion in an attempt to frighten the animal away, a tactic that has proven effective in our numerous encounters with bears. Despite my efforts, I neither saw nor heard anything nearby. Returning to our makeshift bed, I tried to project an air of calm to avoid alarming my wife. Moments later, we both detected a noise right outside the tent. Strangely, our usually vocal dog remained silent, though visibly trembling. I unzipped the tent flap to discover a wolf gazing intently at me from roughly 15 feet away. Grabbing the bear spray for protection, I took aim. Yet, instead of deploying it, I opted to shout at the wolf and made a couple of threatening lunges toward it. A method that typically deters black bears when there's no immediate escape route. Unfazed, the wolf lingered for a few seconds before nonchalantly retreating into the shadows of the trees, just beyond my line of sight. To ensure our safety, I built a fire between the tent and the surrounding forest and stayed vigilant throughout the night, keeping my headlamp on continuously. The air was filled with the haunting harmonies of 3 or 4 wolves communicating with each other at intervals of about 20 minutes. Their proximity was unnerving, with one howl sounding as if it came from no more than 50 yards away. I was convinced they might attempt to snatch our dog. As dawn approached, around 6 a.m., the chorus of howls intensified, with what seemed like 8 to 10 wolves joining in the chilling symphony. Wait until around 8 a.m. before packing up and getting out of there as quickly as possible. We had ventured 36 kilometers into the wilderness, taking us 2 days to hike in, but managed to hike out in just 6.5 hours. About an hour and a half into our return, the wolves began howling behind us once more, clearly tracking our exit. As we made our way back, we encountered a bear with 2 cubs. Normally, this would have been a cause for concern, but at that moment, our only thought was to get out of their way. My wife's toenails didn't survive the arduous trek, and my poor dog developed significant anxiety about being in the tent. Back in the 90s, before cell phones became ubiquitous, my Girl Scout troop was camping in a state park when a severe storm swept through the area, bringing major flood warnings. The park rangers hurriedly visited every campsite, evacuating people to higher ground. Everyone, that is, except for our group and the Boy Scouts at the adjacent site. We went to sleep with a light rain falling, only to be awakened in the dead of night as our tents began collapsing under the weight of the rapidly rising water. The Boy Scouts, aged between 12 and 16, assisted us in swiftly packing up our site and loading our belongings into our cars. Unfortunately, the roads were far too perilous to navigate, as we couldn't gauge the water's depth and weren't sure if sections of the road had been washed away. We abandoned the vehicles and relied on the map provided by the scout leaders to find a safe, unflooded area a few miles away. There were treehouse cabins constructed around trees, elevated 15 feet in the air. It was decided that we moved swiftly, knowing it was our best opportunity. The older boys and adults carried the youngest girls when it became evident that the gusts were too strong for them to remain upright. The wind and rain drenched everyone to the bone. We eventually reached the cabins, where the adults broke in and searched the emergency supplies for space blankets. Starting a fire was out of the question because there was no firewood available, and due to the unusually dry conditions that year, igniting campfires was prohibited to prevent the risk of a forest fire. I recall shivering for hours, with all of us girls huddled together on the floor while the boys surrounded us, doing their utmost to keep us warm. One of the boys asked if we knew any Girl Scout songs, and we sang every song we could recall. The leaders taught us a few more they had learned over time. Eventually, we persuaded the boys to sing in rounds with us. The storm persisted through the night, causing some girls to cry, and I remember one experiencing a panic attack. The relentless pounding of the storm against the cabin created creaks that echoed throughout the space, and the fact that we were essentially in a treehouse made everything even more terrifying. I was convinced we would be blown over, either whisked away or crushed when we hit the ground. It was impossible to see what was happening outside. We could only hear the relentless roar of the water, the rustling of the trees, and the creaking of the cabin. If the cold didn't claim us, the rushing water surely would. The storm relentlessly battered the cabin throughout the night. Eventually, once we managed to dry off a little, several of us were able to drift into slumber. However, I lay there for what seemed like an eternity, struggling to fall asleep. The loud noises kept startling me awake just as I was on the verge of dozing off. In the early morning hours, I found myself lying there, staring at the ceiling, finally unable to keep my eyes open any longer. I closed them and felt myself drifting away into sleep. Suddenly, a branch crashed through one of the cabin windows, sending shards of glass flying everywhere and jolting everyone awake. The room erupted in screams as the camp leaders frantically tried to soothe us while figuring out what had occurred. It was still quite dark, and a few kids had been injured by the shattered glass. The older boys and camp leaders quickly tended to everyone's wounds and managed the glass situation. If ever there was a night to earn some recognition, it was definitely this one. We all truly came together, and despite the perilous circumstances, I felt a sense of safety with those around me. As morning broke, the rain eased to a gentle drizzle, and a park ranger arrived to assess the damage. He found us and immediately went to get help. They returned with several trucks and all-terrain vehicles, transporting us to a location where doctors were on hand to examine us. By sheer luck, none of us suffered more than chills and a few cuts from the glass. Could have been far worse than it was, and we were astonishingly fortunate to have survived it all. It would have been easy for us to perish while we slept. Had the flood rushed in all at once instead of gradually rising, and if the Boy Scouts hadn't been there, we, as young girls, wouldn't have managed the trek to safety. Attempting to drive would have resulted in us being swept away. About a year ago, I set out on an extensive road trip to New Mexico with a friend. We primarily camped along the route, and our initial night of camping took place in the Jefferson National Forest at a site in West Virginia. We discovered some brochures for campgrounds at a gas station and chose to head to a location called White Rocks Campground. The journey was quite the adventure, involving a drive of over 25 miles up a dirt road into the mountains. We truly found ourselves in the middle of nowhere as we continued our journey. We didn't encounter any other vehicles except for one truck that tailed us for around 15 minutes before veering off onto a different road. Along the route, we came across a massive coal factory with a sign declaring 62 days since the last on-site incident. The only people we saw on our drive were a group gathered on the side of the dirt road, clustered around a plastic bin that was ablaze. It was all quite peculiar, but our enthusiasm for camping and the road trip had us dismissing the oddity with laughter rather than concern. Despite lacking cell phone reception and being deep in the mountains, upon reaching the campground, we found it utterly abandoned. There wasn't a single car or person in sight, even though the campground had roughly 30 sites. We drove on, still eager for adventure. We wandered around, hoping to catch sight of someone, but once it became evident that we were alone, we arbitrarily chose a spot and decided to settle there. We stepped out of the car and stood, absorbing the eerie silence that surrounded us. I've always cherished being in the woods, never feeling fear or intimidation, yet this time was unlike any other. There were no birds singing, just an oppressive silence reminiscent of a scene from a Blair Witch movie. As daylight quickly dwindled, we opted to start a fire and set up our tent to make ourselves comfortable. My friend took charge of pitching the tent while I focused on kindling the fire. As we went about our tasks, we paused occasionally to listen. My friend even remarked that if anyone approached, the crunching leaves would give them away. You can probably sense where this is heading. I assumed our imaginations were playing tricks on us, but it genuinely felt as if we were being watched. It was the first time in my life I had ever experienced such a sensation. I had goosebumps and a strong urge to leave, but I maintained my composure for the sake of my friend, who, as it turned out, was also silently panicking but striving to keep it together. Once the fire was blazing, the tent was erected, and our sleeping bags were arranged, the sun had fully descended. Sitting together around the fire, the darkness seemed to close in on us, creating a sense of suffocation. In an effort to lighten the mood, my friend pulled out a book to read aloud, hoping to ease our nerves. While she read, I used my headlamp to occasionally. Since our arrival at the campsite, I had been constantly scanning the surroundings, gripped by an unsettling sensation that someone might be lurking in the woods. The night enveloped us in darkness, with only our campfire acting as a solitary beacon. My friend and I exchanged glances and decided, forget it, let's just go to bed. Our plan was to fall asleep swiftly and then pack up in the morning to make a quick exit. We put out the fire and I retrieved the lone knife we had, which was still in the car, placing it by my side in the tent. After settling into our sleeping bags, my friend took out her cell phone to check for any signal, but as anticipated, there was none. She attempted to call her boyfriend just in case, and I recall saying aloud, "We have no reception here. It won't work." We lay there in silence, watching the phone as it tried to connect, but it eventually lost the signal. Just when we thought the situation couldn't deteriorate further, we suddenly heard footsteps about 20 feet to the left of our tent. These were quiet, deliberate steps, as if someone had been standing behind a tree near our tent and then started walking towards us. The crunch of leaves underfoot certainly made their presence known. We froze in place, our eyes wide with fear as we stared at each other. The footsteps continued, drawing closer to the tent before veering behind it for a few yards and then coming to a halt. The silence that followed was terrifying. These were the heavy, booted footsteps of a person, unmistakably human, not an animal. My friend reached for the knife next to my bag. With her headlamp on, she unzipped the tent and cautiously stepped outside. He stood before the tent with her knife drawn, carefully surveying the area with her flashlight. She was nothing less than a warrior. We both listened intently for any more footsteps or voices during what felt like an endless stretch of silence. I could see the beam from my friend's headlamp flickering among the trees, but there was nothing there. She leaned back into the tent and whispered, "We're getting the hell out of here." We gathered everything within perhaps 10 minutes, moving swiftly, and then sprinted away from the campsite. Looking back, it's astonishing how we managed not to lose our composure. We remained calm while packing, even though internally we were screaming with terror. We only had our headlamps for light, and the entire time we were packing, I couldn't shake the sensation that the hill people were watching us, waiting to snatch us into the darkness. We felt utterly helpless, although it seemed unreal, as if we were just psyching ourselves out. Still, I couldn't rid myself of the feeling of being watched as we sped away. Then came the confirmation that someone or something had indeed been tracking us. As we pulled out of the campsite, we spotted two filthy black trucks parked off to the side of the road, partially concealed by the trees but still visible. They had certainly not been there when we arrived earlier. The nearest residential homes were about 15 miles away. We didn't see anyone around the trucks, but we didn't stop to investigate. We reached a motel and stayed there for the night, sharing our story with the motel owner, who was incredibly kind and reassuring. He even handed us some cash for another motel if the need arose. I vowed to that man that I would provide him with a stellar review. I will forever remember every detail of that night. The unsettling sensation of being watched, the unexpected footsteps so close to her tent, and the ominous black trucks parked by the roadside. It all began on a bright day during my college years. I had just completed my last class and was eager to return to my dormitory. Once I arrived back in my dorm, I quickly logged onto my computer, excited to discover the new websites that awaited me. Some time ago, my brother had somewhat signed me up for a dark web mailing list where people would share intriguing sites they discovered. He was a complete computer genius, proficient in everything from software coding to Photoshop and video creation. A true wizard with all of it. One day, I received a message from an unidentified user. It read, "Chat with real people from the past." I thought it might be entertaining, so I clicked on it. The webpage loaded, displaying nothing but a chat box and a button to search for a new person to converse with. I clicked the button to find someone new to chat with. It took a while, but eventually, I connected with someone. There was no text at first, but then, suddenly, a message appeared. It read, "Dear friend, I am writing this internet mail to anyone who cares to read it. I am soon to be a father to twins. I hope this mail reaches you in good condition. We're off to see the new Star Wars. The Empire Strikes Back at the theater to celebrate." New Star Wars? That film was already over 3 years old by then. This had to be some kind of silly joke, I thought. There was simply no way someone from the 1980s was genuinely chatting with me. Deciding to join in on the fun, I replied, suggesting that I wouldn't exactly call that movie new, as I had watched it when I was a child. He responded with, "What are you talking about? The premiere is tonight. You must be thinking of a different film unless you live abroad and it was released earlier there." "No, I'm a college student in America," I answered. I proceeded to enumerate every Star Wars movie and TV series that had been released since then. "You must have quite the vivid imagination," the guy remarked. He sent a lengthy message explaining that they only had plans for a limited number of films and that he was well informed about the subject. He reminded me of my father, who was a huge Star Wars enthusiast. I was thoroughly enjoying the time travel roleplay, so I told him I knew an enormous spoiler for The Empire Strikes Back. Out of courtesy, I asked if he wanted to hear it, to which he confidently replied, daring me to spoil it for him. If you've seen the movie, you know precisely which spoiler I'm referring to. He chuckled and said that was impossible, mentioning he was heading to the theater. His responses stopped after that, so I assumed our entertaining little roleplay had concluded. It was quite heartwarming, and the guy really embraced his role, speaking like someone who had only just discovered email, maintaining a polite tone throughout. I went about my day likely. I studied a bit less than I should have and had a brief conversation with my brother. I mentioned the guy from the 80s and he chuckled, saying he'd have to check out that website. My brother was considerably more nerdy and really into all those things. He tended to be somewhat antisocial, so the dark web was his comfort zone. Hours later, I heard a notification sound. I had left the website open without realizing it, and the guy from the 80s had actually responded. He was going on about how I knew about the major spoiler and speculated that I must have had early access or worked on the film. We had further exchanges about how I lived in 2023, and I really leaned into the role of being from the future, teasing him about the technology we have here. Part of me relished the role-playing, even though it wasn't typically my thing. He asked for my name, but I was wise enough not to give anyone on the dark web any personal details. Instead, I inquired about his name, and my stomach churned when he told me Alfie Rogers. Suddenly, this conversation was no longer amusing. That was my father's name. This person clearly had information on me. They must have traced my IP address, discovered my name, and done some basic background research on Ancestry.com and other similar websites that exist these days. All right, you know my dad's name. This isn't funny. What do you want? I asked, aware that this sort of situation usually escalates into either a blackmail attempt or a twisted game. What do you mean? He responded, still deeply immersed in the roleplay. There's no way that you just randomly chose a name and it turned out to be my father's name, so you're aware of who I am. What do you want? Even as I challenged him, he remained unmoved. He confidently insisted that his name was Alfie Rogers and that he was living in the 1980s. He proceeded to list a series of personal details to demonstrate he was a genuine individual. He knew my father's place of birth, the origins of his parents, my mother's name, her parents, and the car he owned, everything. It was incredibly unsettling. I'm quite skilled with computers, so I understand just how much information can be extracted from historical online archives, but this was impressively eerie. Whoever this person was, they were exceptionally adept at this and must have been planning it for some time. I pondered about a question that only my father could truly answer. I stumbled upon the perfect question. We had an old dog when I was a child, and unfortunately we had no photographs of her. Nobody else would know about this dog. There was absolutely no way she was in any database. So, I asked him, who is Poppy? Poppy, that's my dog. How did you know my dog's name? She's a border collie sitting with me right now. That's creepy. How did you manage that? I began to panic. I don't believe in things like this, in time travel or having conversations with the past. But whoever this man was possessed too much information about my family's history. It simply didn't add up. He responded to every question I posed. I think I spent hours interrogating him about his entire life and eventually came to accept that whoever or whatever. Upon encountering this person, it was as if I found myself conversing with my father when he was my age. Despite the initial awkwardness, I relished every moment of our exchange. There was just one request I made of him. If he truly existed in the past and was indeed my father, I wished for him to take some photographs of Poppy. He chuckled and assured me he would handle it. He mentioned he needed to leave soon and expressed his admiration for the brilliance of computers. Although I doubted he completely understood the situation, he cheerfully played along as if he were genuinely speaking with his son. I asked him to tell Poppy that I missed her, and even though I strongly suspected this was either a peculiar AI or a benign role player, I confessed my love for him. Amusingly, he responded by saying he loved me too and concluded with, "Can't wait to meet you." With that, our conversation came to an end. Weeks went by, and I felt an unparalleled happiness that I hadn't experienced in a long time. Life had been challenging without a father figure, especially since he had succumbed to a heart attack a year before I embarked on my college journey. Yet, that conversation provided a sense of closure I desperately needed. It felt as though I had navigated through my grief, allowing myself the space to begin healing. Occasionally, I would revisit that website, but I never encountered another message from him. I assumed it was a one-time occurrence. As the months rolled on, my thoughts of that conversation gradually faded, allowing me to truly start living my life once more. When Christmas approached, I traveled back home to spend time with family. It was the second Christmas without him, and his absence was still profoundly felt. Nevertheless, we cherished the holiday, and I cherished the opportunity to see my mom and brother on the final evening before I headed back to college. That night, my mom suddenly remembered she had something for me. She presented me with an old VHS tape. It was Star Wars: The Empire Strikes Back. I was familiar with what VHS tapes were, but they had become obsolete about 2 decades ago, so I was puzzled as to why she was giving it to me. "Open it," she urged. I pried open the bulky case and peered inside. To my astonishment, there was an entire collection of photos of Poppy. Dozens of them, showing him posing with the entire family, including my brother and me when we were just infants. There were even some pictures of my dad posing with the dog. The experience was surreal, and I was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to fathom how these images had come into existence. A note was attached, reading, "For my brilliant children, may the force be with you. He was always a bit of a dork," my mom remarked with a fond smile. "I thought we didn't have any pictures of Poppy. I don't even recall your dad taking these." Her voice carried a noticeable hint of happiness and nostalgia. "But your brother discovered them a few weeks ago." I gave her a warm hug and went in search of my brother. I expressed how incredible it was that he found them and began to sift through the collection. I shared with him details about the website and the man from the past who claimed to be our dad, and how we even had a conversation about him taking photos of the dog. My brother was content to listen and peruse the photos with me, but he remained his typically reticent self, offering just a few positive remarks about the pictures. He hadn't been the same since he passed, but it was comforting to see him with a smile for the first time in a while. So that's my tale about my time-traveling conversation with my dad. At times, it completely unnerves me, keeping me awake all night as I ponder it. On other occasions, I find solace in knowing that something beyond my understanding occurred to me. Whether it was the work of an exceptionally skilled hacker or a bizarre AI, I'm unsure, but I've since chosen to steer clear of the dark web. I consider myself fortunate that this encounter didn't lead to someone exploiting that information for nefarious purposes. Alright, before I begin, I must say that this took place many years ago, and I no longer engage in such activities. I was young and naive, eager to impress a girl I admired. For legal reasons, this entire story is fictional. I was in my early 20s when I started associating with a group of people who partied quite intensely. They indulged in various substances that I won't specify here. I did my utmost to distance myself from that scene, though I may or may not have participated on a few occasions. My life was somewhat chaotic at the time. I won't offer too many justifications for my choice to spend time with these people, but one reason I lingered was because of this girl. At that time, she was exactly what I was looking for: long-haired, playful, and flirtatious, embodying my ideal. We began talking, and I invited her to hang out sometime, to which she surprisingly agreed. I was astounded. Just a few days before she was meant to come over and relax, she messaged me, inquiring if I had any of that good stuff. In social settings, I only indulged in green stuff when it felt absolutely necessary. Instead of admitting this, I opted to lie, claiming I had some on hand. Suddenly, a wave of panic hit me as I began reaching out to everyone I knew in search of grass, but no one could assist me. Desperation set in, leading me to make the most foolish decision imaginable. I ventured into the dark web. To maintain my anonymity, I acquired a virtual private network and embarked on a quest to find a way in. After some thorough searching and inquiries, I stumbled upon a link that allegedly directed me to a dark web marketplace. My heart raced as I clicked on it. The site exuded a shady aura, unlike anything on the conventional web. No flashy advertisements, No social media links, just a plain page listing various products. I scrolled through the offerings until I spotted what I was after. I contacted the seller and negotiated the details. Paying wasn't as straightforward as a single click, like on Amazon. They required cryptocurrency. This meant I had to figure out how to obtain some, which turned into a bit of a headache and ended up costing me $50 for something that should have been around $20. Nevertheless, I managed to sort it out. A few days later, a small package arrived, and my heart raced as I opened it. However, instead of receiving what I'd ordered, it contained nothing but random junk. I had been duped. Panic set in as I realized I was in way over my head. Not long after, I began receiving threatening emails from an anonymous sender. They were aware of my activities and demanded more money, threatening to expose what I had been up to. I found myself ensnared in a sinister web of extortion, each knock at my door sending a shiver down my spine. I was frantically searching for an escape from the predicament I had entangled myself in, akin to being lost in a self-created nightmare within a dark forest. Call me foolish, because I truly was, but I ended up sending the anonymous extortionists approximately $600 in total, dishing out around $100 every week. They persistently returned to demand more, and I kept paying, until one day I decided enough was enough and ceased all payments. For months afterward, I lived in constant dread, convinced that the FBI would storm through my door to arrest me. In hindsight, it was utterly absurd. No one was interested in a guy purchasing a minuscule amount of something illicit online. However, my mind was clouded with fear. The most surprising part is that the girl I fancied didn't even care. She visited me, and we had a wonderful evening together. She didn't even bring up the issue. So, if there's a lesson to be learned here, aside from steering clear of the dark web, it would be to avoid trying drugs to impress someone, and certainly not to send $600 to people blackmailing you over a minor infraction. This narrative might be brief, but it's entirely true, so I'll recount it just as it occurred. At the time, I was a 23-year-old man with a history of exploring the dark web, browsing random sites, and ordering various items, yet I never really encountered any problems. I should add, however, that I used absolutely no special software or filters for protection. I simply dove in headfirst, trusting that my antivirus software would shield me from any potential harm. Ladies, you might want to cover your ears for this. Unlike many young men, I would often watch adult content. One evening, as I was feeling particularly isolated, I stumbled upon some videos that I certainly wouldn't view in the company of my parents. I sat in front of my laptop and indulged in my private activities. 2 nights later, I received an email that was unusually sent from my own email address. This was unprecedented for me. I opened it immediately, and the sensation that washed over me is hard to put into words. Attached to the email was a video of me in my natural state, intensely engaged in a solo game of rock, paper, scissors, so to speak. Everything was visible, including my face. At one point in the video, I adjusted my seat, leaving no doubt about my identity. The email contained a list of demands. I was to go online, purchase Bitcoin or gift cards, and send them to the sender, or the incriminating video would be distributed to my family. The blackmailer even had the audacity to list my family members' names, ensuring I understood the seriousness of the threat. He gave me a 48-hour deadline and emphasized that he could see that I had opened the email because he had access to my computer. He further threatened that if I contacted the authorities or researched how to handle the situation, he would release everything. Call me reckless, but after contemplating the situation for a few hours, I concluded that my self-respect was too valuable. I refused to pay someone to conceal an activity that nearly every adult in the world partakes in. I decided to call his bluff and enlisted a friend to help me remove any viruses from my laptop. My friend believes he discovered how they accessed my system. It was my webcam, but we couldn't be certain, so I always had to disable it in the settings and place a sticker over it. I messaged everyone on the list he had sent me, warning them that they might receive a video of me and explaining the situation. They all just laughed and told me I was gross. The blackmailer, as far as I know, never actually sent the video, but I learned my lesson about taking online privacy more seriously. This all occurred approximately 4 years ago, yet the experience has haunted me almost every single day since. I'll begin by saying that at the time I was quite young. I was single and eager to have my first romantic experience with someone. I spent some time browsing dating apps and chatting with a few people until I finally came across a guy who seemed intriguing. We shared many interests, and I thought it would be a good idea to meet up with him, having been in conversation for nearly a month by then. Although I was young, I wasn't naive or foolish. I was, and still am, a very cautious and paranoid person. Yet, for some reason, I made what might have been one of the worst decisions of my life. I invited him to spend the night at my place. My parents were away for the weekend, and I had the house to myself, so it seemed like the perfect opportunity for him to come over. He lived about 3 hours away from my home, but he was eager and almost desperate to visit, so he set off as soon as he finished work, which was around 11 a.m. Throughout the journey, he was W. While driving to my place, a dreadful sense of foreboding washed over me, as though something was about to go terribly, terribly wrong. I almost texted him several times to say I was no longer interested, but I hesitated since he was only 10 minutes away. When I heard his car pull up, I sprang up, expecting to be greeted with a smile upon opening the door. Instead, he forced his way in and stared at me with a vacant expression, all while my 2 French bulldogs, who never reacted aggressively to anyone, began to snarl and growl at him. Instantly, everything felt bizarre and unsettling. He quickly followed me to my bedroom and wasted no time in confronting me harshly. Reluctantly, I went along with it, as it was my first encounter with someone like him. He was nearly 6 years older than me, which made me quite anxious. Fast forward a few hours, and he unexpectedly asked if he could sleep in my room. This puzzled me, as it was only 5 p.m., but I agreed and decided to continue watching movies alone downstairs. After about an hour, I heard noises that sounded like furniture being moved and him talking. Curious and concerned, I went upstairs and opened my door, only to find him crouched in the middle of my room, breathing heavily. I asked if he was okay, and he motioned for me to get on the bed. He sat me on his lap and proceeded to place a blindfold over my eyes, wrapping his hands around my neck. I was already feeling extremely uneasy, and my discomfort grew as he tightened his grip. With his hands around my throat, he asked if anyone was aware of my location, whether my friends knew his identity and appearance. Without hesitation, I replied that my sister and friends were aware of his presence. This was an absolute fabrication, as I didn't have a sister, and my friends were completely oblivious. Yet, something within me compelled me to utter those words. After several minutes of uncomfortable silence, he rose to collect his belongings. I noticed that his backpack contained tape, rope, and handcuffs. Initially, this didn't alarm me since I knew he was interested in such things, but in hindsight, I suspect they were meant for something far more sinister. Suddenly, he announced his intention to head home, mentioning the long drive ahead and his fatigue. I didn't hesitate to show him to the door, already feeling exceedingly uneasy. As he departed, he neither glanced back at me nor bid farewell. He drove off down the street as soon as he got into his car. I rushed back to my room to check if he had left anything behind, given his hasty exit. On my desk, I discovered a note with the words, "Being nice is what saved you." At the time, I couldn't decipher the note's meaning, but now, reflecting on it, I genuinely believe he harbored malicious intentions towards me. I am still furious with myself for allowing a stranger into my home, a decision that was clearly a grave mistake. I promptly blocked him on all my social media accounts. I am incredibly fortunate to have emerged unscathed. All I know is that he is now somewhere back in America. I still don't understand why he was residing in the UK when I met him, but all I can say now is, I am relieved that he is now several miles away from me. After I graduated, I lived with my older brother for approximately 4 years. We shared the rent on an apartment because neither of us could afford a place on our own. However, during the 4th year, my brother began earning a better income and planned to move out once the lease expired. I wasn't making much money, so I knew I couldn't afford the apartment by myself. I spent a few months searching online for a potential roommate, but ultimately decided to relocate and find a more affordable place. I continued my search until the final month of our lease, by which time my brother had mostly moved out. There was immense pressure on me to find a new place quickly, but with my very limited budget, it was challenging. Eventually, I came across an ad posted by a homeowner renting out a room in his house. The man's name was Evan. I sent him a message expressing my interest and continued my search. He replied within a few minutes, and we arranged a time to speak later that day. During our call, he explained all the details. He mentioned that he lived alone and was renting out his spare bedroom, but I would have access to all the other rooms in the house. It sounded perfect to me, so I agreed. A couple of weeks later, I packed all my belongings into a U-Haul and drove to the house. During this period, Evan and I had been texting and calling, and he had sent me numerous pictures, although I hadn't yet seen the place in person. I arrived around noon and parked in the driveway. The house was indeed rather small, yet it presented a charming exterior. Evan was standing in the garage, gesturing for me to come over. He gave me a brief tour before assisting me in carrying all my belongings into my room. Evan appeared to be an ordinary man in his mid-30s, which made him nearly a decade older than I was, but that didn't bother me much. He wasn't very adept at holding conversations and was somewhat reserved. Nonetheless, we managed to move everything inside, and I returned the U-Haul. I took an Uber back to the house, and by that time, it was nearing 8 p.m., and fatigue was setting in. Evan was lounging on the couch, watching television, so I informed him that I was heading to bed early and retreated to my room. Overall, the place seemed satisfactory to me, and I was content with it. I continued unpacking a bit more and set up my bed. By 9 o'clock, I was finally ready to sleep. As I approached my door to secure it and switch off the lights, I noticed something peculiar. The door handle was devoid of a lock. Perplexed, I opened the door and discovered that the lock was on the exterior side. I stepped into the living room to question Evan about why the bedroom door locked from the outside. He seemed puzzled and mentioned he had never noticed that before but promised to change it around the next day. I shrugged and agreed, then returned to my room. Exhausted and not overly concerned, I found it to be an unusual discovery. I climbed into bed and drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, I was awakened by the sound of someone moving about in the kitchen, which I assumed was just Evan getting a drink or something of the sort. I closed my eyes again, reassured. Later, I heard him retracing his steps down the hallway. As he passed my room, he paused. I opened my eyes and glanced at the door, where he stood silently for what felt like 15 seconds. Then, I heard a click. He had locked my door. My stomach sank, and a chill crept over my face as Evan continued to his own room. As soon as I heard his bedroom door close, I quietly rose and approached the door. I tried the handle, but it wouldn't move. I stood there, stunned, as the realization dawned on me that this man I had just met had locked me in. My fear quickly morphed into anger, and I shouted for Evan to unlock the door. It only took a moment before I heard Evan emerge from his room and approach my door. I could hear him place his hand on it, pausing briefly before unlocking it. As soon as it was open, I confronted him, asking, "What the hell was that?" Evan stumbled over his words, claiming he just wanted to ensure his own safety since he didn't know me well enough. While I understood his concern, locking someone in a room was definitely not the right approach. I informed him that I would be packing up and leaving in the morning. I stayed up all night on the couch in the living room, waiting for the U-Haul store to open at 9 o'clock. I glanced down the hallway and noticed Evan's bedroom door was still shut, hopefully indicating he was asleep. Then I drove straight to the store and brought the U-Haul back to the house. When I returned, Evan's bedroom door was open. "Evan," I called out as I walked. I leaned into his room, peeking my head inside. The space was vacant, and I scanned it in disbelief, sensing that things were becoming increasingly bizarre. Retreating, I immediately focused on relocating my belongings. I powered through 2 hours of moving boxes and dismantling my bed. With only 2 boxes remaining, I hurried inside, grabbed one, and dashed toward the front door, only to find Evan blocking the entrance. "Move," I demanded. He gazed at me without any expression, and after a moment, stepped aside. I brushed past him and placed the box in the U-Haul. The final box was half filled with miscellaneous food items I had kept from my old pantry at the apartment. I decided to leave it behind. Evan was unsettling me, and I wanted to distance myself from him as quickly as possible. As I began closing the back of the U-Haul, Evan interrupted me, saying, "You forgot this," while holding out the last box. "Oh, yeah, thanks," I replied, taking it from him and climbing back into the truck. I could feel his gaze on me as I stacked the box, and when I turned around, he had his hand on the door, attempting to shut me in. I managed to stop him before the door was halfway down. I pushed him to the ground, but he quickly got up and ran. Not into the house, but into the trees, away from the property. I was bewildered, but I didn't care. I swiftly shut the back door and drove away. My brother kindly offered me a place to stay until I found a new home. I still don't know what transpired at that house or what might have occurred, but there was undeniably something very wrong happening. My roommate was away for the week, leaving me with the entire place to myself. It was spring break, so my college classes were on hold. I had no plans or obligations, which left me with a lot of free time. On Monday, I found myself essentially confined indoors due to a massive storm sweeping through our city. This kind of weather was typical for this time of year, yet it always seemed more severe with each occurrence. The trees looked as if they might be uprooted, and the house shook and creaked incessantly. Realizing that sleep would elude me, I decided to stay awake. I switched on the Xbox and immersed myself in a video game, playing for well over an hour, probably until around 11, when the doorbell unexpectedly rang. I paused the game and got up, but then recalled the storm raging outside. Who would be out there at this hour? I approached the front door and peered through the peephole, but saw nothing. I opened the door, and the wind and rain immediately assailed me. Glancing around, I saw no one. I shut the door, pondering if the wind might have somehow activated the doorbell. It sounds silly now, but what else could I have thought? I returned to my game, but just a few minutes later, I heard a loud crash coming from the backyard. Things were tumbling and breaking. I instantly realized it was the patio furniture and rushed to the back door. The yard was in chaos, with everything scattered and swept up by the wind. I quickly put on my shoes and stepped outside, pushing each piece of furniture against the back of the house. The wind was so strong that it occasionally stung when it hit. The water splashed against my face as I hurried, moving as swiftly as possible, until I noticed someone standing at the edge of the backyard, observing me. I glanced back at them briefly, then seized the last piece of furniture and dashed indoors to escape the rain. As I dried off, I glanced toward the back door, but the person had vanished. Between that and the doorbell ringing, I felt somewhat anxious. I settled in the living room, scrolling through my phone, tired of the constant interruptions. After a while, I struggled to keep my eyes open. I grabbed a blanket and lay down on the couch, not feeling up to heading upstairs, where the storm's roar was even louder. It took some time, but eventually, I drifted off to sleep. Several hours later, still deep into the night, I awoke to a sudden gust of strong wind rattling the house. I pushed the blanket aside and sat up, swinging my feet to the floor as I prepared to check if the furniture outside was still in place. However, the moment my feet touched the ground, they were drenched, jolting me awake instantly. I looked down and saw a puddle right next to the couch, then noticed another leading in a trail across the floor. Inside the puddles were faint shoe prints. I stood up and dashed to the corner of the room, my heart pounding rapidly in my chest. After a minute of hearing nothing but the wind outside, I cautiously followed the shoe prints. They led all throughout the house, both upstairs and down, but it was clear that they had entered through the back door, which I had foolishly forgotten to secure in my haste to escape the rain. I quickly locked it and retrieved my phone to dial 911, but then a chilling thought occurred to me. What if they were still inside? I remained silent and crept into the most concealed corner of the house, hoping to be unnoticed. I waited in utter silence for the authorities to arrive. When they did, they surveyed the scene, observing everything I had, but uncovering nothing more. They informed me it seemed like a targeted attack as nothing was taken, and the intruder appeared to have specifically focused on my home. Disturbingly, they had approached me while I was asleep and seemingly did nothing but watch, which was incredibly unsettling. It puzzled me because if they intended harm, they would have acted then. After pondering this, I began to suspect that the intruder had actually been seeking my roommates. They saw me, scanned the house, and then departed without doing anything. If this were indeed a targeted attack and my roommate had been there, I fear the situation might have been far worse than it was. A few years ago, I was renting a house in Northern California. The neighborhood was just on the outskirts of the suburbs, offering what seemed like the ideal mix of space and friendly neighbors close enough to prevent feeling isolated. The area lacked streetlights, making it extremely dark at night, particularly when clouds obscured the moonlight. Nevertheless, I didn't mind. It made my quaint home feel even more serene on those pitch-black nights. One day, I returned home from work in It was a cloudy night as I arrived at my house, with only one of my car's headlights and the front porch light piercing through the darkness. As I stepped out of my vehicle, I detected an unusual scent of cigarette smoke, which was strange since I'd never encountered that around my home before. Seeing no one in the vicinity, I chose to disregard it and went inside. Having just completed a shift with a few extra hours of overtime, I was quite fatigued, despite it being not even 7 o'clock yet. I decided to take a shower and call it a night. I awoke later, convinced I had heard a noise within my house. Initially, I wasn't alarmed, as my friend occasionally stopped by to use my shower on his way to his evening classes. I had even given him a spare key so he could drop by even when I wasn't home. He always texted me beforehand, though, and I hadn't heard my phone alert. Reaching for my bedside table, I picked up my cell phone to check if my friend had sent a message. The glaring light from the screen blinded me. This was back in the days before phones had sensors to adjust screen brightness in the dark, and this particular model was so bright it could serve as a flashlight. Through squinted eyes, I could discern that it was sometime after 9, but I couldn't tell if there was an unread text. I set my phone aside and called out my friend's name. A few seconds of silence followed before I heard loud footsteps as someone began running through the ground floor of my house. I leapt out of bed and dashed to the closet, my heart pounding. By the time I reached the top of the stairs, the door had already swung open, and I stepped inside the house. It had 3 rooms upstairs, 2 bedrooms on either side of the hallway. I was in one, which served as a spare, and there was a bathroom at the end of the hall. Both bedroom doors were closed, but the bathroom door was slightly ajar. I could hear the intruder thundering down the hallway, passing my door, and heading into the bathroom. Thankfully, that move bought me enough time to open the attic access in the ceiling of my closet and hoist myself up. I had just begun to pull myself into the attic when the person sprinted out of the bathroom. My feet barely made it inside the attic when my bedroom door burst open. I heard footsteps rush into the room and come to an abrupt halt when they failed to spot me. They then dashed back to the hallway and into the other room, which was filled with boxes stacked in a corner, some weights, and a table where I painted my miniature models. It seemed they assumed anyone hiding would be in the bedroom, so they charged back into my room and switched on the light. Moments later, the closet door was yanked open. I crouched in the attic, just a foot or so away from the access, ready to intervene if they attempted to climb up. From my vantage point, I could only see from about their knees down. They wore tattered blue jeans with frayed cuffs and work boots. After a few seconds of inspecting the closet, they stepped away, and I heard a loud crash emanate from my room, followed by a scream of frustration and anger. That scream was the most unsettling part. The incident reminded me all too vividly of my stepfather, who would yell in a similar fashion whenever he lost his temper. Eventually, he was committed to a psychiatric hospital due to several mental disorders that led to unpredictable and violent behavior. The man in my house hurriedly descended the stairs, and I heard the sounds of crashes and clatters as objects were hurled about and furniture was overturned. I remained crouched in the attic, having left my cell phone there, and wasn't sure if I could climb down without him hearing me. After some time, the commotion ceased. I began counting slowly, and when I reached 1,000, I decided it was finally safe to descend and contact the police. Upon emerging from the closet, the first thing I noticed was that the intruder had flipped my bed over, presumably in an attempt to locate me. That must have been the loud crash I heard after he moved away from the closet. Unable to find my cell phone, I went to the landline by the bed and called the police. I stayed in my room until I heard the officers calling out from downstairs. The first floor was in disarray, as I had anticipated. Chairs were overturned, the sofa was flipped, and all the books, pictures, and knickknacks from my shelves were scattered across the floor. The kitchen cupboards had been opened, and all the boxes and canned goods were strewn on the ground. As far as I could tell, the only item missing was a single knife from the wooden block in my kitchen. The police conducted a thorough search of the house from top to bottom and discovered that the side door had been pried open by something resembling a crowbar. They also discovered a few cigarette butts along my fence line, along with some foil and an empty pen, which the police mentioned are frequently used for smoking meth. This led them to believe he had been surveilling my house for some time. It dawned on me that he must have been up there smoking a cigarette when I arrived home. The officers gathered the evidence and advised me to stay with family or friends that night and to have the door repaired as soon as possible. Instead, I chose to forego sleep, moving a shelf to barricade the damaged door, and spent the following hours tidying up. Often, I would go to the window with a flashlight, shining it along the fence line where the police had found the cigarette butts and foil, but I saw nothing. The next day, I arranged to have the door repaired and installed motion-sensitive lights at the back and sides of my house. I also ran a phone cable up into the attic and added a landline, vowing never to be caught up there without a phone again. Nothing else occurred at that house, and I lived there for another 3 years without incident. As an additional precaution, I practiced getting out of my bed, heading to my closet, and climbing into the attic swiftly and silently. I even practiced this at my new place, although now I head to a crawl space at the back of the closet instead of the attic. I try not to dwell on what might have happened if I had been a bit slower reaching the attic, or if he hadn't entered the bathroom. At the far end of the hallway, as the applause subsided, I recalled a time when I was just 19. Back then, I was a Marine and, perhaps foolishly, I had utilized my military benefits to secure a home loan and purchase my first house. I moved in with belongings that could barely fill a barracks room, yet this new place felt like a grand palace to me. Naturally, I went out and bought a few essentials. Bar stools, a futon to sleep on until I could afford a proper bed, and some second-hand coffee tables to support my TV. Accompanying me was my loyal dog. As I was unpacking my modest possessions in the living room, I noticed a car had pulled into my driveway, effectively blocking my exit. Curious and slightly annoyed, I stepped outside to find a man standing there, eager to sell me a home security system. He was dressed in khakis and a polo shirt, sporting a name tag whose details now escape me, and the car bore no company logo. I should have seen this as a warning sign, but I reasoned that not all employees drove company vehicles. He handed me his business card, though I no longer recall the name of the company he claimed to represent. The man, a seemingly amiable salesman, launched into his pitch about installing a security system, highlighting the benefits of being able to monitor the exterior of my home at any time. As a low-ranking military member, I was acutely aware that I couldn't afford yet another expense, so my mind raced to find a way to make this persistent man leave. I even entertained the idea of using some hand-to-hand combat move, something Marines are trained to do, just to get him to depart. However, I am naturally a passive person, or perhaps one could say I'm overly polite. I have never been rude to someone simply doing their job, having worked in customer service myself, so I empathized with his position. I attempted to decline his offer courteously. He attempted to persuade me after trying to demonstrate some things on his iPad. You know how insistent these people can be. I'll confess to my own foolishness in responding to his inquiries, like when I revealed too much personal information. "Do you live alone?" he asked. "No, I live here with my wife and our 3 large dogs," I replied. At least I emphasized the large part. My wife and her dogs hadn't actually moved in yet, and although her dogs were just overweight, they were more aggressive than my own gentle companion. But 2 women living together probably seemed like easier targets. When he inquired if I had served in the military, I mentioned being a Marine. He seemed somewhat taken aback but remained undeterred. "What kind of security system do you have?" he continued. "My dogs and me," I said, which wasn't the most reassuring response I could have provided. I wasn't exactly intimidating. I mean, I would be terrifying if I had a firearm or something. I've been handling them all my life and have never missed a target, whether living or inanimate. If you invite me in, I can show you the best places to set up cameras, he suggested more than a few times. Each time, I grew increasingly uneasy, suspecting he was considering robbing me, although there wasn't much to steal. Despite being a victim of assault in the past, all I could think about was a potential burglary. I made sure we stayed away from the house while we conversed. We were outside for about 15 minutes in total, and I spent most of that time trying to politely extricate myself and retreat indoors. I was losing my patience with the social niceties and simply walked away, leaving him standing alone in my front yard. I stepped inside my house. After locking the door, he got into his car and drove away. I thought nothing more of it. After unpacking some of my belongings, I found myself unable to do much else since I didn't have a place to store most of them. I snacked on some junk food and assembled the futon, adorning it with my softest blankets. I ensured that all the doors and windows were securely locked and mentally settled into the living room. In hindsight, I'm unsure why I chose not to place the futon in a bedroom. All the bedrooms have blinds, and although they require a bit of a walk to get to, perhaps I wanted to remain near an exit. For context, my back door is a double glass pane door. At that time, there were no curtains on it, but the kitchen window did have blinds. My kitchen, living room, and dining area are all interconnected, but I cleverly positioned my futon against a wall in the living room so it couldn't be seen from the back doors or the front door window. Call me cautious. I had been lying there for a few hours, and around 11 o'clock, my dog got off the futon and approached the back doors. My dog is large and resembles a Rottweiler, though he's never harmed anything in his life. He greets strangers at the door with a wagging tail and rarely barks. He stood there for a while, whining a few times. I dismissed it, assuming it was probably just a squirrel. But then, he began growling, a sound I'll never forget, which sent a chill of terror straight through me as I sat alone in the dark. I had only felt that kind of fear once before, when a mountain lion screamed, and I realized how helpless I was against the forces of nature. The point is, these sounds are meant to frighten you, and the situation left me utterly petrified. I was paralyzed with fear, tempted to retreat and call the police. However, I realized that if someone was lurking outside, they would undoubtedly notice the light from my phone and pinpoint my location. Meanwhile, my dog remained steadfast by the back door. I mustered up just enough courage to peel myself off the couch and investigate, despite being terrified out of my wits. I stealthily moved to the kitchen and grabbed a knife, one of the few utensils I owned, before creeping towards the window. Crouching low among the cabinets to avoid being seen from outside, I braced myself to draw back the blinds. My mind raced with irrational thoughts, conjuring horror stories I had read, bringing them frighteningly to life. I was on the verge of backing out, acutely aware of my lack of bravery. After all, I worked in communications, far removed from any life-threatening scenarios, especially those involving intruders in my home, the one sanctuary I should consider safe. I had always harbored a fear of home invasion, rooted in an incident from my youth that isn't worth delving into here. The crux is, if someone dared to violate my sanctuary, it would no longer be a refuge. Just when I thought my fear had peaked, I noticed a male figure in my backyard, and my heart lurched violently. He stood not far from the window I was peering through, brazenly uncovered, revealing his blonde hair in the moonlight. In mere seconds, I recognized him as the security salesman, even in the darkness. I was perched on the edge of my porch, keeping a vigilant eye on my back door and my dog. Suddenly, I sprang into action, swiftly climbing over the bar counter and flicking on the lights as I moved toward the back door. My dog was still growling, so I hoped to let him out in time to at least scare off the intruder, if not actually harm him. Unfortunately, as soon as the lights illuminated the yard, the man had just enough time to leap over the low part of the fence to safety before my dog even managed to leave the porch. I didn't manage to sleep at all that night. My dog, having fulfilled his duty, sat calmly on the futon with me. The following morning, I filed a police report. However, I couldn't provide them with the man's name or the company he was representing since I'd misplaced the card he gave me. The police arranged for patrols to pass through the area, and I learned that all legitimate salespeople should provide identification upon request. That night, I had 2 friends stay over, ready in case he dared to return. We speculated that he might have orchestrated the whole incident to frighten me into purchasing home security. However, he never came back, and I haven't seen him since. This incident occurred just yesterday while both of my parents were at work. For context, my father works as a mailman, and my mother is an RV saleswoman. They're constantly on the move, so they can't always answer their phones promptly. I have an older brother, but he's away at college 2 hours from home, so he doesn't play a role in this story. I was sitting in the living room with my dog when I heard voices in the hallway. This wasn't out of the ordinary, as I live in a 3rd-floor apartment, and there's a boisterous family next door that frequently has friends over. Moreover, it was a Saturday, so I hadn't anticipated such complete silence. Initially, I simply ignored the faint talking since I had headphones on. However, my dog became alert, moving towards the door with a vigilant stance, the hair on his back bristling, something he never usually does. This unusual behavior made me concerned, so I removed my headphones. That's when I distinctly heard the voices again. 2 adult men were shouting loudly in the apartment hallway. Feeling a bit unnerved, I gently pushed my dog away from the door, ensured it was securely locked, and moved cautiously towards it to confirm if they were near my apartment. Peering through the peephole, I couldn't see either of them, but knowing that the only blind spot was directly to the right, I inferred they were at my neighbor's place. Leaning against the door, I felt it start to shake violently as the men began pounding on the neighbor's door, still shouting phrases like, "We can hear you," and "Come out." I didn't want to reveal that I was home, so I quickly gathered my dog and retreated into my room, attempting to call my dad. Fortunately, he answered after a few rings and advised me to remain in my room quietly, assuring me they would eventually leave. I mostly stayed put, but I called my best friend to have someone on the line since my dad couldn't keep talking. My room is the furthest from the door, so I was confident they wouldn't overhear me whispering to my friend about the situation. After about 5 minutes, the banging ceased. I informed my friend I was going to check if any sounds were audible once I was outside. To my relief, the banging had ceased, so I ventured closer to listen more intently. Observing the others, I noticed one individual pacing nervously. This sight unnerved me, prompting me to retreat hastily to my room. Just then, I overheard someone say, "Maybe we got the wrong house." This statement triggered a full-blown panic attack in me, given that my apartment door is only 5 feet away from my neighbors, with all others further down the hallway. The thought that they didn't know the exact apartment number and yet had no qualms about pounding on a door so forcefully made me fear they might turn their attention to mine. In a rush, I pulled my dog into my brother's room, which had a lock, and we hunkered down there. I waited anxiously for about 10 minutes, during which the commotion gradually subsided. From my position, I couldn't make out any conversation, so I texted a friend who also lived in the complex to update them on the situation. That's when the banging resumed, but this time it was directed at my door. The intruders followed the same routine, but with increased aggression. I could hear them slamming, kicking, and pounding on my door, all the while shouting for some guy to come out. Later, I contacted my brother, who assured me that he couldn't possibly be involved, especially given that he's just 19, while those men appeared to be at least 25. In a panic, I called my dad again, and he urged me to leave the room and inform them that there were no men in the apartment, that I was just a girl. But instead, I told them I intended to call the police. I knew the intruders weren't simply trying to force open a door. They were specifically after a man who had wronged them. Despite this, I still felt apprehensive about stepping outside. First, even if their focus was on someone else, I couldn't be sure if they were armed, and in their furious state, they could unintentionally inflict harm. Additionally, they had information about me, which led to my second concern. As a high school freshman girl standing at 5 feet 4 inches and weighing under 100 pounds, I knew I had no capability to defend myself. For instance, knives terrify me, so I grabbed a bowling pin from my room for protection instead. On top of that, I was in the throes of a panic attack, rendering me utterly defenseless against two grown men at my door. Revealing that I was a teenage girl alone at home seemed like a bad idea. I sat next to my locked bedroom door with my dog, calling the police as I tried to keep him quiet throughout the ordeal. I wanted to avoid drawing suspicion, so I refrained from talking to my friend while outside the room, maintaining silence and tiptoeing everywhere to ensure they didn't realize anyone was home besides the dog. I was fairly certain they were unaware of my presence, despite their shouts of, "We know you're in there," because earlier, they seemed uncertain if they even had the right location. I was on the phone with the police for several minutes before I noticed a gentle tapping at my door, making me realize I wasn't so shocked that I missed the fact that the pounding had ceased. The dispatcher informed me that it was the police, so I ended the call and opened the door. The officers explained that the intruders had fled just before they arrived. Before they arrived, they inquired about male family members and their potential connection to the situation I am about to recount, a story about the time my family's home was burglarized. It was an unnerving experience. It occurred one gloomy October evening during my high school years. Back then, whenever I returned from school, I would head straight to my room, lie on my bed, and immerse myself in comic books. On the day of the break-in, I was alone in the house. My family had gone out shopping. I secluded myself in my room, losing myself in my reading. It was wonderful, but eventually, I needed to use the bathroom. As I left my room, I noticed something peculiar: the distinct smell of tobacco smoke. This was quite odd since I don't smoke, and neither does anyone else in my family. I had never encountered this scent in my home before, so I set out to find its source. I began my search in my little sister's room, as I noticed that the door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open and turned on the light, and there, to my shock, stood a full-grown man. A stranger was in our house, holding his shoes in one hand while rummaging through my sister's drawers with the other. I surmised that he had removed his shoes to move about more stealthily. My heart stopped, and my skin turned ice cold. Somehow, I managed to stammer, "What are you doing in here?" despite my fear. He began to babble incoherently, offering random excuses, none of which were believable. It was absolutely surreal. My heart was now racing, and I was at a loss for what to do next. He searched for a vulnerable entry point, a routine he had mastered without ever being apprehended. My assumption was that he had become complacent, which ultimately led to his capture. I only managed to catch him because of the lingering cigarette odor. I can't adequately describe how terrifying it is to encounter a stranger standing in a darkened room of your own home, especially at such a young age. Words fail to capture the depth of my fear. Naturally, we discarded all of my sister's underwear and opted to buy her new clothes. How could she possibly feel at ease wearing anything that man had touched? I believe my sister has deeply struggled with this experience, and it's something I don't discuss with her. I'm just relieved I caught him because who knows what else he might have attempted? Perhaps stealing the clothes was merely the start. I shudder at the thought of what could have happened. With my roommate away for the week, I had the house to myself. It was spring break, so my college classes were on hold. I had no specific plans or obligations. On Monday, I found myself essentially confined indoors due to a massive storm sweeping through our city. Although such storms were typical for this time of year, they always seemed more intense with each occurrence. It felt as if the trees would be uprooted, and the house trembled and creaked incessantly. Realizing that sleep would be elusive, I decided to stay awake. I powered up the Xbox, immersed myself in one of my video games, and played for well over an hour, likely until around 11 o'clock, when the doorbell suddenly rang. I paused the game and got up, but then it hit me. There was a storm raging outside. I wondered what could be happening and who might be outside at this hour. I headed to the front door and peered through the peephole but saw nothing. As I opened the door, the wind and rain immediately assaulted me. Scanning the surroundings, I found no one in sight. I shut the door, pondering whether the wind had somehow triggered the doorbell. It seems silly now, but what else could I have thought? I returned to my game, only to be interrupted a few minutes later by a loud crash in the backyard. It sounded like objects tumbling and breaking apart. Instantly, I realized it must be our patio furniture and dashed to the back door. The yard was in disarray, with furniture scattered and tossed about by the gusty wind. I hurriedly put on my shoes and ventured outside, pushing each piece of furniture against the back of the house. The wind was so fierce that it stung whenever the rain hit my face. I moved as quickly as possible until I noticed someone standing at the edge of the backyard, observing me. We exchanged glances for a brief moment, but I grabbed the last piece of furniture and sprinted indoors to escape the downpour. As I dried off, I glanced back at the door, but the mysterious figure had vanished. With the doorbell ringing and this unsettling encounter, I felt a bit anxious. I settled into the living room, scrolling through my phone, weary of further interruptions. After some time, I struggled to keep my eyes open. I fetched a blanket and lay down on the couch, not wanting to go upstairs where the storm's roar was even louder. It took a while, but eventually, I drifted off to sleep. I went to sleep a few hours later, still in the depths of the night, when I was jolted awake by a sudden gust of strong wind rattling the house. I pulled the blanket aside and sat up, lowering my feet to the floor as I prepared to check if the outdoor furniture was still in place. However, the moment my feet touched the ground, they were soaked, which snapped me fully awake. Looking down, I noticed a puddle on the floor beside the couch, and then another and yet another, forming a trail across the floor. Inside these puddles were faint shoe prints. I stood up and dashed to the corner of the room, my heart pounding in my chest. After a minute of hearing nothing but the wind outside, I cautiously followed the shoe prints. They meandered throughout the house, both upstairs and downstairs, but it was evident that they originated from the back door, which I had foolishly forgotten to lock in my haste to escape the rain. I secured the door and pulled out my phone to call 911, but then a chilling thought crossed my mind. What if the intruder was still inside? I remained silent and retreated to the corner of the house where I felt the most concealed and safe. I waited in silence for the authorities to arrive. When they did, they surveyed the scene, observing everything I had seen, yet nothing more. They informed me that it seemed like a personal attack, as nothing was missing and the focus appeared to be solely on my house. However, the fact that the intruder had approached me while I was asleep and seemingly did nothing but watch was incredibly unsettling and defied logic. If they intended to harm me, they would have seized that opportunity. After some reflection, I concluded that whoever it was must have come from my roommates. They saw me, scanned the entire house, and then departed without doing anything at all. If this had been a targeted attack and my roommate had been present, I believe the situation might have turned out far worse than it did. This incident occurred last year when I was 17, and it's an experience that will remain etched in my memory. I was alone at home one weekend while my parents attended a work convention in another state. I was upstairs in my room, engrossed in a game of Rocket League with two friends and chatting with them through my headset, when I heard a thud from downstairs. This wasn't out of the ordinary since I have two cats who frequently create a racket while playing with each other. I continued my game, lowering the TV volume slightly to see if the noise would continue. About 2 minutes later, I heard another thump followed by what sounded like a grunt. I mentioned the noises to my friends, and they encouraged me to investigate, so I did. As I began descending the stairs, I assumed my cats were just being more boisterous than usual. However, midway down, I came to an abrupt halt. I could distinctly hear whispers, like men's voices, coming from the living room. Crouching down to take a discreet peek, I saw 3 large men dressed entirely in black, moving around the space. The sensation in my chest was indescribable as I witnessed this. I slowly crept back up the stairs from my crouched position, much like a scene from a typical horror movie. Each step I took echoed loudly through the silent house, and I was certain they heard it creak beneath my weight. Heart pounding, I dashed quietly to my room, slipped on my headset, and urgently instructed my friends to contact the police and direct them to my location. Though they sounded bewildered and asked for details, I pressed them to act quickly before tossing my headset onto the bed. As I reached my door to close it, the sound of 2 separate pairs of footsteps ascending the stairs reached my ears. Realizing that locking myself in my room would give away my position, I opted to quietly close the door and stealthily make my way to my parents' room. deliberately leaving their door ajar to avoid drawing attention to it. Mere seconds later, I heard the thud of heavy boots on the wooden floor above, followed by another pair of footsteps. The noise grew louder as they approached, halting outside my door. I heard a fist pounding against the wood, accompanied by a deep voice demanding, "Open up before I break this door down." A shiver ran through me at the sound. Quickly, I slipped into my parents' room, quietly sliding open the window. Despite my efforts, I must not have been silent enough, as I heard the heavy steps move further down the hallway. Just as I was halfway out the window, a man appeared in the doorway, shouting as he charged toward me. With no time to spare, I leaped through the window. The man lunged, grasping my ankles and attempting to pull me back in. Thankfully, I managed to wriggle out of my shoes, landing on the small roof above the back door. The man pursued me through the window, while his accomplice reached the opening. Panicked, I jumped off the roof, awkwardly balancing on my left ankle. The commotion from upstairs alerted the third man, who was still downstairs. He spotted me through the porch window and dashed outside to pursue me. I managed to reach the backyard gate, hobbling on one foot, but he caught up to me and dragged me back into the yard. I attempted to scream, but he clamped a hand over my mouth as the other two men climbed down from the window. All three of them seized me and tried to pull me back into the house. Just as they got me inside, the reassuring sound of police sirens reached my ears. The men exchanged glances and, before fleeing out the back door, they shoved me to the ground. I limped to the front door on my injured leg, wrenched it open, and shouted that the men were in the backyard. 3 officers sprinted into the backyard, while another officer assisted me over to one of the police cars. They managed to apprehend one of the men, but the other 2 escaped over the fence. The captured man was placed into another car as the officers began questioning me. Shortly afterward, my 2 friends, with whom I had been playing, arrived in the driveway on their bikes. They rushed over to check if I was all right. I assured them I was fine and thanked them for calling the police, potentially saving my life. The man who was caught faced charges of burglary and attempted kidnapping. Turned out that the men had broken in through the basement window. I was grateful to have escaped with my life and only a sprained ankle that night. My lesson to everyone is to always trust your instincts and never ignore any unusual sounds you hear while at home. My name is Christine, and I was 23 years old when this unforgettable New Year's Eve story unfolded. I was out with my cherished dog, Max. It was just a few hours before midnight, so I decided to take him on a brief walk before preparing for the festivities. Max was usually well-behaved and accustomed to being off the leash, so I chose to let him roam freely for a moment to savor the crisp air as we wandered through our neighborhood. The evening was charged with anticipation as people throughout the town were getting ready for the upcoming New Year's celebrations. The streets were adorned with vibrant decorations, and the excitement in the air was palpable. As Max and I made our way along the sidewalk, he joyfully explored the surroundings, reveling in the scents of the night. The evening was still young, and there was no sign of the impending commotion. Little did I know, everything was about to change in an instant. Suddenly, the first firework burst into the sky, illuminating the darkness with dazzling colors and a thunderous roar. Instinctively, I reached out to pull Max close, but it was too late. The unexpected noise startled him, and in a flash, he wriggled free from my grasp and dashed down the street. I called out his name desperately, but he didn't respond. The barrage of fireworks drowned out my pleas, and I watched in panic as he vanished into the night. My heart pounded as I realized I had to find him amid the chaos of the celebrations. For hours, I drove around the neighborhood, searching for my lost companion. The fireworks continued to light up the sky, a constant reminder of the urgency to find Max. The noise was overwhelming. It was nearly impossible to concentrate amidst the blinding lights and explosions. Yet I was determined to find him. If the fireworks were distracting me, then he was likely going through a nightmare. Every corner I rounded, every street I traversed, I called out his name, desperate to bring him back home and shield him from the chaos of the fireworks. The celebration surrounded me, but all I desired was to locate my furry companion. I informed my friends and family that I wouldn't be joining them, as I was searching for my dog. A few of them offered to help look for him, but even if they did find him, I doubted he would willingly go with them. Finally, as I turned onto a dimly lit street, I noticed a crowd gathered around a public bus, as if there were some sort of commotion. My heart surged with hope. I parked the car and hurried towards the throng. From the murmurs and body language, I could tell they were responding to an animal on the bus. I maneuvered my way to the entrance and climbed aboard. There he was, cowering in the corner, barking frantically at each firework that soared through the sky. I spoke to him softly, and he recognized my voice. The fireworks continued to explode, but I didn't pay them any mind. I reached down and scooped him up, cradling him in my arms. He nestled against my chest, seeking solace from the terrifying night. I thanked everyone for their efforts in trying to help him and quickly returned to my vehicle. Holding Max securely, I got back into the car. The drive home was somewhat quieter, the sound of the fireworks gradually diminishing. Max had been to stay focused on the seemingly endless stretch of asphalt. The rhythmic hum of the tires on the pavement was almost hypnotic, lulling me into a state of drowsiness that I fought to resist. The radio blared my favorite tunes, providing a soundtrack to the vast, open landscape that unfolded before me. Suddenly, a flash of vibrant colors caught my eye, pulling me back to the present moment. The sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, a stunning backdrop for the journey home. I felt a renewed sense of energy as I marveled at the beauty of nature, reminding myself of the importance of staying alert. It was during this introspective moment that my mind drifted back to Max, my loyal companion and best friend. The thought of our separation earlier this year filled me with a mix of relief and gratitude as I recalled our heartfelt reunion. Watching the fireworks together from the safety of the car had been a symbol of new beginnings, marking the end of a challenging chapter and the start of a promising one. Reflecting on the past months, I remembered borrowing my dad's Tesla for a visit to my aunt's place in the countryside. As a 24-year-old with a passion for driving, I had relished the opportunity to take the wheel of such an impressive vehicle. The journey had taken me through isolated landscapes, yet the drive was smooth, and I navigated through small towns that seemed untouched by time. At one of these stops, I recharged the Tesla and found myself the center of curiosity. The locals, unaccustomed to seeing electric cars, peppered me with questions and comments about the futuristic vehicle. The stay with my aunt had been a pleasant reprieve, but as the days passed, the call of home grew stronger. On a sunny afternoon, I set out on my return trip, the clock showing just past 3 o'clock. Initially, the drive led me through bustling towns, their streets alive with the energy of daily life. Gradually, these gave way to serene suburban neighborhoods, and soon I was back on the familiar, winding highway that seemed to stretch infinitely into the horizon. Despite the peacefulness of the route, fatigue crept in, threatening to cloud my focus. In a bid to stay awake, I cranked up the volume of the radio, letting the music flood the car and invigorate my senses. The combination of the lively tunes and the breathtaking sunset provided the perfect antidote to my weariness, and I pressed on, eager to complete the journey and return to the comfort of home. To regain my focus, which is why I noticed a faint glint of light in the distance. It was the reflection of my car's headlights bouncing off another vehicle parked by the roadside. As I drew closer, it became clear that the car was deserted. It was night, and the windows were heavily tinted. The location was quite isolated, and the prospect of being stranded there was unnerving since the closest town was an hour's drive behind me. I pressed on with my journey, remaining vigilant in case someone was lurking nearby. A few minutes later, a piercingly bright light caught my attention in the rearview mirror. The intense glare rendered the car itself invisible, with only its blinding lights apparent. They appeared to be closing in, prompting me to reduce my speed, assuming they would soon overtake me. However, as I continued down the road, something disturbing loomed ahead. Another car was positioned squarely in the middle of the road, entirely obstructing my path. Its lights were off, and I didn't notice it until I was nearly upon it. I slammed on the brakes the moment I realized the danger. Meanwhile, The lights in the rearview mirror grew even more intense, and I could hear the sound of a vehicle rapidly approaching from behind. In a bid to escape the situation, I decided to turn my car around, but when I glanced back, I found another vehicle parked diagonally behind me, effectively blocking any chance of retreat. Suddenly, everything clicked in my mind. I heard the doors of the surrounding cars opening and closing, and panic surged through my veins. Without a second thought, I veered off the road, crashing into the trees in an attempting to navigate around the obstacles to reach the other side of the road beyond the park. I was so focused on dodging trees and keeping my vehicle safe that I didn't even check to see if anyone was pursuing me. Roughly 10 seconds after veering off the road, I heard a gunshot ring out. Glancing back, I realized they were indeed chasing me. The bullet struck somewhere in front of my car, and a wave of fear and adrenaline surged through me as I continued to weave around the winding dirt path. Another shot was fired, this time hitting the rear of my car. I drove like a madman, pushing my Tesla to its limits as I raced through the dense trees, desperately trying to shake them off. The car performed remarkably well on this near-off-road escapade. Eventually, I noticed they had fallen behind, but I didn't reduce my speed until I reached the highway once more. It took about 10 minutes of driving before I regained enough cell phone signal to contact the police. The attackers never caught up, and as far as I'm aware, they were never captured. To this day, I can't help but wonder how they managed such an elaborate setup. Had they noticed me arriving in an expensive car and quickly devised a plan? Perhaps it was the guys I chatted with while charging my car. I had mentioned to them that I would be passing through again in a few days. Not knowing the truth deeply bothers me, but as you might guess, I'm no longer permitted to drive my dad's Tesla. My name is Danny, and I was 19 when this incident occurred. I lived with my parents and was eager to move out, so I purchased a car with the money I had saved. I had saved up some money and eventually landed a position at Breeds, a company whose advertisements I'd seen everywhere. They promised easy money with flexible hours. All I had to do was cover the cost of fuel. Several friends had vouched for how great the job was, so I decided to go through the sign-up process and give it a try. However, the reality turned out to be quite different. Driving around on a tight schedule made the job fairly stressful, and the payouts were often meager, just a few dollars. If you didn't snag orders with high tips or payouts, you'd barely earn enough to cover the fuel expenses. Being a teenager, my financial obligations were limited to my car payments and insurance, so I didn't need to earn a fortune. Nonetheless, it felt like I was getting shortchanged given the time and effort required. I procrastinated about finding another job, mainly due to a bit of laziness, but everything changed after a particular incident. I accepted an order from KFC and set off to deliver it to the customer. It was a rather large order, sufficient for perhaps 4 or 5 people, but the compensation for this delivery was significantly higher than usual, and the tip amounted to $20, which was practically unheard of. The app informed me of my earnings upon accepting an order. While en route to the destination, I received a message through the UBS app. The customer inquired about my whereabouts. The app indicated a delivery time of approximately 30 minutes, and I was on schedule to arrive in about 15. They could literally track my live location on the app, so I couldn't understand why they were asking. I didn't see the point in pulling over to respond, so I continued driving since I would arrive in roughly 5 minutes. Mere seconds later, another message arrived, impatiently questioning why it was taking me so long. I had only picked up the order a short while ago, and they could literally see this on the app, so it wasn't as if I was running late. I dismissed the peculiar messages, assuming it was likely a mistake on their end, or perhaps they were intoxicated, or just the stereotypical Karen. I was fairly familiar with the area, although I hadn't visited this particular part of town before. It was situated in what you might call the Hood, a pretty rough neighborhood known for gang violence and a scarcity of police presence. Most people knew to avoid the area, but I had driven through it a few times and understood it wasn't excessively dangerous. The address led to an apartment complex, and as I neared the location, I noticed numerous people watching me. I parked my car and checked my phone. Another message had arrived, filled with harsh language, urging me to hurry up. Normally, I leave my phone on the stand to view delivery instructions, but I knew it wasn't wise to keep it exposed, so I took it with me. The instructions advised me to come inside and deliver directly to the customer's apartment, which was somewhat unusual, but I assumed they simply didn't want to come downstairs. I pressed the button for the apartment number and was buzzed in. As I ascended the stairwell, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. There were people The clutter in this building was overwhelming, forcing me to step over a woman who had passed out on the stairs. My instinct was to abandon the delivery bag and flee. As I approached the apartment door, a voice from within instructed me to enter. I hesitated briefly, puzzled as to why they couldn't simply come and retrieve it themselves. However, I was on the clock and eager to complete this delivery swiftly. I entered the apartment, and the moment the door shut behind me, I realized my error. The room was engulfed in darkness, and the only source of light emanated from a massive television mounted on the wall. Scanning the room, I noticed a few unsavory individuals. I offered them the bag, but they regarded me with disdain. The man who appeared to be in charge signaled for someone else to take it from me. As I stood there, immobilized, he began circling me. I was completely bewildered, uncertain of how I ended up in such a perilous situation. He wasted no time in prodding me with questions, asking what I had brought. I explained that I only had the food and needed to leave. He chuckled and instructed me to sit down. I felt entirely out of my element as he began interrogating me about my delay, demanding to know how I intended to compensate for it. I offered to refund the tip, which provoked an outburst. "Tip? What tip? I didn't give you any tip," he exclaimed. Foolishly, I retrieved my phone to demonstrate that he had left a $20 tip. He snatched the phone from my hand, declaring he would take the refund himself. The others erupted in laughter, leaving me utterly humiliated in their presence. I felt utterly helpless as I meekly requested the return of my phone. Not being particularly imposing, I was more focused on staying alive than anything else. When he denied my request, I resigned myself to the situation. He took a seat and began rummaging through the bag, selecting the food he wanted. Glancing at me, he suddenly demanded to know why I was still there, jumping up and brandishing a knife as he spoke. I quickly apologized and hurried toward the door, sprinting down the stairs and nearly stumbling over an unconscious woman on my way out. Once in my car, I drove faster than I ever had before, heading straight to a safe location where I broke down in tears. My entire body trembled, and I was hyperventilating. I was a complete wreck. What on earth had possessed me to walk into someone's apartment, especially a place like that? I had always been warned against entering unfamiliar places, yet the thought of a generous tip clouded my judgment. When I finally arrived home, I recounted the ordeal to my parents. They were incredibly supportive and relieved that I was unharmed, but they were furious that I had ignored their warnings about venturing into dangerous areas. We managed to lock the phone remotely, rendering it useless to him, but I knew I would never get it back. Weeks later, after acquiring a new phone, I discovered that Uber had suspended my account. From their perspective, it seemed as though I had vanished with the delivery and never returned. Consequently, he received a full refund, free food, and my phone, while I was left without my device. My job was dreadful, yet I appreciated that I left unscathed. I lost all enthusiasm for working as a delivery driver after that experience and instead found employment at a restaurant. When I was a kid, my best friend and I had a sleepover. His parents had divorced a few months earlier, so to alleviate the stress, he pretty much got whatever he desired. It wasn't as if his mom was indulging him excessively. She was simply being incredibly kind to ensure he wasn't too upset about his dad's departure. Did it work? Both yes and no. Having his friend over, getting an Xbox, a cell phone, and much more personal freedom was all well and good, but every so often you could tell the whole situation was affecting him. The positive aspect was that I got to spend a great deal more time with him, providing the support he needed, which coincidentally meant I was present for one of the most challenging moments of his childhood. So, during our sleepover, his mom had invited a friend over. They were downstairs while we were in his bedroom. At one point, I wanted a glass of water, so I headed downstairs. To reach the kitchen, you had to pass through the TV room. I noticed that my buddy's mom's friend was a man, and they were getting quite cozy, if you catch my drift. They quickly separated as I entered the room. I walked through as if I hadn't noticed anything, and it was intensely awkward when I passed back through with my glass of water. Then, I made the mistake of mentioning it to my buddy. He was clearly unhappy with the fact that it was a man. By now, we were in 9th grade, so we had developed a certain level of savvy. Despite my friend feeling upset, he resorted to his usual habit of internalizing his emotions before finding distractions. In retrospect, not the most effective way to cope, but it was his way nonetheless. You remember the cell phone I mentioned earlier? Well, his mom bought it so he could stay in touch with his dad. The first thing he did was call his dad to report that there was a strange guy at their house. I felt completely responsible in that moment, and it was incredibly hard when my friend Anup turned to me with a smug smile and announced, "Dad's on his way over." I had a sinking feeling that something bad was about to unfold. Part of me wanted to leave, but my entire purpose for being there was to support Ryan as a good friend. At home, I enjoyed a healthy family environment. My parents were a devoted couple right up until my dad passed away. I like to think they raised us well. Unfortunately, Ryan's parents were complete idiots, and I felt genuinely sorry for him because of that. So I decided to stay. I sensed that something terrible was looming, but I had no idea of the extent to which it would escalate. Ryan's bedroom window provided a view of the driveway, so when his dad finally arrived, we could see and hear almost everything that unfolded. His dad raced up the driveway at around 40 miles an hour, screeched to a halt, and didn't even bother to turn off his engine as he jumped out of the car. Ryan watched him with admiration, as if his dad were a knight in shining armor. Heart racing for a few moments until he exclaimed, "Oh no, I think my father has a firearm." Hearing that final word sent a sharp icicle piercing through my insides. I anticipated yelling and confrontation, but not gunfire. He began pounding on the door until his mother answered, demanding to know the whereabouts of her male friend. Ryan's mother feigned ignorance, claiming she had no idea what he was talking about. But then Ryan's father escalated from calm to furious instantly. "Don't lie to me. Tell me where he is." There was a palpable pause, and Ryan and I stood there, consumed by a growing sense of anxiety. His mother then inquired how he knew about any man, and another shiver of ice coursed through my stomach because I was essentially the one who informed him. In that moment, I realized that whatever was about to unfold was entirely my responsibility. Ryan's father erupted at the revelation, shouting, "You're a damn liar. Now get out of my way." We could hear Ryan's mother screaming briefly before another voice emerged, distinctly from inside the house. The male companion was yelling at Ryan's father to let go of him. I heard the man begin to shout something at Ryan's dad before he suddenly fell silent, and all that followed were the sounds of footsteps pounding against the floorboards downstairs. Then, bam, 3 unmistakable gunshots resonated throughout the house. Ryan and I were frozen in shock, as we could still hear his mother screaming, uncertain if she had been shot. What if the boyfriend lay dead? Or if he had retaliated with a gun against Ryan's father? Dad, the entire situation was traumatic, but the uncertainty was the most unbearable part. I had to pull Ryan off the ground to call the police because he was completely paralyzed by stress. He had already been through a difficult few months due to the divorce, and now he faced the possibility of losing a parent. Honestly, I don't blame him for shutting down. It was hard enough for me, even though it wasn't my family involved. All we heard were 3 gunshots, and before the authorities arrived, the only other sound was Ryan's mom sobbing downstairs. We knew we should have gone to check on her, but the dispatcher instructed us to stay put to avoid danger, as there might still be an active shooter. We followed the instructions, and thankfully, everyone was safe. Not a single person was harmed. Ryan's dad had aimed the gun at his mom's friend as soon as he saw him, but the man quickly fled out the back door. Ryan's dad chased after him and fired 3 shots, merely to scare him off, and none of the bullets came close to hitting him. Despite this, it was a terrifying ordeal, and Ryan's dad ended up returning to prison for a long period because of his actions. When I was a child, I had a friend in elementary school with whom I was extremely close. We sat together in class and spent every recess and lunch break hanging out. We eventually planned a sleepover. At the time, my family's house was rather small, but she lived in a large, old house with her grandparents, so it was a suitable place for our sleepover. Change her mind by saying I'll be super quiet and that nobody will hear me, but she remains firm, insisting that I absolutely cannot go. At this point, I'm genuinely puzzled. I mean, why can't I just tiptoe to the bathroom? It seems like a reasonable plan to me. I try asking her why it's such a big deal, but she only reiterates that it would disturb her grandfather. Her insistence is so unusual that it starts to make me uneasy, but I decide to respect her wishes and stay in the room. We continue with our activities, engrossed in our late-night fun, but the strange incident lingers in my mind. As the night stretches on, I notice my friend becoming more relaxed, and I assume she's forgotten about the whole bathroom situation. Eventually, we both tire ourselves out and fall asleep amidst the remnants of our evening feast. The next morning, her grandparents are up early, preparing a breakfast that fills the house with the comforting aroma of pancakes. They greet us warmly, as if the strange moment the night before never happened. When my mom comes to pick me up, I can't shake the feeling that something was amiss, but I decide to keep the event to myself. It's as though an unspoken understanding hangs in the air, urging me to let it go. As we drive away, I look back at the quaint house, still curious about what had occurred, but realizing some questions are best left unanswered. She tried to force her way past, but the girl forcefully pushed her away from the door, anger etched across her face. She didn't want to provoke a confrontation, as the primary goal was to remain as discreet as possible. However, she really needed to use the bathroom, so she inquired about where she was supposed to go. To her surprise, the girl reached beneath her bed and pulled out one of those plastic stationery trays, pointing at it and instructing her to use it. Initially, she thought it might be a mean prank, but the girl was completely serious. She genuinely expected her to relieve herself in that tray. Reluctantly, she complied. It was utterly disgusting, but she had no choice. The entire atmosphere was immediately ruined. She had nothing to clean herself with and was fairly certain some had gotten on her nightgown. It was thoroughly revolting, yet her friend still refused to let her use the bathroom to clean up. Strangely, her friend acted as if this was all perfectly normal. She never behaved like this at her own house, and she certainly wasn't known as the unhygienic kid at school. The incident was baffling, and although it didn't affect their friendship, she wasn't keen on staying over at her friend's house again. They remained close for quite some time afterward, but eventually attended different high schools when her friend moved in with her aunt in St. Paul. They kept in touch through MySpace back when it was popular, but she never uncovered the reason behind her friend's peculiar nighttime bathroom habits, at least not until well after her friend's grandfather had passed away. My friend's grandfather had assaulted her on several occasions during the night. The situation was more complex than typical abuse. He was a war veteran who suffered severely from post-traumatic stress disorder. Every few nights, he would be discovered roaming the house, apparently sleepwalking or experiencing a mental episode. There were instances when my friend would go to use the bathroom, and he would physically confront her, accusing her of being the enemy. He would seemingly interrogate her and cause her pain to force a confession. It was all incredibly tragic because, if you met him, he came across as a wonderful person. When he passed away, she seemed to take it particularly hard. When I called her, she broke down in tears to the point where she had to end the call, and she wouldn't respond to any of my messages no matter how much I pleaded with her to get in touch. Eventually, my mother and I searched for her aunt's home phone number and called ahead before visiting. Her aunt was more than willing to speak with us, but mentioned she had something extremely serious to disclose. It was about why her mother wasn't around, and it had completely devastated her life. She was too young to comprehend why he would treat her that way and assumed he was simply abusive. At that time, there wasn't much awareness about his condition, so everyone involved just believed he was cruel to his daughter. She developed an addiction problem, which is why she wasn't in the picture. She insisted that the judge not grant custody to the grandparents, but her plea was ignored because she was clearly an addict. I think they were so petrified of him that they simply couldn't speak about it until after his death, when everything finally poured out in various ways. The aunt she was residing with was actually her mother's cousin, So naturally, she wasn't present during their childhood. As merely her friend, hearing about it was utterly horrifying. So I can only imagine the anguish she felt knowing she was so near to the abuse yet unable to perceive it. Suddenly, it all became clear to me why she was hesitant about me walking down the hallway at night, why she resorted to using a hidden stationary tray as a makeshift toilet under her bed. She wasn't being unreasonable or odd when she insisted on this. She was shielding me. It's no wonder she didn't want me to have a sleepover at her place. I genuinely don't intend to center this narrative around myself as I recount this, but I feel an overwhelming guilt for not confiding in my parents at the time. I didn't want to embarrass her. She was my closest friend. But that's the thing about being a child, isn't it? That innocence leads you to make foolish choices, even if unintentionally. My therapist often reminds me of this, and I strive to accept it. I truly do, yet a part of me will forever remain convinced that somehow, beneath the surface, I was at fault. This story genuinely remains one of the most bizarre experiences I've encountered with a friend, and it significantly contributes to my ongoing trust issues with friends. I'm 18 now, but at the time of this story, I was around 13, having just forged a close friendship with a girl from my school. For this narrative, I'll refer to her as Sasha. Sasha and I became acquainted through mutual friends, and we grew considerably closer as we spent time in a group that included my absolute best friend from childhood at that point. Eventually, we began to spend time together alone. She had recently relocated, and I frequently stayed over at her new home for sleepovers. We often gathered at the neighborhood playground with another boy from our grade, whom I'll call Dylan for the purposes of this story. At that time, I was in a tumultuous relationship with Dylan. Sasha was aware of this and persistently encouraged us to spend more time together by organizing outings to the playground and similar activities. When she suggested that we all take a short trip to her aunt's mansion, we were all thrilled. Sasha's mother had previously confirmed that we were permitted to go and informed us that we would essentially be house-sitting for free while enjoying a stay at a delightful place. The mansion was just a town away, so my mother wasn't concerned about the distance. Once we arrived at the house, it was absolutely massive. They had 2 large dogs, a spacious finished basement, a water garden, a gym, and a trampoline. At the time, I was completely overwhelmed by everything they had. However, after some time, Sasha began to express how bored she was. From my past experiences with Sasha, I knew her to be quite theatrical. She would change her stories depending on whom she was with and would outright lie for seemingly no reason. But I was young and hadn't fully grasped the extent to which a person could exhibit such red flags. Her behavior was perplexing to me. Boredom seemed somewhat peculiar to me as we observed our surroundings. But when she proposed an activity, I hesitantly agreed and inquired about her plans. Sasha mentioned she wanted to go on a shopping spree at the mall to buy some adorable outfits for the upcoming county fair. She took her phone into another room to call her mom and request some funds for the shopping excursion. I overheard the entire conversation from the adjacent room. I distinctly heard Sasha's mom, word for word, mention that her aunt and uncle were being generous and wanted to express their gratitude for our house-sitting by providing us with some money for shopping. Sasha's mom then instructed her to take additional money from the drawer in the bathroom closet, which is where I happened to be standing. They both seemed so sincere. I was genuinely surprised and impressed when Sasha's mom said we could receive such a substantial amount of money at my age. I believe it was approximately $500, and Sasha took even more for herself. I was completely satisfied with the amount and thanked them profusely for their generosity. Growing up with a single mom, I didn't have much money, so when Sasha was rummaging through the drawer, I sincerely thought that was just what upper-middle-class families did. Looking back now, I can pinpoint numerous instances where I should have left, but I didn't have a ride home and didn't really know how to explain the situation to my mom just yet. So, I placed my trust in Sasha, and we headed to the mall. This is when Dylan joined us to begin his visit. Wanting to win Dylan over a bit, I shared some of the money with him, and both of us ended up spending just enough money for a hoodie and some food. Sasha used the remaining cash for herself. We walked home that day because Sasha insisted, even though it was freezing and we were about 30 minutes away. Reflecting on these moments, I realized Sasha seemed off about the whole situation. When we finally got home, I recall Sasha provoking an argument with Dylan, and he became so upset that he eventually fell asleep. The following day was the fair, so we all tidied up and went home. Sasha's parents kindly provided transportation for all of us. Once we arrived at the fair, I remember Sasha needing to leave early due to ongoing issues with her mom, but I refrained from asking questions since I was already aware that things were somewhat amiss in their situation. A few days later, my mom received a random message on Facebook from my former best friend's mom. She had sent my mother a message detailing how terrible of a child I am, along with several shocking accusations, accompanied by a police report. The report featured Dylan's and my faces, claiming we had stolen approximately $7,000 from the donations of the most prominent women's basketball team. Immediately after this, Dylan's mom called mine, initially suspecting that we had confessed to the theft. After realizing we hadn't, we both understood there was only one person who could be responsible. I still can't comprehend the whole situation, but my former best friend's mom always thought poorly of me. After this incident, some people likely still do. From what I've gathered, it was probably Sasha's mom who sent the message. We intended for Sasha to collect the money for Dylan, trusting her as an adult. Since Dylan and I are black and Sasha was a white girl in our area, everyone would easily believe Sasha was entirely innocent, especially the police. Unfortunately, situations like this are common, and kids like us often get blamed, even by those we trust, like my best friend's mother. Thankfully, my own mom believed me right away. The police and the basketball team eventually dismissed all accusations when Sasha's mom reportedly confessed everything to her sister and brother, who were involved with the house and the basketball team. In the end, Dylan and I started dating after this incident, and we completely cut Sasha out of our lives. Although I occasionally see her face on Instagram, I hope she's doing well, but I prefer to keep that knowledge from a distance. This took place in August this year, beginning with my best friend Hazel. We are both 14, soon to be 15. When Hazel returned from vacation, we immediately planned a sleepover at her house. She has a large closet in her room that she uses as a makeup room, which will be relevant later. We were just relaxing and chatting in her room when the idea of using a Ouija board came up. We often joked about trying to use it to summon the serial killer Richard Ramirez, just to see if it could actually happen. Once the idea was mentioned, she brought out the board and set it up with the lights turned off, except for her TV, which we had on to listen to old music. While playing with the Ouija board, she mentioned that this wasn't her first time using it. She often claimed it didn't actually work, despite her multiple attempts. For me, however, it was my initial experience with it. We frequently discussed the Ouija board at her home because strange occurrences seemed to happen there more often. Her house, an old structure built in 1935 with creaky floors, added to the eerie atmosphere. One incident that happened to me 3 years ago was when I was trying to sleep around 4 a.m., and I felt something touch my foot. Initially, I assumed it was her cat and said, "Hazel, why is your cat playing with my foot?" She replied, "My cat isn't here right now, he's outside the door." That's when reality hit me, and my heart sank. Her door was entirely closed, and her cat was still outside. Neither of us dared to look or even move after that. We stopped talking and simply tried to fall asleep as quickly as possible, but it was incredibly difficult for me. I felt paralyzed and began to tremble from fear. Back to the present, our fingers were already on the Ouija board, and initially nothing happened for several minutes. However, when we asked, "What's your name?" it finally spelled out Richard Ramirez. I thought Hazel was joking and moving it herself until she promised it wasn't her. To prove it, she removed her finger, leaving me to try on my own, and yet it continued to move under my fingertip. We kept asking a few more questions and eventually said, "If it's really you, show yourself." Hazel had a few dolls in her room. Among the many unsettling experiences, the eeriest one involved her ventriloquist dummy. After we mentioned it, the dummy's eyes began to flutter and dart back and forth. I alerted Hazel, saying, "Your dummy's eyes are blinking." Upon witnessing it herself, she was utterly terrified, letting out a scream and leaping onto me, clinging tightly. We remained like that for a while until she eventually released her grip. Yet the dummy resumed its blinking. That was when I glanced from the bed towards her makeup closet and noticed her mirror. In its reflection, I discerned a figure just sitting there. When I pointed this out to her, she clutched me even more tightly, maintaining her hold for nearly an hour. It was around 4 a.m., and we hadn't even changed into our pajamas because we were too frightened to move. I was reluctant to get up without her. After an hour, we finally said goodbye on the leaderboard, and I managed to persuade her to rise with me so we could at least turn on the lights. Once the lights were on, she calmed down completely. We changed into our pajamas and attempted to sleep with the glow of her LED lights and a lamp. Hazel fell asleep quickly, but I struggled to find rest. I glanced at the dummy again, and it continued to blink, leading me to suspect we hadn't bid it farewell properly. Feeling anxious now that Hazel was asleep, I turned the other way and shut my eyes, trying to will myself into slumber. When we awoke the next morning, everything seemed normal again, and nothing else occurred. She told me, she confides in me that she occasionally sees the dummy blinking and this terrifies her, making her too frightened to sleep at night without the lights on. She's contemplating disposing of both the Ouija board and the dummy. I suspect we might not have properly said goodbye during the session, and I'm certain she won't be using a Ouija board again anytime soon. I was always skeptical about the authenticity of Ouija boards until this incident. It's crucial to exercise caution when engaging with such items. You never truly know whom or what you might be communicating with, and the consequences can escalate rapidly. Be especially mindful of what you communicate with the Ouija board, as it could lead to unpleasant outcomes swiftly. I'm still unsure if we were genuinely conversing with Richard Vers or someone else entirely. What I am certain of is that it was real, it functioned as intended, and I am convinced I will never use one again. During the summer of 2019, my friends and I organized a sleepover to celebrate one of our friends' 17th birthday. Rihanna invited us over to swim in her pool, enjoy some drinks, socialize with a few boys, and spend the night in her trailer to avoid disturbing her parents. We planned to sleep in the trailer parked in her driveway. Inside, there were 4 beds, a bunk bed in the left corner, a single bed right next to it, and another bed positioned as you entered. After a night filled with fun, some vomiting, and plenty of teenage drama, we decided to retreat to the trailer to avoid waking Rihanna's parents or the neighbors. It was around 3 a.m. when things finally began to calm down. Yet, about 10 minutes later, Rhi was still wide awake and her. In a moment of inebriated curiosity, she gazed out from the top bunk we were sharing. She remembered spotting a teenage boy briskly walking along the sidewalk next to us, glancing back repeatedly at another male who was swiftly following him. Wanting to defend the first boy, she shouted random remarks in an attempt to deter the pursuer. The second male, clearly not sober, immediately reacted to the shouts from Rhi and Rihanna, which caught his attention. Frightened, she remained silent beside me as I tried to sleep. About a minute later, Rhi decided to check once more, and there he was, right in front of the trailer, investigating the commotion. He was inching closer to the door when Rhys whispered to me, "Hey, don't panic, but there's a guy right outside the trailer." I quickly sat up to peer outside and saw him wandering just beside us. By this time, Rhi had discreetly informed everyone else that there was a man outside the trailer. Rihanna swiftly rose, looked out a window to confirm, and then instructed everyone to gather below us in the bottom bunk. We all clustered together in the bottom bunk when Mackenzie, our smallest yet most daring friend, opted to stay outside and inspect the windows. The man, still uncertain of the origin of the shouting, had disappeared. We sat in silence for several minutes, contemplating whether to call someone, until Mackenzie peered out the window of the bottom bunk, which faced the garage. She quickly announced that he was standing there. Right beside the window, she could only glimpse his legs. Hastily closing the window, we sat in fear once more, enveloped in silence. Mackenzie kept darting back and forth to the windows, trying to discern where he was. At one moment, he ventured into the middle of the street for a clearer view of the house. That's when we thought it was all over. Everyone began returning to their sleeping spots, discussing the strange incident, when Mackenzie peeked out the window again. The man was now standing on the front steps of Rihanna's home. We were powerless. left with no choice but to remain silent and wait for the intoxicated man to leave. We had no idea what he might do if he discovered people were inside the trailer. Eventually, he departed, but it took quite some time, leaving us struggling to fall asleep that night. In the morning, Rihanna attempted to check her cameras, but they had been disconnected. We had no evidence of what had transpired, except for the shared experience among us. Rihanna suspects the man returned the following night, as she heard numerous noises at her front door while she was home alone. The moral of the story: don't scream and antagonize men when you're vulnerable in a trailer. It really makes you wonder what might have happened if he had tried to open the door. I'm certain we could have defended ourselves, but the story could have ended much worse. I was 10 years old and had just begun 5th grade. I had made a new friend at school, Yanni, and my parents allowed me to have a sleepover at her house after that. They met her mother once. My parents were quite relaxed since I was their youngest child. My sisters were more than a decade older than me. My mom dropped me off, exchanged greetings with Yanni's mother, and then departed. Yanni and I immediately began playing karaoke. When her mother decided it was time to leave, she bid us farewell with kisses on our cheeks. I distinctly remember her scent, reminiscent of black licorice. With Yanni's mom gone, we were free to do as we pleased for the next 5 hours. We played games, watched television, and chatted about school. Yanni's older sister arrived home around 1 a.m. and advised us to head to bed as we were dozing off on the couch. We retreated to Yanni's room and lay down on her bed. Later that night, I couldn't tell what time it was because the room was enveloped in darkness, but I was startled awake by a loud pounding on Yanni's bedroom door. I began to scream in terror until I felt a hand cover my mouth. It was Yanni urging me to stay silent and pretend to be asleep. However, it was too late. Her mom had already kicked the door open, stormed toward the bed, and seized Yanni's face. She started yelling at Yanni because we had inadvertently left the TV on. I tried to hide beneath the covers, but she noticed me. She began pounding her fists on the bed around me, shouting repeatedly, "You think you're better than me?" I was in tears, desperately wishing I could go home. I was terrified and implored her mother to let me call my parents, claiming I felt ill. Her mom grabbed my chin, looked me directly in the eyes, and said, "I know what you're doing." The little girl was adamant, "And you aren't leaving until I say you can." She stormed out of the room, slamming the partially broken bedroom door behind her. Yanni remained silent, as did I. Needless to say, I didn't sleep a wink that night. Every creak and rustle in the house made me jump. The next morning, when I tried to call my mom, Yanni's mother was on the phone and refused to let me use it, despite my repeated requests. Eventually, when she went to take a shower, I overheard her hand the phone to Yanni's sister with strict instructions. "Don't let that little girl use this phone. If you even think about it, I won't buy you cigarettes anymore." At the time, I was a sheltered kid, but upon hearing that, I knew I had to leave. I approached Yanni's sister, and she practically tossed the phone to me, ready to hand it over before I could even ask. With a look of fear in her eyes, she urgently whispered, "My mom is calling her guy, so you need to call your parents quickly." And so I did. She saved my life that day, and I still believe that to this day. Was her guy someone who planned to get rid of me? The very thought sends shivers down my spine. The rest of the story isn't particularly thrilling. My mom picked me up, and I pretended nothing was amiss. 2 days later, it was Parents' Day at school. Yanni was in my class, which meant her mom was there too. Her mom approached me, questioning why I never wanted to visit anymore, and accusing me of being unfriendly. She spoke to me in a manner that seemed benign, so neither my mom nor my teacher noticed anything amiss. I kept silent and didn't utter a word, well, not until 2 weeks later. Later, when my older sister was looking after me while our parents were out at the movies, I broke down and confided in her about what had happened. I couldn't get it out of my mind. She provided me with comfort and informed our parents. We hugged tightly and cried together. A couple of weeks after that, Yanni stopped attending school. My classmates were curious about his sudden absence, and so was I. However, I hesitated to ask my parents for details. 15 years later, I reconnected with Yanni on Facebook. Although our conversation didn't change our lives, We exchanged polite greetings. Sometimes that's just how life unfolds. My name is Martin, and I am a 29-year-old librarian in a tranquil suburban town. The serenity of my everyday surroundings made the events of the past month even more startling and disconcerting. I never anticipated that my peaceful existence would be interrupted by a relentless stalker, especially not by someone who seemed to be merely another patron with an interest in literature. It began quite suddenly with the arrival of a new visitor to the library. Her name was Eliza, and she introduced herself on a bustling Tuesday afternoon, seeking recommendations on contemporary fiction, which happened to be my area of expertise. She was courteous, enthusiastic about my suggestions, and appeared to be just another book enthusiast. Over the following week, Eliza visited several times, and our interactions remained strictly professional, focused on discussions about authors and literary genres. However, things slowly began to shift. Eliza started appearing at the library every day, timing her visits to coincide precisely with the beginning of my shift at 5. At first, I was flattered by her interest in my suggestions, but it soon became evident that her visits were not solely about books. She began bringing me coffee, prepared exactly to my liking, without me ever having mentioned my preferences. Then, small gifts started appearing on my desk. Bookmarks, a scarf, and even a paperback edition of a rare book I had casually mentioned once. I attempted to set boundaries, explaining that while I appreciated her enthusiasm, the gifts were unnecessary and somewhat inappropriate given our librarian-patron relationship. Eliza seemed to take it well, or so I thought. Her behavior escalated rapidly from there. She began waiting for me in the parking lot after my shifts, offering to walk me to my car, which I politely declined. One evening, I noticed her trailing me as I headed to a nearby cafe after work. When I confronted her, she simply laughed it off, claiming it was a coincidence since she also enjoyed the cafe. The situation took a darker turn when I began receiving emails from her late at night. The messages were lengthy, detailing how much she believed we had in common and how she felt we were destined to be great friends, if not more. I was firm in my response, asking her to cease emailing me and to maintain a professional distance while at the library. This confrontation led to a brief period of calm, and I hoped that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. One night, I discovered a letter tucked under the windshield wiper of my car. It was from Eliza, expressing her hurt over my rejections and her conviction that we seemed destined to be together, or so his letters claimed, each one more fervent than the previous. She began appearing at places I regularly visited, a neighborhood bar, the gym, even a friend's birthday party, an event I had casually mentioned during one of our early chats at the library. I have since reported the situation to the local authorities, who are now monitoring my work and home environments. Additionally, I've installed surveillance cameras at my residence. The stress and constant vigilance are wearing me down. I'm more cautious, more distrustful, and it feels as if I'm losing the tranquility I once cherished. This ongoing ordeal has shattered my sense of safety and privacy. I never anticipated that my work, offering people knowledge and resources, could lead to such a personal breach. I'm Rachel, and I've been dealing with something quite frightening that began when I cut off contact with someone from a dating app. His name was Mike. Initially, our conversations were lighthearted and enjoyable, but he quickly became intense. He would send lengthy messages expressing how he believed we were destined for each other and envisioning our future together. It was overwhelming, especially since I hadn't even met him in person, so I chose to stop replying and eventually blocked him. About a week later, I was at my usual coffee spot attempting to get some work done. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw someone resembling Mike. I convinced myself it was just my imagination since I had never met him face to face, only recognized him from photographs. But then it happened again while I was shopping for groceries. As I walked, I noticed someone from behind who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Initially, I brushed it off as mere coincidence. Our town isn't particularly large, so bumping into one another occasionally wouldn't be unusual. However, the frequency of these encounters soon became too frequent to disregard. At the gym, I spotted him once more, and this time he was much closer. There was no mistaking his identity, and my heart sank. I couldn't fathom how he could possibly know I'd be there. I hastily completed my workout and left as quickly as possible. The real shock hit me when I saw him just outside my workplace. That was the moment I realized this wasn't coincidental. He was tailing me everywhere. Each encounter heightened my anxiety. I couldn't comprehend how he discovered my whereabouts, as if he had somehow mapped out my schedule. After the unsettling incident near my job, I decided to confront him at the coffee shop the next time I saw him. I directly asked if he was following me. He merely smirked and remarked, "Isn't it amusing how we keep running into each other?" It was anything but amusing. It was deeply unsettling. I warned him to cease following me or I would contact the authorities. He merely chuckled and said, "See you around, Rachel." Following this, I reported him to the police. They documented my statement but explained they couldn't do much since he hadn't violated any laws. In response, I altered my routine, avoided my usual hangouts, and took greater care with my online privacy settings. Despite all these precautions, I remain on edge, constantly glancing over my shoulder, wondering if he's lurking nearby. The situation is both exhausting and frightening. I'm diligently keeping a record of every detail as evidence for the future. It's been a wake-up call about the necessity of being cautious, even with seemingly benign online interactions. My friend insists that I'm partially at fault because I was leading him on by engaging in conversation for weeks and encouraging deep discussions. However, it's not my fault that my interest waned. Surely, someone who is dating shouldn't be taken aback when they find they've been blocked without an explanation. After all, we never even met in person. My name is Emily, and I've been grappling with something quite unsettling over the past few weeks. Initially, it seemed like a series of minor incidents, but it has since escalated, and I'm unsure how to handle it anymore. It's reached a point where I felt compelled to share my story here, hoping someone might have experienced something similar or could offer advice. It all began about a month ago. As a freelance graphic designer, I often work from coffee shops to get a change of scenery. One day, while seated in my usual spot at a quaint little cafe downtown, I noticed a man across the room. He was staring at me, not merely glancing or looking, but with an intense gaze that made me uneasy. I tried to dismiss it as him zoning out, as people sometimes do. However, the following day, I encountered him again at a different coffee shop. This time, I was certain it wasn't a coincidence. His gaze was just as intense. I left shortly after my arrival, feeling a chill run down my spine. Over the subsequent days, I began seeing him everywhere I went. Whether at the grocery store, the gym, or out with friends, he was always there, lurking in the background, a disconcerting presence. From a distance, he consistently donned dark, unremarkable attire and a baseball cap, attempting to blend into the surroundings while never taking his eyes off me. I resolved to confront him the next time our paths crossed, which happened at the public library. I approached him and demanded to know why he was shadowing me. He merely smirked and replied, "You're very interesting," before walking away, leaving me no opportunity to respond. His reaction sent chills down my spine. This was more than a simple misunderstanding. He was purposefully trailing me. I began altering my routes and varying my routine, yet he always seemed to locate me. One evening, while walking home from a friend's house, I noticed him trailing a block behind. Panic surged through me, and I swiftly ducked into a bustling restaurant and called a cab to take me home. As the cab arrived, I saw him standing across the street, merely watching. That night, I couldn't sleep soundly. Every noise startled me, fearing he might have discovered my residence. The following morning, I filed a report with the police. They recorded the details and advised me to contact them if he approached me directly, but explained that there wasn't much they could do without a direct threat. Several days went by without incident, and I began to hope he had lost interest. However, soon I started receiving letters with no return address, delivered directly to my mailbox. The letters were unsettling, expressing how much he enjoyed watching me, claiming he felt we were destined to be together and that he knew we would soon unite. I installed security cameras around my home and replaced all the locks, but the letters continued to arrive, each one more disturbing than the last. I provided the police with detailed accounts of why I wore specific outfits on particular days and the reasons behind my choices. They initiated an official investigation, but progress in identifying him has been elusive. Weeks have passed, and the anxiety is wearing me down. I'm perpetually glancing over my shoulder, startled by every shadow. I've stopped visiting my usual haunts and seldom meet with friends. It feels as though I'm becoming a prisoner in my own life. Just yesterday, I encountered him again, standing under a streetlight near my house as I returned from a late-night grocery run. He was simply there, staring up at my window. I have no idea what he wants, but I've never felt such intense fear. Although the police are maintaining closer surveillance now, it seems like this nightmare is unending. I just want my life back, yet I don't know how to rid myself of him permanently. My days are now dominated by an overwhelming sense of dread. Despite my best efforts and the police's involvement, the harassment has only escalated. About a week after seeing him under the streetlight, the situation intensified in an unforeseen manner. I began receiving not just letters but packages. The first package contained a photograph of me walking my dog in the park, a park I hadn't visited in weeks, taken long before I realized he was following me. On the back of the photograph was the message, "Beautiful as always." Knowing he had been watching me for much longer than I'd thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I installed I invested in an advanced security system, complete with cameras monitoring every conceivable entry point to my home, ensuring I was never alone whenever I ventured outside. I began to heavily depend on delivery services to avoid leaving the house. Despite these precautions, the packages continued to arrive. One contained a necklace I had misplaced months earlier at the local gym. Another included a collection of my favorite books with specific passages highlighted, passages about love and destiny. Each new package felt like an intrusion, as if someone were delving into the very essence of my private life. I turned all the items over to the police, who reassured me they were doing everything possible to apprehend him. They stationed a patrol car near my home during the night, which provided some comfort, but it wasn't sufficient to dispel the fear. Then, 2 weeks ago, I received a video message sent to my hacked email. The video showed clips of me at various locations over the past few months, all captured from a distance with a shaky handheld camera. His voice was superimposed on the video, a deep, distorted tone intoning, "I can see you, Emily. I'm always with you." The invasion felt so complete that I broke down, unable to comprehend how he could have filmed me so frequently without my noticing. I concluded it was no longer safe to remain at my home. I packed up some essentials and relocated to a friend's house in a nearby city, leaving my home under police surveillance. My friend's house is in a gated community with stringent security measures, which provided some sense of safety, but the change in environment hasn't alleviated my anxiety. The constant anxiety leaves me on edge, reacting nervously to every noise, and I keep the curtains perpetually closed. Despite these precautions, just yesterday, a friend of mine received a package intended for me. This time, it was sent to her address, one I had disclosed to no one. The package contained an old t-shirt I had donated to charity a year ago, accompanied by a note that read, "You can't hide from me." The chilling realization that he had tracked me down even here, in a place I believed to be safe, left me frozen with fear. The police now regard this stalker as a significant threat and have intensified their efforts, yet they have not been able to uncover his identity. I'm contemplating hiring a private investigator as it seems I'm running out of options. The idea of living in this constant state of fear indefinitely is intolerable, and I am yearning for a resolution. My name is Alex, and I'm a 34-year-old software developer residing in rural Virginia. I commute daily to a small office about 30 miles from my home. The drive usually takes me along Route 27, a tranquil stretch of road bordered by open fields and occasional dense woods. Typically, it's a peaceful route, although somewhat eerie after sunset. Last night's drive began like any other but took a twist that left me rattled. I've been replaying the events in my mind, trying to make sense of them. While driving home around 6:30 p.m., the sun had just dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky aglow with the final traces of orange light. That's when I noticed a woman standing by the roadside, her thumb outstretched as she hitchhiked. She appeared remarkably well-groomed, with a tidy appearance and a small backpack slung over her shoulder. A better grasp of the situation. Normally, I would adhere strictly to my no-hitchhiker rule, but something about her compelled me to stop. Perhaps it was her appearance. She seemed more like a stranded commuter than your typical hitchhiker. As soon as she climbed into the car, she introduced herself as Sarah. She explained she was headed to the next town to meet up with friends. Initially, she appeared amiable, engaging in light conversation about the weather and local happenings. However, I couldn't help but notice how deftly she sidestepped any personal inquiries about where she was coming from or why she was alone. It struck me as odd, but I initially dismissed it, attributing it to her desire for privacy. Roughly 10 minutes into our journey, Sarah gestured toward a neglected service road, suggesting it as a shortcut. Knowing the road's reputation for being unsafe, especially after dark, I told her we were better off staying on the main highway. At that moment, the atmosphere in the car shifted noticeably. Sarah's insistence grew, her urgency becoming more pronounced. Her persistence was unsettling, leaving me to wonder why she was so eager to lead us onto a darker, more isolated path. A knot formed in my stomach as her mood shifted from friendly to frantic. Despite her pleas, I continued driving, attempting to keep the conversation lighthearted. But she was not receptive. Her agitation escalated rapidly. She began raising her voice, her words laced with panic, saying things like, "You don't understand. We need to go back." It made no sense and was beginning to frighten me. I realized I needed to get a clearer understanding of what was happening, to a public area where other people were present. So I made my way to a gas station I knew was just up the road. As I turned onto the brilliantly illuminated street, Sarah suddenly lost control, lunging for the steering wheel and attempting to veer us off course. My heart raced as I fought to keep control of the vehicle, finally managing to bring it to a safe stop in the gas station's parking lot. Without a moment's hesitation, she darted out of the car and vanished into the night. Shaken, I remained in the car for several minutes, trying to regain my composure. Eventually, I went inside to talk to the attendant, who advised me to report the incident to the police. The officers recorded my details but seemed skeptical that anything would come of it since no one was injured and nothing was taken. The drive home afterward was tense, with every shadow appearing ominous. When I finally arrived, I double-checked all the locks and attempted to relax, but sleep eluded me. The entire ordeal made me question my judgment, serving as a stark reminder of the dangers inherent in picking up strangers. I kept replaying the situation in my mind, wondering what might have happened if she had succeeded in driving us off the road and what her intentions could have been. I'm still processing everything, feeling a blend of relief and lingering anxiety. I've resolved to adhere to my initial instincts from now on. No more detours, no more hitchhikers, regardless of the situation. It's simply too unpredictable, and last night was a bit too close for comfort. It was around 11 p.m. Last night, I realized I had run out of a few essential kitchen supplies: milk, eggs, and some bread. Despite the late hour, I decided to make a quick trip to the nearby supermarket. It's typically quite empty at that time, which is just how I prefer it. No lines, no waiting, just a swift in and out. Upon arriving at the supermarket, the parking lot was nearly deserted, with only a few scattered cars likely belonging to the night staff. Inside, the bright fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the usual pop music played softly through the store's speakers. I picked up a basket and headed to the dairy section first. As I turned into the milk aisle, I noticed someone else further down. He was a tall man wearing a bulky jacket, which seemed odd given the mild weather we had been experiencing. He wasn't looking at the products on the shelves. Instead, he appeared to be just standing there, which I found peculiar. I tried not to pay too much attention and concentrated on finding the milk. After grabbing it, I proceeded to the bread aisle. That's when I noticed the man again, this time only a few feet away, seemingly examining the bread. However, as I approached, he didn't move or pick anything up. Instead, he just watched as I made my selection. A prickly feeling of unease crept up my spine, but I brushed it off, telling myself he was probably just deciding what to buy. I moved on to the eggs, and that's when things started to feel truly unsettling. I could see him again out of the corner of my eye, now on the opposite end of the aisle, just standing there. Standing there, still not shopping. I couldn't shake the gnawing feeling in my gut that something was amiss. Was he tailing me? Or was it merely a coincidence that he appeared in every aisle I visited? To test my growing suspicion, I decided to double back to the dairy section under the guise of having forgotten something. I peeked around the corner before entering the aisle, and sure enough, he swiftly moved into the same aisle from the opposite end, maintaining his distance but unmistakably shadowing me. Now genuinely concerned, I resolved to abandon the rest of my shopping and head directly to the checkout. I walked briskly, frequently glancing over my shoulder. He was still following, trailing a few meters behind. When I reached the checkout, there was only one cashier on duty, and thankfully no line. I placed my items on the conveyor belt, keeping a vigilant eye on the entrance to the checkout area. As I was paying, I noticed the man had stopped at the end of an adjacent aisle, appearing to watch me. My heart raced as I grabbed my bags and walked swiftly towards the exit. I made sure to pull out my phone, pretending to make a call, thinking it might deter him from any action if he believed I was speaking with someone. Once outside, I hurried to my car, locked the doors immediately, and started the engine. Just as I was pulling out, I glanced back at the store entrance. He was standing there, just outside the doors, watching me drive away. The drive home was nerve-wracking, with every set of headlights behind me causing my anxiety to spike. The sound behind me startled me, filling me with the fear that he might be trailing me. Once I finally reached home, I meticulously checked each lock on the doors and windows, ensuring everything was secure. I've been attempting to rationalize the entire incident. Perhaps he was merely a socially awkward individual, unaware of how his actions were perceived. However, something about his demeanor and the calculated manner in which he navigated through the store continues to unsettle me. I believe I'll be steering clear of late-night shopping for a while and might even consider having groceries delivered instead. The whole ordeal left me rattled, and I've been on edge ever since. There's a part of me that hopes I'm merely being paranoid, yet there's another part that remains deeply disturbed by last night's encounter. If nothing else, it serves as a stark reminder that one can never be too cautious. It was such an odd experience, and even though I wasn't harmed, I am likely to do my shopping during daylight hours from now on. This occurred just an hour ago, and I'm still quite on edge. I feel the need to unburden myself. I often spend late nights with my friend Mark, particularly on weekends when his parents are out of town. Tonight, however, felt different from the outset. We decided to explore the abandoned house at the outskirts of town, an old, supposedly haunted mansion that all the local kids dare each other to visit. It was around 9 p.m. when we began our walk. The air was unusually chilly for a summer evening, and a dense fog was rolling in, reducing the streetlights to mere halos in the mist. The old path to the mansion was barely visible through the thickening haze. The house was overgrown, with branches snagging our clothes as we forced our way through. We were halfway there when I heard it, a faint whisper, so soft that I thought I had imagined it. But when I glanced at Mark, his face was ashen, and he had come to a sudden halt. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely more than a murmur. I nodded, and we listened intently. There it was again, a whisper, but this time it uttered my name, sending chills racing down my spine. Though we were alone, it felt as if someone, or something, was observing us. Trying to shake off the fear, we pressed on toward the mansion, which loomed ahead. Its shattered windows resembled dark eyes watching us. As we stepped onto the property, the air turned colder, and the whispers seemed to envelop us. Mark wanted to retreat, but I persuaded him to continue. After all, we were already there. We entered through the back door. Inside, the house was in even worse condition than the exterior. Peeling wallpaper, dust coating the floor, and the air thick with the scent of decay. We used our phones as makeshift torches, their beams slicing through the darkness as we navigated the ground floor. Every creak and echo made us jump. When we discovered the staircase, I hesitated, but curiosity urged me onward. Upstairs, the atmosphere grew more oppressive, and the whispers intensified, nearly forming sentences. "Leave," they warned. "Go back." Mark grasped my arm. "We shouldn't be here," he said, but I broke free, drawn to a room at the end of the hall. The door was slightly ajar, and as I pushed it open, we saw it. A large figure, its shape unclear. Gloomy and indistinct, the figure stood by the window, turning in our direction. Although it lacked eyes, I felt as if it was peering directly into my soul. We didn't wait around to discover its intentions. Instead, we sprinted out of the house, raced down the path, and didn't halt until we reached the reassuring glow of the streetlights. Now we're back at Mark's house, with the doors securely locked and all the lights turned on, trying to comprehend what we experienced. Mark is certain we encountered a ghost, the spirit of old Mr. Miller, who died there in solitude. I'm unsure of what we saw, but every shadow now makes me flinch, and I can still hear whispers if I concentrate hard enough. What did we witness in the mill house? Was it merely our imaginations, fueled by the ghost tales we grew up with? Or did we truly stumble upon something supernatural? I don't know if I'll ever muster the courage to return and find out, but one thing is certain. I will never forget the terror I felt this night. This incident occurred several years ago. At the time, I was living with a friend and on my way back to my apartment after spending the evening with my family. I was in a foul mood and had run out of cigarettes, so I stopped at a gas station on the way home. This gas station was dingy, utterly run down. The sad part is that it was constructed that way, barely functional from the start. The exterior lights were unreliable, and the place perpetually reeked of burnt rubber. It felt sketchy even during the day, but at 10 o'clock at night, it took on an entirely different atmosphere. Nonetheless, I was in desperate need of cigarettes, so I stopped. I went in. After exiting my car, I went inside the convenience store, grabbed a bottle of Gatorade, and headed to the counter. To my surprise, no one was there. I had visited this gas station before and experienced the same situation. Assuming the employee might be in the restroom or at their nearby home, I waited for a few minutes. Eventually, the restroom door swung open, and out came a woman with an irritated expression. She rang up my Gatorade and displayed a bit of attitude when I mentioned I wanted to buy cigarettes, which I didn't quite comprehend. It seemed odd, given that they rarely had customers, so you'd think they'd appreciate the business. After the awkward exchange, I was on my way. The entire time from getting out of my car to leaving the store was roughly 5 minutes. I have a light in my car that remains on while I drive, and I was certain I had left it on during my brief stop. However, as I approached my car, I noticed the light was off. Not giving it much thought, I went to open my door and realized it was unlocked. I never leave my car unlocked, but considering I was in a bit of a rush, I thought it was possible I had forgotten. I got in, started the car, lit a cigarette, and absent-mindedly backed out while opening my Gatorade. I recapped the bottle and placed it on the seat beside me. Just as I was about to drive onto the road, a hand emerged from the back seat. I was in a state of panic, and my first instinct was to turn around, but suddenly, he instructed me not to turn around if I knew what was best for me. Sitting still and facing forward, I inquired about his intentions. He replied that he needed a lift to a certain place. My phone was tucked away in my backpack on the passenger seat floor, inconveniently out of reach for me to grab without being obvious. I asked him for his destination, and he directed me to a notorious alley known for drug activity, roughly 4 miles from our current location. I was familiar with the area, having previously delivered pizza there before opting for a comparatively safer delivery zone. As I drove, I attempted to catch glimpses of him in the rearview mirror, but his face was perpetually shrouded in shadows. Upon arriving at the specified location, he rolled down the window and shouted a name. A man approached my car, exchanging some paraphernalia through the back window. Throughout the encounter, the man derisively referred to me as his new driver. After approximately 15 minutes, the transaction concluded. As we headed back, he began engaging me in conversation, which struck me as peculiar. I responded with cautious answers, careful not to disclose any personal information. We were midway through our journey when he requested that I pull over on the side of the road. This particular stretch of road spanned one of those artificial concrete ditches, resulting in a significantly wide shoulder over that ditch. He instructed me to stop there and turn off the engine. "Do you believe in God?" he asked, causing my heart to race. "I'm not sure," I replied. "If you died tonight, do you think you'd see God?" He pressed further. "I don't know. I'd like to think so," I mused. "Close your eyes and place your hands on the steering wheel," he commanded. Well, under my hands, I leaned forward, allowing my head to rest against it, trembling as I obeyed his order. He commanded me to count. "What are you, deaf?" I said, "Count," he barked. So I began, slowly counting, my rhythm matching the seconds ticking away. I pondered how many more moments I might have left. Once the dealer departed, the man in the back seat instructed me to return him to the gas station where he had entered my vehicle. The road back was poorly lit and seldom traveled after nightfall, but it wasn't as if I could encounter more peril than I was already facing. My sole desire was for him to exit my car. I sensed him shifting in the back seat, and fear gripped me, thinking my end was near. Then, unexpectedly, he simply stepped out of the car and fled. I continued counting, reaching at least 1,000 before I felt it might be safe to lift my gaze. I dreaded the thought of him standing in front of my car, waiting for me to defy his orders. Eventually, I dared to look up. He was gone. I sped toward my apartment, seized my phone, and contacted the police. Unsurprisingly, they informed me there was nothing they could do. I lacked a detailed description of the man, beyond noting he was male. I suspected he might have been black, judging by the brief glimpse of skin I caught when I initially turned around, but the moment was so fleeting I couldn't be certain. He neither took anything from my car nor left anything behind. That day, I learned a few crucial lessons. First, never, ever leave my car unlocked. Second, always inspect my vehicle before getting inside. And third, I would never stop at that gas station again. Since I no longer reside there, it brings some relief. However, should someone still manage to break into my car and attempt something similar, I'm prepared to steer full speed into the nearest lamppost. I'll be securely fastened with a seatbelt, and I highly doubt any hijacker would bother to buckle up. This incident occurred during the summer of 2017. At that time, I was a 19-year-old girl. I will deliberately keep certain details vague, including the country, people's origins, and place names, to avoid giving any community an undeserved negative reputation. Although not entirely terrifying, this story is undeniably eerie, and the conclusion is so astonishing that it continues to baffle me to this day. I was residing in an apartment with my family, and in our parking lot, there were always several guys working on car repairs. Often, I would return home late at night and see these men conversing. Occasionally, they would greet me with a good evening, and once even joked about reserving a parking space for me, but never anything inappropriate. I would simply respond courteously. I had observed that one of them owned a modified sedan and must have lived in the same building but used a different entrance, as the car was always parked there in the morning. It was quite distinctive. One morning, as I was heading to work, I noticed this car parked next to mine. Since he lived nearby, it wasn't particularly unusual. But when I settled into my car, I realized the owner was sitting inside, watching me with a smile. Well, alright, it's 8:30 a.m., which isn't entirely out of the ordinary. I began my drive to work and entered a specific route. At the roundabout, where you must yield to vehicles approaching from the right, I halted and glanced to my right to assess when it was safe to proceed. I noticed a car in the adjacent lane, and as soon as I resumed my drive to work, the car continued to follow closely behind. Upon reaching the vicinity of my workplace, which was a mall featuring the largest hypermarket in the area, I speculated that the driver might simply be there for shopping. I entered the underground parking garage and found a spot to park. To my surprise, the driver parked right next to me. Choosing to disregard his presence, I made my way to the escalator, and he followed suit, initiating a conversation. "Hello, I'm Steve. And you?" he asked. "I'm Anna," I replied. "How old are you?" he inquired. 19, I answered. I'm 27. Is that a problem? He continued. No, why would it be? I responded. All right, do you work here? He asked as we arrived at my place of employment. Yes, I confirmed. Okay, well, see you tonight, he said. It was then I realized he was not fluent in the language. Despite this, he didn't come across as intimidating, and I wanted to avoid causing a scene, so I answered his questions. When he said goodbye, I thought to myself that I often saw him in the parking lot with his friends, so it seemed routine. However, when I finished my shift, a similar scenario unfolded like in the morning. As I sat in my car, I noticed Steve was parked right next to me, clearly eager to speak. Surprised by his persistence, I exited my vehicle and asked, "What are you doing here?" With a broad smile, he approached and said, "I have something for you." Bewildered, I asked, "What?" He then handed me a red rose. Flustered and taken aback, it was the first time anyone had ever given me a flower. I initially refused it several times. Yet, he continued to insist, and I realized that the only way to get rid of him, I decided to accept his offer, which finally made him leave. I kept the flower he had given me in my car so my family wouldn't suspect anything unusual was happening, and later, I tossed it into a trash can outside. This marked the start of the week, and he began waiting for me after work, offering drinks and inviting me to the movies or out to dinner. I declined all his invitations but eventually accepted the drinks just to get him to go away. During the weekend, I had a second job with late shifts at a fast food place. It was my first shift there since everything had started. I was closing up the restaurant with 3 other colleagues. Because it was dark and late, one of us had to leave first and drive around the building to ensure it was safe for everyone. Normally, I wouldn't volunteer for this task, but that night, I had an uneasy feeling he might be lurking around, so I offered to do the drive. Sure enough, he was standing next to my car. It was 1 a.m. How long had he been waiting there? I asked him to move a bit further away so that we could safely leave, which he did. After my colleagues drove off, I stopped next to his car and rolled down my window to explain why I had reacted the way I did. Not that I owed him an explanation, but I thought maybe he would follow me until I did. Before I knew it, he opened his car door and got into mine. I want to remind you that this man knew where I worked, where I lived, what my car looked like, and even who my family was. He was a neighbor. That's why I never wanted to make a scene, but at that very moment I was genuinely afraid for my life. A 27-year-old muscular guy whom I found myself in my car at 1 a.m. in a deserted parking lot with someone I barely knew. He seemed chatty, and with no other options, I chose to listen. He mentioned arriving in the country in 2014, spending 2 years in the capital before moving to her neighborhood in 2017. Doing the math, I noticed a year was unaccounted for, so I inquired about it. His response was that he had been in jail, which left me imagining the worst. I asked why he had been incarcerated, and he explained he didn't have the proper documents and had been involved in a car accident. In the end, it wasn't as frightening as I had initially thought, which was a relief. He bid me good night and departed. Many times after that, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw him trailing me. I couldn't pinpoint when it started, and even now, I frequently check to see if a car is tailing me. One evening, while wrapping up a late shift, I was washing dishes and texting 2 friends, letting them know I was almost done so we could meet up. I set my phone aside, and about half an hour later, a coworker approached me, saying, "Hey, your friend came through the drive-thru and asked for you." I remembered telling my friends I wanted to meet up later, so I grabbed my phone and messaged them, asking why they were looking for me at work. "What are you talking about?" they replied. In that moment, I realized they weren't the friends I had plans with. I hurried to my colleague and asked her to describe the person in the car. It was Steve. There were countless instances where he would follow me to meet my friends and threaten to inform my dad that he had seen me drinking with boys. Additionally, one of the times, his friend Carl, whom I noticed in my parking lot, had also begun tailing me. A mutual acquaintance mentioned that Carl was married, had children, and was 40 years old. I was utterly astonished. One evening, around 10 p.m., it was already dark when I parked and noticed a neighbor arriving home. It had been some time since we last spoke, so he promised to return in 2 minutes so we could catch up. As I was retrieving my belongings from the trunk, the car parked behind me flashed its lights. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. I had been patient since nothing too extreme had occurred, and I wanted to avoid alarming or causing issues for my family. However, that night I was quite upset, especially since it was happening right by my home. I threw my things aside and rushed toward the vehicle, where both Steve and Carl were present. I instructed them to leave me alone and stop following me. Steve remained silent, while Carl merely smiled and said, "Good night." I didn't respond and walked away. Proved effective as they left me alone for months. Steve switched to a black car, which was still easily identifiable. He followed me a few more times, and one day he attempted to speak with me, bringing along a friend to translate. I explained to his friend that I wasn't interested, and that was the last time I spoke with him. Months later, I spotted a man in my neighborhood who I recognized as living in an apartment close to where Steve resided. The situation was over, yet it lingered in my mind. I didn't truly know who the man was, nor if this would start up again. I was intrigued, and you know how curiosity can sometimes lead to trouble. I began chatting with him, asking, "Hey, do you happen to know the guy who resides in your building?" "Oh yeah, the mechanic?" he replied. "No, the owner of the black car," I clarified. "Oh, you mean my dad?" he responded. I was taken aback. To this day, the memory of that conversation is startling, and I can't recall exactly how it concluded. I know I didn't mention anything about his father's behavior. I had known this kid for many years, and to discover that he was the man's son, with 4 other siblings, was astonishing. It dawned on me that the man had deceived me about his age because the kid was around 15, and I had believed him without question. This was just the beginning of the shocking revelations. A few days later, I encountered a friend familiar with these events. I mentioned to her that the kid was indeed his son. She looked at me in disbelief and exclaimed, "All this time, it was that guy? You know him? He fled his home country because he embezzled money from influential people and brought his family here, only to be imprisoned for allegedly assaulting a woman." I recalled that whenever he followed me, he would halt as I approached the police station, and I had assumed it was due to unresolved issues with his documentation. My friend continued to speak and showed me a video. "This is his wife," she pointed out, "and the second woman is his other wife. She was so fed up with him talking to other women that she traveled to their country to find a second wife." I want to clarify that my friend was from the same country as this man, but she was born here, which is why she had access to this kind of information. It's a tight-knit community, so they share connections. I was fortunate that nothing happened to me. I still find it hard to believe and often ponder how things might have turned out if I had reacted differently. I was young and inexperienced back then and didn't want to disrespect anyone's culture. However, in hindsight, I should have reported it sooner. This story unfolded 2 decades ago, and while the dialogue has been paraphrased, it faithfully reflects the events as they occurred. Each March, my family and I would embark on a 2-hour drive from our rural hometown to the city to enjoy a college basketball tournament. We regularly stayed at a well-known and reputable hotel, and we weren't strangers to the city. Yet, this particular year was different. There had been a series of violent robberies, leaving many victims seriously injured. I recall reading about these incidents in the newspaper. I've always been fond of reading the news, even when I was a child. The reports about the city unsettled me more than usual because I wasn't accustomed to the threat of violence so close to home. It was a Saturday night, around 11 p.m., and my mom, dad, and little sister were winding down, getting ready for bed. It's important to note here that my mother is naturally more paranoid than most, which, while sometimes irritating, often keeps us well prepared for unfortunate situations. This night would prove to be one of those times. I was seated on the second of 2 beds, the one farthest from the room's entrance, when there was a knock at the door. "Room service," a voice called out. My parents exchanged glances, and my mom gestured. I gestured for my father to peer through the peephole in the door. "We didn't order anything," he remarked, eyeing the short, stout man standing just outside. The man had a service trolley with what seemed to be a covered meal and was dressed in a green hotel uniform. "Are you certain?" the man replied. "I've got an order for room 4109. He didn't sound insistent or out of place at all. In fact, if not for the recent surge in violence around the city, we likely wouldn't have been on high alert to begin with. Nevertheless, that evening, my parents were decidedly wary, and my father firmly told the man at the door that we hadn't ordered any food. The man departed courteously, without any fuss. There was little reason for us to be suspicious, and my father was inclined to dismiss it as a simple error on the hotel's part and head to bed. However, my mother eventually convinced him to call the front desk to confirm everything was as it should be. About 15 minutes after the man had left, my father finished his call with the front desk. They have no record of us ordering food, and their room service staff were white, not green, he said with a grim expression. I noticed my mother's face blanch, and my sister appeared frightened. The hotel promptly dispatched security to our floor to check if the intruder was still nearby. They checked on us and then began to search the floor. Security returned to our room a few minutes later, informing us they had discovered an abandoned trolley in the stairwell, but there was no sign of the person. With that, they departed, and we triple-checked the locks on the door before settling in for the night. After eventually falling asleep, I found myself the first one awake the next morning. Not wanting to disturb my family's slumber by switching on the TV and with no newspaper in sight, I decided to power up my dad's laptop and peruse the local newspaper's website. The leading headline made my stomach churn. Man stabbed outside City Hotel. Reportedly, around 11:30 the previous night, shortly after we had dismissed the imposter hotel employee, a pedestrian had been assaulted on the sidewalk just outside our hotel. The victim had been stabbed twice and then severely beaten in full view, yet his wallet remained untouched. The article continued, noting the absence of any discernible motive for the attack. It was sheer violence for the sake of violence. It speculated on why the pedestrian was incapacitated by stabbing before being beaten by hand. I immediately woke my parents and showed them the article. My mother became visibly anxious, while my father grew furious and reached for the phone. We naturally contacted the police to relay our experience from the prior night, providing every detail we could about the man at our door, suspecting he might be linked to the assault. Unfortunately, no one was ever apprehended. Thankfully, the solid, locked door between us and the fraudulent employee might have been our saving grace. I have kept this story to myself for the past 6 years because it sounds unbelievable and I was advised not to speak of it. 6 years ago, I went camping with a now ex-boyfriend. The campsite we chose we were thrilled to navigate through some rugged trails. The location we selected was conveniently adjacent to hiking paths, not far from soothing natural hot springs and a magnificent waterfall. We were truly in the middle of nowhere with absolutely no one else around. We set up our camp beside the car, went hiking, indulged in the hot springs, returned, and enjoyed our dinner. Everything was perfectly routine until we awoke the following day. To provide some context about our sleeping arrangements that night, which is essential to understanding my bewilderment, before we went to sleep, I placed our food cooler and a stereo inside the car and locked it. I stored the keys in the front pocket of my backpack, which I positioned next to my sleeping bag on the far side of the tent, away from the entrance. My boyfriend at the time slept closest to the tent door, with a firearm beside him. The next morning, I awoke feeling fine, having slept deeply, and from inside the tent, everything appeared normal. However, stepping outside revealed our campsite was in utter disarray. The fire pit we had constructed was destroyed, the cooler was tossed aside, and food was strewn everywhere. The stereo lay shattered into pieces near a tree. All the car doors were ajar, including the trunk. We stood there in silence for a moment, absorbing the scene. The woods felt peculiar and were no longer the enchanting campsite I'd seen the day before. Everything about the forest seemed amiss. My ex accused me of failing to lock the car, suggesting an animal had rifled through our belongings. I insisted that I had indeed locked it, and I entered the tent to retrieve the keys from my backpack, but they were nowhere to be found. Later, I discovered them lying on the ground right beside the car. We hastily packed everything into the trunk and took off. My boyfriend remained silent and refused to discuss what had just transpired. He eventually broke his silence when we were almost home, revealing he had a dream about something kneeling over him in the tent, clutching his gun, and just staring at him. When I attempted to ask more questions, he became quiet once more and insisted that I shouldn't bring it up again either. Despite my efforts to forget about it, I find it impossible. Something truly unsettling occurred in the woods that night. I grew up in those woods and typically feel at ease there. However, I have encountered a few disturbing situations that have stayed with me forever, and this was one of them. I was 18 years old at the time. One evening, my friends Mike and Paul and I decided to go camping. Well, calling it camping might be a stretch since we didn't intend to spend the night. Our plan was to relax and have some fun by the campfire for a while. The idea was straightforward. Head out, build a campfire, enjoy a few bottles of wine, eat something, and then return home for a restful night's sleep. We gathered at my house while the sun was still up, got everything ready, and set off. Our destination was an old, abandoned quarry nestled in the woods, about a 40-minute drive from my house. Although the quarry had a tragic and, quite frankly, eerie history, it was a popular spot for such gatherings. When we arrived, the sky had already taken on a reddish hue as the sun gradually descended behind the hills. We quickly gathered all the firewood we could find to avoid searching for it later, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, turning everything into an impenetrable blackness. We managed to get the fire going and were in high spirits, preparing for our first toast. That's when we realized we had made a terrible mistake. We had forgotten the corkscrew. We tried to open the wine without it, but soon gave up, as the bottles were quite expensive and we didn't want to risk damaging them. It became apparent that one of us would have to jog back to retrieve the corkscrew. After some discussion, I volunteered, but with two conditions. First, they would give me a hatchet in case anything went wrong on the way. Second, no pranks while I was gone. Mike and Paul agreed without hesitation, handing me a hatchet and a flashlight before sending me on my way. As I jogged through the forest, I heard a sound resembling a boar. Suddenly, I recalled a warning from an older hunter a few days prior, mentioning that this time of year made boars particularly dangerous, especially at night. I was a bit nervous, but fortunately managed to make it through unharmed. I arrived home safely, much to my mother's surprise, as she hadn't expected me back so early. I explained the situation, and she just laughed. I grabbed the corkscrew and set off again, opting for a slightly longer route through an open field to avoid encountering a boar. After a while, upon reaching our designated spot, a small clearing came into view, encircled on one side by towering rocks, perhaps 70 meters high, and on the opposite side by a dense forest. Our campfire crackled brightly in the center of this clearing. As I approached, it became evident that no one else was there, even though our backpacks lay scattered on the ground and the fire blazed fiercely. Great, I thought. We had specifically agreed there would be no pranks. Those guys think they're hilarious. Resignedly, I muttered to myself and settled near the fire, gazing toward the woods, the only plausible hiding place for them, I mused. Exhaustion weighed heavily on me, and all I could think about was savoring the exquisite Pinot we had brought along. I wasn't in the mood for their antics and felt my irritation rising. That's when I heard the distinct snapping of twigs and rustling of leaves at the forest's edge, approximately 30 meters from where I sat. The sound was rhythmic and unmistakably that of someone walking. I directed my flashlight toward the noise and discovered a tall figure clad in a dark hoodie. As the beam of light fell upon him, he halted, turned to face me, and stared without moving. Despite facing me directly, his face remained obscured. "Paul, you fool," I yelled. "I know you're trying to scare me. We had an agreement, so stop fooling around and come out." As I finished speaking, the hooded figure pivoted and disappeared deeper into the woods. Just then, my phone rang. I hurriedly retrieved it from my pocket and saw that it was Mike calling. I answered and began to speak. Ed found himself barking with laughter at them, which was really amusing. "You guys, I thought we had come to an understanding," he said with a hint of exasperation. "What are you talking about?" someone asked, clearly puzzled. "I'm talking about your attempts to mess with me. I saw you clearly, so you might as well reveal yourselves," Ed insisted. For what seemed like an eternity, Mike stood frozen, his breath audible and heavy. Meanwhile, Paul was muttering incomprehensibly in the background. When Mike finally snapped back to reality, he said, "Dude, we're at your place. We heard footsteps. Initially, we thought you were trying to spook us, but then we got genuinely frightened and decided to look for you. I forgot my phone at your house, so we couldn't even call you. Just get out of there, and we'll come back for our things together." "Nonsense. This is just another one of your ridiculous pranks, and I'm not falling for it," Ed retorted. There was a pause, filled with indistinct murmuring, when suddenly his mother's voice came through the phone, her tone tinged with concern. "What's going on?" she asked, making Ed's head spin and his heart skip a beat as he realized they were not joking. A wave of fear surged through him, yet he managed to assure his mother that everything was perfectly fine and that there was no reason for her to worry. After calming her down, she handed the phone back to Mike, who urged, "Leave everything and come back. We're on our way over right now. We'll meet you halfway. I'm not going anywhere alone again, so hurry up. I'm waiting for you." With a sense of urgency, Ed disconnected the call, not wanting to make any more noise than necessary. He swiftly turned off his flashlight and retreated from the fire's glow, moving cautiously towards the towering wall of rocks. He figured that positioning himself with his back against it would be the safest option. I discovered that eliminating one potential route for the unwelcome intruder was crucial. I stood there enveloped in complete darkness, striving to remain silent while tightly grasping my hatchet, which would serve as my most reliable companion for the next 30 minutes. I had to persuade myself not to curl up in terror, despite the fact that my own body seemed to betray me as my hearing deteriorated due to the frantic pounding of my heart. I attempted to calm myself, but I knew that in the worst-case scenario, every ounce of adrenaline would be beneficial. After what felt like an eternity, I noticed two faint beams of light emerging from the forest. Hearing Paul call out my name was an immense relief. I had never felt such a sense of relief as when I finally dashed out of my hiding spot to meet my friends. For a while, we simply stood there, laughing out of sheer relief. We even grew slightly overconfident and considered staying, reasoning that there was supposedly just one eerie figure lurking among the trees, while there were three of us. It was amusing how just moments earlier I had been petrified, and suddenly I was brimming with bold bravado, wondering what could possibly go wrong. In the end, sound judgment won out and we chose to leave. We gathered our belongings, extinguished the fire, and departed, taking our wine bottles to enjoy elsewhere, somewhere illuminated and secure. This incident occurred about 10 years ago, in August 2013. At the time, I was camping in far north Queensland, Australia, at a place called Barron Falls. I was a 21-year-old woman, camping with my two male friends who were backpacking from Estonia, Theo and Charlie. Where we set up camp was not an official campsite. Rather, we had ventured along the tourist trail to find our spot. The path meandered over a railing, shadowing a railway track for several kilometers before eventually veering off into the dense forest, descending towards the river. Reaching this secluded spot was far from simple, and there was no mobile phone reception, yet Theo was familiar with it thanks to friends who had guided him there previously. The location was stunning, enveloped by a lush tropical forest, with the waterfall just a short walk upstream. After establishing our campsite, we made our way to the waterfall, where both Theo and Charlie leaped from the precipice into the water below. I opted not to join them, as I have always been, and remain fearful of heights and the risk of injury. Instead, I watched them for a while before eventually choosing to return to camp and immerse myself in my book. I felt utterly at peace, savoring the tranquility and absorbing the natural beauty surrounding me. The day, filled with excitement and adventure, was abruptly disrupted by a deep, menacing laughter echoing from the forest encircling our campsite. Instantly on high alert, chills coursed through my body as I scanned the forest, attempting to pinpoint the source of the laughter. There was nothing. I tried to dismiss it, convincing myself that my imagination was merely playing tricks on me. When Theo and Charlie returned, they informed me they had forgotten fire starters for the campfire and needed to journey to the nearest store to purchase some. They suggested I remain at the camp. I expressed my discomfort with staying alone but refrained from mentioning the laughter I had heard earlier, not wanting them to think I was being irrational. For context, during that period, I had developed quite a significant crush on Charlie. Foolishly, I wanted him to perceive me as cool. They assured me everything would be fine and promised to return before nightfall. Hesitantly, I agreed, and they set off toward the store. It was around 4 p.m. when I resumed reading my book. As I pondered the situation, I realized that the walk back to the car would take approximately 20 to 30 minutes, meaning they would be gone for over an hour. Given the time of year, dusk would fall around 5:30 p.m., leaving me alone in this secluded area after dark. I tried to distract myself with my book, but as the light began to fade, I struggled to make out the words, and anxiety started creeping in. After about an hour, I heard footsteps in the forest. My initial thought was that Theo and Charlie had returned, and I felt a wave of relief at the prospect of no longer being alone. I listened intently for their voices, but all I heard was silence, and my heart sank. It struck me that it could be someone else, and panic set in. Then came the laughter, the same deep, sinister laughter I had heard before, only now it seemed much closer. I leapt to my feet and scanned the forest. That's when I saw him. He stood on the opposite side of a stream, which was linked to the river, balancing on a log. What I witnessed was utterly surreal. He wore a pristine tuxedo with a top hat and all. I distinctly recall being bewildered by how he managed to reach such a remote area in such spotless, formal attire. Initially, I wondered if he was an apparition or if I was hallucinating. Upon catching sight of the man's face, I did a double take, as it was difficult to process what I was seeing. His features were hard to describe. It appeared as though his face had been burned, reminiscent of the characters from The Walking Dead, with deep scars crisscrossing his visage. His hair was shoulder-length, wildly tangled, and in complete disarray. He let out a laugh, identical to the one I had heard echoing from the forest. Miraculously, I then heard the voices of my friends drawing nearer. The man seemed taken aback and mentioned seeing someone else camping further up the stream. He insisted he was going to check on them and promptly departed. Moments later, Theo and Charlie returned. I immediately recounted the encounter, but they merely laughed, dismissing my story as a weak attempt to frighten them. Tears welled up in my eyes, and Charlie soon realized I was not jesting. Theo, however, remained unfazed, embodying the quintessential carefree backpacker. Charlie, on the other hand, reassured me that everything would be all right and arranged for me to sleep between him and Theo for the subsequent 2 nights. I barely managed any rest during those nights, constantly straining to hear that laughter again, but fortunately, it never returned. For years, I searched online for any reports of similar occurrences, but I never found a trace. I often ponder what might have transpired had Theo and Charlie not returned at that crucial moment, and the thought sends chills down my spine. I am a wilderness survival instructor and security contractor. Just a few days ago, a close friend of mine, who also happens to be one of my students, informed me that his father recently acquired 150 acres of land in a remote, mountainous area. In my current state, I am accompanied by someone with whom I've previously ventured into the woods. He is exceptionally skilled in wilderness survival. The land remains largely unexplored, apart from a 100-yard stretch his father once used for horse riding. Those horses now roam freely, which adds an intriguing aspect. According to my friend, his father secured an incredible deal on this land. Given that my friend, now a father of 3, seldom finds time to explore the woods, I agreed to join him for what promised to be an exciting adventure and a much-needed escape. We share interests in our indigenous heritage, automobiles, wilderness survival, and a variety of other pursuits, which guarantees lively conversations during our time outdoors. However, his father advised us against exploring the woods without a firearm, warning us about the presence of coyotes. Being locals, we are aware that coyotes rarely pose a danger to humans. Additionally, my friend, whom I'll refer to as DJ, had previously noted human-like movement within the treetops on past visits to the property, though his poor eyesight prevented him from confirming what he saw. For our exploration, I brought along my AR-15 and a small flint napping kit, primarily for entertainment. With that, we set out onto the property. At first, our hike took us through fields, across creeks, and past several natural springs and ponds. Everything appeared normal, showcasing a stunning landscape. However, as we delved deeper into the uncharted forested area, the atmosphere underwent a dramatic transformation. The forest emanated an eerie ambience, reminiscent of the woods depicted in the movie The Ritual, gray and ominously quiet. Except for the occasional creaking of the towering cedar trees, it felt as though we were being watched from every direction. The air carried a putrid odor, reminiscent of decaying flesh. Intrigued, we followed the scent and stumbled upon the remains of 3 to 4 cows. I recorded a video of the scene to show anyone who might have an idea about what could have caused this. Upon examining the exposed skulls, we found no evidence of bullet wounds. Something had killed them and scattered their bones over a 30-yard radius. Large and indistinct footprints surrounded the remains, pressing deeper into the woods. We were accompanied only by silence, the stench of death, and the sound of our own heartbeats. We noticed various tracks along the stream, large coyote prints and something else equally large, intentionally avoiding the sandy areas. As we continued, we encountered trees bent over and pinned behind others while still alive, an occurrence impossible in nature. Further along, we discovered what resembled a primitive tool made of bone, possibly a scooping implement or a knife. It disturbed us because, though crude, it seemed more primitive than anything a human would craft, yet it was clearly shaped with intention. Our hike led us to a clearing with a pond, encircled by large circular tracks. On the opposite side of the pond stood a peculiar little tree structure, an A-frame with rocks propped against it. However, it lacked stability, and the arrangement of rocks seemed oddly deliberate. Notably, there were no signs of campfires or camping debris nearby. This was not a location easily accessible. As dusk descended, I meticulously captured images and filmed a peculiar, hut-like structure near a house. With the evening closing in, we decided it was prudent to make our way back. Although my AR was equipped with a flashlight, trusting it in the darkness, especially with something out there capable of slaughtering cattle and crafting tools from their bones, seemed unwise. We retraced our route through the forest, reaching our trucks just before darkness fully enveloped the area. While departing, we observed an unidentified figure atop one of the hills but opted not to investigate further. It's noteworthy that the previous owner had unexpectedly halted construction on the property and vacated the premises. We are planning to return this weekend, but with a larger group and all our camping equipment. I am employed by a renowned university as a field biologist and have recently been contracted by the National Forest Service. My initial assignment is in the Pic District of the Manila National Forest. Essentially, I receive GPS coordinates and either drive or hike to the assigned location to perform tasks as instructed. This could involve setting up trail cameras or counters, monitoring equipment, conducting trail surveys, and similar activities, followed by recording the data 24 hours after installation. Initially, it seemed straightforward. However, I found it peculiar that they specifically requested cameras to be placed only 3 feet off the ground and some infrared cameras at designated heights in the trees. Some of these locations are on unmarked trails, while others are situated far from any trail in remote areas. Humans would rarely venture to these parts, as there are times when hotels or lodgings are simply too far away. These are the secluded mountains of West Virginia, and the Forest Service has equipped me with some rather impressive camping gear for the occasions when I need to camp. I'm well versed in hiking and camping, having spent numerous nights alone in the wilderness due to my career. I'm a woman, standing about 5 feet 6 inches and weighing 130 pounds, but I'm not easily intimidated. Again, the Forest Service has prepared me thoroughly, providing an emergency beacon that alerts every law enforcement officer in the area to my whereabouts almost instantly. I've been assigned to this district for several months now, and I've genuinely relished my work. West Virginia is both remote and pristine, which is precisely why I love my job. I get to witness sights that most people will never experience in their lifetimes. Up until a few nights ago, I had enjoyed countless positive and nearly spiritual moments. I was working near Spruce Knob, the highest point in West Virginia. It's essentially a complex network of trails, wilderness areas, campsites, and the like. The area had been experiencing snowfall, with fierce winds and ice storms. Despite the harsh conditions, I was camping there to complete my work, and I found myself almost relishing the challenge. My first night in the forest was quite tranquil. I prepared dinner, set up camp, enjoyed some whiskey, and smoked some excellent bud. I settled into my sleeping bag and slept like a log. Although it was bitterly cold, I wore a turtleneck face mask that kept me from feeling the chill. I woke up at the crack of dawn and set about rekindling my fire. As I was preparing some coffee, I noticed the snow around my campsite was all disturbed. There weren't any footprints, just churned up snow, as if someone or something had kicked it around. It struck me as odd, but I didn't dwell on it since I had a 15-mile hike ahead of me to set up some cameras and couldn't afford the distraction. Setting off on my hike, I focused on the task at hand and eventually began the journey back to camp. I never wear headphones or anything like that because hearing is one of the most critical senses in the wilderness. I want to detect any animals or people before they come into view. By the time I returned to camp, night had already fallen, and exhaustion overwhelmed me. All I could manage was to strip down to my base layer, crawl into my sleeping bag, and fall asleep. Around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by the sound of voices. I was about 30 miles up a gravel road, which was blocked by Forest Service gates, and 10 miles from where my truck was parked. Hearing voices out there was unnerving. Panicked. Quietly, I retrieved my firearm from my pack, got back into my sleeping bag, cocked it, and waited, my senses heightened and on full alert. Eventually, the voices faded, and I could no longer hear them, but I was too on edge to fall back asleep. At first light, I emerged from my tent to find more disturbed snow and my 2 trail cameras hanging from a tree about 5 feet from my tent. These were the cameras I had set up 15 miles away from my campsite. Hastily, I packed my belongings and practically sprinted back to my truck. As I approached my truck, I noticed a multitude of footprints scattered around the vicinity. Upon reaching my vehicle, I made the unsettling discovery that it had been broken into. My computer and various other pieces of equipment had been stolen. Currently, I am residing in a rustic log cabin at some resort, too frightened to retrieve my remaining gear and too embarrassed to inform my superiors of how terrified I am. The Forest Service has provided me with a new truck while the window of the other is being repaired. Although I filed a report about the theft, there is absolutely no way I am ever returning to that site. I am uncertain whether this means I will be terminated or reassigned to a desk job, but in all the years I have worked in national forests across the country, I have never felt such fear. Animals do not intimidate me, and I possess numerous stories about my encounters with them. It is people who frighten me. Previously, I worked on the dark web. I won't elaborate on how I ended up in this line of work, but my role was simply to locate individuals I was paid to find, abduct them, and deliver them to a designated location. I never bothered myself with what happened to those individuals afterward, though I understood they were typically placed into the slave trade or held for ransom. After years of engaging in this type of work, I eventually became desensitized to it. To me, it was just another day at the office. The only distinction was that this job offered significantly better pay. It is worth mentioning that I didn't work alone. I had a partner who assisted me for the purpose of the story. I'll refer to him as Sam. Sam and I crossed paths on the dark web forums about 3 months after I embarked on my venture. He possessed significantly more expertise in abducting individuals from the dark web than I did, having engaged in this activity for several years. However, as he aged, he found the work increasingly challenging to manage solo. After a period of discussion, we eventually decided to join forces. I would assist him with tasks that had become too arduous for him due to his advancing years, and in return, he would mentor me and involve me in more complex, high-paying assignments to minimize the likelihood of my mishandling them. Upon meeting, we quickly realized our compatibility. Within just a few weeks, we established a routine. Our employers would contact us through the forums, providing us with a target and any essential information critical to the mission. Sam would then drive his van to the location to conduct reconnaissance. We dedicated whatever time we had to gathering any details our employer might have overlooked, such as schedules and habits. Subsequently, we would decide on a specific date, time, and location, then secure our target and deliver them to a designated drop point provided by our employer. Once we were compensated, we moved on to the next assignment. We executed our tasks with precision, despite the abhorrent nature of the work. We were remarkably proficient at it. Eventually, we reached a point where we could secure a target in just a few days. Soon, we were able to live comfortably. Naturally, we weren't foolish enough to become complacent, especially considering the dark web's inherent dangers. Take the time to research the potency of Carinal thoroughly. Regardless, the peculiar nature of the assignment made us uneasy, yet we proceeded with the job. Our existence had been comfortable, gliding through life without much thought for those our actions might harm. Our primary focus was on our burgeoning bank accounts and luxurious lifestyles. However, our world was turned upside down when everything fell apart. Sam and I were tasked with an assignment from an anonymous client, instructing us to capture a 19-year-old male residing in an affluent district. This type of job wasn't out of the ordinary for us. Numerous clients had previously hired us to abduct wealthy individuals, generally with the intention of demanding a ransom. What set this particular job apart was the detailed list of instructions that accompanied it. We were informed that the target's home lacked a security system, but we were cautioned against underestimating him. We were advised to exercise utmost care and remain alert, as the target was deemed extremely perilous. The most baffling directive was that we were required to use Carinal or an equivalent tranquilizer, delivered via darts, before apprehending him. It wasn't unusual for our employers to request that we sedate our targets. We had done so on numerous occasions in the past. The oddity lay in the specific demand for Carinal, a tranquilizer typically reserved for elephants. Even a single dart containing this substance could prove lethal to a human. To clarify, Sam and I were not assassins. We had never taken a life, either before or after embarking on this career. We realized that using Carinal would make it impossible to capture our target alive, but we assumed our employer was simply unaware of its lethal potency. I didn't really know much about tranquilizers and simply wanted to appear knowledgeable by mentioning a specific type. In retrospect, I wish we had just adhered to the instructions we were given. We began observing our target the day after receiving our directives. The boy was a bit of a recluse, to put it mildly. From what we could gather, he lived in his parents' house, though they were seldom around. He seemed to spend nearly every day indoors, engaging in various activities to pass the time. Reading, playing video games, typical teenage pursuits. Sam and I couldn't find a single reason to view this kid as intimidating, much less dangerous. He appeared to lead a very sheltered life and likely had never been in a fight before. However, we had a task to complete and needed to adhere to the guidelines provided. On the night we were to carry out the extraction, we parked our van just outside the boy's home. The rest of the neighborhood was asleep, so it would be relatively straightforward to remove him. Once we had him, Sam took the driver's seat while I positioned myself in the back of the van, aiming the tranquilizer rifle through the rear doors. The way the van was parked gave me an excellent view of the boy's house. In case you're curious, I wasn't using carfentanil. I chose to use a milder drug that wouldn't be lethal to a human. I wasn't worried about our employer being displeased if we didn't follow their instructions to the letter. Unless they planned to test the boy's blood when they got him, there was no way they would know. After 30 minutes of waiting, the boy finally appeared in the doorway. Through the kitchen window, we were positioned too far away to discern much, yet I could make out considerable details. He had a head full of wavy blonde hair, a smattering of freckles across his nose and cheeks, and striking green eyes. As he poured himself a glass of water, I tagged him. His response was unexpectedly calm. He jolted in surprise as the dart pierced his neck, but he didn't scream. When he removed it, he didn't appear frightened or bewildered. If anything, he seemed merely irritated, as if he had just brushed off a mosquito that had settled on him. Then he turned his head and looked directly at me. By this time, I had been in this line of work for about 4 years and had encountered some bizarre situations, mostly during my explorations of the deep web. However, nearly nothing had ever unnerved me like the look this kid gave me. It's challenging to articulate the exact nature of his expression as his eyes bore into mine, but the best way to describe it was a look that seemed to say, "I dare you to come for me. You won't like what happens if you do." After that, the boy switched off the kitchen light and moved out of sight. The van shook as Sam opened the door and stepped out, making his way over to me with a body bag in one hand and a flashlight in the other. "All right, partner, you ready to do this?" he asked calmly. Whether or not he had seen the kid's expression, he wasn't showing any sign of it. Yeah, let's go," I replied, stowing away the rifle and retrieving my own flashlight. "Christ, this is a nice house," Sam remarked absent-mindedly. "This kid is incredibly fortunate," I thought. "It's not our usual course of action, but perhaps we could rob the place while we're here." I stayed silent as we approached the house. I skillfully picked the lock on the back door, and we slipped inside without a sound. The house was plunged in darkness, utterly silent. Our first stop was the kitchen, as we both doubted the kid would be there. Tranquilizers take some time to work, and if he'd wandered off after being hit, he was likely elsewhere in the house. Our instincts were correct. The kitchen was deserted, with no dishes or food on the counters except for a half-filled glass of water. We continued our search throughout the house, but it rapidly became evident that something was amiss. Despite our thorough search, the boy was nowhere to be found. By now, he should have been unconscious, the tranquilizer having long taken effect, yet he was nowhere to be seen. "Are you sure you hit him?" Sam asked me after several fruitless minutes. "I swear, if you botch this job with lousy aim, I'm going to kill you." "I know I hit him," I retorted. "I even saw him pull the dart out. He couldn't have gotten far, not with that tranquilizer in his system." Our argument was abruptly interrupted by a noise coming from the opposite side of the house. It was a series of quick, successive thuds, as if someone was stomping around loudly. The noise persisted for a minute, moving through the house before finally coming to a halt. Sam and I quickly decided to split up to investigate, uncertain about where the commotion originated. I didn't want to risk our target slipping away, so I retraced my steps through the kitchen back to the living room. Just as I was about to proceed into the next room, something on the floor caught my attention. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a heap of fabric. It turned out to be a pile of clothing, the same clothes the kid had been wearing. It appeared he had stripped down completely, leaving his garments behind. I couldn't fathom his reasoning. Stripping naked didn't seem to provide any tactical advantage when attempting to flee a kidnapping. At least none that made sense to me. Removing shoes might silence footsteps, but shedding all one's clothes seemed unnecessary. I was mulling over possible explanations for the kid's actions when my thoughts were shattered by a blood-curdling scream echoing from the far end of the house. I recognized the voice immediately as Sam's. I sprinted as fast as I could toward the source of the scream. When I arrived, Sam was lying on the hallway floor. From my vantage point, I could only see his upper torso, arms, and head. He clung desperately to the wall while something in the hallway, obscured from my view, yanked and tugged at his legs. Whatever it was, it possessed incredible strength and was determined to drag Sam away. I dashed forward, frantically attempting to assist my partner in breaking free. I didn't even make it halfway before Sam lost his grip and vanished from sight. He was screaming and crying, pleading for me to save him, and as I rounded the corner, whatever had him was, as I saw Sam being dragged through the basement door, he was visible only for a fleeting moment before he was pulled down the stairs into the darkness below. I rushed to the door and flipped the light switch, but nothing happened. Someone had cut the power to the house. I found myself torn between hoping that this entity was alone and fearing that it wasn't. If it was solitary, we wouldn't have to contend with any other threats. Yet that would also imply it was clever enough to disable the electricity to gain an advantage. My thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the chilling realization that Sam's screams had ceased. I seriously contemplated making a run for it and abandoning him. It was easy to assume he was gone, but even the most flawed individuals can form friendships, and despite my denial, I had developed a connection with Sam over the years we had worked together. I couldn't bear the thought of leaving him behind, so, berating myself for my foolishness, I descended the staircase. Upon reaching the bottom, I braced myself for silence, but instead, I was met with a distinct crunching sound emanating from the far end of the room. I strained to identify the noise by sound alone, but the adrenaline coursing through my veins made it difficult to concentrate. With trembling hands, I switched on my flashlight and directed the beam towards the source of the sound. Every day since, I have wished I had never done that. A gaunt creature dangled from an exposed beam on the basement ceiling. It bore a semblance to a human, but just barely. Its arms were unnaturally elongated, with nails resembling claws, and its leg. The creature's limbs and feet contained an excessive number of joints, allowing it to dangle upside down from the ceiling like a bat. Its skin appeared ill-fitting over its own frame, with some sections stretched taut while others were gathered awkwardly. The source of the crunching noise was swiftly revealed. Sam was suspended within the creature's grasp. He was unmistakably dead, with significant portions of his flesh missing. Periodically, the creature would hoist Sam's body toward its maw, taking hefty bites and tearing away flesh with loud, deliberate chews. It appeared indiscriminate in its consumption, gnawing on whatever part it encountered, including bone. Upon realizing it was caught in the beam of a flashlight, the creature ceased its feast on Sam's remains and directed its gaze at me. Its face was a gory spectacle, with its features grotesquely distorted. Its jaw hung so widely agape that it seemed detached from its skull, and its eyes bore no trace of humanity. This abomination was undoubtedly a monster, and I was certain it would kill me without a second thought if given the opportunity. Paralyzed by fear, I stared at this entity until a moment of recognition jarred me. Despite its terrifying appearance, the blonde hair, freckles, and green eyes converged into a shocking revelation. This creature was our objective. It was the child we had been dispatched to capture. Although its features were distorted and deformed, there was no denying that this monstrosity was indeed the child. The reason behind the tranquilizer's ineffectiveness became clear, as did the rationale for our employer's insistence on using the specific drugs they provided. It was now evident why they desired this being. Remaining alive is beyond my comprehension. I'd rest much easier at night knowing this creature was buried deep underground. After what felt like endless hours of us staring at each other, the monster let out a screech that was enough to send me dashing up the stairs. I didn't stop running or turn around to see if it was pursuing me. I continued sprinting until I reached the van, jumped into the driver's seat, and sped off down the street. I exceeded the speed limit by several miles, but I was indifferent. I wouldn't feel secure until I was far from that beast. After leaving town, I withdrew all my savings and sold everything I owned. Following that, I undertook a comprehensive process to erase any remaining traces of myself. I changed my name, underwent plastic surgery, and meticulously scrubbed any trace of my online presence. By the time I was done, any evidence of the person I once was had vanished entirely. As far as anyone was concerned, I had never existed until 2 months ago. I had vowed to myself never to mention what I had witnessed, to bury the past as deeply as possible. Yet, I've been tormented by nightmares ever since encountering that monster, and I thought that perhaps warning the world about its existence might ease my conscience. I can't disclose details about the creature's location. It's safer for everyone if that remains a secret. As for those who were interested in capturing the beast, I haven't heard from them since. Honestly, I'm actually relieved we didn't succeed in capturing it. I have no desire to find out what would happen if we had. What their intentions for the creature were once they captured it. Consider this a cautionary tale. People often claim the dark web harbors monsters, and I unfortunately discovered that sometimes this can be quite literal. When I was 20, I returned home for the summer break from college. My good friend Becky and her boyfriend had recently secured new jobs and were living in a house perched atop a very steep hill. To give you some insight into Becky, she frequently experiences nervousness and anxiety. While I also get anxious, I've adapted to living independently and handling my fears, but she hadn't yet adjusted to such a lifestyle. Their home featured a back door in the kitchen, and if you sat on the sofa in the living room, you could see directly into the kitchen. Right outside the kitchen door, about shoulder height, there was a light that activated with any movement. It's crucial to mention that Becky's backyard was elevated, and to reach the yard from the narrow path in front of the door, you had to ascend a few steps. The yard was designed to wrap around to the front of the house. Becky was alone because her boyfriend was working his first or second night shift, and she struggled to fall asleep. In an effort to save money, all the lights were turned off. Then, she noticed a light streaming through the kitchen window. It was the motion-activated light. This frightened her considerably, but she attempted to dismiss it. However, the light continued to switch on at various intervals, so this motion-activated light kept. The light would only activate if something moved on the walkway, not due to any animals in the yard. The yard itself was small, bordered by dense woods extending from its edge. She called me in the early hours around 3 a.m. until I eventually answered. I spoke with her on the phone, trying to soothe her until her boyfriend returned the next morning. He had the next 3 days off work, and during that period, nothing unusual happened with the light. Her father had cautioned her to be vigilant, suggesting that it could have been prowlers scoping out the house, especially since there had been recent burglaries on a nearby street. The next time her boyfriend had a night shift, Becky asked if I could stay over. I agreed, and the evening unfolded quite typically. We watched movies until around 11 p.m., then decided to drive to the nearest shop to get some food from McDonald's. Since we live in a rather remote area, the round trip took us nearly an hour and a half. We returned home around midnight and set up the air mattress in the living room, where we planned to sleep. Around 1 a.m., the motion sensor light outside flickered on while we were sitting on the mattress. I attempted to reassure her by suggesting it was probably just an animal, perhaps a bat or something similar, flying past. However, Becky wasn't convinced. The light switched off but soon illuminated again, remaining on for a longer duration this time. Becky decided to head upstairs to retrieve her boyfriend's gun. We sat there, intensely anxious, with the window open so we could listen for any sounds from outside. She joked nervously. She was energetically shouting, "I've got a gun and I'm not afraid to use it." Her intention was to make me laugh, but right after those words left her mouth, the lights suddenly went out. They remained off for nearly 3 hours, almost as if we had frightened someone away. Sleep was elusive after that incident. Around 4 a.m., I ventured to the kitchen to grab some water, and as I turned to say something to Becky, she abruptly screamed for me to come back. I whirled around to find the lights back on. We witnessed them flicker on and off several times until the first light of dawn began to appear. Then, as unexpectedly as it had begun, the flickering ceased. We considered calling the police but hesitated, fearing they might think it was a prank and we'd face consequences. Interestingly, the lights never seem to behave erratically when her boyfriend is home at night. I still feel a profound sense of unease being alone at her place during the night. I'm convinced someone had sinister intentions that night, whether they planned a break-in and found it entertaining to scare us once they realized we weren't alone, or if their intentions were even more ominous. It was a harrowing experience. Back in 2012, I sat down with my girlfriend of 18 months and revealed to her my family's most closely guarded secret. 3 weeks later, I returned home from work to discover all her belongings gone, along with a breakup letter left on the kitchen table. I learned to confide only in my sister about the secret, but I also feel that if I don't occasionally unburden myself, it will consume me from the inside out. I've managed to endure this long by speaking with therapists, but at this point, I perceive therapy much like an atheist views confessional booths, a charming novelty yet ultimately meaningless. The internet, however, is an entirely different entity. It allows me to stay anonymous, and strangers online can offer their insights. Just as it enables me to express things I would never dare to say face-to-face, it also permits you to provide your honest and unrestrained opinions, no matter how harsh. I'm comfortable with that, and it's precisely why I'm writing this. I'm not seeking forgiveness. I crave judgment. I was 12 years old when I made my discovery, and throughout that summer, I was consumed by a single obsession: Pokémon Red. I dedicated countless hours to capturing and training all 150 original Pokémon. After defeating the Elite Four and completing my Pokédex, I would simply erase my progress and start anew. My deep love for Pokémon gave my parents a handy tool to discipline me whenever I misbehaved. For the most part, they were excellent parents, and my frequent mischiefs were generally insignificant. However, whenever I neglected my chores or was disrespectful to my sister, their preferred method of punishment was confiscating my Game Boy. It followed a predictable pattern. They would hide my Game Boy, but I would invariably find it, get caught playing, and then have it taken away once more. This routine led to me spending considerable time searching through their bedroom and my dad's office. Given that it was still summer vacation, I had ample time for such activities. It was during one of these snooping sessions that I stumbled upon something unexpected. My dad had a secret compartment tucked away in his office. He wanted to keep it secret. I managed to unlock it, but during an afternoon of snooping around, I stumbled upon the key in my dad's office. He had this large, old, antique cabinet where he stored all kinds of odds and ends, and I knew he sometimes hid my Game Boy in there. After having no luck finding it elsewhere, I decided to search the cabinet. I remember reaching into one of the lower compartments, leaning a bit too heavily on it, and then hearing a dull crack as the back panel of the cabinet suddenly collapsed. Hoping I hadn't caused any damage, I peered inside and discovered a small concealed compartment. Due to the dim light, the only thing I immediately recognized was a gun, but there was also what appeared to be a letter, and more intriguingly, something shaped like my Game Boy. I reached out to grab it, but as soon as I touched it, I realized it wasn't what I was searching for. It felt leathery, not the plastic I was accustomed to, and my curiosity got the better of me. I pulled it out of the hiding spot to inspect it. It was a journal, a worn-looking leather-bound journal. When I opened it, I recognized my dad's handwriting. Although I could identify his writing style, I couldn't comprehend most of what was written. The entries were clearly dated, but what followed was a confusing jumble of abbreviations, words, and phrases. There were also little hand-drawn sketches of what looked like beds, along with stick figures whose limbs were twisted into unnatural positions. I didn't understand what I was seeing, but the fact that it was hidden made it clear that he wanted to keep it a secret. There seemed to be a hidden side of Dad that he never revealed to us. My mind was consumed with a somber curiosity, compelling me to investigate the rest of the items. First, there was the gun. It was far heavier than they appear in films and much more intimidating. I cradled it as if it were fragile, not daring to touch the trigger. Carefully and slowly, I placed it back where it belonged. I saved the object resembling an envelope for last. I assumed it would be sealed, but upon retrieving it, I discovered it wasn't an envelope at all. Instead, it was one of those plastic sleeves that one-hour photo developers give you, the kind that holds all your pictures and negatives tucked inside. I assumed they might be family photos since that's all I've ever seen come out of such a wallet. However, the only family member in the photos was my dad, and this version of him was unlike any I had ever known. The first few images depicted a bed in a place unfamiliar to me. Initially, it didn't seem remarkable, but then I noticed ropes tied around the bedposts, and the uneasy feeling I had began to grow stronger. The subsequent photos showed a collection of tools laid out on a wooden table. Among these were ordinary items like a hammer, a hand drill, and a pair of metal pliers, standard home improvement tools. However, there was also a scalpel and other surgical-looking instruments, which appeared so sharp they made me uneasy. The next series of photographs featured my dad, but as I mentioned earlier, it was a side of him I had never seen before. There was something really strange about him. He had taken several photos of himself, yet he seemed particularly fixated on the appearance of his eyes, as some of the shots were extreme close-ups. I couldn't fathom why he didn't simply examine them in a mirror, but then again, I was at a loss regarding why Dad was doing any of this, let alone why he wanted to keep it hidden from us. When I stumbled upon the following picture, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me, and I realized I was witnessing something he would never want his family to see. I guessed that the first person in the selfie was my dad, but his face was obscured by a sort of cloth sack made from black wire mesh, making it impossible to be completely certain. Assuming he could see through it, there seemed no rational reason for my dad to cover his face in such a manner. There was also no logical explanation for why he would use it as a blindfold, and the mere thought of him engaging in such an act filled me with unease. However, as I moved on to the next series of images, that feeling of dread transformed into one of puzzlement. The photographs depicted a young Asian man grinning as he posed beside an art installation somewhere downtown. The subsequent picture was of my dad, smiling next to the same piece. I didn't recognize the man, but I found it odd that he appeared significantly younger than my dad. The cheerful atmosphere persisted in a few more photos, showing them drinking together at a bar and the Asian man seemingly dancing. Every picture was filled with smiles, until suddenly, the mood of the photos shifted dramatically in the next set. He stood awkwardly, his arms hanging by his sides, with an expression of slight fear etched on his face. In the next few images, he appeared bound to the bed, his eyes fixed on the camera, the terror on his face even more pronounced. The final photograph depicted a man wearing a cloth mask leaning over him. I couldn't discern their actions, but the man's legs were tensed and straining against the ropes that held them, almost as if he was in excruciating pain. I vividly recall experiencing an intense visceral reaction to that last image. After hastily returning the photos to the wallet, I attempted to restore everything to the secret spot exactly as I had found it. Abandoning my search for the Game Boy, I locked myself in my dad's office and spent the remainder of the afternoon in my bedroom, oscillating between reflecting on what I had seen and trying desperately to erase it from my memory. When my dad arrived home from work, he assumed I was upset with him for taking away my Game Boy. Only my mom sensed there was something more profound troubling me, but I couldn't bring myself to reveal what I had witnessed. Disclosing it would mean the end of my family as I knew it, so I remained silent. It wasn't that I didn't want to confide in someone about the pictures. I simply didn't know how to do so without triggering a family catastrophe. Besides, I wasn't even certain of what I had truly seen. I tried to convince myself that I hadn't seen anything at all, but my relationship with my dad was irreparably changed afterward. All I could do when I saw his face was imagine him in those pictures, questioning what on earth he was doing to that poor, unsuspecting man. I assumed my mother was completely unaware of what my father had been involved in, as shown in those images, and I felt an overwhelming sense of pity for her. At the same time, I was weighed down by a dreadful guilt, knowing I was the only one who could alert her, yet unable to bring myself to do it. In that moment, I hoped fervently that he wouldn't probe me any further, and I silently prayed to hear the door closing behind him. But as the seconds ticked by, the door remained open. He simply stood there, staring at the back of my head, saying nothing, doing nothing. When he asked if I was sure, I kept my gaze fixed on the screen, offering the most casual denial I could manage. Those were some of the most terrifying moments of my life, and even when the door eventually closed, I was fearful that he'd be waiting to have a private conversation with me. He wasn't, which was an immense relief, but as I returned to my game, I began to wonder if he had truly believed my words. Then came the day he entered my room and posed the question I had been dreading for almost a year. When he inquired whether I had been in his office recently, a chill ran through me. Thankfully, I had learned to conceal my emotions quite well, so without lifting my eyes from the Sega game, I simply replied with a flat no. Then, like a bolt from the blue, it struck me. Some small detail from nearly 2 years ago came flooding back into my mind. The focus slipped from my grasp once the tension became overwhelming. I hastily stuffed the photographs back into the wallet, neglecting to arrange them in their original sequence. Anyone familiar with those images, anyone who had curated them, would instantly recognize the disruption in their order. This oversight was a significant issue for me, but as I pondered over it, I realized something crucial. He couldn't explicitly accuse me of examining the pictures. He couldn't directly accuse anyone, because if they were innocent, they'd uncover his secret. That small detail was the only thing that spared me from unimaginable consequences for years. Over time, the incident receded into the background, always lingering but never dominating my thoughts. The mere idea of my mother discovering those pictures and witnessing the heartbreak and shame etched on her face was something I simply couldn't allow to happen. Don't misunderstand me. I lived in a near-constant state of fear, terrified that my father might harm us. However, with each passing day, I found it increasingly easy to convince myself that we were safe. The next significant moment when the photos invaded my thoughts was during my second year at college. I had moved to the opposite coast, studying at USC, as far away as my academic achievements would permit. The distance brought a fresh wave of guilt, as I felt I had deserted my mother and sister to deal with whatever my father truly was, or had been. I couldn't bear it any longer. I had spent 6 years oscillating between anxiety and depression. It had been years since he discovered that someone had uncovered his hidden stash. They were vague, as if crafted to keep the public at bay rather than offer genuine insight. I called it the abyss because if he intended to kill us in our sleep, he would have already done so. With that burden lifted, my mind began obsessively fixating on minutiae. I spent countless hours sifting through news reports detailing missing persons and unidentified bodies discovered throughout the Northwest. I was uncertain about what my dad had truly been doing with that man, and sometimes I regretted not examining the rest of the photos to confirm the truth. However, I could recall the man's face vividly, and I was confident I'd recognize him if his image appeared in any news related to disappearances or murders. Repeatedly, I contemplated how futile it was to devote endless hours to perusing random articles that mentioned a victim with an Asian-sounding surname. There must have been hundreds over the past 10 years, and I had no clue when the event in the photograph had occurred. It dawned on me that I was searching for a needle in a haystack. But then, on one rainy Thursday afternoon, I found my needle. I hesitate to disclose the poor man's name because I don't want any of you contacting his family, who have undoubtedly endured enough already. But as I mentioned, I found him. I recognized the man's face on a webpage. It was his smile, one I'd identify anywhere, etched into my brain after hours spent gazing at those secretive photos. The article provided scant details about his last known whereabouts, but they were frustratingly vague. The man had mentioned visiting a friend in the weeks leading up to his disappearance, which prompted a plea for information. Essentially, the authorities admitted they were clueless about what had happened to the unfortunate man I had known for years, a fact I was just beginning to comprehend. The answer to my obsession unveiled a new mystery. What would I do with this knowledge? The solution was straightforward: nothing. There was nothing I could do without causing immense harm to my mother and sister. My sister was quite young, certainly not mature enough to handle the revelation that her father was, at the very least, linked to another person's vanishing. At that moment, I felt powerless, unable to act in a way that sat well with me. However, now that I had my answer, I could at least plan for future action. I wasn't entirely sure what that might entail or how I would approach it, but I was determined to confront him about it before his passing. Yet, it wasn't my father's approaching death that finally spurred me into action. It was my mother's. 2 years after I graduated from college, while residing in Charlotte, North Carolina, I received a call from my younger sister. Our mom was diagnosed with cancer. It was terminal and aggressive, with only a few months left, according to the doctors. I resolved to spend as much time as I could with her during those months. When she eventually passed away, and the truth of my father's actions could no longer cause her pain, I finally acted on my plan. Over a decade ago, I should have taken action, but it was only recently that I reached out to my father after what seemed like an eternity. For the first time in years, I gave him an ultimatum. I revealed that I was aware of his past wrongdoings and confessed that it was me who had uncovered the photographs all those years back. I explained that the only reason I hadn't spoken up before was my desire to keep our family intact, allowing my mother to live a life of blissful ignorance before I ultimately dismantled his legacy. I presented him with 2 choices. He could either turn himself in to the authorities and rectify his actions, or I would disclose everything I had discovered, linking it to the missing person case from the late 90s that I had unearthed. The following day, my sister called, marking the second occasion she delivered grave news in under 6 months. Our father had taken his own life. The news was shocking. I had considered the possibility that he might choose this path before I executed my plan, but I doubted he would go through with it. I imagined he would flee, perhaps attempt to start anew in Alaska under a different identity, or even leave the country altogether. This outcome revealed how little I truly understood him, even up to his final days. However, the situation did not end with my father's death. There remained unfinished business. I returned home to search his office for the photographs, determined to turn them over to the police, but they were nowhere to be found. I scoured the house, even sifting through the trash for ashes or similar evidence. But I came up empty-handed. He must have destroyed them or disposed of them somewhere, but that wasn't sufficient. He must have realized that, sooner or later, the authorities would catch up with him for whatever he had been involved in. So he simply decided to end everything and deprive his victim's family of the justice they deserved. Regardless, I went to the police and shared everything I knew. Eventually, I received a call back from 2 homicide detectives. They reached out several times over the subsequent weeks, asking a few questions now and then. In time, I understood the daunting challenge they were up against. After swabbing his office for DNA, they found no matches for their victim. There was very little they could definitively prove. Even if I managed to hand over the photographs, the only person depicted committing a crime was a man wearing a mask. All they could do was speculate. Yet, in my heart, I knew it was my father beneath that disguise. In my mind, there was no other reason for him to take his own life. He had meticulously crafted a wholesome image over the years, effectively hiding a past tainted by death, making it inconceivable for anyone to believe he was capable of such acts. He was far too proud to watch everything he'd built come crashing down. But even now, it's not over. My father has since become a suspect in the disappearances of several young men throughout the 90s and early 2000s. I have yet to hear anything from the police or FBI about it, but it remains an active consideration even after all these years. I'm confronted with the harrowing possibility that my father was indeed a serial killer and that my silence following the disc. The discovery of the photographs allowed him to continue his spree of killings, potentially linking him to countless unsolved murders throughout the Northwest. I often tell people that mere words of comfort are no longer sufficient. Thus, judge me, heap your disdain upon me. I assure you, I can endure it, and frankly, I believe I deserve far worse. This all transpired during the summer of my 8th grade year, as I was on the cusp of entering high school, and it genuinely turned out to be one of the most memorable summers of my life. I had 3 weeks of freedom before officially becoming a high school student. I spent most of my time engrossed in video games, catching up on sleep, or playing basketball with my friends. Remarkably, I was home alone for an entire week, as my parents trusted me to manage things on my own. I was a relatively well-behaved kid, so it wasn't a significant concern. Besides, I had a cell phone, which meant that if anything went awry, I could easily contact someone for assistance. My dad also entrusted me with one of his credit cards for those times when I got hungry and didn't fancy eating what was available at home. I was genuinely thrilled about having the house to myself. Some people have remarked that it was quite irresponsible for my family to leave me alone for such a duration, particularly since I was only 14. However, they didn't foresee anything going wrong, and neither did I. It was a rare occurrence for them to be away for such an extended period. In fact, this wasn't something they did regularly. Currently, I still reside with my parents, having just turned 19. Since then, on the day when everything unraveled, I hadn't been home alone for more than 24 hours at a stretch. It was a Friday night, around 11 p.m., when I heard the unmistakable chime of my phone. A text message from an unfamiliar number appeared, simply stating, "Hey." I responded, inquiring about their identity, and to my surprise, they swiftly became passive-aggressively upset with me for not recognizing them. Assuming it was someone I was close to, I apologized, explaining that I'd recently acquired a new phone and lost all my contacts. Despite my explanation, they remained noticeably irritated and began to harass me. Convinced it was some kind of prank, I silenced my phone and resumed playing on my PlayStation. I'm unsure exactly how much time passed, perhaps around 10 minutes, when I heard a knock on my bedroom window. Initially, I thought I was imagining things, but I decided to check, just in case. I pulled the blinds aside and peered out, but saw no one. Despite the absence of evidence, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had heard something and began to feel increasingly anxious. I scanned several windows throughout my house, hoping to catch a glimpse of anyone outside. Yet again, there was no one. I couldn't ignore the growing unease that gripped me, as if something ominous was looming, a sense of impending doom. I retrieved my phone to call my mom and discovered numerous notifications from the person who had texted me earlier. The most recent message sent a chill down my spine. I'm outside. I could hardly believe what I was reading. The experience made my nightmares materialize, bringing all my emotions to the surface. I attempted to call my mom, only to quickly discover that my phone had no signal, which was incredibly strange given that we usually have excellent cell phone reception, especially at home. We never encounter problems with that. At this point, I was utterly terrified and bewildered by the situation. I was unable to reach anyone and felt completely helpless. I wanted to reply to that person and demand they leave me alone, but I couldn't due to the lack of service. If you're curious as to why I didn't use my Wi-Fi to send an iMessage, it's because the person who texted me wasn't on an iOS device. I was pacing nervously around my living room when, all of a sudden, I heard noises coming from outside. I moved toward the sound, heading to the back patio, and listened intently. Someone was screaming for help at the top of their lungs. My heart pounded furiously, and my initial thought was that it might be a trap. However, gathering my courage and recalling years of boxing lessons, I felt compelled to stand up for myself and whoever might be in danger. I'm not going to lie, I was eager to confront whoever was tormenting me. Plus, I knew that if I didn't act now, something terrible might happen regardless. So, I did the unimaginable. I stepped outside to my back patio, and it was silent. The only sound was the crickets chirping. I paused for a moment until I shouted to whoever was present, declaring that I was going to deal with them, projecting a bravado far greater than I actually felt. Almost immediately, an intensely bright light began flashing at me from a distance. Our home is situated on a substantial piece of land, with an expansive backyard filled with numerous trees. Whoever it was aimed the beam directly at me, clearly intending to provoke me. The light then started to move erratically around the yard, eventually directing its beam toward the house for a brief moment before abruptly shutting off. In that instant, the screaming resumed. Same voice, still pleading for assistance. I realized it was now or never. I dashed back inside, heading to the garage to grab my old baseball bat as a weapon, then ventured back outside toward the woods, heading straight to where I had initially seen the flashlight. My heart was racing as uncertainty loomed over what I might encounter. As I drew nearer, my anxiety intensified significantly. I found myself questioning the wisdom of my actions, realizing how reckless my plan was just as I contemplated retreating indoors. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the woods, though I couldn't see its source. The night was so pitch black that all I could discern were the dark outlines of the surrounding trees. I shouted into the void, demanding to know who was there. That's when the voice ahead of me whispered, urging me to keep quiet. He pleaded for my help, claiming he was tied to a tree, saying someone had abducted him. This revelation alarmed me to the core, despite my suspicion that it could possibly be a trap. A sense of urgency compelled me to act on instinct and offer assistance. "It's going to be all right, just stay calm," I assured him. "I'm going to contact the authorities for you. Just hold on." At that moment, he began shouting, "No, help me now. You don't understand. He'll be back in a few minutes to kill me." I found myself in a precarious situation, simply trying to do what was right. "All right, I'm on my way. I'm just ahead. Keep moving straight." "I can see you already," I called out, my heart pounding at an unfathomable rate, to the point where I was astonished I didn't faint. The plethora of thoughts racing through my mind sent me into a state of panic, and I found myself fully immersed in the woods by that time. After walking for perhaps 20 or 30 seconds, I gazed ahead and spotted a dark silhouette resembling a person roughly 30 feet away. "Hey, is that you?" I inquired, but there was no response. I sat there in silence for a moment, attempting to piece together the bewildering situation. Whether that was him or not, I was in serious trouble. The figure I saw was certainly not bound to a tree. He stood upright and very much alive. In an instant, the figure started charging towards me, and it was precisely at that moment I began to retreat slowly. Eventually, I snapped out of my daze and sprinted all the way back to my house. Miraculously, I managed to get inside before he caught up. I shut and locked the sliding glass door behind me, and there he was, right outside, pulling on the door handle, trying to force it open. He was a tall yet slender man, wearing a wolf mask, adding an eerie element to the already terrifying encounter. A massive hammer in his hand, I barely paused before dashing to my room. I know exactly what you're thinking. Why didn't I just protect myself with the bat? Well, that was my initial plan, but events took an unexpected turn. I was utterly petrified, and you would be too if you found yourself in that same predicament. I paced back and forth in my living room, desperately trying my phone once more, but I still had no signal. I started experiencing a sort of manic episode, screaming and pounding my couch. I was incredibly furious and tired of being the victim. I almost stormed out to confront him myself, but I opted for a different tactic. I waited patiently, and sure enough, within a minute, he was knocking at my front door. I rushed over to the door, warning him of the consequences if he dared set even 1 foot inside my house. He certainly wouldn't walk out if he did. He then burst into laughter. I chose to remain silent and retreated to my room. The knocking grew increasingly louder, and soon he began shouting. I couldn't make out his words, but I suspected he was taunting me. A few minutes of this passed, and then I heard the sound of my living room window shattering. I readied myself, hiding behind my open bedroom door, waiting for him to enter. His footsteps grew nearer and nearer as he moved through various rooms. Now he was approaching mine. I tightened my grip on the bat and whispered a quick prayer. As he stepped in, I managed to strike him on the head with the bat. He dropped straight to the floor. I hit him a few more times while he was down to ensure he wouldn't be getting up soon, and then I took off. I sprinted down the road for about 5 or 6 miles until I reached my friend's house. When they finally answered the door, I quickly explained what had occurred, and they allowed me to use their phone to contact the police. Several officers were dispatched to my house, and a few came to my friend's house as well. I then called my parents, who immediately headed home, though they were over 2 hours away, so it would take some time for them to return. I recounted the entire incident to the police, and it turned out that I had killed the intruder. I wasn't aware that he was dead until a police officer informed me. I was worried I might be in trouble, even though my actions were in self-defense. The police took me in for questioning, and since I was a minor, my parents had to be present as well. Yes, I ended a man's life as a teenager, and the experience has profoundly altered my existence. I felt numb, terrified, and anxious. I can't even begin to count the number of nightmares I've endured about the whole ordeal. Even though it happened years ago, sometimes it feels as if it occurred just yesterday, and I relive every moment. The blood, the screams, and most importantly, my lost innocence. This incident took place when I was about 10 years old. My sister and I were home alone because it was summer, and our mom and grandmother were occupied, so they couldn't stay with us. We were accustomed to being on our own during the summer. It was summer, so it didn't matter much. The only restriction was that we couldn't go outside or open the door for anyone who knocked. On this particular day, I got up and began playing The Sims 2 in our kitchen while my sister watched TV. A few hours into my gaming session, I thought I heard the doorbell ring. Initially, I assumed it was part of the game, but I had already muted the sound. I asked my sister if she had heard the doorbell, and she replied that she hadn't. She suggested it was probably just a sound from the show she was watching. I dismissed it and resumed my game. About 10 minutes later, I caught a glimpse of a reflection on my computer screen. A man in a suit was peering through the glass doors behind me, his hands cupped around his eyes. I spun around, coming face to face with this unfamiliar man. I had no idea how long he had been observing me. He waved as if he recognized me from somewhere. I called out my sister's name. She hadn't noticed the man yet. She quickly grabbed the house phone to call our grandmother. We had encountered salespeople before, but none of them looked like this man. He was dressed in a full black suit that didn't fit him well. If it wasn't strange enough that he was wearing a suit in 99-degree weather, he was also carrying a briefcase. Every salesperson I had seen before only carried a clipboard or a few flyers, but this man had a briefcase. The next odd moment occurred when the man walked around our house to approach the back door. During his little detour, he would have seen there was no car in the driveway, suggesting no one was home. As I was Rising to conceal the man, I reached down and seized the door handle, beginning to jiggle it vigorously. Fortunately, the door was locked. He looked at me with a grin and motioned for me to come over and unlock it for him. All the commotion he had been causing had now triggered our 75-pound Labrador mix, sending her into a frenzy. There was no way she was going to allow this intruder to reach us if he managed to get inside. My sister informed me that our grandmother was on her way and wanted us to hide at the back of the house in her room until she arrived. Handing me the phone, my sister dashed into the kitchen to fetch the largest knife we owned. I could hear her shouting at the man, telling him that we had called the police. She returned to the room to join me, and we quickly closed the door. She explained that after she bluffed about contacting the police, the man began to laugh as if she had just told the most hilarious joke he had ever heard. A short while later, we heard the door open and our grandmother calling for us. We emerged to meet her, and she informed us that she hadn't seen a man anywhere nearby. She had walked around the entire house before unlocking the door. She also found it odd that, if he had been a salesperson, he hadn't left a note saying, "Sorry we missed you." Our grandmother decided to take the rest of the day off to stay with us and keep watch in case the man returned. It's been 11 years since this unsettling encounter, and I still have no desire to discover what was in his briefcase. This incident took place nearly 5 years ago, shortly after I moved into my current home with my husband. It was our first week in the new house. I had just completed my graduate studies and was in the midst of searching for a job. Our home was modest but featured 2 stories, with both bedrooms and a bathroom located upstairs. Situated at the back and facing an alley, our landlord and his wife resided in the front house. One morning, as my husband was departing for work, he suddenly came back inside. "Did you try to remove a screen from a window downstairs?" he inquired. I was confused and assured him that I had not. He insisted that I follow him outside, so I quickly dressed and accompanied him. To our alarm, we discovered the screen covering a large window downstairs was bent at a sharp angle, as if someone had attempted to push it up from the bottom. The most unsettling aspect was the unmistakable handprint on the glass, indicating that the would-be intruder had tried to force the window open. Thankfully, all our downstairs windows were secured with wooden rods wedged into the top half, effectively preventing them from being opened too far. Our basic security measures had unexpectedly protected us. Additionally, we noticed another window screen had a corner slightly cut open. We immediately contacted the police, who came and dusted for fingerprints on the handprint, but unfortunately, it did not lead to any breakthroughs. At that time, break-ins during the middle of the workday were not unusual in our neighborhood, as most people were away from their homes. However, what truly unnerved me was realizing that our potential intruder had chosen to attempt a break-in under those circumstances. In the dead of night, while we were both at home and asleep, my car sat parked right next to the tampered window, clearly signaling that someone was present. It was a daring and reckless act by the intruder, particularly since they left behind an almost perfect handprint on the glass. Although it might not appear so, this event took place quite a while ago, likely over a decade back. I was in my final years of high school and happened to be home alone. My parents were attending a wedding that required them to stay overnight at a hotel, and my brother was working the night shift at that time. Our family resided in a prominent East Coast city, in a blue-collar neighborhood that was starting to decline. As a teenager, I was somewhat of a loner. While I wasn't exactly a nerd, I was a big guy who had friends and went on dates, yet I was a natural introvert. I treasured the rare moments of solitude I managed to get. That weekend, I eagerly anticipated indulging in my usual empty house routine, playing PlayStation on the big screen TV, ordering a late takeout meal, either pizza or Chinese, and gorging myself while watching some Dragon Ball Z. Then, around 2 a.m., I would drift off to sleep on the couch with my old dog, Cecil. Cecil was a beagle, as ancient as the hills, and had been part of our family for many years. He was quiet and serene, spending his days begging for food and snoozing. Unlike most beagles, Cecil never howled or barked. He was content to rest his head on your lap and spend the night there. Anyway, back to the story. Around 1 a.m., I had just polished off the last slice of pizza and was beginning to nod off on the couch when a loud noise echoed from the alleyway behind my home. I didn't think much of it. Anyone who's lived in a city knows that noises are a constant companion throughout the night. Cecil, my dog, suddenly lifted his head off my lap, his fur standing on end. He was always a bit nervous, so I managed to soothe him and began drifting back into a light sleep. Barely 2 minutes passed before another crash sounded, and Cecil did something I'd never witnessed before. He leapt off the couch and bolted like a flash towards the door leading to the basement, barking and growling with the ferocity of a dog twice his size. The look in his eyes reminded me of a German Shepherd from a K-9 unit. I had never seen him so intense, which sent a rush of adrenaline coursing through me. Amidst the dog's frantic barking, I could now discern a steady pounding noise. In our basement, there was a rarely used door that opened to the back alley. It was old, rusted, and difficult to open, even with a key, and it made a significant amount of noise. Realization struck me that someone was attempting to break into my home through that basement door. For those who haven't experienced life in a rough neighborhood, here's a quick context. If someone tries to enter your house but gives up once they find it locked, they probably want your belongings. However, if someone is unrelenting in their attempt to get inside despite the door being locked, it means something else entirely. In a hurry, I dashed upstairs to retrieve the hefty wooden baseball bat I kept under my bed for exactly these kinds of situations. When I descended into the basement, I probably should have fled, but I was a fearless teenager with a bravado complex and no real destination in mind. While I made my way down the stairs, Cecil darted past me with the energy and determination of a dog half his age. Suddenly, I heard a man's voice utter, "Oh!" and the banging ceased. I didn't call the police or anyone else, which was likely the most foolish decision I ever made. Instead, I stayed up the entire night, clutching a bat. My brother returned home that morning, and I recounted what had transpired. Together, we approached the basement door to investigate, and with a firm tug, the entire door fell off its hinges. This deranged intruder had been just one strong push away from entering my home, but Cecil's presence had frightened him away. I'm certain that lazy old dog saved my life. When I share this story, people often dismiss Cecil's actions as typical canine behavior, but I assure you, Cecil had never barked or moved that swiftly in his life before. It was as if he understood the urgency, as if he knew the door was about to give way. A few years ago, we had to put him down because he had grown too old and was in considerable pain. Before the injection, I spent a moment alone with him, thanking him one last time for his companionship and for what he did that night. By then, I was a grown man with a wife and children. I'm convinced that none of that would have been possible without Cecil. Thanks, buddy. I miss you. This happened back in the 80s back when cell phones were not as prevalent. I was in high school. One evening, after dinner, my mom suggested we take a stroll around the block. My brother and dad were engrossed in watching TV and chose to stay in, so it was just us girls. We lived on the outskirts of the suburbs, in a subdivision that was somewhat rural. By that, I mean there were houses but no streetlights or sidewalks, and everyone relied on septic tanks since there was no sewer service. The homes were all set well back from the road, and the lots were heavily wooded. As we were making our way around the block, which was about 1.5 miles in total, we were almost home. It was pitch black that night with no moonlight, so we had a flashlight to use as needed. Without it, you couldn't see much beyond a foot in front of you. We primarily used it as a signal if a car passed by, but there wasn't really anyone around, so we had it turned off and were simply walking and chatting. Just as we turned the corner onto our street, we suddenly heard footsteps behind us. This was a bit odd, as we had just come from that direction and hadn't seen or heard anyone walking on that street. We assumed it was some neighbor also out for a walk, whom we hadn't noticed in the darkness. I turned around to look and switched the flashlight on to see who it was. They immediately turned on their flashlight, so I could only see the light and not the people holding it. They said nothing. We continued walking, but the footsteps behind us quickened their pace. Now, they sounded heavy, so we believed it was a man, and as we increased our pace, he matched it. I flicked the flashlight back on, and in silence, he turned his gaze away. We were too frightened to shout out, and we were nearing our driveway. When we reached it, I urged my mom forward, telling her to ascend the steep and uneven path. Once she got a head start, I sprinted up after her. As I did, the footsteps veered to the opposite side of the street and continued on. This person never uttered a word, which was unusual for our neighborhood, where people typically stop to chat while walking or driving by. When we reached the house, my dad suggested it was likely just a neighbor. My brother and I decided to get into my car and drive down the road to find the person. However, nobody was there. We circled the roads, but there was no one walking on them. There hadn't been enough time for him to leave the area either. It turned out to be a troublesome neighbor who later bragged to other neighbors, some of whom were friends with my dad, about how he enjoyed scaring us and then slipping into a house. We got back at him, though I can't disclose exactly what we did. I work as a security guard for an alarm response company, and we respond to alarms for businesses and private residences. 99% of the time, it's a motion detector triggered by a cat or a restaurant that forgot to disable their system before the stock truck arrived to unload. In this particular instance, I was dispatched to a house where the back door alarm had been triggered, as if someone had opened it. The owner was out of town but had been alerted by her app, and her mother met me there. We checked the door was securely locked, leading us to surmise that perhaps someone had attempted to open it, but it didn't budge, triggering the alarm. However, a light was on inside. The mother mentioned this to her daughter during a phone call. The daughter admitted she wasn't certain if she had left the light on or not. It was a tactic intended to give the impression that someone was home, yet she simply couldn't remember if she had done so. This uncertainty sent a chill down my spine. The mother wanted to enter the house to investigate, but she lacked a spare key. The neighbor had one, but they were asleep, and the mother didn't wish to disturb them. So, I completed my paperwork and resumed my usual patrol rounds. An hour later, the same residence sent out another alert. Being the only officer in my city zone, I responded once more. Upon arriving, I found that the police and CSI were already present, conversing with the mother and the now-awake neighbor. They were examining video footage the daughter had sent them. When I reviewed the footage, I saw 4 men, armed and masked, wearing hoodies. They emerged from the bathroom a minute after the mother and I had left. They proceeded to ransack the place, having broken in and locked the door behind themselves to maintain appearances. They were the ones who had turned on the light. The mother informed me that 3 men had burglarized her daughter's home a month prior. Somehow, they seemed to know when the young woman would be out of town. They appeared cunning, aiming for a quiet heist devoid of confrontation. Yet they brought firearms, ready to force their way out if necessary. The mother had wanted to go inside. Had she possessed a key or woken the neighbor to retrieve the spare, I would likely have been shot by those men if I had gone inside. Work doesn't provide me with Kevlar vests for any situation. If I ever receive another house call and find someone inside, I will not enter, regardless of what is requested of me. I consider myself lucky that the way was obstructed this time because I was ready to recklessly go in and see if I could handle it. In only 1% of the calls is something truly wrong, and it has never been as dreadful as this one. This incident just occurred last night. I live alone with 2 cats, like a typical Redditor. This event might sound trivial, but it was genuinely unsettling in reality. I don't frighten easily, for what it's worth. Anyway, there's a cat door on the sliding door at the back, which faces the woods behind my condo. The cats get supervised outdoor time, and I use a little nanny cam to ensure they're checking in regularly and to monitor other things. I can watch it from my computer or phone while I'm busy. Occasionally, neighbors' cats come in for a meal. My male cat enjoys this, but my female cat despises it. Anyway, this one gray cat shows up every few days, comes in for a snack, and I shoo him out. No big deal. However, he started coming around really late at night, pawing at the locked cat door. It startled me at first because it was a terrifying noise to hear in the middle of the night. I managed to figure this out pretty quickly just by listening. My cats would rush to the rear sliding door. My female cat would hiss, the male would meow, and then I'd hear something scurry away. I reassured myself. It might have been nothing more than a neighbor's cat attempting a midnight visit, unable to get inside regardless. My nanny cam is equipped with automatic night vision, activating when it becomes too dark. However, I had both cats inside with me the previous night, so I ensured the cat door was securely shut. The patio light outside the sliding door was turned off, and I was just settling into bed. Just as I snuggled under the covers, I heard a curious scratching and rattling noise at the locked cat door. I quickly opened the app on my phone and, to my surprise, saw no sign of a cat. The night vision setting tends to make everything appear particularly eerie, which only added to my unease. To my horror, a scruffy-looking individual was crouched on my patio, fiddling with the locked cat door. My female cat hissed at the stranger, and he, or perhaps she, as I never saw a clear face, responded with a disturbing laugh. I only caught a few frames of this unsettling scene, and they appeared to be wearing a loose t-shirt, which sent a shiver down my spine. I immediately called the police, and fortunately, there was a cruiser in the vicinity. An officer drove by and checked the area out back. Since it was late, I didn't provide a statement or meet with the officer directly, but I did catch sight of his flashlight scanning the area along the train line. Thankfully, that marked the end of the incident, although my cats refused to use their door for several weeks afterward, as if they could still sense the presence of the mysterious intruder. I'm a woman, and this unsettling event took place in 2008 when I was just 13 years old. Now, at 27, the memory remains vivid, as if it happened only yesterday. At the time, I was living in Cincinnati, and it was January. My middle school had been canceled due to a snowstorm the previous night. Early that morning, I found myself home alone because my dad and stepmom had to go to work. My little sister was at daycare, and my older brother had a dental appointment. My dad worked in lawn care and occasionally returned home for lunch if he was nearby. When I was stirred awake by noises emanating from the basement, I assumed it was just him back for lunch, rummaging through things downstairs. Without giving it much thought, I got out of bed and continued to hear what I believed to be my dad in the basement. However, as I approached the stairs, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over me. I'm not sure why, but instead of shouting, I whispered, "Dad, is that you?" There was no answer, so I quietly made my way to the front door, peered out through the tiny square window, and noticed two men ascending the snow-covered hill towards my backyard. I later discovered there was a third man, and he was the one who had shattered the basement window. I quickly realized that the noises I had heard were from the basement window, directly beneath my bed, being broken. I dashed to my bedroom, swiftly hid in my closet, and called my mom. When she answered, and I explained the situation, she contacted my brother to see if he could return home, as I had a history of feeling frightened when left alone. Neither of them truly believed that intruders were in the house. Before my brother arrived, and right after I hung up with my mom, I dialed the police. I don't think the dispatcher took me seriously at first, as she repeatedly asked if I was certain about what was happening. There were individuals attempting to enter my house. Meanwhile, 3 men had already made their way inside and were rushing up the stairs from the basement. After I informed her of this, I immediately detected a change in her tone, and she urged me to remain calm. She inquired if I was in a secure location. I replied that I was hiding in my bedroom closet, although the door wouldn't shut completely because my room was only tidy due to having shoved a lot of clutter into my closet. As a result, I had to hold the closet door shut. The dispatcher instructed me to inform her if I heard anything. I mentioned that I could hear the men conversing in the living room, but their words were unintelligible to me. The next thing I knew, they were breaking down the door to my dad's bedroom, which was right next to mine. Not long after that, I caught a glimpse through the slit of my closet door of one of the men entering my room. A few seconds later, he exited, clearly realizing it was a child's room and there was nothing of value to be found. Moments later, one of the men shouted, "He's home!" and they all began to flee. A bit of background on the house. It was quite old, so to open any of the windows, including the basement ones, a lever had to be turned. Unlike glass block windows, these could neither be broken nor seen through. Additionally, the front door wouldn't open due to the house settling too much, preventing it from unlocking. Consequently, a couch was placed in front of it, and since the front door was unusable, we relied on the side door. To enter or exit, I was uncertain why, but the side door required unlocking with a key from inside the house for anyone to leave. Everyone had a key except for my younger sister. With that in mind, the intruders had to exit the same way they entered, carrying everything they intended to steal through the basement window. After the dispatcher informed me that the police had surrounded my home and it was safe to emerge, it took me a significant amount of time to leave my closet. I wasn't entirely sure if they had truly departed. Once I finally mustered the courage to come out, I grabbed my key and dashed to the side door to let the police in. I didn't see my brother anywhere, so I was uncertain if something had happened to him or if it was even him who had arrived. Not long after I admitted the officers inside, my brother walked into the dining room. I leapt up immediately and gave him the most heartfelt hug I'd ever given him. When the police asked us to recount what had transpired, I heard my brother explain that when he reached the house, he approached the side door as he usually would, and just as he was about to unlock it, one of the men confronted him through the window. He explained that the man had cocked his gun, pressed it against the glass, and said, "Hey!" Afterward, he said he froze, and only when he regained feeling in his legs did he sprint up the street, knocking on doors. After trying about 3 houses, he knocked on a 4th, and a little girl answered. He requested her to fetch her mother, telling her there were men inside her house and his. When my little sister was inside, she called the police, and my brother promptly informed our grandparents to assure them that I was being truthful. The local authorities contacted my father and invited us to visit the town center about a week following the break-in. Upon our arrival, I was encircled by the officers who had apprehended the intruders. They honored me with a certificate of bravery for maintaining composure and aiding in the capture of the men, along with a small gift bag filled with feminine items. Approximately a month later, we attended the court date for the men involved. In the waiting area, we encountered a woman and her son whose house had been burglarized a week prior to ours. Coincidentally, the burglars had stolen one of the guns she possessed. It turned out that the 2 men had 3 firearms, but only one was loaded. I felt far too overwhelmed to be in the courtroom and face the men again, so the judge permitted us to remain in the waiting area until their hearing concluded. 2 of the men received 7-year prison sentences, while the 3rd was sentenced to 12 years for brandishing a gun at my brother. They have all since been released from prison, and for a while I feared they might return, especially since my father still resides there. However, nothing has occurred since then. I had always heard tales of home invasions, but I never imagined it would happen to me. I am truly grateful that I was mature enough to handle the situation and that the man never realized I was in the house with them until they were in court. Because who knows what they might have done if they had found out. This story took place around 2 years ago when I was 19 and my foster sister was 16. It was the summer before I was set to begin college, and I primarily lived with my mom and sister, except for every other weekend when I went to stay with my dad. Summers where I reside can be extremely hot and humid, so we had developed a routine of walking the dogs around 7 p.m. when it was cooler but still bright outside. On this specific evening, Mom wasn't expected home until late. She frequently engaged in choir activities, Bible studies, youth group events, and other commitments, so it wasn't unusual for my sister and me to be left on our own until around 8 o'clock or 9 p.m. Consequently, it was up to us to take the dogs out for a walk by ourselves. Although we lived in a rural area, we decided to drive 20 minutes to a park for a change of scenery. Allow me to describe the park's layout for clarity. The park isn't particularly large, but it's popular due to its mile-long looping road with attractions like playgrounds, ponds, and a small country hall spaced out on the inner side. The outer side consists of just grass and trees, with a single playground at the end. It's common to encounter people walking the loop at least twice if you're going in the opposite direction, but not if you're heading the same way. Vehicles are only permitted to drive in one direction since it's a one-way road. Everything about our walk began as usual. We parked the car, put leashes on our dogs, and commenced walking the loop. Occasionally, we paused so I could take pictures. Our attention to the window. We were out walking our dogs, my sister struggling to manage our larger dog who pulled with all his might, eager to sniff everything in sight. During one of these pauses, a man in his 40s passed by, heading in the same direction. He smiled at my sister, complimented our cute dogs, and continued on his way. We thought little of it, as exchanging pleasantries in the park is quite usual. However, about 10 minutes later, the same man crossed our path again, this time directly across from where we first encountered him. He greeted us once more with a smile and a hi. We exchanged glances, acknowledging the peculiarity of the situation. It was strange that he had circled back to us so quickly and had cut in front of us so closely, nearly brushing against my sister. Less than 5 minutes later, the man passed by once again, this time even closer, greeting us anew. That's when I decided it was time to leave. It was unusual to cross paths with someone 3 times in such a short loop unless they had taken a shortcut or dramatically altered their route. We hurried back to our car, and as we approached it, we noticed a vehicle trailing us slowly. We paused to let it pass, but it stopped as well. When another car approached, the first vehicle sped away. We quickly loaded the dogs into our car and drove home. Once home, we settled in for the evening. Around 9:30, while we were in the living room, we noticed the ceiling momentarily illuminated as if by car headlights, but we dismissed it, assuming it was just Mom returning home. A few minutes later, the motion sensor light on the porch turned on, drawing our attention to the window. Not long after the sound of the storm door opening reached our ears, our dogs began barking fiercely, though no one entered. Suddenly, the storm door slammed shut. My sister, brave as she is, ventured outside with a kitchen knife to investigate. She spotted the silhouette of a man near her old dog kennel. Hastily, she returned inside, and we secured the door. I immediately called my mom, who advised us to ensure all doors were locked and that the dogs were safely indoors. Upon her arrival, we recounted the incident and decided to contact the non-emergency police line. The officers who visited didn't discover anyone and seemed to think we were overreacting. Nevertheless, we remained convinced that someone with ill intentions was at our home, possibly the same man we had seen at the park. Whether or not this is the case, the experience taught us to always heed our instincts. If you sense that someone is observing you too closely, avoid heading straight home. Stay alert to your surroundings and remain in public areas whenever possible, as you never know who might be watching. Approximately 12 years ago, when I was 9, I was at home with my 12-year-old brother. We were meant to go to our aunt's house for lunch and wait for our mother there. We woke up around 10:30 a.m. I took a shower first, and my brother followed after I finished. We were both in the bathroom, brushing our teeth and wrapping up our morning routine, when we heard a knock on the door. Typically, when someone knocked, it turned out to be a salesperson or a Jehovah's Witness, so we decided to wait for them to leave. After a few minutes, it seemed like they had gone away. As I peered out the window to check if they were still outside, I found the area deserted, which brought a wave of relief. We resumed preparing ourselves when we noticed a shadow gliding past the bathroom window, a small square of frosted glass. At first, we thought it might merely be a bird passing by, but then suddenly, a hand struck the glass. Panic set in, and we were at a loss about what to do next. My brother had his cell phone with him, so we immediately dialed the police. As the call was connecting, a thunderous noise echoed from the door, suggesting someone was attempting to break it down. Whether they were kicking or ramming it, the sound was among the most terrifying things I had ever heard. My brother instructed me to lock the bathroom door, which I promptly did. It took 5 powerful hits before the intruder finally forced the door open. The police operator answered at that moment, and I vividly recall the exact words my brother used. He whispered, his voice barely audible, "Hello? There's someone in our house, and I believe they're robbing us. We're at 1249 May Street. I'm here with my little brother, locked in our bathroom. Please hurry." Throughout the ordeal, I sat against the wall, hugging my knees, overwhelmed by anxiety. I could hear the intruder rummaging through our belongings, emptying drawers, moving up and down the stairs, and opening cabinets. The sound of shattering cups and plates added to the chaos. Then, I heard the distinctive tone my cell phone makes when it powers down, reminding me of my mistake in leaving it on the kitchen table. I felt foolish for such an oversight. The unsettling events persisted for several minutes until we heard the sound of... I struggled to open the bathroom door while my brother grabbed a large metal rod we had nearby. The intruder began kicking the door, yelling, "Who's there?" We remained silent. Another kick followed, then another. I felt on the verge of a panic attack. My chest started to throb. I had chills despite the intense heat, and I tried to stay composed, but it was overwhelming. Eventually, he stopped. We heard the door creak open, then silence enveloped us. We waited for nearly 10 minutes before daring to leave the bathroom. The living room was a disaster area. Papers and books were strewn across the floor, cabinets stood open, and cups and plates were scattered everywhere. In our mother's bedroom, the nightstand and closet were ajar, their contents spilled out in disarray. Upstairs, our room was in a similar state of chaos. In about 5 minutes, the intruder had rifled through everything we owned, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Afterward, my brother called our mom, and she instructed us to go to our aunt's house immediately. We complied. When we arrived, I felt somewhat more at ease. My aunt greeted us with ice cream, likely because my mom had informed her of the situation, and she wanted to soothe us. We returned home around 5 o'clock. My mom had told her boss she had a home emergency, allowing her to leave work early. She cleaned and organized the house, restoring everything to its original state so we could feel at ease. I truly appreciated her efforts and my aunt's attempt to comfort us and distract us from the ordeal. According to my mom, the police had reached out to her. Upon returning home around 3 to 4 hours after the incident, she explained everything in detail. However, due to insufficient evidence, nothing could be done. The man was never apprehended, and frankly, I don't think any significant effort was made to find him. In the following days, my mother stayed home with us. Now, I recount the story as a humorous anecdote. Fortunately, no one was injured, and he only stole inconsequential items. At the time, though, I was terrified. Such an experience can deeply affect a 9-year-old. I'm fortunate it never escalated to that point, and I managed to move past it after a few weeks. I am currently 29 years old, a woman, and this incident occurred when I was 14. I had just begun 8th grade. I grew up in southeast Texas, where, as many know, fall is still very much hurricane season. It was a Friday night, and it was just my mother and me at home, as my father was away on a business trip. Initially, I had planned to spend the night at a friend's house, but with a tropical storm approaching, my mother decided at the last minute that she preferred to have me at home that evening. I was quite frustrated, as tropical storms were usually not taken too seriously. I honestly felt she was overreacting, with the typical mindset of a 14-year-old who believed they were already so mature. To make it up to me, my mother rented several movies, ordered a pizza, and stocked up on ice cream for a delightful night in. My parents' bedroom was on the opposite side of the house from mine, a detail that becomes relevant later. We lived in a split-level house, constructed in 1950, and it was of postmodern design. In a style reminiscent of Frank Lloyd Wright, the entire rear section of the house was composed of floor-to-ceiling windows, towering about 8 to 9 feet high. Imagine an expansive wall of glass. The home featured an open floor plan, with the kitchen being the first enclosed room on the first level. My bedroom was situated directly adjacent to the kitchen, while my parents' room was located at the top of the stairs. I apologize if this is challenging to picture. It was a modern-style house that is difficult to put into words. She had gone to bed around 10 p.m., and I retreated to my room to watch 2 movies I had rented just for myself. The storm was growing increasingly fierce, the wind was howling, and rain was being driven sideways. I was in the midst of watching The New Guy, and I distinctly recall glancing at my clock, which showed 12:53 a.m. growing weary. I could feel fatigue settling in, exacerbated by the tumultuous weather. I remember thinking that maybe it wasn't such a bad thing that I had to miss the sleepover. I must have drifted off because the next thing I recalled was a tremendous crash. It was one of the large windows in either the dining room or living room. Our neighborhood was nestled in a heavily wooded area, and I assumed a tree or branch had been toppled by the storm, shattering the window. I left my room and ventured through the kitchen. Just as I was nearing the doorway from the kitchen to the dining room, I noticed my mom descending the stairs. I saw a man standing in our dining room, covered in blood. Due to his position, I couldn't reach my mom. He appeared to be in his early 20s, drenched from head to toe and barefoot. He had literally burst through our window, leaving a trail of blood and shards of glass embedded in his skin. Standing amid the shattered glass, it took him a moment to register both my mother and me. Once he did, he immediately began explaining that someone was pursuing him with the intent to kill, and that we needed to contact the police. My rather naive 14-year-old mind accepted his story without question, but my mother eyed him with suspicion. We relocated to the kitchen, where my mother clutched her purse and held my arm to keep me close. I grabbed a kitchen towel, attempting to staunch his bleeding. My mother retrieved her cell phone and began dialing our neighborhood patrol. Seeing this, I discreetly called the police from our landline. We both completed our calls and found ourselves waiting in tense anticipation. The man couldn't remain still. He kept rising to peer through our kitchen windows, pacing back and forth. He seemed oblivious to the fact that he was bleeding profusely. He started to mutter under his breath. What happened next occurred so swiftly it became a blur. The doorbell suddenly rang. It was the neighborhood patrol my mother had summoned. The sound of the bell sent the man into a state of panic. He leaped up and seized me in a chokehold, causing my mother to scream desperately for him to release me. Frantically, he scanned the surroundings and began dragging me through the dining and living rooms. Toward our stairs at some point, the bell rings again. My mother is still pleading for him to release me. He has me at the stairs, and now my mom must choose whether to go to the front door to open it or follow him up the stairs. She rushes for the door just as he pulls me up the final steps. I hear our alarm begin to blare. Usually we arm it at night, so you need to enter the code before opening a door. He drags me into my parents' bedroom, but as soon as we enter, he drops me and starts to panic. It seems the lights are the issue. He begins smashing lamps, shouting that they are burning him. There is a small garden outside my parents' bedroom, which has garden lights that switch on at night. He grabs a chair and hurls it at the glass door, trying to break it to reach those lights, or at least that's how it appears. I crawl to a corner to distance myself from him. When he fully turns away from me to seize another chair, I seize my chance and dash down the stairs. By now, the police have entered the house, and they are at the bottom of the stairs with their guns drawn. One officer grabs my arm and pulls me aside once I reach the bottom, then leads me outside to an ambulance and my mom. As the adrenaline subsides, the reality of what happened hits me, and I start trembling. Suddenly, I feel pain around my throat where he had held me in a chokehold. There is a lot of shouting and commotion from inside, and then, approximately 10 minutes later, the police emerged with the man in handcuffs. Upon seeing me, he attempted to lunge in my direction, which was truly frightening. Although my windpipe was bruised, I was otherwise unharmed. I later discovered that the man was a 20-year-old chemistry major at one of the local universities. Along with some friends who were also chemistry students, they had concocted their own batch of PCP. It was his first experience with the drug, and he reacted negatively. During a drive to get some food, he began exhibiting paranoia and agitation. At the drive-thru, he insisted they let him out of the car and then ran off, believing he was being pursued. A common hallucination during a bad trip. Light sensitivity is another frequent side effect of being high. Despite everything, he wasn't a bad person. He had never been in trouble before, was an excellent student, and was the last person you'd expect to do something like this. Our house was the only one on the street that wasn't completely enclosed by a fence, which allowed him to reach the back and those windows. As I grew older, I realized how easily anyone could become that person. I had friends who pursued chemistry majors and experimented with their own concoctions. Thankfully, the night didn't end worse than it did, though it certainly could have taken a far more dangerous turn. To set the scene, I've always loved driving. I would go on drives for hours, heading nowhere in particular, just me, my music, and the open road. Living in Nebraska, I frequently took back roads or isolated highways. Highways slicing through the countryside led to small towns and eventually larger cities. I typically embarked on these drives at night when traffic was minimal. I've been doing this ever since I obtained my driver's license 5 years ago, and I've never encountered any problems or faced any trouble. That was true until just a few nights ago. To give a bit of context, I'm a petite 22-year-old woman, and as mentioned earlier, I usually take these trips entirely on my own. They serve as a perfect way to clear my mind when I'm stressed, upset, or overwhelmed, or to devise a plan to resolve personal issues. I've also used these long, solitary drives to escape the toxic environment of my family home when I lived with my parents, as a way to cope with their alcoholism. However, now that I've moved out and my life has improved significantly, I don't feel the same urge to get into my car and drive aimlessly anymore. On the night this incident occurred, I was feeling particularly overwhelmed, stressed, and anxious due to a mix of personal issues I'd rather not delve into. I felt restless and irritable around my boyfriend, unable to concentrate on anything else, so I decided to take a drive to clear my thoughts. My boyfriend was understanding, advising me to be careful and not to stay out too long since it was getting quite late. I agreed, gave him a goodbye kiss, and left. I drove around our city for about 30 minutes, but I still felt uneasy about everything happening in my personal life, so I decided to continue driving. Driving further north along those familiar, dark, and winding single-lane highways, I maintained the car at a consistent 65 miles per hour, slowing down for the curves in case a deer leapt out from around the bend. As I drove, I found myself admiring the vast, empty darkness of the snow-covered fields and bare trees. It was honestly a little eerie being all alone, with no other vehicles in sight and seemingly in the middle of nowhere. The few houses miles back from the road were devoid of light, and the dead cornfields were withering away, slowly being enveloped by snow. It felt like a scene straight out of a horror movie, and I half expected to glimpse a ghost in my rearview mirror or see someone emerge from the clusters of trees dotting the horizon. The only illumination came from my headlights, and even then, I strained to see through the pitch-black night. By this point, it was just after 11 o'clock, and I assured myself that once I reached the familiar roundabout, where I could either head towards a small town or back to the city, I would return to the city and home. That roundabout was still about 15 to 25 minutes away, but aside from my imagination conjuring up the worst scenarios, I wasn't particularly worried. After all, I was alone and didn't have to deal with any other motorists, right? Wrong. As I rounded another bend, I noticed a vehicle with its hazard lights flashing, maybe a quarter-mile away from me. It appeared to be some kind of dark-colored sedan, awkwardly positioned with part of it on the shoulder while the rest jutted onto the road. The situation was urgent as they had to pull over quickly, but they didn't quite manage to do so. The driver's side door was thrown wide open, and as I decelerated my car and steered it towards the opposite side of the road to pass by, I noticed what appeared to be blood on the inside of the open door. I didn't spot anyone on the road or inside the car, and I seemed to be the only driver around. In this region, cell phone reception is notoriously unreliable, often non-existent, no matter how desperately you hope for a signal. That was certainly the case when I glanced at my phone to check if I had any coverage. Here I was, a woman alone on a deserted road at night, pulling up beside an abandoned vehicle that looked like someone might have been attacked inside, and without any cell service. I'm no fool. I've watched countless episodes of Investigation Discovery and Criminal Minds, and I've read far too many true crime books to recognize the danger signs. Yet, a small part of me was anxious that something terrible had happened to whoever had been in that vehicle, and I felt a need to help. These roads see little traffic at night, and the temperatures were well below freezing. If someone was injured or in trouble, there was no one else and nothing else to assist them. Still, I leaned towards caution. I continued driving, albeit more slowly, and as I neared the vehicle, I rolled down my passenger window slightly, turned off the music, and called out, "Hey, is anyone there? Are you okay?" I didn't hear any response, which made me worry that they might have passed out somewhere. Despite my concern, I wasn't about to step out and search for them. I reassured myself that I would make one final call, and if there was still no answer, I would leave. As soon as I had reception, I would report the situation. If someone did respond, I would decide my next move then. Once more, I shouted, "Hey, what happened? Are you okay?" There was a long silence, but then I heard rustling among the shadows of the trees, followed by a gruff voice answering back. Initially, I felt relieved and was about to respond, or perhaps even stop my car and get out. However, just as I was inching past the front of the sedan, I noticed three things almost at the same time. First, there was no damage to the hood or any other part of the vehicle, which struck me as odd given the blood on the inside of the door. Then, in my rearview mirror, I glimpsed someone emerging from behind the sedan, moving swiftly toward my car. This person bore no signs of injury, nor did they have any blood on them. They were wearing a mask, not a typical face mask or a ski mask, but one reminiscent of those seen in the Purge movies. They were holding something in their hand. I couldn't make out exactly what it was, but judging by its length and shape, I guessed it might have been a tire iron or a crowbar. I don't need to explain that as soon as I noticed these things, I slammed on the gas and sped off. I drove like a bat out of hell, my heart pounding in my chest, my whole body trembling. In my rush, I had left the window rolled down, and with the music off, I could distinctly hear a man shouting at me, though I couldn't comprehend what he was saying. All I knew was that I needed to escape immediately. I cast one final glance in my rearview mirror as I sped away, mostly to see if they were getting into their sedan to pursue me. The man with the weapon remained standing in the middle of the road, watching me. Just before I tore my eyes from the mirror, I noticed a second man emerging from the trees, which had been rustling earlier. He was also wearing one of those eerie masks, and there wasn't a trace of blood on him. I probably broke every speeding law that night, but my only thought was to distance myself from those men as quickly as possible. As soon as I reached the roundabout, I turned toward town and parked in the Walmart parking lot, which, thankfully, still had cars belonging to workers who were closing up for the night. There, I succumbed to a complete meltdown. Once I managed to collect myself, I called Troy, a friend of mine who is a police officer, to recount what had happened. He was deeply concerned for my safety. After ensuring I was okay, asking where I was, and if they had followed me, he explained that since the incident occurred outside city limits, there wasn't much he could do personally. However, he offered to contact the local police or sheriff within their jurisdiction to take my statement and investigate the situation. I agreed and thanked him. As I waited for the police to arrive, I managed to call my boyfriend through my frantic sobs to relay what had transpired just moments ago. Naturally, he was deeply worried about my safety and insisted that I either return home immediately or that he should come to pick me up himself. I explained that the police were on their way to take my statement, so I couldn't leave just yet, but reassured him that I was all right. I stayed on the phone with him until I saw the familiar sight of police cruisers pulling into the parking lot. I provided the officers with my statement, and they promised to revisit the scene to investigate and attempt to apprehend the individuals responsible. However, with no surveillance cameras and no detailed description of the perpetrators, I doubted their chances of success. In my panic, I hadn't even thought to note the license plate number, a detail I only realized when the police inquired if I had any further information. All they had to work with was the vague description of a dark-colored sedan and two masked men. After giving my statement, I returned home and spent the entire night closely nestled against my boyfriend, hyper-aware of every noise the house made, fearing that those men might show up at any moment to conclude whatever sinister plan they had in mind. Since the incident, I haven't received any updates from the police regarding potential leads, and I'm uncertain if they ever will. I am simply grateful to still be here and that I didn't stop my car or step out. I shudder to think of what might have happened if I had. I am left with countless unanswered questions. What were TH? Was that really blood inside the car, or just a deceptive ploy to draw more attention? If it was truly blood, did they harm someone else? What might have happened to me if I had stopped my car? Needless to say, I won't be going on any more late-night drives, and I sincerely hope I never encounter those weirdos again. The entire ordeal began on what seemed like a routine day at work. Back then, I was employed at a modest grocery store, where my responsibilities included collecting shopping carts from the parking lot and bagging groceries, your typical minimum wage tasks. It was raining that morning, and naturally, I was tasked with gathering the carts. About 2 hours into my shift, I noticed a man hurrying to load his groceries into his car. I quickly ran over to assist him with his bags. "Mind if I help you get out of the rain?" I offered. "Yes, thank you so much," he replied. As he was closing his trunk, he looked at me with a very surprised expression, lowering his eyebrows as he scanned me from head to toe, and then smirked. "Are you a new hire?" he asked. "No, I've been here for a couple of months," I responded. "Oh, you are very pretty," he remarked in an oddly suggestive tone. "Thank you. Have a good day," I replied, shutting down the conversation. I wasn't interested. As I walked back to the store to hide until he left, I could feel his gaze following me. Nonetheless, I continued with my work, not dwelling on it. After my lunch break, I was at the register, bagging groceries, when I spotted the same man from earlier entering the store. I pretended not to notice and focused on my task. He approached the register, purchasing a single chocolate bar. He loomed over me, towering and imposing, and asked if I planned to bag his item. "Oh, sorry," I replied, taken aback. "I didn't realize you wanted a bag for just one item." I placed his chocolate bar into a bag and wished him a pleasant day. Then he asked, "Where are you headed after work, sweetheart?" Uncomfortable, I responded that I wasn't willing to share that information. He countered with a nonchalant, "That's okay. You've been here, 5 hours? You probably get off around 7, right?" He smiled at me in a way that left me feeling uneasy as he walked away. Feeling disturbed, I approached my manager to explain what had transpired. She advised me to avoid working in the lot and suggested I ask someone to accompany me to my car. Consequently, at the end of my shift, a male coworker escorted me to my truck, keeping a vigilant eye on the parking lot for the man's vehicle. We didn't spot him, so my coworker returned inside while I started my truck. I called my mom to recount the incident, and as soon as she picked up, I exited the parking lot. Just as I turned onto the road, I noticed his car pulling onto the road behind me. I informed my mom that I suspected he was tailing me, and she advised me to drive around to try and lose him. For about 20 minutes, I drove in circles around town. At a red light, he pulled up beside me, shouting something through his open window. I acted as if he wasn't there, yet I could still hear his disturbing words. "You'd bear some good kids for me. You'd make a great slave for me, little lady." He then became increasingly explicit about what he intended to do if he caught me. I informed my mom that I was about to call for help. I dialed 911, instructing them that if I wasn't home within an hour, they should alert the authorities. As I attempted to contact the police, a man suddenly accelerated past my truck and began brake-checking me erratically. Desperate, I waited for the nearest intersection to appear and turned onto the next block. In the process, my phone slipped beneath my seat, so I decided to head to the closest open business to seek refuge and have someone else call for assistance. The nearest establishment I spotted was a convenience store at a gas station. I pulled into the lot, parked hurriedly, and dashed inside, feeling as if my life depended on it. Once inside, I quickly explained the situation to the clerk. She led me to the break room and locked the door behind us. As I was processing the terrifying ordeal, I suddenly heard the front doors of the store being violently shaken. Before I could fully grasp the situation, the clerk joined me, locking herself in the break room as well, while speaking with the police on the phone. They assured us they were on their way. We sat there in silence, huddled in the darkened room, as guilt washed over me for dragging another woman into this nightmare. A torrent of thoughts raced through my mind. Had I somehow encouraged him? All I had done was wish him a good day. Had he been following me for longer than just tonight? How did he know which vehicle I drove? Would the police arrive in time? Was our fate sealed? Finally, the small room was bathed in the glow of red and blue lights filtering in through the crack beneath the door. We heard a voice over the intercom, announcing it was safe to come out. Trembling, the clerk retrieved her keys, unlocked the door, and we stepped out to give our statements. After the police departed, a sense of relief washed over us. I turned to my unexpected savior, expressing my gratitude with heartfelt thanks. We embraced, tears in our eyes, and she accompanied me to my car. The following night, I returned to her with some food and an Amazon gift card as tokens of appreciation. Having once survived a near-fatal car accident just 10 feet away from a mountain lion in the wild, I can honestly say I thought that was the end of my life. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Stay vigilant, be cautious, and keep safe. This encounter occurred a little more than 10 years ago, when I was about 26. I can't pinpoint the exact year, but it was around 2012. At that time, I frequently spent my weekends going out with friends to bars and parties, often staying out until quite late. My friend's house, where I usually gathered, was located on a side street just off a main road bustling with popular bars and crowded restaurants. Parking was on the street near his house, and during busy weekends, it was common to find parking several blocks away. The street near the bars was quite pleasant, but if you ventured a few blocks in the opposite direction, it became somewhat sketchy at night. After an evening of socializing, I had to make my way back to my car quite late. It was parked several blocks away, towards the slightly more questionable area. Since it was winter, I wore a heavy sweater or pullover along with a beanie. This detail is crucial because, from a distance in the dark, it was difficult to discern much about my appearance beyond my general height. As the night deepened and the area became more desolate, there was minimal traffic on the road. As I walked further from the bars, the streets grew increasingly dim, with no streetlights to illuminate my path. While making my way along the sidewalk, a car began to slowly trail me, matching my speed before coming to a halt beside me. The window rolled down, revealing an attractive young woman behind the wheel. She commented on how cold I appeared and offered to give me a ride to my destination. Her demeanor was very friendly. I informed her that my car was parked not far away and, although I appreciated her offer, I preferred to continue on foot. She persisted, trying earnestly to persuade me to join her in the vehicle, citing the chilly weather. There was no casual conversation to learn more about me or ensure I wasn't a threat. She simply insisted I get in, somewhat forcefully, based on my attire and the darkness around us. It seemed improbable that she could have discerned much about my appearance to find me genuinely attractive. Even if she did, I couldn't imagine many women picking up a male stranger after midnight while alone in their car. With about 10 bars in the vicinity, she easily could have met someone in a more conventional setting if that were her goal. There seemed no logical reason for her to resort to offering rides to strangers. She continued to drive alongside me, repeating her offer, which I declined once more, maintaining my pace. Eventually, she drove off, and as soon as she was a few blocks away, I reached my car and ensured there was no one hiding nearby. The entire situation felt peculiar and didn't make sense to me. Later, I discussed it with my friends, and all the women agreed that they wouldn't give a ride to a random guy, especially at night under such circumstances. Even if the man resembled Ryan Gosling or Channing Tatum, they would refrain. I suspected that someone might have been lying down in the back seat of the car, hidden from view, armed and ready to rob anyone who accepted the ride. I couldn't fathom any reason why she would offer rides to complete strangers in the middle of the night, as it would be extremely unsafe for her to pick up random people. I just assumed there was something sinister occurring in that car, and I often wonder what might have transpired if anyone had actually gotten into the vehicle with her. When I was 18, I was house-sitting with a girl I was studying with. The family we were house-sitting for attended the same church as her, but I didn't know them well myself. My role was more to keep her company in a large house. It was 1997, a time when the average teenager like me didn't own a cell phone. During that week, there was a brief break in the school calendar, which was why the family was away and the streets in the neighborhood were quieter than usual. My apartment, as well as the house we were looking after, was not far from the university. My apartment was actually just a 3-minute walk away, and the house was an additional 5 minutes by car, making it a student-friendly neighborhood. This week, the neighborhood was unusually quiet. The first strange occurrence took place while I was staying at this house. I had a dream that I was driving through a dense, shadowy forest on a winding dirt road. There were no lights to be seen except those from my car's headlights. Just as I began descending a hill, the headlights abruptly went out, plunging everything into darkness. The car gradually slowed to a halt and then stopped completely. When I woke up in the morning, I went out to my car, only to find that it wouldn't start. It had been functioning perfectly the day before, so I had to call someone to come and repair it. Turned out the issue was with the starter motor. That was the first unsettling incident of the week. About a day later, on Friday, I planned to drive back to my parents' home, which was in a smaller town roughly 45 minutes away. I gathered my belongings at the large house and intended to stop by my apartment to pick up whatever else I needed for the weekend. As I mentioned, the trip between the house and the apartment was only about 5 minutes. Given that it was winter, it was already dark when I left around 7 p.m. While driving away from the house, I noticed in my rearview mirror that a car was tailing me very closely. Every time I turned, it mirrored my movements. At that point, I was cautious, though not excessively so, just alert enough to recognize that something strange was unfolding behind me. However, when I pulled up to a traffic light, the car was no longer there, and I felt a brief sense of relief. But it was short-lived, as I soon realized the car had moved beside me. I glanced to my right and saw a man sitting alone inside. He easily dismissed the situation as harmless. He was just a maniac smiling at me, I thought, and maybe it was my imagination playing tricks. I briefly considered wearing a beanie at night while driving, hoping it would make me less conspicuous as a petite woman of 5 feet 2 inches with flowing blonde hair cascading to my waist. I reassured myself, thinking he's in the lane to turn right, so I should be safe. Yet as I pulled away, the same headlights reappeared in my rearview mirror. What a jerk, I thought, who drives like that? Luckily, my left turn was approaching soon. After enduring another minute or two of this tailgating, I slowed down deliberately, abstained from signaling, and made a swift and unexpected left into my driveway. The automatic gates opened, and I quickly slipped inside, relieved as they closed securely behind me. Feeling the tension release, I sighed, thinking the ordeal was behind me. I collected a few belongings from the car, intending to take them upstairs. As I made my way to the stairwell, I caught sight of a man standing at the gate I had just passed through. He remained on the other side while I was positioned at the far end of the parking lot. Squinting, I recognized him as the driver from the tailgating car. He was furiously shaking the gate, consumed with rage. Despite this, I felt relatively safe on my side of the barrier, especially with a boisterous group of students nearby, likely arriving for a party or some gathering. I proceeded to the stairs and began my ascent from the ground floor to the first level. As I rounded the stairs on the first floor, I noticed someone sprinting across the parking lot towards the staircase. In retrospect, I still can't comprehend why I didn't grasp the gravity of the situation at that moment. Perhaps my subconscious mind had relegated it to mere coincidence or harmless mischief. As I was rounding the staircase between the second and third floors, I noticed a group being ushered through the pedestrian gate. Suddenly, someone touched me, causing me to spin around. He had slipped in with the small crowd. He said something, and I responded with a sassy remark, telling him to back off. I turned away, intending to continue up the stairs to my third-floor apartment. Unexpectedly, he grabbed me from behind, pressing my back against his chest, with his left arm wrapped tightly around my neck. I felt something pressed against my right side. Damn, a knife. He guided me down the stairs, and I recalled the broken light on the lower level, thinking this couldn't end well. Despite this, I remained surprisingly calm. I resisted slightly, but he tightened his grip, making me feel short of breath. As I started to go limp, he began to lower me. I was at his groin level, and I managed to jab my elbow into him. The impact made him drop me, but he quickly spun around to face me. He tore the front of my button-down shirt, then abruptly stopped, looking at someone behind me, someone taller than him. His eyes widened in fear, and he turned to flee. I screamed and immediately turned to see who had come to my aid, but there was no one there. People emerged from their apartments afterward, and the police were called. It was the second time they had been summoned that night. It turned out that my father had already contacted the police an hour earlier because my mother had a persistent, eerie feeling throughout the evening, insisting something bad was going to occur. To my surprise, she had been correct. Ultimately, they apprehended him and I identified him in a police lineup. He was a habitual offender in the region, accused of assaulting around 14 women. One victim had even leaped from the first floor of her apartment to escape him, resulting in a broken leg. Several weeks later, the police contacted me again. Before his trial, the door to his cell had been left ajar, and he had vanished, evidently due to some inside assistance. I've experienced a few unsettling events in my life, but this particular incident still haunts me when I consider how quickly things could have taken a turn for the worse. I'm a 20-year-old woman, and this tale harks back to when I resided in southern Indiana, in an extremely isolated area. It was a weekend night, and my closest friend and I were returning home after working the graveyard shift at a local Waffle House. She had decided to collect her dog from her home so we could spend the night at my place. This detail becomes significant later. We began making our way into the rural countryside where I lived. To reach my house, one had to navigate a long, narrow dirt road. About a mile in, we noticed the headlights of a truck. As we drew nearer, we realized it was a well-maintained vehicle, likely from around 2018. I must admit, I'm not particularly knowledgeable about automobiles, so please bear with me. The truck was positioned sideways, obstructing the entire path. Puzzled, I stepped out of the car and inquired if the driver was all right. Initially appearing optimistic upon seeing me, he responded, "I'm just waiting for a friend to come get me. My truck's stuck." He smiled at me, but I observed that his pupils were almost entirely dilated. I glanced back at my car and noticed someone accompanying me. I saw the dog with its head poking out of the window. His smile quickly vanished as he commented, "Pit bulls are vicious and unpleasant." With that, he turned around and got back into his truck. I returned to my friend and said, "Put this in reverse and use any street smart skills you have to get us out of here." We backed up my poor '95 Cadillac, which really wasn't suited for the dirt road, and made our way back to the main road. Feeling relieved, we decided to take a different route home. To our shock, the same man was parked on that road, standing off to the side, smiling and staring into our headlights. We were close to panicking and floored the gas pedal for the rest of the drive home. I have no idea how he arrived there before us or what his intentions were, but I'm grateful I wasn't alone. Being a rather naive college girl at the time, the presence of the pit bull likely saved us from that man. However, the dog ended up randomly snapping at my friend a few months later, causing her serious injuries. It had been a good dog its entire life, and I know she was a good owner. I suppose it's just an instinctual thing with pit bulls. They can suddenly turn at any moment. This incident took place when I was 11 years old. At that time, I was living in an apartment located on a street with ongoing construction. Needless to say, they frequently tapped into the electrical supply, causing the power to fluctuate quite a bit. As a result, the streetlights often served no real purpose, especially during the winter. When evening approached, the sky turned an inky black, a darkness that seemed significant, so it's worth keeping in mind. From what I recall, it was a weekend, and I was supposed to stay over at my friend's house. For an 11-year-old like me, this was an exhilarating prospect. After being burdened with school assignments all week, the plan was to spend what I believed to be Friday night sleeping over and the entirety of Saturday at her bungalow, returning home that same evening. What made the experience even more enticing was the fact that her parents had an unavoidable engagement, thus entrusting us to remain alone in their two-story house for the entire 6 hours they would be absent. At that time, the thought of spending an entire night alone with my friend was thrilling. 6 uninterrupted hours of games and movies on their enormous TV. However, as it turned out, my friend had different plans in mind. I arrived at her place just before 8 p.m., and it was already quite dark outside. Her parents waited for my arrival to inform us about emergency contacts, dinner arrangements, and similar details. They also reminded us to bring their 4-year-old Labrador inside since the weather was unpredictable, and his kennel had a few loose pieces that leaked when it rained. This detail is also important to remember. After they left, we watched some cartoons over dinner and relaxed in the living room, playing cards. That's when my friend, Sid, came up with the brilliant idea of exploring a fenced plot of land a few hundred meters down the street where she lived. No construction was taking place there, so what little of that area remained undeveloped. The once tidy yard had become a tangle of overgrown plants. We brought the dog inside and secured it to a long chain, giving it enough freedom to move within a limited space. After grabbing the keys, we left for the brief 10-minute journey. It was around 10 p.m. at that point. In hindsight, this was the moment we could have avoided the encounter altogether. But being the adventurous and curious kids we were, we proceeded anyway. Our arrival was uneventful, and we prepared to climb over the wall, which stood approximately 2 meters high. Fortunately for us, the wall had enough broken sections to provide decent footholds to help us over. Once we were inside, Sid proposed that we sit a few meters apart from each other for as long as possible until one of us was too frightened to continue. We faced each other and started walking backward until only the faint outlines of our figures were visible. After what felt like a long 10 minutes, I noticed Sid hunch forward and begin to walk toward me. She appeared to be moving rather quickly and erratically, leaping over rocks at a bold pace and even getting snagged by some thorns along the way. As she reached me, just when I was about to laugh and tease her for being scared, she urged me to get up, saying she needed to feed Shaggy. I was perplexed because her parents had already filled his bowl with food, and he had a water dispenser he could use if he got thirsty. However, the look on her face was something I had never seen before. She was as pale as if she had encountered a ghost. Without questioning further, I said, "All right," so we made our way back over the wall in a tense and hurried manner. The instant my feet touched the ground, Sid grabbed my arm and started sprinting down the street. To put things in perspective, she held my arm with such force that I had a bruise for 2 weeks straight. We ran like mad until we finally reached her house and entered through the front yard gate, a towering metal structure without bars. She instructed me to unlock the front door while she secured the metal gate's various locks into the ground. At that moment, panic started to creep in, but we managed to get inside the house. Sid then rushed around, locking and shutting all possible windows and doors, and drawing the curtains tightly closed. I was utterly baffled by her actions, as was her dog, who followed her around as she secured the place. After about 10 minutes, she returned to the ground floor living room with a deeply unsettling expression. She explained that while we were sitting apart, she happened to glance a few meters to my right and saw a human silhouette crouching in the bushes. Initially, she thought she was seeing things until it moved closer to where I had been sitting, seemingly unaware that Sid was watching them. I wish I could say that was the end of it, but what happened next has stayed with me to this day, instilling a lingering fear from that moment onward. An overview of her estate, where her home was flanked on 2 sides by an expanse of grass, and this lawn was enclosed by a wall standing 2.5 meters tall. This barrier featured a single entry point, the towering metal gates I mentioned earlier. The house itself was equipped with windows encircling its perimeter and had 2 possible entrances. The primary entrance was the front door, while the secondary was a door leading to a small adjoining area next to the house, constructed from transparent metal akin to that used in robust metal fences. This area was secured by a metal door with a lock that could only be operated from the inside, along with another door on the wall, which was solely fastened with a deadbolt and crafted from light wood, a detail of significance. Approximately an hour after the incident, we found ourselves upstairs in her air-conditioned room, immersed in computer games and engaging in whatever conversations typically occupy the minds of children. It was then that we heard the dog barking downstairs. The barking was accompanied by growling and seemed to occur at irregular intervals. Bear in mind that her dog was a friendly Labrador who seldom growled or barked aggressively. My friend went to fetch the dog to her room, and upon her return, she mentioned that the dog had been standing by the front door, growling at it. It had taken considerable effort for her to bring him upstairs, as he persistently tried to return to that spot. We were utterly perplexed by this behavior, as it was quite atypical for him. Suspecting that a stray dog might have captured his attention, we decided to head out to the balcony attached to. From our vantage point in a room overlooking the front yard and a portion of the street directly in front of the house, we expected to spot a stray animal. Instead, we peered down to see a person standing motionless on the lawn right in front of the door. In the dim light, we could discern the figure clad in layers of tattered clothing, their hair appearing wild and unkempt. Our dog, who was with us on the balcony, whined, eager to be let outside. We crouched low, and just as we were about to discuss the unsettling situation, the sound of the front door rattling reached us, as if someone were attempting to turn the handle. We crept back downstairs, only to discover the person had moved to the window adjacent to the door, trying to pry it open. It dawned on us that the individual was searching for a way into the house by circling the perimeter. Just as we were about to stealthily return upstairs, my friend seized my arm and whispered that she had forgotten to lock the door to the attached space in her haste. We exchanged fearful glances, both of us turning pale at the realization that the intruder could easily gain entry through that door, as the inner door was secured only by a deadbolt. At that moment, we heard the windows rattling at the back of the house, almost 3/4 of the way back to the front. The attached space door was only a few meters from the front entrance, and we were fortunate the intruder had chosen to circle around the far side instead. She urged me to wait by the inner door with the dog while He stepped outside and fastened the metal door. She then instructed me to shut it as soon as she returned. If she were caught, I was to let the dog out and close the inner door as quietly as possible to avoid drawing attention to myself. We were both filled with fear, and with no time to debate, I stood guard at the inner door while she went to the outer one. She fumbled with the lock and quickly slipped back inside, moving as silently as she could. We closed the inner door just in time to hear a harsh noise from the outer door. Had she not acted when she did, we might have been forced to hide in her house, as he made his way in after trying to open all the doors and windows with intense and forceful determination. We managed to retreat upstairs and went out onto her balcony to see if he had left. We stood still near the foot of the stairs for a while, listening for any further sounds. When we looked down, we saw him once again standing on her front lawn. This time, his head was tilted back, and it seemed as if he was staring directly at us. However, we knew it was too dark for him to see us. We had already shut all the windows and turned off the lights in her room, drawing the curtains to prevent even the smallest glow from her bedside lamp from escaping through the blinds. In the quiet of the night, he began to giggle and then lowered himself onto all fours, crawling around the lawn in front of the house. Although his laughter echoed ominously, we should have alerted the authorities at that moment. However, being the frightened kids we were, we hesitated, fearing the repercussions of not adhering to straightforward instructions. For nearly 30 minutes, he continued this unsettling behavior before standing up again and facing the street. He then began to climb atop the structure at the corner, ascending a wall before leaping down to repeat the cycle. We remained motionless on the balcony, anxiously waiting to see if he would reappear. Yet, as an hour slipped by, that was the last glimpse we caught of him. Around 2 a.m., our parents returned, utterly baffled by the fact that all the doors and windows were shut on such a delightful night. Additionally, they were puzzled by the mud smeared on the front door knob. We concocted a story about wanting to play in the dark inside the house, concealing the true events that transpired. To this day, I don't believe the man has ever been apprehended. Approximately 3 weeks ago, something peculiar occurred, and I've struggled to assemble the pieces in my mind. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to try because I suspect that what took place during my sister's sleepover might be more widespread than I initially thought. Reflecting on it now, I can't quite recall the exact number of girls present, perhaps 10 or 12, all of them 8th graders and close friends of my sister, Rachel. As they nestled into their sleeping bags and traded stories, my best friend Kurt and I hatched a mischievous plan. "We're going to scare these girls senseless," he declared with a wicked grin. I have to confess, it was all in the spirit of harmless fun. In pursuit of some cheap thrills, I didn't initially see any harm in our plan. We sneaked into my father's workshop and pilfered a few of his basic painting supplies to transform Kurt into a stereotypical horror movie vampire. With our preparations complete, we headed to the backyard, where we began scaling the tree outside Rachel's window. Kurt took his position, ready to start making the typical boogeyman sounds, but suddenly, he froze and squinted through the window. "What on earth?" he mumbled, trying to peer inside. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't be a peeping Tom," I shouted up at him, trying to comprehend his hesitation to commence the scare. Then, out of nowhere, his eyes widened, and he began to stumble backward. I watched in horror as his feet slipped out from under him, and he plummeted to the ground. The moment seemed to unfold in slow motion, but the sound of his head striking the bird fountain in our backyard is one that will be eternally etched in my memory. Jesus Christ, Kurt, are you okay? I screamed. I glanced upward, expecting my sister or one of her friends to peer out and witness this dreadful accident. I attempted to prop his head up and staunch the bleeding, then reached into my pocket to call 911, but I hesitated. I know it sounds foolish, but my parents were already going to scold me for being reckless, and I didn't want the police involved in something like this. So, I hurried inside and used Kurt's phone instead. As foolish as that decision was, what I did next was even more reckless. After ensuring he was okay and not losing too much blood, I resolved to climb the tree myself to discover what had caused him to react so oddly. Slowly, I climbed up the branches and peered through the window at where my sister and her friends lay asleep, all except for one. It has been so long, yet I still vividly recall that horrific scene. One of the girls was standing there, hunched over the others, wildly slashing at her defenseless, sleeping companions with a sharp knife. I will never forget the expression on her face as she wielded that knife. That was when the girl looked directly at me. I nearly fell back, much like Kurt did, but instead, I locked eyes with her across the darkness. She had already seen me, and what good would running away do? She could never reach outside in time to catch me, regardless. Suddenly, she began moving toward the door, and I noticed some of the other girls stirring. I scrambled down to escape from there, not even waiting for the paramedics to arrive and assist Kurt. I didn't want to be around if she was coming after me. I ran for what felt like hours and eventually ended up at my grandparents' house on the outskirts of town. Frantically, I tried to explain to them what had happened. They called my parents, and gradually they started piecing the story together. Kurt was in the hospital with a head injury, and apparently all the girls were unharmed. I went to see Kurt later to find out what he remembered, but he recalled nothing. Now, rumors are circulating that I attacked Kurt, put him in the hospital, and then fled to avoid trouble. I tried discussing what I saw with my sister, but she denies anything of the sort happened and treats me like a liar. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I've always struggled with forming friendships or any kind of connection with people in general. I'm not close to the majority of my family members, unlike my relationship with Jessie. Jessie is my closest friend. I've known her for just a year and a half, yet she means everything to me. She's the sole person I can confide in, the only one who truly understands me. I've never spent the night at anyone's house except mine, and even when I'm supposed to stay at a relative's place, I become anxious, prompting them to call my parents to pick me up. This forces my parents to cancel all their plans, and they resent me for being such a burden due to my anxiety. Jessie suggested having a sleepover at her place. I'd never been to her house, or anyone else's for that matter, and although I was thrilled, I was also apprehensive. I feared my anxiety might ruin the sleepover and jeopardize our friendship. I was aware that I might be overthinking, but the thought still terrified me. Jessie kindly gave me some time to consider it, and I eventually agreed. When I informed my parents, they were quite surprised but decided to let me go, recognizing that I had a genuine opportunity to forge a lifelong friendship. As we arrived, the car rolled up to a sprawling driveway leading to an even more expansive house. It was enormous, practically mansion-sized, probably the largest house I had ever seen. My parents and I approached the front door, which stood about twice the height of my father, who was 6 feet 7 inches. Instead of a doorbell, there was an unusually large silver knocker in the center. As I approached the door, I knocked gently. Jessie answered, her expression immediately brightening upon seeing me. Her smile widened, and she quickly leaned in for a warm embrace. Jessie's parents soon appeared behind her, both wearing similarly welcoming smiles. Her father, much like my own, was tall and had the quintessential dad appearance. Her mother shared a similar presence, adding to the almost surreal atmosphere. Jessie gave me a tour of her expansive home, a journey that took nearly an hour. Eventually, we made our way to her bedroom, an enormous space adorned in an overwhelming pink hue. Seemed as if every single item was pink. After spending some time in Jessie's room, playing games and indulging in candy, her mother entered gracefully, placing a sheet of A4 paper on Jessie's bed. Her movements were effortlessly elegant and poised. I removed my headphones and picked up the paper, which was titled Sleepover Rules. It read, 1. Avoid consuming excessive amounts of candy. They can detect it from miles away. 2. Do not leave the bedroom after 1:45 a.m. This rule is crucial for your safety. 3. If you awaken in the middle of the night for no reason, hide under the bed within 25 seconds to remain unseen. 4. Refrain from taking snacks from the mini fridge between 8:56 p.m. and 9:47 p.m. You won't appreciate what you discover. 5. Ensure all light sources except the TV are turned off. The TV must remain on throughout the night. This cannot be overstated. 6. If you awaken unexpectedly and see Jess sitting upright, wide awake in her bed, you must run, lock yourself in the bathroom, and remain there for the entire night. If Jessie knocks and claims she's injured and needs assistance, disregard her and do not respond. Even if you awaken and hear a baby crying, ignore it entirely. Do not even stir. It is not the baby. Do not try to converse with Jessie during the night, and if she addresses you, do not answer. This is vital if you wish to remain safe. If you hear a dog whining and scratching at the bedroom door, pull Jessie under the bed and hide behind the bookshelf. We do not own a dog. If you experience a ringing in your ear, flee the house immediately. This is the only exception. If you do not, we all perish. Have a delightful sleepover. Smiley face. It had to be some sort of prank. These directions couldn't be genuine. However, I still had an inkling that I should adhere to these unsettling rules. I folded the piece of paper and slipped it into my right pocket, then sat down once more to play with Jessie. After about an hour, Jessie's dad opened the door. It's bedtime, girls. You must go to sleep. Suddenly, I felt very nervous because this was when I needed to start abiding by the eerie rules. I stifled all my emotions because I didn't want to lose a friend like Jessie. Jessie and I both climbed into bed, with my head positioned at the foot of her bed. "Good night, sweet dreams," she said between yawns. I wasn't sure how my dreams could be sweet after reading those guidelines. Surprisingly, I fell asleep rather quickly. The sleep was unusually deep, and I didn't experience any nightmares like I usually do. When I awoke, a sinking feeling settled in my stomach. I turned to find Jessie sitting up in her bed, fully alert. I was reluctant to accept the reality of these unsettling rules, but my instinct urged me to flee. I dashed into the bathroom, rapidly locking the door behind me. After several tense minutes spent hyperventilating in Jessie's bathroom, I resolved to unlock the door, dismissing everything as probably foolish anyway. Just as my hand neared the lock, someone knocked. I froze. "Tina, help me. I've hurt my head, and my vision is getting blurry," came a desperate plea. I longed to open the door, but an inner voice warned me against it. Jessie continued to scream for assistance. I slumped into the corner, trembling with each breath. Her cries persisted for what felt like hours, becoming increasingly inhuman and distorted with every shriek. By the time the noise ceased, I was already halfway to sleep. To give you an idea of how long her screams lasted, I had dozed off and awakened again. The sunlight outside stung my eyes, and my ears were still ringing. Slowly, I rose from my place in the bathroom corner and unlocked the door. There was Jessie, casually playing on her PS5 as if nothing had happened. "Hey, Tina," she greeted in her usual cheerful tone. "I think your mom and dad are already outside waiting for you in their car." I couldn't bring myself to respond. Every part of my body ached. I gathered my belongings and made my way downstairs, where Jessie's parents stood at the bottom of the staircase. "Your parents are outside waiting," they informed me. Her mother smiled warmly and asked, "How did they arrive so quickly?" It was just 4 minutes to 9. I could see the open door and my parents' car parked outside. A wave of relief washed over me as I realized I was finally going to leave this place. Jessie's dad escorted me out, and I eagerly hopped into my parents' car. Words can't fully express how relieved I felt to see my parents' smiling faces again. As I drove away, Jessie and her family waved goodbye. "How was the sleepover, sweetie?" my mom inquired just as I was about to respond. Suddenly, a notification popped up on my phone. It was a message from my mom, asking, "Hey, I just wanted to check what time you want your dad and me to pick you up from Jesse's house." I glanced up at my mom, who was driving, and then at my dad, who was smiling cheerfully at me. A wave of nausea hit me as I realized I had forgotten something important. "Did you forget something?" my dad asked. "I've always been close friends with my cousin Cole. We're the same age, and while we weren't exactly inseparable, we always got along well and were frequently seen together. Whether at school, where we often ended up in the same class throughout elementary school, or outside of it, we enjoyed each other's company. When we were 12 and in the 6th grade, I was hanging out with Cole on a Friday afternoon in late May. We were excited about the start of the weekend. Eventually, we ended up at his house, which wasn't far from mine. At one point, my mom called to let me know that our grandpa was in the hospital. Although the situation with our grandpa wasn't anticipated to be life-threatening, it was still concerning. Once the door closed behind us, we exchanged glances and shrugged, not giving it much thought before returning to our playful antics. Eventually, we decided it was time to hit the hay. Cole and H shared a bedroom, and we all agreed that I would join them there rather than crashing on the couch or something similar. This way, we could chat as we drifted off. Hunter retrieved a sleeping bag from their camping gear for me. When we entered their room, they stripped down to their underwear, and I recalled Cole mentioning a while back that they had begun sleeping in just their briefs. Since staying overnight wasn't in my original plan, I hadn't brought any overnight essentials from home. Not wanting to sleep in my clothes, I also stripped down to my briefs, feeling slightly self-conscious despite knowing they wouldn't judge or comment, given that we were all guys. They climbed into their beds, and I quickly settled into the sleeping bag. After a bit of random conversation, we eventually drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, nature called, and I quietly exited the sleeping bag to take care of business in the bathroom. On my way back to the bedroom, I heard a noise coming from the family room, which was on the opposite side of the house from both the bedrooms and the bathroom I was using. At first, I didn't think much of it, assuming it was either Cole or Hunter until I got BACK into the bedroom and realized that both of them were still in there. Trying to remain calm, I woke them up and mentioned that I suspected someone might be in the house. They quietly followed me, and as soon as we entered the family room, we saw the two men from the previous night. It was quite evident that they were burglarizing the place. One of them began advancing towards us, drawing a menacing-looking knife. The three of us quickly made our way to the front door, somehow managing to unlock and open it, and we dashed outside. As luck would have it, a police officer was driving by at that precise moment. We swiftly flagged him down and informed him about the intruders in the house. The officer called for reinforcement, and within a few minutes, several other officers arrived and proceeded to enter the house. After some searching, they apprehended the two men. The officers deduced that the burglars had likely entered through a window in the laundry room, which had a broken latch, and had probably chosen the house because, even though it wasn't vacant, they realized there were no adults present. They assumed that if we discovered them, we would be easier to handle than adults, which added insult to injury. While we waited outside, as the officers searched the house, some neighbors emerged to see what all the commotion was about. This included some kids who attended the same school as Cole and me, including a few who were in our 6th grade class. It was during that time that the three of us realized that we barely had time to get dressed, so much like in a classic nightmare scenario, we found ourselves standing outside, fully exposed for everyone to see, clad only in our underwear. It felt like an eternity before we were allowed back inside. When we returned to school on Monday, we endured more than our fair share of snickers, curious glances, and ridicule, which persisted for several weeks until the school year finally concluded for the summer. To fully grasp my story, it's essential to understand a bit about the trespassing laws in our country. Essentially, we don't have any. As long as you are respectful and refrain from causing any damage, you can roam across any hills you desire and, in my case, set up camp on any beach you choose, provided you leave the area as you found it. Camping was a regular part of my childhood. Our family would embark on multiple trips each year with a large group of my parents' friends and their children. Typically, there were about 10 of us, which posed a bit of a logistical challenge since we always ventured out to this one particularly remote beach on the coast. In truth, we weren't alone. There were always yachts gently swaying just off the shore, with people aboard, and other campers scattered along the beach. Most of these campers had children or teenagers as well, so it wasn't a place for raucous partying. It was very much an informal family holiday spot. There was even a small building with toilets and showers nearby, despite being in the middle of nowhere. I suppose the local council had realized the need for such facilities after growing tired of people relieving themselves behind bushes. We took a trip up in the spring of 2011, a date I remember quite well because I had my due in the winter of 2010. After selecting her in November, I brought her home from the shelter as a birthday present to myself. Since I covered her adoption fee, she would later play a significant role in the story. Let me introduce you to Parmesan. Parmesan arrived as a 6-month-old puppy, having been rescued from a dogfighting situation. We're not entirely certain of her breed, but my best guess is she's a mix of Lurcher and Staffy. She's an exceptionally well-mannered dog with people and most other dogs, but you absolutely must not pose a threat to her. By the time of this camping trip, I had been with Parmesan for a few months. She had never joined us on a camping trip before, but in my family, dogs are a part of these adventures. So we all crammed into the car, and she accompanied us. Unusually, none of the family friends could join, so it was just me, my sister, my dad, and my mom. I didn't mind, as I wasn't particularly close to the other kids, and I preferred playing with my dog. Besides, I still had my sister. The journey took nearly 6 hours, and because we departed a bit later than usual, though I can't recall the reason, we arrived at sunset. It was not an ideal time to set up a tent, but we expected to find other campers already settled, with the beach aglow from campfires. Surprisingly, the beach was deserted. Despite this, my parents began unloading our gear and attempting to pitch the tent. They asked us to retrieve some of the lighter bags from the car trunk while they shone a flashlight on the sand to see more clearly. I rolled down the car window for Parmesan. Before stepping out, the heat was unusually intense for that time of year, and I wanted her to have some air. I always had to look out for my furry little companion. As we stumbled around in the darkness on a secluded beach, the atmosphere was quite eerie. The only road leading to this beach was circular and included a bridge over the water, allowing you to drive around the beach in a loop if you wanted to. I wasn't really paying much attention to the road. I was grumbling about being tired, just like the kids, but my mother was more alert. After about 15 minutes of my father struggling to secure the tent in the sand, my mother asked him if he had noticed the car circling around. It had happened a few times already. My father sort of dismissed her concern. He's often like that. I'm not sure if he replied to her, but after a few more minutes, a car pulled up beside ours on the road, and someone got out. The distance from the cars to where we were was about 15 or 20 feet, and the light was quite dim except for our flashlights. We hadn't expected to encounter anyone else out here, and I think my mother suggested it might be security. I couldn't figure out why a random beach would have security, and I think she meant the Wildlife Trust or something similar, as they occasionally come down to do their work. The man was walking unsteadily, suggesting he was either drunk or high because he had a distinct stagger. There was absolutely no way this guy was sober. A junkie wasn't an unusual discovery, but it was rare to see them out in the wild. As he walked into the range of our flashlights, we realized he, carrying a sizable knife, perhaps 15 inches long, although I was quite young at the time, so my perception of size might have been skewed. I don't have fond feelings for my dad, but I must give him credit for his quick reaction. As soon as he noticed the knife, he immediately stood up, gripping the camping mallet, and positioned us all behind him for safety. The man began to shout hysterically, telling us that camping in this spot was not allowed, and he was merely informing us of the rule. Initially, my dad tried to approach him with a friendly demeanor, assuring the man that we would leave, but this attempt at diplomacy failed. The man continued to advance toward us, so my dad started to shout, and the man shouted back with equal intensity. My sister and I were in tears, trembling with fear. I was utterly petrified, as anyone would be in such a dire situation. It genuinely seemed like the man and my dad were on the brink of a violent confrontation, and to be honest, I didn't think my dad stood much of a chance. It's grim to contemplate, but I'm certain the man would have killed my dad and possibly us as well, since I doubted my mother would have had the presence of mind to flee with us. I love her, but she has always prioritized her relationship with my dad over us. However, events didn't unfold as expected. From the darkness, like a wolf pouncing on its prey, came our savior. Took us all by surprise, especially the man wielding the knife. In that instant, Parmesan, our large canine, became the apex predator. She attacked his arm with a fierce grip, tearing through his jacket and the skin beneath it. The knife fell from his grasp as it was in the arm she had bitten. Despite his attempts to kick and punch her, he eventually managed to shake her off and retrieve the knife from the ground. Sand scattered as he sprinted back to his car and sped away. Parmesan didn't pursue him. Instead, she remained by our side, covered in blood. We hastily gathered our belongings and returned to the vehicle, all visibly shaken by the ordeal. I checked on Perry, who seemed unharmed, though the car's window was more open than I had left it. We surmised that during the commotion, when the shining began, she might have placed a paw on the gap I had left for her. Given that the car was old and had manual windows instead of an electric button, she must have managed to use her paws to lower it just enough to squeeze through. This wasn't the conclusion of my tale. We were all quite frightened, and having a dog with us meant we couldn't check into a hotel for the night. My parents resolved to drive home so we could feel secure, but first we needed to head into the nearest town for fuel, as the tank was running low. While we drove, I spent the time trying to clean Parmesan a bit. I had always loved dogs, but what she had just done for me was astonishing. As we entered the town, we stumbled upon a gas station, but it seemed to be closed. My dad drove closer and leaned out of the window to get a better look at the sign. My mom questioned what he was doing, and he responded that he was trying to determine the opening hours. My heart sank when I noticed, parked out of sight behind a van, the man with the knife. He was seated on the hood of his car, using tissue paper to wipe clean his injured arm, which appeared in poor condition. Without pausing to refuel or investigate further, elsewhere in town, my dad drove us straight out of there, choosing to head to the neighboring town. However, this destination was rather isolated, situated 60 miles away. Realizing he didn't have enough gasoline, we understood that our journey might come to an abrupt halt. "That's fine," Dad reassured us, adding that we had a plan. We would find somewhere to stay, someplace more acceptable for the night, far better than remaining in the previous town. After driving for roughly 5 minutes, headlights flashed from behind. A car approached. It was the same vehicle, driven by the man who had been tailing us. He must have figured out that we were running low on fuel. The following half hour turned into one of the most harrowing experiences of my life. We all experienced complete breakdowns, though my parents tried to mask their anxiety to avoid alarming us. We weren't little kids anymore. Both my sister and I were in our double digits, fully aware of how perilous the situation was. Dad switched off the radio to save fuel, and the man continued to follow us for 55 miles until he finally veered off onto another road. Our fuel gauge had been sitting on the big red E for empty during the last 10 miles, and we were essentially running on fumes. Although I'm not particularly religious, if there is a higher power, that moment surely felt like a miracle. Once we reached our destination, we filled the tank to the brim before continuing our journey home. My sister and I slept in the car after that, and I only awoke when we finally arrived home, filled with gratitude that nothing worse had transpired. After we had some rest, my mom contacted the police through a non-emergency line to report the incident. The call was never returned, but supposedly, the woman she spoke with mentioned that they might have an interest in the future, as he fit the profile of a suspect involved in a murder case. Whether he truly was that person or merely a random lunatic remains unknown, as they never followed up with her. So, what's the lesson here, aside from steering clear of the deranged man on the beach? For me, it's that I adore Parmesan. She's still with us, now as old as the hills and twice as rugged, as one of my mom's friends humorously comments. I can't fathom why she acted the way she did that day. Her thought process remains a mystery to me. What I do know is that this unfortunate puppy was born into an environment of abuse and neglect, only to be rescued and brought to a shelter where her mother and siblings found homes before she did. Despite the harsh treatment she endured, when I brought her home, she forgave but never forgot. There's a saying that goes, "I never trust a person who doesn't like a dog, but I always trust a dog when they don't like a person." Dogs have an exceptional grasp of human body language, and I believe she sensed the danger we were in. I paid $70 for Parmesan's adoption fee, a significant sum for a child, but the thought of what might have happened if I hadn't insisted on getting a dog chills me to the bone. I would like to clarify that this story might resemble the plot of a 1980s horror film and is quite lengthy. However, every part of this tale is true. If not for being 5 miles from, cell reception was non-existent, and the way the story unfolded, there would eventually be a police report for verification. I had been going camping with my buddy twice a month, now that I owned a reliable vehicle capable of transporting us to some of the more secluded regions of our state. We had planned a camping trip for the previous weekend, choosing a fairly isolated location we had visited the weekend before. On that previous weekend, we hadn't encountered another soul within a mile of our campsite. On Friday night, we arrived and set up our gear. This particular story unfolds on Saturday night at around 9 p.m. The sun had long since set, and the moon had yet to rise, leaving the landscape shrouded in darkness, save for the illumination provided by our campfire. Suddenly, we heard a man screaming. We listened closely, exchanging anxious glances in silence. Initially, we hoped it was just someone who was intoxicated and perhaps having a bit too much fun. However, it quickly became clear that this was not the case. The screams were not those of a reveler. They were filled with despair, anger, and anguish. I'll take a moment to remind you that it was 9 p.m., a pitch-black night in the middle of nowhere, 5 miles from the nearest cell phone signal. We hadn't seen anyone for hours. The screaming persisted for what seemed like an eternity but was likely about 5 agonizing minutes. We were at a loss for what to think and began to feel a deep sense of paranoia. We gathered anything that could remotely serve as a weapon and tried to rationalize the cause of the screams while keeping a vigilant watch on the forest surrounding us. After enduring about 10 to 15 minutes of sheer terror, overcome by a surge of paranoia, I nearly tumbled from my seat as I observed a flashlight and lantern cautiously entering our campsite. I greeted the newcomer with a casual, "How's it going?" even before the campfire illuminated his features. He responded swiftly but without much emotion, inquiring if we could do him a favor. "That depends on the favor," my companion and I replied in unison, clearly on edge, our weapons clutched tightly. The stranger proceeded to ask if he could linger by the fire for a moment. Given that there were 2 of us and only one of him, along with our assortment of weapons within easy reach, we decided it was safe to let him stay. After a brief, uncomfortable pause, I asked him what exactly was happening. He started explaining that he had been camping further along the trail with his friend, who had suddenly lost his mind and attempted to kill him. "Wait, what?" I interjected before I could fully process the information. "Is that the screaming we heard earlier?" The man slowly nodded, his gaze fixed on the flames as he began his tale. "We were just hanging out. We arrived earlier today, and then my friend just lost it. He started yelling incessantly and wouldn't stop. Then he attacked me, lunging at me, and I told him to back off and calm down. But he kept coming at me, and it got really violent. I'm pretty sure he was going to kill me. So I grabbed my car keys, the flashlight, and I ran. I don't know what to do. He pursued me while I fled, and I just don't know what to do. We don't have firearms or anything. We only have..." My friend and I exchanged a glance, utterly stunned. Then a dreadful realization struck me. "Wait, did he chase you? Is he on his way here?" The man gave a slow nod in response, and as if on cue from a horrifying movie that had come to life, we heard screaming roughly 30 to 40 feet away from our campsite, down on the main trail. "I just want to talk," was the cry we heard. I had never in my life heard a scream like this from a man. Nothing even close. It was a piercing, brutal scream, shrill to the ears, yet deep in pitch, the sound of someone completely deranged. The way he called out the stranger's name varied wildly, switching erratically from drawn-out wails to short, abrupt bursts of sound. We extinguished our lights, fell silent, and listened. By some miracle, the madman overlooked our campsite and continued along the trail, screaming all the while. We ended up talking with this unsettling man for hours as the screaming faded into the distance. We eventually discovered that they had each consumed 4.5 to 5 grams of psychedelic mushrooms. Gary's friend, who had been his companion, was fine for about 3 hours before he suddenly lost control. It seemed he believed he could kill Gary and hijack his positive trip. We listened as the screams grew fainter over a span of more than 2 hours. By this time, it was 11 p.m. The moon was beginning to rise, and the temperature had dropped below 30 degrees Fahrenheit. According to Gary, the man had no jacket or flashlight. My friend and I were far too inebriated to drive out of the campsite to get cell phone service, as the conditions were snowy and icy, requiring a 2-hour trek. 3 miles of highway travel after leaving the trail, Gary was still feeling the subtle effects of the mushrooms, rendering him unable to drive us back. We were faced with the choice of allowing the man to wander off, hoping he would sober up and find his way back on his own. Remarkably, he did, stumbling right into our camp. After about an hour of silence, we suddenly heard someone shouting, perhaps 30 to 50 feet from our camp. "Hey, help! Please help me!" We instructed Gary to hide, just to be safe, and approached the man. I carried my 12-gauge shotgun holstered, while my friend held his rifle, both of us with our flashlights set to their brightest, shining directly in his face. The man stood about 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighed approximately 300 pounds. We conversed with him, assessing that he was calm enough to engage in conversation, and guided him back to his camp. He appeared genuinely remorseful, explaining that he had blacked out and couldn't recall anything, leading to a fallout with his friend. We escorted him back to his camp along the trail, then returned to inform Gary that the man seemed all right. We assured him that if anything else occurred, he should scream and come running, and we would assist him. In the end, it turned out to be a positive conclusion. We befriended Gary, exchanged phone numbers, and made sure he returned safely to town the next day to reunite with his wife and child. We're already planning another camping trip with him soon. However, the other man, who had roamed the forest screaming like a madman, possibly intending to harm his friend with a hatchet, was not extended an invitation. All of this unfolded during the spring break of my junior year in high school, which was located in a fairly small community. In the summer of 2014, in an Iowa town encompassing several smaller hamlets, a few friends and I formed a film club. Our aim was to create short films and compete in national film festivals alongside other schools. We were a relatively small group, which made it somewhat challenging to gather for actual filming sessions. However, during the spring break of 2015, we finally managed to organize a little adventure. 4 of us embarked on this journey, myself and 3 club members, whom we'll refer to as Jake, Bill, and Kyle. We decided to go camping at Mossy Glen Hollow, a state park in northeastern Iowa rumored to be haunted. Since the 1850s, the site had witnessed several murders and suicides, including a few decapitations and the presence of a hired hitman in the 1930s. Being the thrill-seeking teenagers we were, we eagerly seized the opportunity to hike and camp in such a notorious location. Additionally, it was conveniently located just 15 minutes from a small town, ensuring that restocking our food supplies wouldn't be a major issue. With everything set, we packed up 2 of our sedans, programmed the GPS, and embarked on our spring break camping trip in the haunted woods. After an hour and a half on the road, a few warning signs began to emerge. Once we passed through the last major town before venturing into the backcountry, my phone lost its data signal, and the GPS unexpectedly recalibrated our route. None of us had any clue where we were or the exact location of Mossy Glen, so we had little choice but to blindly follow the new directions. As we ventured further into the depths of the unknown, uncertainty crept in. In the middle of nowhere, our GPS guided us off the paved highways and onto gravel roads. At this point, one would typically expect to see the familiar brown Iowa DNR signs indicating proximity to a state park, but there were none. There weren't even clusters of trees to suggest we were near any kind of forest. After another 10 minutes of driving, the gravel road transitioned into a dirt path, then into a low-maintenance road, and finally into a minimally maintained one. With Iowa's commitment to road upkeep, this essentially meant that someone probably checked on it in the 90s and then promptly forgot it existed. As we rounded the last hilly bend indicated by our GPS, we spotted a farmhouse with a large machine shed. There were no lights or activity around either, and no cars in the driveway. It was a bit unsettling to find a house so close to a state park. We slowed down and continued cautiously, but to our dismay, the road deteriorated into a chaotic mix of tractor tire ruts from last fall's harvest. We stopped the cars as far down as we could manage without getting stuck in a frozen rut and began unloading some of our gear. The road gradually narrowed, winding through the middle of a field and descending into a small but dense clump of woods at the bottom of a wide ravine. We stepped out and began hiking down the increasingly steep slope, taking in the surroundings. Initially, everything looked like a pretty darn impressive movie set. There were several limestone outcrops jutting from the hillside and a footpath the picturesque tree canopy sprawled above us, adorned with a few birds that had made an unseasonal return from their winter migration down south. We could all hear the sound of water flowing, yet the origin remained elusive from the path. As we gazed in every direction, all that met our eyes was an endless expanse of trees. At the base of the hill lay a small pond nestled in the center of a grassy clearing, bordered by a fence. Upon reaching the fence, we spotted a sign that read, "Private property. Keep out." Bill glanced at his watch and realized that it was nearly time for dinner. So we trekked back to our vehicles and plugged the GPS in for directions. The nearest town was a quaint place called Edgewood, which boasted a few diners and a gas station where we could stock up on supplies for the week. We had brought some canned food, but not much else. As we arrived in town, we quickly noticed that Edgewood was much smaller than we'd anticipated, with a population of fewer than 900 people. It soon became apparent that in such a tight-knit community, everyone knew everyone else. So we attracted several curious glances when four strangers arrived with license plates from the opposite side of the state. Kyle asked the cashier and a few locals at the gas station about Mossy Glen Hollow, and why the only route there involved traversing some guy's field on a dilapidated outdoor road. To our astonishment, no one had even heard of a place called Mossy Glen, nor could they comprehend why four high schoolers had suddenly shown up in town searching for it. We dismissed it as just the quirks of a few eccentric locals and retraced our steps down the dirt trail. As we turned the corner back near the farmhouse, we noticed that all the lights were, with the house still dark and seemingly unoccupied. I suggested we leave a note on the front door, informing them that we would be parking by the roadside nearby, just as a precaution. As the day was drawing to a close, being out here in the countryside, it wouldn't be unusual to find ourselves confronted by a homeowner with a shotgun upon discovering our vehicles. Since the road beyond this point was impassable, parking there wouldn't realistically obstruct anyone and would technically remain on public land. We retraced our steps down the wooded trail, searching for a suitable campsite for the night, ensuring we stayed on the public side of the fence near the pond area. We discovered that the dense forest we had seen earlier was significantly sparser when viewed from below. In fact, the dirt path led us to a sizable clearing with a creek and a small waterfall cutting through the limestone deposits. None of us could believe we had overlooked such a feature just a few hours earlier. When Bill realized this, he vanished around the corner into the trees and reappeared at the top of the trail a few minutes later. Although we could see him clearly, the trees were aligned in such a way that he couldn't see anything beyond the rocks below the path's edge. As we continued further up the creek, we noticed that the rocks were conveniently spaced just the right distance apart, allowing us to step across without disturbing the water or the surrounding stones. It was possible to walk almost silently down the path. As the gentle murmur of the creek masked the sound of our footsteps, we wandered through the area without much thought, snapping photos of the sizable, moss-draped boulders that littered the landscape. These natural formations offered us some stunning scenic shots. We soon discovered a spot to set up camp, and everything seemed to be going smoothly until we ventured toward the waterfall. Just before reaching the cascade, we encountered a clearing devoid of any large rocks or boulders and noticed an unusual arrangement of logs. One log lay horizontally, supported at each end by 2 stacks of stones, and there was a crude stone circle with a pile of birch logs inside, a makeshift fire pit with a bench. Initially, we were somewhat taken aback, but we dismissed it as a weekend project perhaps assembled by the homeowners nearby. After all, with such an enticing spot a short walk from their residence, why not? I have a similar fire pit in my backyard, so I wasn't particularly worried. "Hey, what on earth is this?" Kay shouted from atop a boulder a few yards ahead. There lay an orange beanie, a solitary gardening glove, an empty beer can, and a heavily used stick of deodorant. Upon closer inspection of the beer can, we realized it had been opened not too long ago. Foam still lingered at the bottom, and it emitted a strong, fresh scent. Puzzled by our discovery, Jake began to explore the area around the boulders upstream of the scattered items. "There's a cave over here," he called back to us. Later, he recounted that the cave was spacious enough to easily accommodate a person, and more unsettling was the sight of red fabric inside. Before he could examine further, KY called out to all 3 of us. The urgency in his voice was palpable as he leaned in and spoke to us in hushed tones, signaling that we should keep our voices down. "Shampoo," he whispered, gesturing insistently towards the ground. Sure enough, amidst the mud and fallen leaves lay a blue bottle of SWA shampoo, positioned conspicuously beside the creek. At this moment, we were all sufficiently unnerved and considering abandoning our little adventure. Bill, however, remained convinced that it was merely debris left behind by the house's occupants after a weekend of revelry. Yet, something about the situation didn't sit right with me. There was a particular detail I had been contemplating. The day before, this region of Iowa had experienced heavy rainfall, contributing to the muddy conditions on both the road and the trail. With the combination of wind and rain, the items on the rocks should have exhibited signs of wetness, if not been entirely displaced. Additionally, the air was quite chilly, as it is every year around this time, with temperatures barely rising above the mid-40s throughout the week. Then everything began to make sense. Whoever consumed the beer and abandoned the shampoo, hat, glove, and deodorant must have done so earlier that morning. The fire pit nearby bore fresh scorch marks on the stones, and the wood had not been damp for some time, indicating that the fire must have been lit the previous night at the earliest. The small cave would have offered sufficient shelter from the rain, keeping it dry despite the frigid temperatures throughout the day. Whoever had been using shampoo out here likely had no other option. If it had been the homeowners, they would have needed to be. Serious thrill-seekers might choose to wade through the shallow, icy waters of Rocky Creek instead of staying cozy at home. If it wasn't their doing, it suggested we weren't alone here. Whoever had left these items behind had departed in haste. Had they been here merely hours earlier, they would have likely spotted us approaching the trail on cliff long before we knew they were down here. Recalling the arrangement of rocks along this stream, they might have been departing their campsite just as we were making our way down the dusty trail. As I mulled over this, I began to survey my surroundings and realized the small clearing was enclosed by dense trees on the trail side, several massive boulders on the pond side, and limestone cliffs surrounding the rest. Thanks to the cover provided by the trees, rocks, and hills, someone could easily light a campfire in the pit at night without anyone nearby ever noticing. Clad in brown or green, a person could easily observe the camp from atop the rocks, blending seamlessly with the trees above. Upon arriving at these conclusions, I noticed something else, something more ominous. The birds and small creatures we had previously heard were now eerily silent. Apart from the gentle murmur of the creek, the entire area was enveloped in silence. As I began to explain this to the rest of the group, I could see the realization dawning on them too. Jake started heading back to the small cave when a rustling noise on the limestone ridge drew our attention. Something large was stirring up there, something that evidently didn't want Jake to discover what it was. As we stood in the cave, we all glanced upward, keenly aware of the sound that had just started to echo down the ridge toward our makeshift camp. Due to the steep cliff, the only feasible way to descend would be to backtrack all the way down to the pond and then make our way up the stream again. We realized, almost instinctively, how exposed we were in that moment. Without hesitation, we hurriedly retraced our steps up the stream, along the dirt path, across the field, and back to our cars. On the drive back to Edgewood, we all attempted to make sense of what had just transpired. I examined a satellite map and noted that the only truly accessible route to the cliff, where we had heard the noise, was to approach from the pond. The adjacent field to the east was too rugged to navigate. Whatever had made the noise must have been substantial, though a deer managing to get up there wasn't entirely impossible. Its timing, however, would have been uncanny, starting to move just as Jake began examining the cave and whatever red fabric lay inside. Kyle unearthed a report about an escaped convict from a nearby prison a few weeks prior and became convinced that the camp we stumbled upon belonged to this fugitive. Yet, we were all quite skeptical of his theory. To address his concerns, we decided to report the peculiar findings to the police anonymously, as we all had a strong desire to simply return home at that point. None of us followed up on the report, and I doubt it led to any significant outcome. After all, a small-town police department receiving a tip about strange occurrences from an anonymous source on the same day that some high school students parked outside a farmer's house was unlikely to yield much attention. Spending a few hours in the woods doesn't exactly scream high-threat criminal activity to me. Still, things just don't seem to add up. Whoever dashed down that cliff, if it indeed was a person, wanted to keep whatever was inside the cave concealed, but not enough to actually confront some teenagers. We figured they just wanted to scare us away, since the noises seemed to cease once we reached the dirt path. I found it strange that someone living out in the woods with something to apparently hide would set up shop in a state park. That was until I checked my GPS again. The little route we took was an old entrance to the park, which had been cut off by the purchase of the lake area. The map records used for Google's navigation were updated, so we couldn't see that the place we were at was still public land for sure, but it wasn't quite what we had imagined.